Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Dell, along with AJ this morning here on ESPN 97.5. Glad you could join us. We are going to be here for the next 3 hours talking a lot of Texans. It's the Combine is more Radio Row, NFL Radio Row than the Super Bowl now. Holy crap. You want to talk about everybody doing the world tour. Eisen is there, Albert Breer, all of these different shows, national shows, that are getting all of these coaches and GMs on, and you get a lot of information. Nick Caserio was there yesterday. I'm sure we'll hear from D'Amico today or tomorrow there. And we got a lot of information that we will pass along to you from yesterday, if you haven't heard it already. A lot of good stuff. One of the things is, I'm pretty sure, Dell, didn't you say that the Texans were going to trade CJ? And Caserio called you a moron.
He didn't call me a moron. I know this game you're playing. It's early. I got 5 hours of this. I'm not going to allow you to play me like you play others. I'm not Lance. You can't just.
Okay, I'm
just can't
asking you a question. How you felt?
Well, I will be more eloquent in my response than your regular partner. I'm not going to allow you to use like the internet or Nick Caserio's words to trigger me for a segment. That's just not how it's going to work here, buddy. I don't know if you learned your lesson.
SDH? You didn't even say it
You're not
once.
going to get that from me. Nick Caserio has responded to the likes of Todd McShay, and there was one other one of your people that you love. I forgot who it was.
I don't love Todd McShay.
Then you love the other guy. There was another guy of that ilk who suggested that CJ could be on the market, or at least teams were looking into it.
Oh, I'm the one that came and I said, "Hey, Lance, get your boy, will you?" What is this?
I don't remember that. I remember.
Oh yeah, no. And Lance said, "Hey, he didn't say they were going to trade him. He's speculating the teams will call.
Teams will be interested to see if he'll shake loose."
All right.
That led to reasonable discussions about how that it's not happening.
Well, people interpreted McShay as saying, "Oh, the Texans, he's on the trade block or whatever."
This was so unserious that I listened. Someone from our station pulled a clip of what McShay actually said. He didn't even get C.J. Stroud's name right the first time. He called him C.J. Carr a couple times, and then called him C.J. Stroud. This was how unserious that conversation was.
Well, it's Todd McShay just trying to stay relevant is all. After I don't know.
He's not the only one. He's not even the first. I just don't remember the first person who suggested teams were going to look into it. But
I thought it was you on your podcast.
I don't have a podcast
or something.
I certainly didn't say it on my show. In fact, I don't even understand why any team would be in a rush to go trade for CJ, considering.
And when do you trade low? You sell low and buy high. That's just not the smartest thing to do. And oh, by the way, the Texans get rid of CJ now so that you can get a third or a fourth rounder for him, and then go get Kirk Cousins or whatever out there, because there's nothing. I don't know if you've seen, but there's nothing out there. Okay, I mean, listen. I can certainly understand people saying maybe Davis Mills is a better option, and you know what? He didn't play great.
No.
He wasn't not.
He didn't lose the season.
He was bad.
He didn't lose the season for him, which is what you want from a backup quarterback.
Exactly.
And of course, he had the big comeback against Jacksonville. So that's enough for people when you compare it to what you saw in the two biggest games of the season for the Texans to go, hey, could Davis Mills have played better in those games? Well, it would have been hard to play worse than CJ. So, yes, Davis Mills probably would have played better. But when we're talking about the macro of this franchise and what they want to be, rightfully so, they don't see long-term success with Davis Mills. Or maybe I'm wrong, and maybe Davis Mills goes someplace else and proves the Texans wrong. But they don't see it. So they're not going to even dare to open up the possibility that he could compete for the starting job. It's not his job. It won't ever be his job. The Texans will go down with the CJ ship if it's because they committed too much money to him and that screws them over and he doesn't live up to that, or they are patient. It doesn't progress in 2026, and then they have to make another move. But the move ain't going to be Davis Mills.
AJ, you got that ready? So here is it's kind of a long question. I think the guy who was asking the question was a little nervous about asking it. So you'll hear that, and you'll hear Nick Caserio responding to all the people like Dell and his ilk talking about trading CJ.
one of your players that's on the roster, and I think some people call this the silly season. There's lots of speculation, and then there recently was some about C.J. Stroud. How do you guys feel about C.J. as your quarterback, and do you call that unfounded when people speculate about a trade involving your QB1?
It's moronic. Like, we're not trading the guy. He's our quarterback. So he's going to be playing quarterback for the Houston Texans in 2026. So anything beyond that, I mean, again, like that's your world. You guys can speculate on that, but we're not trading C.J. Stroud.
Because of the uncertainty.
They're not. That's it. They're not trading. They're not trading.
The
CJ.
question lets Nick Caserio off the hook. Of course, they're never going to trade him. That's an easy question for Nick, who loves to dance around anything that would pin him down. That's an easy one. He doesn't have to pontificate. He can just go, "Hey, no, we're not doing that. Why would we ever trade our young quarterback? We believe in him." The follow-up is, are you going to seriously discuss an extension this offseason?
Right.
That's the one where you're not going to get a real answer from.
You ain't going to get an answer. Now he was asked about CJ's mental state as well, and that is probably and he said, "Oh, he's fine. We'll find that and get that to you a little bit later." How are you worried about his mental state? And he go, and no, there's a lot of ups and downs in the NFL and blah blah blah. He's talked to D'Amico and he's fine and blah 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 blah, and a lot of word salad. So. But that is it absolutely. I mean, that they're trading him this offseason, you're absolutely right. You let him off the hook. They're not trading CJ. There's no way. Now, it was interesting that he did say past 2026. I don't know. He did say that. Not like, hey, he's our quarterback. We know he's our quarterback. He's our quarterback of the future. But what he did say was beyond 2026, we'll see. And, this is he would be moronic if he committed to CJ this offseason. He would be moronic if, especially big numbers, which is what he's going to command. And it would be, it's interesting, though, that he even said that because he has been squarely behind CJ. He's our guy, no question about it. But beyond 2026, I don't know. That's interesting to me.
I think it is publicly. It is something I'm surprised he would even allude to. But it's the right move. There's no reason you're in a position with the contract of a first-round quarterback to even if you don't want to give him a contract extension, but you want to keep him around for a fifth year, you have that ability where he's going to be making a lot more money than he did his first 4 years, but it ain't something that's going to kill you. And you can, if you want to allow it to get to a fifth year, it certainly would get messy. The questions would get even louder about what you're going to do with CJ. While this offseason, the trade stuff is dumb. If you're talking about after year 4 and you don't have a contract with your quarterback, then there's some urgency there, and actually real questions will be asked and answers will probably have to be given. But you have the option, just if you want to ride it out for a fifth year. But normally when you get to a fifth-year option on a quarterback, you haven't given him his money, considering the quarterbacks we've seen get their money after, let's just say, middling performances, then you probably know you don't have your guy. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Now, he was at the podium. AJ, get him talking about CJ at the podium. This will be our CJ segment for everybody out there. Caserio was at the podium. This was when he was saying the moronic stuff about the media. That was in a, well, how do we?
You can say a gaggle. I said a gaggle of reporters to avoid the word
gaggle
we normally would say.
Yeah, then the other term.
The other G word.
Yeah, the other. Yeah, he was surrounded by reporters. This is his thoughts on CJ at the podium.
Rattle even a little bit, like you mentioned the stock market, we go down even a point.
He's our quarterback. Like, he ain't going anywhere. We have a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. I mean, I'd say the philosophy that D'Amico and I have, we're going to support our players and do everything we can to kind of help them. And this league's about ups and downs. I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, there was no team that was undefeated unless I missed something this year. So that's not going to happen. By and large, we're probably going to lose 5 or 6 games. Going to be some margin on either side. You're going to have some good plays, you're going to have some bad plays, you're going to have some good games, you're going to have some bad games. Okay, how do you bounce back? How do you handle that? So it's just, I mean, this league is a one game at a time proposition, and how you handle it, every situation, ultimately is going to determine your success and your longevity. So no loss. I mean, look, the stock market's been going down for 5 days, so everybody's probably panic selling. So, really what you're doing is you're investing more. So, but anyways, we have a lot of confidence in CJ. We got a lot of confidence in our players, and I'm glad he's our quarterback. Go ahead.
Well, that might tell you. So the further CJ falls, the more they're going to invest in him. That's I think the stock market is a bad analogy for a football player. Hey, he's playing really crappy. Let's invest more and more and more into him. That's not the stock market, and quarterback play in the NFL, I think, are totally different.
Yeah, I watch industry, and I will be honest, I don't understand most of what they're saying there. But I don't foresee or believe that the quarterback of your football team should be as volatile as what I'm watching on that show. You don't want that, and Nick is just up there saying stuff at points, and he's not going to give us anything in regards to other than we believe in our guy, and that's fine. You don't start a firestorm when you don't need to. But you know what? At least we think we all know the deal. He'll get 2026. And if CJ ain't the dude in 2026, the Texans will have to, and Nick Caserio specifically, maybe, I say maybe, because does he have a contract extension? How about that question? Did that question get asked? Because we tried to find it when we did a little Google searching, that his contract, we have not heard about a contract extension from Nick Caserio for him. And that would mean this upcoming year is his final year. Do we know what his future is with the Texans?
No, this isn't D'Amico's last year.
No,
too, is it?
I don't believe so.
But
But Caserio predates D'Amico, and we have not seen anywhere where he got a contract extension, right? So his future, at least if we go by the timeline, unless there's some secret thing that we don't know about, should be a big year for him too. A big offseason for him.
That should have been a question. $30 million over 5 years he got.
Yeah, and this would be the
And
fifth
this is
and
the
final
last year
year.
of it. Yeah, saying 6 year, $36 million. 6 year, $36 million. So this is the last year of his deal. So that is interesting. Yeah, nobody asked him about that. What about you? Are you hanging on by a thread?
What's your stock like?
Yeah.
Are the Texans going to invest in you more?
Well, I mean, you're going to invest if you buy low. Okay, the offense doesn't get much lower than it was. Your ability to pick up offensive line.
You must
and here's the offensive line is. We'll talk about that. The offensive line on the other side, because it just seems really, really bad. It just seems like it's a bad plan, but we'll see. Let's take a break. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here on the show. 713-780-3776. You listen to the ESPN 97.5. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5. We gotta get to this offensive line thing, but Gilbert is calling this morning. It was his birthday yesterday, and I want to see if he got his present. Gilbert is with us here this morning. He is 1 year older than he was last year. Gilbert, are you there?
Yeah, what happened yesterday?
Did you get your steak?
No, I didn't.
You didn't get it last night? It was delivered to you last night.
It was?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who delivered it anyway?
You never got your steak last night?
What was it, a steak burger or what?
Well, what did you get it? Did you get what do you mean a steak burger? Did you get the food that I sent last night to you?
Yeah, I got it last night. Thank you very much.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
John,
either you got it or you didn't get it. Did you get it?
I got it last time.
What was
I'm
the
full anyway?
what was
you
the
know?
initial surprise then? What he was not sure that he got it. Wasn't sure anyone sent it. Came in here and said, "What happened yesterday?"
Gilbert, that's not the way.
Yeah.
You got it right.
So you got your steak and fries.
Yeah, I got it right anyway. What happened to Will last night? Anyway.
He didn't get all the things he wanted.
I don't
apparently.
know what happened to Will, but thanks, John. Never mind.
No.
Never mind. I just want to make sure that you got your food last night.
Oh, John,
that's
did you
all.
have anything to do with him getting his food?
I got it. I have Nick sent it over.
Can't tell from the response.
No, I really can't. Really can't, but it's okay. That's Gilbert. That's just Gilbert being Gilbert. Gilbert, did you eat? Did you eat it last?
The guy at Astro worked for the Astro. You know, I don't see him a long time anyway.
Don't know what happened to that guy.
So
wait a minute. What about Lori, the Tal Smith secretary? What happened to her? Anybody know?
That didn't happen.
Yeah, what happened to her anyway? I don't see him in a long time. You know.
I don't know.
Lori.
I haven't seen her either. I don't know.
Same.
Yeah. But yeah, you got your dinner last night.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you give me an Astro camp?
Wait a minute.
Well,
how quickly did he even finish the sentence?
Kicked it right to
Yeah. Can Lance deliver it to me?
Yeah, Lance can.
Well,
I don't know. We're gonna have
Can't
to.
do for about a week. He can't.
Lance is gone. Lance won't be back for over a week.
What happened?
where is he anyway?
Well, that's not. We're not talking about that. He's taking a little break. I think it's a mental thing for him. He needs a break.
I thought we weren't talking about it.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, that's what I mean. Just don't want to give.
Yeah, it's not gonna. we're not gonna talk about it. But hey, he's having mental.
Yeah, I think he's got some mental health issues.
Okay,
that we're dealing with.
Well,
it's a Joe Mixon situation. Nobody knows.
Oh, we're not. Well, Casario was.
Hey, one more thing before I go.
Oh,
anyway.
what is that, Gilbert? What did you need? What's that?
Well, I want to know if somebody know Lori from Tal Smith.
Yeah.
Let's do this again.
Secretary. Learn how to call me, okay?
Will any Lori do?
Well, come to my nursing home, all right?
Yeah, I'm going to tell her. We'll tell her, but not sure anybody knows her.
We got a better shot of just sending a random Lori there,
Yeah.
as opposed to
I
the
would
Lori he's
think
looking
just put
for.
a note in a bottle.
Yeah.
And just
Wow.
send it out in Galveston in the
Lori.
All right, talk to
in
you
the
later,
Gulf.
then, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
thanks
Gilbert. Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you for eating last night.
the overwhelming response to John's
Man, he
gift.
was appreciative.
Well, yeah.
He was really
Well,
appreciative.
Gilbert does have some aspects where he's much like a 20-something woman. Like their birthday should be a week-long celebration.
Yeah.
And Gilbert believes that kind of should be the case for him too. If he could take a birthday week off, he would. And you don't just stop at the food.
Yeah. Where's my hat?
Where's my friend Will?
Will.
Work.
Where's Lori? Where's my
Lori? Yeah,
Astros hat?
this was supposed to be a week-long celebration, and the most you got him was some steak and fries. So
That's all.
he's not happy. Just think about it in your maybe not so much you now, but for other people, like maybe AJ himself, maybe not, depending on his status relationship-wise. He may have to deal with the birthday week at some point, where it can't just be, hey, we're just going to go out to dinner. It's got to be a whole thing where the whole week is about celebrating this person's being born, just like everyone else who walks there. If everyone gets a birthday, but
it's
yours,
a celebration,
super special, and Gilbert would like that type of appreciation as well.
Right.
So, John, you underperformed.
Well, I did.
Not enough.
I tried. That's all.
See, that's the problem.
Yeah,
you
Gilbert,
waited till the last
did you get
minute.
That food last night? No.
No, what
No,
happened?
you didn't get it?
He said, what happened anyway?
What?
And what? It got delivered? You mean you didn't eat? Oh, yeah, I did eat. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, food came to me. I got a steak and fries, and, I guess he gets that every day. He didn't know it came from you. Is that what the deal was?
Yeah, I guess not.
John, very appreciated.
I wasn't at all somehow. I don't know. I just feel like he doesn't. Now we're on to a hat now. Maybe Lance can bring it.
Well, give him an inch, John. You gave him that inch 25 years ago, it feels like, and now look at you.
Right. Well, all right. 713-780-377.
You feel down on yourself, don't you? You thought you did a good thing.
I thought I did. I thought Gilbert would be happy.
Why? Why would you think that? What evidence do you have that he was going to come in and go, wow, John, thanks. I love what you did for me. You've been a great friend all these years.
Yeah, got a nice dinner.
Yeah.
Never mind. For my birthday.
Just
never mind.
Do it and don't expect.
Does anybody know Lori's number? Lori from Tal Smith's office. Could you please?
Does this woman
call
even
her?
exist?
No, I'm pretty sure she exists, but she showed up once, I guess, or something, and then that's all. That's all.
She'd have had enough.
Yeah,
that's happened a couple times.
Yeah, Colleen, what's her name?
Colleen Wolfe was very nice.
Yeah, very nice. Wished Gilbert and now
he can't get enough. He wants Colleen Wolfe to make more appearances. We
know
more
appearances.
Nicole Zerline was very nice and showed up, and that went great for everyone involved.
Yep. All right. Well, that just happened. Let's break, and we'll talk about that.
I thought we were going to talk about the offensive line.
We are in the next segment. All right. We'll just do that in the next segment.
He brought you down. That's sad.
He
brought you down.
I thought I did something.
You did do something nice, but you gotta realize who you're working with.
It's like I'm married to Gilbert, and you just can't do enough to please.
It's like your first marriage.
Yeah, a lot like that. Breaking here. No, I did very little in my first.
You'll
marriage.
admit to that, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did less than nothing.
All right.
That's how that
At
was.
least a man knows himself.
Yes. All right. We'll break. 713-780-377. If you can disappoint, if I've disappointed you, please give us a call. 713-780.
You don't need a call. I got a microphone.
3776. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. We'll get to this offensive line. Do we got Travis that's waiting on hold? Apparently, I've disappointed Travis as well. So let's get him in. Anybody that I've disappointed, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of you out there, and you want to come in and tell me how I've disappointed you. You're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Travis, how did I disappoint you?
Good morning, guys. John, moving to California, away from the greatest state in the union, and I can imagine going to Colorado or Montana, but California? Why the heck would you go to California? Yeah, you disappointed me, man.
Yeah,
we miss you here.
I disappointed myself in that, to tell you the truth. But there's only one reason. There's only one reason that I would move here, and that is Wendy. That's it.
That's what?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, there's nothing else in the world that would have gotten me here to live here. One thing, and that's my wife. That's it. And she's happy, so I'm happy.
It's odd because it's my favorite thing you've ever done.
So you don't have to see me.
A happy wife is a good life. So good luck to you out there.
Thank you.
I mean, thank
of
God
all
for
the
Wendy.
Places that she had to get a big job, it had to be here.
Well, they're not. I don't know. Helena, Montana's not a big market, so.
No. Listen, it could have been New York.
That's true.
Where there's
Frank
poop all over the streets.
And your daughter's there.
My daughter's there, and she loves it there, and it's snowing there. It was not snowing here yesterday. Can I just tell you that? It was not. Did you see what Boston got? Like 36 inches, and New York got killed. And, I mean, thank you. I'm glad. If there's one thing I'm glad of, it's that I'm not in 36 inches of snow. I appreciate that. I tell my wife I appreciate that about her, okay? I'm not like Gilbert. I do appreciate her for that. 713-780-3776. If I've disappointed you in any way, you're more than welcome to come on in. The offensive line. So, listen to he breaks down the offensive line here and the free agents in the room and not telling us what he's going to do, but this isn't great. It's not great. Here is Nick Caserio on the offensive line yesterday at the Combine.
Yeah, Ed had a great year. Honestly, he probably had the best year of his career. For the most part, he was out there. He missed a couple games there with injuries, but he's a good kid. He's strong. He's physical. He plays violent in the running game. You saw that on tape quite a bit. Pretty good pass protection. So we're working through that process, right now. So we'll have discussion with him and his representatives, and we'll kind of see how free agency goes. But I'm glad he was here, and he's a player that we feel benefited from our program, and honestly, sometimes a change of scenery is good. Probably worked out for him and kind of worked out for us as well, but I'm glad Ed was on the team here this year.
Thank you.
So that was, my apologies, he's talking specifically about Ed Ingram, okay? So Ed Ingram had the best year of his career. Ed Ingram is a free agent. He's going to make money. Nick Caserio, I heard other responses where I don't think the Texans are in the market. I don't think the Texans are going to be able to hit in the ballpark what Ed Ingram is going to get on the open market. This is an Astros, Kyle Tucker, George Springer, Carlos Correa situation, only not as good. And even still, they're not going to, despite it's not going to be $30 million a year, the Astros I don't feel like, did you hear all of it? Because what I gleaned out of it, that they're not going to be able to pay Ed Ingram.
No, they found a deal. As far as what they traded for him and also what he would cost to have on the roster, and I would imagine he worked out better than they could have even have hoped for. Maybe too well. considering
out
what
too
the
well
what
because
the
they
market
can't
is.
afford him now.
Yeah, so they're going to either have to delve into that market of finding some diamond in the rough that they can polish up again, or we have to do the Russian roulette of watching Nick Caserio draft interior alignment and see if he can find one that actually plays well. The reason Ed Ingram was even on the roster, beyond the fact that they jettisoned Shaq Mason, another one of his acquisitions, beyond that was that the two interior guys or more than that, you go to three when you talk about Scruggs, Patterson, and Kenyon Green, they didn't work out. So he had to go find someone who could at least play at the NFL level. And Ed Ingram was borderline with that. It just happened that he got here. I guess you want to credit Cole Popovich. You probably should for how Ed Ingram played here. Now it looks like he'll be doing it someplace else.
Yeah, and that's a real problem. I mean, when you mention stuff like that, it just really is. That's a little disappointing. Is the guys that he has picked up so far, and it's just like, ooh, ick.
Yeah, I mean,
this isn't really good. And you know, you talk about, hey, well, the offensive line improved last year, so that's a positive. Except you're losing the guy who played arguably the best last year,
and now you have to do it all over again.
Right. And now you got to go find somebody. He got Ed Ingram, I believe, for a 6th rounder.
Yeah, from the Vikings. They were done with him.
He got Ed Ingram, and he's going out there after he came to you, and he's going to make good money in the open market. And, you know, and he absolutely outplayed what you thought he would be. And then you got to let him go. That's a problem because and the thought was, I don't know, we saw somewhere who said that Titus Howard could be a cap casualty.
That was Bill Barnwell.
Bill Barnwell, you're only going to save $4 million on it, and you'll have $23 million in dead cap. That ain't happening.
And then you have to trust that Nick Caserio could replace Titus Howard and Ed Ingram in one offseason.
Oh, goodness great. And what else? I mean, Jake did you hear his response about Jake Andrews? Well, you know, Jake Andrews was a starter for us last year, but you know, he's competitive. We'll see. He's got to compete. Okay.
Look, I don't have any problem with Nick Caserio not being all in on Jake Andrews. We all saw the last 2 playoff games, particularly the New England game. He got dominated. That entire interior didn't have a fun afternoon. So I don't have a problem with him not handing him the job. It's just now it's another question mark, unfortunately. In a line where, look, the Bill Barnwell thing could be just completely speculation, and Titus Howard isn't going anywhere. But if you throw in Ed Ingram, who's your other guard? Titus Howard, I guess, or is he back
Howard
to tackle?
was over there
because you don't.
Trent Brown was on the right side.
Yeah, if Trent Brown's not coming back, he's a free agent. Maybe you don't want him back. However they feel about him, Titus Howard may have to go back out to tackle.
Wow.
You still have almost and maybe more questions, at least as many questions as you had going into last offseason about how your line's going to shake out. And we know there was so much movement that City Sal wound up playing it for like 9 snaps before they realized, oh, wait a minute, he's not good. So they started him in the game. They started him in the game and realized, yeah, all that practice stuff he showed not translating. So get out of here. So
over Juice. Well, Juice was sitting there watching.
Those are the misses. This is the reason you have City Sal, a street free agent who felt like he was on the practice squad up until the week that he actually played. You played him. You realize he can't play, and you had to go back to a different option. So outside of Ron Tertiary, is that your only – and Titus Howard somewhere, if he's not getting cut, whether it be at guard or tackle.
He's not getting cut.
Yeah, I don't believe so. Those are your only 2 set guys, right?
That's it, because what I heard from him about Jake Andrews was, well, yeah, he could be competitive. What? Oh, my. Yeah, you're right. He got dominated. What was it, Milton inside?
Yeah, just Barmore, all those guys just beat him up.
They just ran those guys over.
And you listen to Nick Caserio talk about these guys, and then you hear him when posed a question about investing in the offense altogether.
Yeah.
They're 2 differing viewpoints. It feels like how he's discussing that team.
Well, let's hear. So he did. He was asked about, this offseason investing in the Texans offense, and maybe a hint of defensive. He was a little bit defensive about it. Here's Nick Caserio.
Do you think there needs to be, you said that you and D'Amico have never worried about the offense. Do you feel like that maybe this needs to be the time where maybe y'all do kind of worry about the offense and go heavy on offense in the offseason?
Try to put together a real good football team. So I don't think we've said we're not worried about the offense. So again, how you put a team together, I mean, what are your options? What are your alternatives? What do you feel makes the most sense? I mean, last I checked, we got a lot of good football players on the offensive side of the football. I think Nico Collins has been one of the best receivers in the league for how many years now. So got a good quarterback, got a good receiver. Dalton Schultz had his best season. I think he broke their franchise record for receptions in a year. I mean, unless I missed that. So we got good players. We're always going to try to add good players. So try to build a good football team for the 26th season that gives us a chance to go out there and be competitive on a weekly basis. So that's not going to change.
John, let me ask you a question.
Well, he asked it wrong, though.
Yeah, but when you hear the term a lot of good football players, how many players do you think you should list off when you say you have a lot of good football players on that side of the ball? What would be a number you think would fit the term a lot?
Well, more than one.
Well, he did name two specifically, Schultz and Collins, then said good quarterback. So let's give him three. Does that feel like a lot to you?
It doesn't feel like, I mean, it depends. I mean, if you're talking about all of the things in the world, it's not really a lot.
No, but let's just say the
3
starting
out
11.
Of 11
is that a
doesn't
lot?
Doesn't feel like
it's,
a lot.
It's not even half.
And oh, by the way, it's arguable.
About your quarterback.
It's arguable about your tight end, too. Who considers Dalton Schultz
a really good football player?
A top 15 tight end in the league?
I mean, I'm sure the numbers would suggest, but he's a single dimension tight end. He catches passes, and he doesn't do that. He's not a giant threat. He's generally a guy, hey, you're 8 yards down the field, CJ finds you open. He's not dynamic. Dalton Schultz is not a dynamic tight end. So
no. I mean, maybe I'm being
he's productive, but he's not
he's not a top 10.
No.
Which is a top 10 is 1/3 of the league.
He's not winning matchups, I would say.
He's not and he's not in the top third. Neither is CJ. Not even close. The only guy that you got offensively that would start on every team in the league is Nico Collins. That's the only guy you got. The only guy that is a top 10 player at his position.
That could be an all-pro. Yes. He's the one guy.
The one guy. You got one guy
on that side of the ball. And meanwhile your defense is littered with guys.
Well, and he asked it wrong. He said I know you guys aren't worried about the offense. What Nick Caserio said is we're not worried about the offensive line. I don't know why you are. He
said that.
Worried, I don't know why.
No, he said that in the offseason. We know it's a clip we play pretty often. But he also talked about how D'Amico and I don't sit around and worry about the offense. He has that clip is part of his resume too. I think we've played it as well. And then he's always like the Nico thing is his response. I think we went off on it maybe a couple weeks ago now, where he mentioned. We don't worry about it. And he did the same thing he did to Landry Locker, who asked a question that you just heard. He was like, hey, I don't know if you know. I mean, I'm pretty sure Nico's a pretty good player, right? He did that already. Yeah. That's his response when he gets questioned about it.
Nico's a pretty good player. That's it. Nico's a pretty good player.
Yeah, he's done that a couple times now.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. The number 713-780-3776. Breaking it here. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us. So, Del, I'm looking at a graph. It's got 4 quadrants. It is win total, projected win totals for 2026 versus strength of schedule. So who do you think has the lowest projected win total and the hardest schedule in the NFL? In that quadrant, that bottom quadrant. There's hard schedule, high win total, easy schedule, high win total, easy schedule, low win total, hard schedule, low win total.
You usually like to use these things to make fun of someone and their fandom.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what you do. And as much as you are disgusted by the Cowboys, I don't think they fall in that quadrant. So I'm going to go with a team who just fired their coach, have a new GM, don't have a real quarterback, playing the AFC East. I'm going to go with the Dolphins. Are they in
the Dolphins?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Ding,
ding,
you
ding,
are,
ding, ding.
You are
the Cowboys
so obvious.
The Cowboys are right in the middle.
Yeah, like they
middle
generally
schedule,
are.
middle win total, projected win total.
John, I can read you.
Yeah, you can.
Like
the Cardinals and Dolphins are right there together. All the really crappy teams: Cardinals, Dolphins, Raiders, Jets, Panthers. Panthers aren't as crappy, but they're crappy. Are all in that lower quadrant. The one that you need to look to, it's interesting. Easy schedule, low win total. The Browns, the Saints, the Titans, and the Falcons are in that. And one of those, none of them have quarterbacks, right? Well, Cam Ward, new coach. We'll find out how good Robert Saleh is in Tennessee. If you were to bet on one of those teams over the win total, he got 6.5 wins. So you got to beat 6.5 win total. Do you think the Titans could win 7 this year? So which team could win? Now the Falcons are 7.5. The Saints are 7.5. The Browns are 6.5. Which one would you bet on?
Yeah, I would have went with the Falcons if you told me like 6.5. I think that roster's pretty talented, at least talented enough that they choked away the NFC South last year. They had a chance to win that thing and threw it away and allowed the Bucs and the Panthers to fight for it. The question is was Saleh simply a guy who could not overcome the Jets? Because no one could. And when you look at what he did there compared to others surrounding him, and with no quarterback, Zach Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, he built up a good defense. So at least in some ways, he can evaluate. I would probably go with him because I am a fan of Cam Ward for obvious reasons, considering my college fandom, and I think he played pretty well, at least better down the stretch. I think there's something there.
Yeah.
There's something there with Cam Ward. The question is, can they build a competent offensive roster around him?
I mean, we keeping a buck right now, we ass.
Yes, Cam, you were asked for the team and yourself at points throughout last season, but I think he was a little better than ass later in the year, and I think he has a shot. And so the Titans do.
I might look at the Browns at 6.5.
Which quarterback do you think is playing for them?
I think Deshaun might play for them.
So how many years out of football has it been? I mean, he's been on a roster, but how many years since he?
It's been a while.
I know it's been maybe half a decade since he played good football, but just actual football. How long has it been? It's a long time.
24.
Okay, so he played in 24. Didn't play well in 24.
Yeah, but he didn't play
much or well.
He was crap, and he was
He hasn't played
but
good.
Since he played good football, 22?
That's half a decade. 22. When did he join the Browns? Was it 22? He sat out 21 with the Texans, right?
He was suspended summer 2022.
He was suspended for quite a bit of 2022 and was not
good.
good.
So 21.
Yeah. I thought he sat out in 21.
He didn't play in 21.
Yeah, he hasn't played good football since like 2020.
And that was a COVID year.
Said it's been half a decade.
Wow. But did you see him in that fur coat in the snow?
Yeah, I don't know how that translates. I mean, Joe Namath wore fur coat too and won a Super
All right,
Bowl.
okay. You pick one. They've got a high win total, 9.5, 10.5, but they've got easy schedules. The Bengals, the Texans, the Jags, Lions, Ravens, Eagles, 49ers.
To go over that number or under?
To go over their number, the Lions, Ravens, Eagles, and 49ers are 10.5. The Bengals, Texans, and Jags are 9.5.
I'm going to go with the 49ers. It's just, look, I'm going to go with this.
Except they're good every other year.
But last year they were good and they're decimated by injury. I'm going to go, they don't deal with those injuries and they're still good. I got them as a team.
I think the Lions or Ravens might bounce back. But that's 10.5. I'd rather have a 9.5 team. I think I'll take the Texans. I think they got the NFC Central. No, they got the NFC East.
Mm-hmm.
They got Giants, Commanders, Cowboys, and Eagles, which is one of the easiest schedules, one of the easiest divisions in the league.
We'll see.
I knew that was coming.
Stop already. They suck.
No. They're average. I mean, if we just want to, for the purposes of the Texans' schedule, the Cowboys are an average football team.
And the AFC North, with the Bengals, the Browns, the Ravens,
and Steelers, which isn't as strong as traditionally you would think when you think about the Ravens. And now, if the Ravens are going to bounce back, and who the Steelers quarterback is going to be, the Browns don't have a quarterback. The Bengals, I'm sure, will muck it up because that's what they do, really, since they had their couple of years with Joe Burrow. I think the AFC North is actually the weaker of the two divisions that they have to face. We'll see if Jaden Daniels
on top of it, they got a first-place schedule. They got the Bills at home again. They've got.
Do they go to Denver? Or is that a home?
They go to the Chargers again. Yes, right here. Let's go.
Is it home the Broncos or on the road? They finished second. Sorry, they finished second. Never mind. I just assumed because that's what they do. That the Texans won the division, but they got the Chargers here.
The Bills here. They got the Bills at home. They got the Chargers in L.A.
What? Okay.
Yeah, and
who's the AFC North team? Is the Ravens?
Yep. So here's the home games. Obviously, the division. They got the Ravens at home, the Bengals at home, the Cowboys, the Giants, and the Bills.
Okay.
And on the road, they got all the division teams. They got the Eagles, Steelers, Commanders, Packers, and Chargers. So, I would over 9.5. That's what the Texans do. That's what the Texans do. So, of all those things, I think I'd take them. And you're going to be better this year because, they got a lot of good football players on offense.
I was wondering what the because was going to be. Why are they going to be better?
Because I don't know if you heard Nick Caserio just say that.
No, I've heard that a couple times.
A lot of good football players,
but he couldn't name more than two. He only named two. He referenced the quarterback as the third. So, as I said before, maybe Nick and I have a different thought about what a lot means. But when I hear a lot, when I hear a lot, particularly when the number is 11, that's the complete number. I go, hey, okay, maybe 7 or 8. Like the defense, you can tell me if he said we got a lot of good football players on defense, I'd be like, you know what?
Yep,
you're right. If I'm combative and I'm Landry Locker because Nick Caserio's being defensive to my question, and he goes, we got a lot of good football players. I go, list them. List them on offense. Go ahead. I'll give you the space. List all the good players on offense. Go.
CJ will be better this year.
We said that for a couple years now.
Right now.
Shred up, Stroud!
Thanks, John Gruden.
Shred 'em, Stroud.
Yeah, it was back when CJ was actually shredding players.
Yeah, he was
and shredding defenses, yeah.
He doesn't shred anymore.
You think he'll be better because you are
I think he'll be better.
Because you're an optimist, right? That's what this is about. Because there's nothing, and their offseason hasn't really even begun. We're just getting started. So there's no real evidence other than we've heard he's working on his game. I think Ian Rappaport, after hearing from Caserio, as Casario called people, the talk's moronic and we're not trading CJ. He's our guy. Of course, Rappaport did his thing, said CJ's been working on his game. We heard CJ was working on his game last offseason too.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping CJ's working on his game.
But the point is that didn't lead to anything. I imagine he is working on his game. Didn't result in anything.
Yeah.
I am done listening to people talk about what the quarterback's doing in the offseason to improve his game. Who cares?
He's going to be better. And the Texans' offensive line is going to lose probably their best player.
Hey, John, remember when everyone was so optimistic about CJ having more control and what that would mean for his game because evil Bobby Slowick was keeping him down? And now Nick Caley was going to come in. Beyond our jokes of, he's going to call the good plays. It was, CJ's going to have more control. It's what he really wants. That's going to lead to great things. Remember that?
No.
Remember when everyone made the assumption that giving the young quarterback more control is going to lead to better results? Everyone was excited. CJ's going to handle this offense, and he's going to because he likes to be Tom Brady. Tom Brady's one of his favorite quarterbacks. He can do that. Okay. Congratulations, everyone, for your dumbass thinking.
Breaking here, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 on ESPN 97.5. Did you happen to see the great party the U.S. hockey team had in Miami?
I'm aware of it. I didn't see any.
I don't know
see
how
any
the
of the clips.
E11 even.
Yeah, I just think they called 11 down there. Yeah, they
11.
went there and had a great time.
Oh, it's 11. They looked. Yeah, I mean it was packed. The bill was $150,000, and Pat McAfee picked it up. He picked up the tab for the whole party, for the whole bar.
Yeah, I mean those guys couldn't afford it.
No. Well, yeah, they can. They're all NHL players.
Yeah, I'm sure Pat really took a burden off of them.
Well, right, but who was going to pick it up? You know, everybody.
It's
all right,
Kachuk's area. I mean,
it's $150,000. I'm not sure they were carrying.
They got credit cards. But either way, they had a great time.
Yeah.
They are Olympic champions, and Pat McAfee inserted himself into the story. Congratulations to him.
And then last night they were at the State of the Union. President Trump announced that he's given Connor Hellebuck the Medal of Freedom, which only like a dozen athletes have ever gotten in history.
Is it freedom or honor? Is he getting the freedom one or the honor one?
He's getting the freedom one, he said.
What are the qualifications to get the Congressional Medal of Freedom?
I have no idea.
Or the Presidential Medal of Freedom, excuse me.
But he said, I asked the team, and if anybody says he shouldn't get it, then I won't. And they all raise their hands.
What are they going to do? You know what? Actually, it's not for him. What are they going to do? Who's going to go up there? I'm just looking at some of the people who have received it in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Luther King Jr., Mother Teresa, and Connor Hellebuck.
Connor Hellebuck.
There it is.
I'm
sure that.
Yeah.
I'm sure that fits.
That's right. I don't know who did more for this country.
Ooh. Well, maybe more than Mother Teresa. Maybe I'll give Connor Hellebuck that.
He crushed Mother Teresa.
I mean, Rosa Parks has gotten it.
Crushed Mother Teresa.
Bob Dylan got it.
That's all we've been talking about. Did you happen to see
Erica Kirk got it?
Who?
Erica Kirk on behalf of Charlie Kirk. So he's been doling them out recently.
Yeah. Throw them around. Did you happen to see any spring training baseball yesterday?
I only know about spring training baseball because of one Mitch Tresiak, who is the umpire who had a bad afternoon.
Well, it wasn't only him. It was, it's going to be this instant replay on balls and strikes is going to be, holy crap. It is going to be interesting to see how this works out this year. Because one guy, that one that you're talking about, missed 5 straight.
Yeah. And all you got to do is tap your helmet. And
that's it.
And you get them to look at it. Yeah, and he missed 5. He is a AAA umpire. Got the call up for an audition. Didn't go well.
Didn't go well at all. I mean, one right down the middle, he called the ball, and the catcher's like, really? Well, let's review it. And 5 straight misses.
It's rough.
Holy crap. And then when he finally got one right,
they applauded
when they
him.
Reviewed it, he got applause
You're
from
getting a Bronx cheer in the Grapefruit League.
Yeah, right.
The umpire is.
It's going to be very interesting this year with that. It's going to be embarrassing for
the umpires, are well adjusted. They'll be fine.
You know who's going to have a rough time of it is C.B. Buckner.
He's still around.
Yeah, he's still around. He's going to have a real rough time of it. I kind of wish Angel Hernandez was still around.
They're going to, and I think the players are going to take a lot of joy. Like some umpires, they don't have a problem with. They'll do it because, hey, I don't think that's a strike or a ball. But there are some that they're going to relish the opportunity to embarrass them after years of having just to deal with their calls when they know it's wrong, getting thrown out of games for reasons.
If you've ever been thrown out by an up and he
was wrong clearly, and then
you're gonna love it.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those. I don't like. Can you taunt an umpire when he's wrong? Like if you tap your helmet, that's the signal. But when you're proven right and he's proven wrong, are we going to see taunting?
I don't know about taunting.
If Bryce Harper, who's probably had his run-ins, or name any player who has a bit of an attitude. When you are proven right, and you've been dealing with this guy who hasn't been able to be put in check by this new system, I gotta believe there's going to be a couple looks at least. Maybe you don't say anything, or maybe you do the whole thing like a baseball player does, where they adjust their helmet, but they look down, but they start mouthing things, but they don't want to completely embarrass the ump. I gotta imagine that's going to happen, and then someone's going to get thrown out.
Yep.
They're going to mouth off after being proven right, and then they'll get thrown out of a game.
No, there's a lot of that going on where they're grousing about a call, and under their breath, or so that the crowd doesn't see it. And if the umpire was just embarrassed by a call, yep, I could see it. There's going to be that, absolutely. Toss from the game. It is. I mean, this isn't going to be good. This isn't going to go good. This isn't going to go well.
A lot of grievances are going to be aired.
Yep. The umpires are going to hate this. As if they don't hate it enough when they're overturned. Wait till it's balls and strikes. And, I mean, it was like every pitch this guy was getting, it seemed like every pitch he was being reviewed.
Well, and what's the rule if you challenge and get it right? Do you maintain a challenge?
You
What's the rule?
maintain it, but I think you only have 2 that you can lose.
Okay. So in theory, an ump can spend an entire inning being corrected as long as the guys are right.
Can spend the whole game.
Well, this is what I'm looking for. I know baseball's done what they've done a great job of making the fan experience better by shortening game times. I'd like a 3.5-hour game strictly based off of umpire calls going the wrong way and the players challenging and getting them right. This is what I'm looking for. Shorten the season to 100 games. And then lengthen game time sometimes because the umpire's having a rough night. Like, I want an 0 for 27 like game for an ump, like the Rockets in the playoffs. Give me one of those where we're talking miss after miss. We're talking 3 per inning. Or half inning even.
It's going to be, I don't know. It's quick. It's nice. The thing about it, it's cool. It's
really
nice.
quick.
It does stop the game, though. Even though it's about 10 seconds, the whole process. It does stop the game. But, there's finally going to be some recourse
accountability
for
the umps.
Bad umpiring.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's going to happen to there are several like baseball Twitter accounts who all they do is put videos up of umps getting the calls wrong. That's kind of their engagement.
Oh yeah. It's
I forgot what they're called though.
Bad umpiring.
Something along the lines of that.
Those
particular accounts are gonna have a good time.
Oh my gosh, it's just gonna be. It's going to be review after review after review after review.
And they can keep beyond keeping track of guys just missing calls, and you got the box up there, and you show the screenshot of him missing. They can keep stats of umps and how often calls are challenged and they're proven wrong. Will baseball use that as a way to filter out some of these bad umps? If ABS, if we're talking about ways to get better umpiring, now you have hard and fast stats that say this umpire is flat out bad at what he does.
Well, you've got that already.
You've already have it, but now you have a sanctioned thing.
Not open it to the public.
Yeah, and now you have something sanctioned that says, hey, baseball is sanctioning this, and this is telling everyone you're bad at what you do. Right. You should not be behind the plate.
Well, yeah, those guys are. Listen, they get graded for and to be in the postseason. Or Angel Hernandez sued the league because he never got to the postseason.
I remember,
and they were. It's on a merit basis that you get to the postseason. So these guys that have the most balls and strike misses are probably not going to get to the postseason, and that's good. That's good. But they've already got the stats on how many they miss. For the most part, they're pretty good. But in critical situations, you better hope you have that in your back pocket. You better, as a manager, you're gonna have to tell these guys, listen,
be judicious.
2 outs, nobody on in the second inning.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I want you, challenging a call. Because there's no, we got to keep that just in case.
Have some discretion. Don't be someone. I know you're free swinging at the plate, but have some discretion when it comes to challenging.
And it's all on the batter and the catcher. And you know what? There's going to be times when those batters go up there and they challenge and they miss, and then you need that later in the game. That's really like in the NBA. They're you see the guys going, in the first quarter, hey, challenge that foul.
Yeah,
And
they do the twirl of their
coach is
finger.
like,
yeah.
no, I ain't challenging that foul.
Yeah, we're talking about the umpire side. We're gonna have players who are bad.
Bad.
They're going to ask for they're going to ask for the challenge, and there's no way for the coach to go, no, don't do it. They'll just ask for it. They're just going to be wrong, and we're going to have stats on that too. Players who are flat out awful when they challenge balls and strikes.
And the manager's going to have to go, dude, don't challenge anymore.
Yeah, you can't do it anymore. Yeah,
you're really bad at this. Okay, stop already because we need those challenges later. All right, 713-780-3776. D'Amico talked about a specific running back at the combine. We will break that down on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. So, D'Amico, listen, it's a lot of Texans today because at the Combine, Nick Caserio met the media. D'Amico at the podium. I'm not sure when this is. Was this morning or is this from late yesterday? Whatever the case may be. D'Amico has met the media, and running back is something that they're going to have to deal with. Joe Mixon, you want to talk about so confusing what Nick Caserio said. Yeah, this offseason we've been in touch with Joe Mixon. He had a surgery on his eye or something. I don't know. And then it was like, yeah, we got, it was like, what is going on? Joe Mixon has been like the biggest. We got more certainty about stuff in the Epstein files than we do about Joe Mixon. It's like crazy. It's crazy how secretive and how confusing this whole Joe Mixon thing is. Anyway, Joe Mixon's not going to be here anymore. Joe was great his 1 year that he played here, and it was awesome. Moving on. So here is D'Amico asked about Travis Etienne because he's a free agent. He can talk about him. Here's D'Amico.
To be clear, this is during a game week. This clip is from when they played the Jags this season.
I didn't think D'Amico had met the media
I think
yet.
if he's doing it, that'll happen today, I think.
Oh, okay. He's up at the podium. Okay,
yeah, it's
so
from a
this
game
is
week.
from okay. That makes more sense. Because we hadn't seen anything else from him. Anyway, he's effusive about Travis Etienne. We don't have to play it. He's effusive about what he thinks about Travis Etienne. Let me ask you this, because it's out there that the Texans are on Kenneth Walker, Rico Dowdle, and Travis Etienne. And then out of nowhere, Mel Kiper comes up with the 28th pick overall. The Houston Texans select Jadarian Price from Notre Dame. It's like, wow, wait a minute. We can't use a first-round pick on a running back. We have to use that on – I don't know if you heard about our offensive line, Mel Kiper, but nobody has us taking a running back with that pick. Would that be surprised? Okay, of all of those players, who do you want?
I would rather have the back who you don't have to pay $8 to $9 million to per year, which would be Jadarian Price. They lack explosiveness from that spot. Woody Marks is fine. He's a fine back, but if we're talking about game breaking type ability, he does not have that. At least not on the NFL levels. From what we see,
one of the worries you have with a rookie is pass protection.
Correct,
and you need that in a running back.
You do. But if you're
on the Texans, you need that desperately.
I get it, but they don't have enough touchdown makers on this team either.
No.
Yes, they have problems, despite what Nick Caserio will tell you about the amount of good football players have. They don't have touchdown makers. They have consistently they have one, Nico Collins. They've drafted Noel and Higgins to possibly be others, but I would like to add to that, and unfortunately, I don't trust Nick Caserio to draft an offensive lineman, so I'd rather have that money devoted to going out if you can find one on the market. They're hard to grab, and if they are out there, you're paying them like you got to pay Tyler Lindenbaum, which the Texans don't have the cash to do. So I would rather pay for the offensive line and go draft the touchdown guys because he has less of a problem finding at least good football players at the skill position than he does drafting offensive linemen. So that would be how I would do it.
Ursary.
We're talking
is
one out of
a success.
We'll see in year two if he was a rookie success. I will say that.
Yeah,
starting at left tackle as a rookie, as a second round pick, he was a rookie success. We'll see how he is in year two, but that's one. Do I think he has more than one in him? I don't trust it. Go draft me a running back and go pay from linemen if you can do that.
No, if I only have to give Dowdle $5 million. I think I would do that. Kenneth Walker. If Charbonnet doesn't get hurt, then we might not. Kenneth Walker's certainly not Super Bowl MVP.
No, he doesn't get the run that he gets on.
Kenneth Walker was just an average NFL running back until the postseason, and then he came on. And I don't know what Kenneth Walker will draw. I'm not sure because of his style of running and everything else. He is the good thing about him is he is a guy who will gain yards after first contact. Then that's kind of another important. That's something else that the Texans really need is a guy who can gain yards after contact because contact comes so soon with the Texans. So Kenneth, I don't know that it depending on how much money Kenneth Walker is gonna attract. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you'd have to pay him. You'd probably have to pay Etienne the most, I would imagine, and then Walker, then Dowdle, then.
Well, Dowdle's got a couple two 1,000-yard seasons back to back, and he doesn't feel like the type, at least from his words, that he's going to look at himself as less than a big time back. From everything he said, he certainly believes that's what he's worth. Like Etienne didn't have a great 2024, but bounced back in 2027 as far as breaking 1,000 yards. He's got 3 of those in 4 seasons. I wonder how that will be treated. Are they all in line to make about what Javonte Williams made from the Cowboys? Is that what we're looking at, $8 to $9 million per year for all of them? Because I don't know that Dowdle is going to look at what Javonte Williams has done over his career and go, nah, I'm worth less than him.
Well, the Cowboys chose everybody over Dowdle, and
were they right?
Yeah, and he's been pretty good. You think they would rather have Dowdle than Javonte Williams right now?
Well, Javonte Williams, after the year one, was very productive for the Cowboys, had clearly his best year, 11 touchdowns, so probably not. They'll say we made a good decision, and he rewarded us with his play.
And he's younger.
Yeah, 25. He's 25 years old, so that might affect Rico Dowdle, but he's kind of laid down the marker that at 27, as AJ pointed out, younger than Javonte Williams, that he's a big-time back. Don't know that $5 million, at least initially, is going to get it done. We'll see how it plays out. But I think he's going to go, hey, I'm right along the lines of all the other guys who are available, and if $8 million's the number, I'm an $8 million back.
Yeah, that's if the market will pay it.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cowboys paid it, but they make stupid decisions. That's what they do.
Well,
right?
They do make dumb decisions sometimes.
No, that's no question. I mean, they let Dowdle go. Nice job, Cowboys. You're
Javonte
stupid.
played better than him this year, but okay.
Javonte played well. I had him on my fantasy team. I thought he'd be good.
You're welcome.
You're saying you're welcome?
Yeah. No,
you're welcome, John.
No, but it's still a stupid decision by the Cowboys. Okay? Because AJ?
You're just coming from a place of hate. Not even
what they do.
reason.
It's what they do. All right, you want Jadarian Price. I don't know that we could use that pick on a running back. I just don't.
Well,
although Lance has said probably the best time to get, Lance's theory is get that 5th year out of that running back, and then it'll be done. You get 5 years out of him, and you're getting them at the 28th pick, not the 1st through 5th or 10th pick. You don't have to use a high pick on them, and yet you still get 5 years out of them. That would be good.
And are you paying? And from what we can tell, the Texans are certainly going to use Woody Marks quite a bit. Are you paying a running back 8 to 9, whatever it might cost, to be a guy who splits time?
That's another thing.
With Woody Marks?
Don't you need you need an every down starter out of the 28th pick?
Oh, don't you need one out of a guy you're paying $8 million a year to?
That too. Well, I don't think they're paying $8 million a year for that position.
Then are you getting Walker Etienne if you're not?
Probably not. Probably not. There's a list here of I'm probably going to get I don't know, Tyler Algier.
That would be more in line with the a second,
Rashad
the
White.
second
How about
to
Kenneth Gainwell?
third tier guy.
You know, I don't know that I've seen a quarterback praise a running back as much as I saw how much Aaron Rodgers loved Kenneth Gainwell this year. Loved Kenneth Gainwell. And Kenneth Gainwell is a guy, you know, if you don't trust or you don't love Woody Marks catching passes out of the backfield, boy, that dude can. Although it's not something the Texans do.
No.
But if you've got Kenneth Gainwell, you throw to the back out of the backfield.
So he's played in Philly, strictly shotgun team. He played in Pittsburgh, and under Aaron Rodgers, they pretty much were exclusively a shotgun team. That is not the case here. I guess the question would be, can Kenneth Gainwell be a guy who fits some of the power stuff the Texans want to do from under center? It's just simply not what he's done on the NFL level. He would be certainly less expensive. I wonder if that's a fit here.
Yeah.
As far as what D'Amico kind of decided last offseason. He talked about it, how he had a decision to make about whether he wanted to be more of a spread team or he wanted to be more of a power team under center, and he chose under center as how he wanted to have this offense look. And I don't know that Kenneth Gainwell fits that. He's big enough, 5'9", 200 pounds. So he's short but not small.
So some cheap guys: Austin Eckler, Najee Harris, Isaiah Pacheco. You know, guys that just in case or they can get on the field. Maybe Woody Marks is your feature back, maybe, and then you just fill in because you can't spend money on that position. You just can't. And I don't think you could use the 28th pick on it either. Just no way. Just no way. All right. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us if you want to. You're more than welcome. Anything we talked about or anything else, you can get in. Right now we're talking about HRP. I'm talking about your business. I'm talking about how you're doing business. I'm talking about your expertise. Your expertise is what you have a business and you're growing and you're thriving and you're just getting bigger and better because of what you do. And whatever you do well. I don't know if you're a roofer, if you're a plumber, if you have a restaurant, if it's a service, whatever service that you deliver, but you've got 15 plus employees all the way up to thousands and thousands of employees, doesn't matter. HRP can handle it with their proprietary technology that, trust me, other people are trying to get away from Mike Holly, but Mike Holly says, no, I'm keeping it. I'm going to continue to service my people the way I am right now. You hear testimonial after testimonial about how good HRP is for them and how good they will be for you. And here's the thing. It doesn't cost you anything. If you have an admin company, HRP will come in and they'll take a look at the way everything is going down, and they'll give you an estimate of what they can do for you and help you. And if you don't have any admin company and you're doing it yourself, this is a great way to find out the way that you're doing business and how you can do it better. HRP will figure that out for you. Join all the list of people that you hear giving testimonials on this show, on this radio station. They love HRP, and you will too. HR and payroll, don't do it yourself. Let them do it. HRP.net. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. We got a couple of callers on the line. 713-780-3776. You want to get in here, you're more than welcome. We take your calls. Well, it's the shortest wait times in the history of radio, okay? So it is La Salsa. La Salsa first here. AJ, is that right? Let's get him in here. Hey, La Salsa, what's going on?
Hey, guys. It's La Salsa. How you doing?
That's the Tom impersonator, not La Salsa. What's going on, Tom or La Salsa?
What's up, Juanito G? ¿Qué pasó, mi amigo?
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué quieres? Wait.
Aren't you excited? Tomorrow Rahil's going to be in. And, you know, his nickname for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a progress report on the weight situation. But I want to.
Well, you're not La Salsa.
No,
you're La
he's not.
Raza.
Yeah. Yeah, John.
What the hell?
What's up, gentlemen? I got you doing. Hey, I actually called in because I want to see. I was disappointed in you, John, because you let Lance Zierlein take the greatest game of all time, male golfer, female golfer, food out the airway. I'm like, John Granado taking orders from Lance? Why are you raising his voice at him, huh? Why?
Well, it wasn't only Lance. My wife kind of had. She was like,
Don't break the fourth wall,
not
John.
great. Not great.
Let Lance take the blame.
Well,
that's the story we're telling.
I'd like to blame him totally, but I don't take no orders from no women, by the way.
I don't take no orders from no draft expert, by the way. You do take orders from a woman.
I do take orders from my wife, though. Yeah. Yeah.
And then also, I didn't get to say what I learned this weekend, but I learned that if my son's on Molly Percocet, I wouldn't put him on the news airway because he got his throat slit.
Yeah, did you see that, John? A kid got his throat slashed, and he survived, and he did an interview with his mom, and yeah, wasn't great for her, considering what state her kid was in while he was on air talking to the national public because of how he survived. It's a story that people want to hear. He might have been under the influence.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was recent because you could still see he was bandaged on his throat. So this happened very recently, and they put him on TV, and he was let's just say he gotten into some stuff beforehand.
He was stuck.
Yeah, and mom was like, you know what? It's the only time we might be able ever to do this, so let's do it anyway.
Is this the Florida kid, Daytona?
I don't know where he's from, but
okay.
He survived that slashing attempt. Yeah, I guess so. Daytona Beach, Florida, and 13 years old, and then went on television. You know, the pain medication, all the stuff. He was high. Let's just say that.
He was wasted. Okay.
Yeah.
And mom had to step in.
It's like a toned down version when you see those kids or adults that they get their wisdom teeth taken out and they're high as hell on the pain medication and they'll say anything. He was like that kind of. He's rubbing his chin. He's doing all these things while mom is telling the story. But hey, let's put the kid on TV.
He's wasted. Well, that's a horrible story.
Yeah, it's not great.
No, it's not great. Sullivan Clark is his name. I'll have to watch it during the break. He don't come in as La Salsa, hijo de la.
Hey,
I didn't say it, but you wait.
And the kid I'm watching this video. The kid was pretty much, as the Brits say, taking a piss out of his mom. His mom was telling this story, and he was like, wasn't that big of a deal. What are you talking about, Mom?
Ain't nothing but a thing.
I know I got this giant bandage on my throat, but relax. You're over-exaggerating what happened.
Oh, yeah, Ma. Just because I got my throat slashed? What?
I don't take no orders from no woman, by the way.
That's right, by the way. Who's next, AJ?
Jim.
Jim?
Yeah.
All right, let's get Jim. I hope it's Jim Ignatowski, but you guys don't know who that is.
Nope.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. How are you? Good. I not that Mel Kiper's been right a lot, but I agree with Dell. I like the Jadarian Price pick. I mean, have you guys seen him? He's explosive. He's a big guy. I guess we'll just have to see what he does in the combine. But I think I saw that he's going to run, and I think he's well over. He's about 220, and I watched some games. He can pass block. I know it's tough when you got our offensive line, but I agree with Dell. I mean, if you look at the better teams in the league, they have another outlet to make a play, and he can go the distance. He's got that kind of speed. So he did have some fumbling problems, so that's not great. But you know, you could get him. You could get him for a good price, and then, like Dell said, I think you got to sign some free agents, and it's hard on the offensive line, but you got to make some changes. And CJ's got to step up. I mean, don't you guys agree? He's just got to step up. That's the main thing.
Oh yeah.
And he's got happy feet right now. Yeah. So that's what I got. I love listening to you guys. Been listening for 20-something years, long time. So thanks.
Appreciate
All
it, Jim. Thank you.
Appreciate
Mostly for saying I'm right. Thank you. Or at least he agrees with me.
Listen, I mean, I don't think it wouldn't be horrible. That would be okay by me, I guess. It would be something I don't think they'll do, but
yes, he scored.
He couldn't even start for his own college team.
And the back in question is going to be a top 10 pick. He scored 11 touchdowns in limited opportunities. How about that? Isn't that nice? 11 touchdowns on 113 carries.
Who was a backup running back that was a standout in the NFL? You remember Auburn had two guys.
They had Ronnie and Cadillac, yeah.
Yeah. And then who was the Longhorn that went to the Chiefs?
Jamal Charles.
No, he started. There was
You mean Priest Holmes?
Priest Holmes. That was one. He wasn't even a starter at Texas for the most part, and then he
had the big game against
Nebraska. Had a real nice NFL career.
Yeah, had a great NFL career. Had the big game against Nebraska, and was it the first ever Big 12 title game back in '96, maybe something like that? And that's where people found out about Priest Holmes. Jadarian Price, he had to share the backfield with Jeremiah Love, but as I said, the Texans need people who can score touchdowns. He scored 11 in 113 carries, and that's not even taking into account what he can be as a kick returner if they decide to do that with him. Of course, they have Jalen Knoll for that as well. So I'm just trying to find ways to make this offense more explosive. They don't have a lot of those guys.
It's interesting. So you're going to if it's going to be $8 million, the Texans ain't spend. I don't know. Are the Texans going to spend $8 million on a guard? Probably not.
I would rather have the funds allocated there at a place where they've proven to not be able to get guys of value through the draft. Find a way there, and then go draft a playmaker or two. Although maybe it doesn't have to be in the first round. We are centering it on the first round because that's what Mel Kiper has for Jadarian Price. But you could find a back. Oh well, to be honest with you, actually, Lance doesn't like this running back draft, so maybe you do have to get.
Well, he does
there.
Like Price though.
Yeah, but I was going to say there's not a lot after Price. He doesn't like this draft class
Coleman.
for running backs. So maybe you do have to get him there if you're looking to find a back who can help you. Because Nick Caserio talked about the running back room, and of course it all leads back to Joe Mixon's status. But he mentioned Woody and of course Jawar Jordan. I think got to mention as well. But he let it be known that adding to the running back room is probably something they're going to do right now because you can't really enter the season with just 3. So, and that's excluding the Joe Mixon situation right now. So, whether it comes through free agency at a second-tier type back or through the draft, I wouldn't be surprised if they devote some resources there.
Yeah, there aren't a lot. There's not a lot of great running backs in this draft, but that's going to be interesting to see how they go about this. I think it'd be a good plan. Hey, listen, dude can play. There's no question about it. And I mean, it fits right into Lance's narrative about getting running backs late in the first round. That's where the value is, because after 5 years, you get rid of them and maybe Jadarian Price is going to be a big time back. We'll see. And that'll be a nice 1-2 with a bigger guy plus Woody. That'd be a nice 1-2.
I looked him up. I don't know what he's going to measure or weigh at the combine, but if you just go by the stats right now, he's 5'11", 209, so he's fine. He's got fine size, but he can run. He runs faster than his size would suggest. If he times out the way he looks on the field, we're talking like maybe low 4.4s for a guy over 200 pounds at the running back spot. I love it.
That's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough. That's really good. Yep. We'll see. 713-780-3776. You guys got thoughts? You're more than welcome to get in here. Thanks for the call, Jim, and whoever you are now.
It was
whatever
Larasa.
And now I know he's Tom. Hey, guys. Okay, Tom on a mobile? That's terrible. Time to talk about Houston Powder Coaters and Robin and what they're doing. And I mention this because this will give you an indication of what Houston Powder Coaters means business-wise in this city, because the city's hired them to go around and make sure that we're looking great for the World Cup that's coming up. And so you may see them out there, Houston Powder Coaters, out there fixing lampposts or park benches, making them look great, doing the Lord's work for us in the city of Houston to make sure that everybody that comes, and we got a great World Cup lineup coming. And those people who are going to come here and they're going to see our city, and we want to put our best foot forward. And how are we doing that? With Houston Powder Coaters. And you can too. If your patio furniture, if your car parts, if your boat parts, if your smoker, whatever it is that you have that's metal, that's not looking great, you might have an old refrigerator, like one of those old ones, Frigidaire from the 20s or 30s or 40s or whatever. You may have some kind of a metal signage that's old that you want to look new again. You know what? Houston Powder Coaters, because they're going to make their job. They're going to do the job right. You're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is. Go with the company that's got the 5-star reviews, free pickup and delivery for residential. You're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is that you need powder coated. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Rockets got Sacramento tonight. No Amen. He's got a quad issue he picked up late in the Utah game. I think it's been bothering him some. Anyway, they got Sacramento at home, and without Amen, they should still be okay. They should. I guess Reed starts tonight. I guess he's got to play Reed, and he's going to hate it. He's going to hate his life because he's got to play Reed Shepherd. I just feel like I don't know. I mean, the way that this offense struggles and how he uses Reed Shepherd, not that Reed has been spectacular at all, but when you have to have a bucket, you want somebody out there that can actually make one. And, maybe Reed isn't, you're one of the best three-point shooters. He isn't. But, man, he's capable.
I mean, he's up to 39% from the field. From three. So
that's okay.
Yeah, on six attempts,
when they
you have 39%.
To have a three, or they're in such a slump trying to find any way to score a basket, he's sitting on the bench.
Well, we know the philosophy that this coach wants. At least we've seen it
guess
so
what?
far. It is he would rather lose with his best five defensively on the floor. Of course, Kevin Durant will be there. So there is some movement there, but when he will lean defense, that's who he is. It's one of the reasons Sean and I have talked about. Why did you should if Ime, we assume, we don't know, we're just guessing. If Ime had his way, he would have just taken Stephon Castle in that draft. Bigger, point of attack defender who can handle the basketball. Can't shoot as well, but what fits the profile of an Ime player right now? If he had his way, wouldn't you think he would just take him the bigger guard who's the defender? And we've had, or you guys talked to Rafael Stone, and Rafael Stone said Reed Shepherd had to be very important this year when he joined the show before the season. He was big on Reed. It's not just he likes him. Reed had to be a guy who played well for them to get to where they want to go. And as I said, the shooting numbers have gone up beyond the arc. But overall, the coach who decides rotations ain't all enamored with Reed Shepherd. He'll play or he won't play depending on how Ime feels. And you talked about it. Those fourth quarters that go poorly, why wouldn't you have a guy who can at least knock down a shot?
Yeah.
It's not something he overvalues, I guess, or even values more than what you're doing on the other end of the floor.
And it's not like this is, last year's Cougs team that just is that's going to put a clamp on you defensively. I mean, they're still scoring points off of no matter which team they have out there. The Knicks game is proof of that. They're still able to score at will, and yet you don't have, with 5:12 left or 5:41 left in the game, you take one of your best scorers out, and the Knicks were still scoring at will on you, but you limited yourself offensively. I mean, I don't know what he has that he sits Reed during these critical. Case in point, they had to have a three with 3 seconds to go in whatever game it was, however long ago, and Reed Shepherd's not on the floor. I mean, that's just unbelievable to me. Your best three-point shooter, arguably your best three-point shooter, and he's sitting there when you have to have a three at the end of the game. There's something about that just is – I don't get it.
What would be the explanation other than he's just not one of his guys right now?
I guess he's not what fits that mold, right?
Yeah, just look at how the roster's built. I mean, other than Fred, whose importance grows by every game he misses at this point, for at least in the eyes of the Rockets. Look at that roster, and beyond the jokes of Reed is white, whatever. But look at the roster, how it's built. Who's the guy who doesn't look like the other guys as far as dimensions and how they play? You got long, big, strong guys across the rotation. Even your favorite Dorian Finney-Smith is another guy who AJ hadn't heard that before. I think fits the profile of what the rest of the roster looks like. Reed Shepherd is the one guy. I guess you want to throw Aaron Holiday in there as well, but he rarely plays now. He's the one guy who doesn't fit.
Yep. White guy.
No, that's not what I meant.
Racist.
Steven Adams is the white guy, and he's big and strong. What I'm saying is,
how much does he put him on the floor?
well,
now?
he's hurt. You know that. But as
Racist.
far as non-6'11", 7-footers, look at the type. Look at Ime's type, or I guess Rafael Stone's type too. He's the one making the picks. Look at all those guys.
I don't want to talk about Rafael Stone's type.
I just know what type of basketball player he is drafted,
yeah.
and I know what type of basketball player Ime Udoka plays. Reed Shepherd don't fit the profile.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a shame. It's a shame, too, because Whitey's got one chance on this team.
I don't know that we should just, reduce it to him being Whitey.
Well, is he white or not?
I don't know if that matters in this case, though. I don't think
You
it's
don't
the
know?
reason.
You don't know?
Well, I just said I don't know if it matters. You do this a
So,
lot.
that's
When
what-
I
and I
actually
agreed
say,
with you.
no, but you have a tone that's accusatory. You don't know? Yeah, I said that. I just said I don't know. That's part of the discussion. I don't know that him being white has anything to do with why he doesn't play.
You don't know.
You're right. I just told you I don't know. Thank you
Yep.
for confirming what I said.
Mm-hmm. That's all I'm saying. I agree with you for once.
Yeah, thank you. Just like Jim does.
Yep. All right. That's two people in the world that agree with
It's
you.
not true.
All right. Break in here, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. All right, welcome back here. Our final hour. No Lance. He's going to be out for a little while, taking a mental health break here.
Is that true?
Well, is he going to?
He's not here, but is it strictly a mental health thing?
Is he mental?
I mean, some would
Well,
classify
he's not going
him
to
as
Germany.
mental, but is that why he's not here?
Well, it is a mental break when you take a vacation.
Oh, so it's a vacation then. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out.
Right. I don't,
because I don't ask questions. I don't care
ask
that much
questions
about
either.
where he is.
All
but
I know is he's not here. That's all I know.
yeah, he'll be back at some point. But is that breaking news that he'll be back, or do we actually have breaking news?
Or that he's. Yeah, you play that.
He's just playing sound. Lance being Lance sound.
Lance sounds?
Yeah, I think that's what that was. But we will have Raheel. If you didn't know, Raheel's been promoting his appearance for a little bit now. Raheel will be where I am starting tomorrow.
Is there a better self-promoter than Raheel?
I mean, not one that I know of.
No.
I mean, he does love to let everyone know what he's doing.
Yes.
And he'll be in tomorrow along with John and I. So
yes.
Get ready for that.
And no AJ. We're trading AJ for Raheel. I'm not sure that's a great trade.
It's not great. The value isn't great. Raheel is probably, or at least certainly has a more expensive way about him. He thinks he's worth more than he actually is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like the Joe Mixon of this show.
Well, what's his foot look like? I don't know if he's Joe Mixon. I don't know if he's Joe Mixon.
The unathletic Joe Mixon.
He's probably the diva receiver of the show. I would say that.
He's the Braxton Berrios?
Not even. He would be insulted by that, by the way. Raheel would be. I don't know about Braxton. He's more like he's more a non-productive Terrell Owens.
How about the Odell of this show?
Well, yeah, he flashed pretty quickly.
Yeah.
He took a questionable picture on a boat or near a body of water. Remember, the Raheel roll picture was near a body of water, and Odell was on that boat with all the other Giants in their jeans and boots and tennis shoes, shirtless. If you remember that photo, it was very odd. And then they went on to lose a playoff game, I think.
And he's a cancer.
And Odell's never been the same since.
Odell, cancer. We got accusation, and that's Raheel.
Raheel, yeah. Since he did that Raheel roll picture, it's been all downhill.
Yeah.
Much like you like to mention. Oh, actually, to be honest, he didn't get fired from. Well, it happened once. He left once, and then he got fired once.
Yeah.
He's still behind me in that regard, but it happens.
Yeah. But yeah, deservedly so.
Well, that's your words, not mine. I won't even go that far.
I mean, deservedly so that he's coming back. That's what I mean.
Oh, that's what you meant. I'm glad you cleaned that up. Yeah, Raheel will be filling in for Lance quite a bit over the next week or so. So he'll join us. I'm sure he'll have another insulting nickname for Albert Shingun when he gets here.
We can't have that.
No,
we really can't.
You can't call our star player
that. Do you want
Turkey
on us again? That was a little scary if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, we're going to have to ask him to refrain from calling our star player an overweight tortoise.
Overweight tortoise.
Those were his words.
I know
I don't agree with those words.
I don't love those words. If you want to know the truth,
it's not. I don't. Yeah, Baby Jokic was better. If we're talking about nicknames, the Baby Jokic nickname far better than overweight tortoise.
So have you seen lately? There's a backlash on Luka lately.
Yeah, it's the most critical you can be of a star player for the local team, like the local announced team. Like they have to, of course, dance around certain things. You can't just call out Luka. You got a real problem. But they're sick of it too.
Yeah, it's that he complains every time down the floor. Even their announcers, I just saw a clip. They're like, "You got to get back."
Yeah, that's what I was referencing. It was Stu Lance. I forgot who's been around a long time. He was working with Chick Hearn. I don't remember who the play-by-play guy is now. But Luka, you gotta get back, in that tone, and then it wound up. They're gonna get an open look, and they got an open look. I think it was either an and one or an attempt at the rim that led to a foul.
And right after the play, he went right back to the ref.
Yeah. He was behind the ref because he was complaining about what he thought was a foul, and then he never really got back into the play. They were playing 5-on-4, I think even the announcer said they're playing 5-on-4, and he went right back to it. He wasn't like that early with the Lakers, but he's back to form.
Have you seen? So Jalen Green, since 3 games since Devin Booker went down.
Yeah.
Have you seen his tour dates?
Yeah, even his game winner.
Yeah,
was a game where he was on a tour date in June, I think. It was a tour date in June. Now he had a tour date in May.
For those
last
of you who
night.
don't know what tour dates are, it's his field goals, field goals and attempts.
Yeah, and it's not like an early date in the
No.
It's not like an early date in the month. It's late in the month.
Well,
so like May 24th is what we're saying. 5/24.
Well, hey, how about 6/26?
Well, I said he had a tour date in June in the game he actually won.
He had 2 in June.
And yesterday, against the Celtics, he had a tour date in May. 5 of 18.
5 for 18.
And
against Portland, it was 6 for 16.
You know what? I'll take something back. He had his 3-point stats were
his
early.
Three-pointers are all January and February.
Early in January, 1 of 8.
1 of 7, 1 of 8, 1 of 7, 2 for 11. Wow. 2/11, that's my birthday. Thank you, Jalen.
I don't know if he was honoring you with that.
He might have
but
been.
With no Devin
You don't
Booker, I doubt it. You haven't said great things about him. Devin Booker and Dillon Brooks out. Who does it fall to now that he's back in the lineup to take all the shots? Jalen
18
Green.
shots, 13 points. 16 shots, 13 points. 26 shots, 16 points.
Don't forget about the minus 33 last night.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't forget about that.
Minus 33. Holy crap, Jalen. And you know, we had and Sam put it out there. Was the the Kevin Durant trade a positive or a negative? And it's a positive, okay? I had all kinds of responses from that. Yes, it's a positive. There's no question. You are, relatively speaking, about the same team that you were last year, record-wise, identical at 34-21. Now you're 35-21. That team was 35-21 as well, last year's team. But I still believe you have a better shot this year. You're still a better team than you were last year, despite the same record.
So
you have more potential this year than you had last year.
So that team, as you mentioned, 35-21, they went on a big-time winning streak starting March 6th, where they ripped off maybe 12 out of 13, something along those lines. So while we say the records are the same, well, I guess the Rockets, this team could rip off a big-time winning streak, but they're unlikely to match that final win total if we just go by where they are, unless they do get a big winning streak going. But to your point, I do think because of Kevin Durant, they have a better shot. Because Jalen Green, we're given the numbers from his most recent stretch. He was just as bad in the playoffs with the Rockets. He was awful, except for one game, Game 2. He openly admitted to the lights being too bright in Game 1, and that continued after Game 2. So you're not going to get that type of volatility. Kevin Durant, even on bad nights, will go get you 24, 25, and it may not be on great efficiency, but he'll still go get you there. Jalen wasn't doing that even in the playoffs. Question is,
especially in the playoffs,
is being better than what you were last year good enough? Fine, as far as your chances, because this was even with I know Fred's very important. They tell us, and it's playing out. This was supposed to be a team that at least could contend for a Western Conference Finals, and depending on the series, they could win a first-round series. I'm not ruling that out. But they would have to get a very favorable matchup, like an upset in round 1 for the other contenders, for me to think they're making a Western Conference Finals the way they're playing right now.
You know what's scary is San Antonio.
Yeah.
They're 4-1 against the Thunder this year.
And they just whooped on the Pistons.
The Pistons, they got a winning record against all of the contenders in the West. They got a winning record against everybody.
It's not the biggest problem. The Rockets got their own problem. But the fact that San Antonio is probably ahead of schedule, that's not great for the Rockets' chances. We talk about windows. How large is your window if OKC and San Antonio are there to try to close it? I know it happened this week again. The inevitable discussion about should they have been more active in trying to get Giannis? Why weren't they really? The point is, you think your window is open. You've got OKC and San Antonio. What's your actual window if those two teams stay healthy? You're not going to be better than them.
Yeah, and that's not even including Denver or Minnesota.
Yeah, forget about the teams who have Anthony Edwards and Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
We're talking about Shea and the rest of the Thunder. We're talking about Wemby and that Spurs team who have accelerated their window. Their window's open now. When we thought we might have a year or two before it came open, it's open now. We've seen what, at least as a regular season team, what they could do against OKC. We'll see if they need their nose bloodied in the playoffs before they're ready to go. I get it. You love young players. I'm in Alpi. I'm not even suggesting trading them. But the thought of you've got this long window, you've got two behemoths already in the West. Yeah. And we're not even talking about the teams who've done it and had deep playoff runs like the Wolves and the Nuggets.
No, this window thing is, and you want to go get Giannis, who's older, right? Big perk. Settle down on the Giannis thing.
I just, while the Giannis thing, whatever, 30-plus years old, you don't want to do it, fine, whatever. That's a decision. I just don't know that banking on, hey, our guys are just going to keep getting better, and when the time is right, they're going to strike. The Spurs are full of young guys who would have the same reasoning. We're going to get better, and if you don't know, the oldest player that matters on that Thunder team really is Shea. Jalen Williams young, Chet young, depth-wise, got a bunch of guys in their early to mid-20s. It's rough out here.
Yep. Oh no, it ain't easy. Them waters are holy crap. You come out of the West, and honestly, I don't think the Pistons or the Knicks can beat whoever comes out of the West. No way. And I don't know that the Knicks can possibly get past the Pistons. They've been beating their ass.
It's a bad matchup for them.
It's a bad matchup for them. All right, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. You got any thoughts on this or anything else? We'll get back to the Texans and what Nick Caserio had to say after this. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Combine, Nick Caserio met the media yesterday. Had a lot of stuff to say. There's a lot of stuff you could pick at. One of them is the offensive line. Probably going to lose Ed Ingram. He's probably the Texans. He's going to be making more money than the Texans are going to be able to pay. So you're going to lose one of your best offensive linemen. When asked if his focus, this is interesting. I want to hear what you think about this. When asked if offensive line is going to be a focus in the draft, here is what Nick Caserio had to say. Not playing, AJ?
Yeah, we'll work on it. I can't hear it.
I can't hear it either.
No. So we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. Here I can break it down for you. He had to say, wait, I'm gonna find it for you. He had to say this: we're typically taking the best players. I would say, as it pertains to the offensive line, honestly, it's probably one of the best years we had since I've been here. I think we gave up the least amount of sacks, or second fewest, in the history of the organization, with the most improvement from a sack production from one year to the next. I think it was us and the Chicago Bears. Honestly, our offensive line actually played pretty good last year, so maybe I was looking at a different film. But we're going to look at who we feel are the best players that we think are going to help us try to put together a good team. This is a bit of data dredging. To say because it's the second fewest in the history of the organization, second fewest sacks, and the most improvement from a sacks, that just means you really sucked last year.
Mm-hmm.
So did the Bears. I mean, they were awful.
The Bears spent a lot of money
yes.
to improve their offensive line. Trades, they did a lot.
So this is okay. Did they open up? How'd you run the football? How did I guess lack of sacks, but what was the pressure rate? Sacks are, like, to me, I think are one of the most overrated statistics in sports. I know it's awfully important, but if you get one sack a game, you get 17 sacks, they're going to pay you $40 million a year. One sack a game does not make a huge – how many pressures, how many quarterback rush hurries, how many times have you hit the quarterback? I mean, how many times are you make tackles for loss? I mean, these things – I know sacks, yes, it's a down and it's yards. But one a game is a great, great, great player.
Well, that's the Will Campbell stuff that came back to haunt. What came back to haunt him because he was giving up more than that a game in the playoffs. So Nick Caserio,
I've been saying this for years.
The stats,
I think, and Lance is like, no, sacks are the most important. I'm like,
well, generally speaking, the guys getting
12 sacks in a year.
But the thing is, guys who get 12 sacks, unless you had your thing with Mario Williams, he would get sacks because no one would block. No one would block him sometimes.
Right.
But generally, guys who are getting double-digit sacks, they are affecting the quarterback on the downs they don't get sacks. So I get what you're saying. If it was simply a guy had one good play a game and he got a sack, you're going to make yourself a lot of money, but how you're affecting the game otherwise. Generally, the pass rushers, even if it's just one sack or half a sack, they're wreaking havoc throughout the game. To Nick Caserio's stat line, or the ones he's reciting, the Texans gave up 31 sacks this season. That ranked them behind 23 other teams as far as more sacks given up. So, or at least tied with a couple like the Steelers and the Cowboys. But other than that, 21 other teams gave up more sacks than the Texans. So that number may be true on its face as far as what they've done to improve. But did your quarterback look all that comfortable? Isn't that more important than the number of sacks you've given up? How did your quarterback look, particularly late? How did your offensive line play against the best teams they faced all year, the best defenses they faced all year? So fine. The numbers are the numbers. Pat yourself on the back. But what was the end result for your quarterback? And in a game where your quarterback was shook and didn't play well, was not just didn't play well, he was absolutely awful. Did that offensive line take over against the Patriots and run the ball down their throat to win the game? No. They got bullied against the Patriots. So, fine. The number is better than last year. But when it mattered, what did they look like? How did their play affect their quarterback? Dalton Schultz, in defending his quarterback, said, yeah, he turned the ball over, but how many times was someone in his lap when he turned the ball over? The play, the pick six, he made an awful decision, but he didn't do it from a clean pocket. So fine. Caserio has a way about him where he likes to say things and say it in a tone like you don't have your own eyes to watch things. And
well, and again, I guess I'm watching different film.
Yeah.
How many? Okay, where did the Texans finish yards per carry?
Oh, he wouldn't recite that. That doesn't help.
Where do you think they finished?
Don't have it in front of me, but if I would go by what I was watching throughout the year, 24th?
They were 28th.
Okay.
29th. 29th in the league, 3.9. Well, they tied the Browns at 3.9.
Okay.
Tied for 28th. Now, I will say this. The Ravens are one. They have a running quarterback. The Bills have a running quarterback. Yeah. They were number 2. How much did Caleb run?
I mean, he scrambled. I don't know.
Well, they had Swift and Monange were really good.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Bears.
The Dolphins have Achane.
Yeah.
The Commanders finished 5th. Brian Robinson Jr. and
he was a 49er for most of the year, right? Didn't they?
Yeah.
He decided he wasn't happy there, so they moved him to the Niners.
The Rams, I see. The Lions, I see. But the Texans, the worst in the league was the Raiders, who have used their top pick on Genti. The Saints, the 49ers, and then the Texans and Browns. I guess, the 49ers, you can be a good team and not be able to run the football.
And the Texans won double-digit games, so you can do that. But moments,
for the Jags are down there. The Seahawks actually averaged 4.1, which is another thing about whether or not how much you're going to give Kenneth Walker, because he actually wasn't even their feature back for most of the season, and yet what's he going to command? Because he was Super Bowl MVP. But this Nick Caserio again. I don't know what you guys are watching. We're not worried about the offensive line. I don't know why you guys would be worried about the offensive line.
And using the Texans' history of offensive line play,
yeah,
as a way to uplift the unit from 2025 is not the way to go about it, because anyone who does any research will look at the Texans' offensive lines during the Nick Caserio tenure and immediately before will tell you those offensive lines weren't good. Like, you had Max Sharping on those lines. Julian Davenport started a lot of games. Sure, if you go back to the Kubiak era, you had a couple good offensive lines. But the Texans' genesis is their offensive line breaking their number 1 overall pick. It's been a long run of below-average offensive line play. You ain't getting comped to the Hogs of yesteryear. The Texans aren't known to have competent offensive line play. You're like the tallest little person, Nick Caserio, in 2025.
Wow.
Your O-line was the tallest little person as far as Texans history is concerned. Well, not even the tallest, because from 11 to 10, 11, and 12 were better than this one. Cut it out. It's one of the better offensive lines in Texans history. Stop it. That's not saying anything.
That is not, and it's not even true.
Yeah.
It's not even true. Paul wants to talk about Nick Caserio. Hey, Paul.
Hey, how you doing, fellas? Nick Caserio is one of the most arrogant GMs in Texans history. And I say that because it's like he refuses to admit his mistakes, and he acts like the fans don't like. We don't see what we're seeing. You know, the Texans' offensive line, they don't pass the eye test. Forget about the statistics. Forget about all that. They just don't pass the eye test. And I think that Caserio just has a hard time admitting his weak points. Here's another thing. What do the Texans have against consultants? You know, like bring somebody in to help you where you're weak at. Caserio, he has had some good drafts, but I just think that they will never get over the hump because he's so arrogant about not admitting that he needs help, and they need help. So that's all I got, fellas. Have a good one.
Give Jeff Stoutland $4 million to just sit around and evaluate. He doesn't have a job. I don't know if he wants to do anything after his exit from the Eagles. Ask him what it would take to come in. And even if he doesn't want to be the O-line coach, you don't want to get rid of Cole Popovich, I would just hire him to consult on the draft. If you're going to attack the offensive line in the draft, Jeff Stoutland, the famous former Eagles O-line coach, just bring him in as a consultant and ask him what would it take to get us where we need to be. I mean, Cal's got money. Have Cal break off $2 million of Jeff Stoutland for the offseason, for the draft process.
I think he'd do it for $1 million.
Whatever it takes.
For a couple of months.
I mean,
take a few months before the draft. Take a look at everything we're doing.
Evaluate our
Popovich.
prospects. Yeah, work with him on the guys currently on the roster.
Right.
Evaluate the guys in the draft. Look at free agents you think will fit what we want to do. And maybe you don't
look at Popovich's schemes.
Maybe
have him look at what each guy needs to do. Yeah,
it doesn't have to be public.
But there are two. Listen, listen. That's maybe a little because people hire. They hire people.
I'm sure they hire people to help. But I don't know what would stop them from going, hey, Coach Stoutland, you want to help us out for a couple months? We'll break you off something nice. And you help us in this process as we try to fix our offensive line, if they even believe it needs fixing.
Yeah. Yep. That would be, but they ain't doing that. Listen. Caserio comes from New England. You know what happens in New England, or happened in New England for all those years? It's arrogance.
Well,
that's what happened.
What is Dante Scarnecchia up to then? Fine. If you must stick with New England, go talk to him.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great.
If it has to be that way,
Popovich
the Patriots
worked
way.
With him too.
This is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Maybe who knows? Maybe he has this. Maybe they talked to him anyway. But
you don't mind spending Cal's money, do you?
Yeah, it's not my money. I'm unlike you and Jim Crane, where you are very concerned. Him and the books and other people who you shouldn't be concerned with their money.
No, Jim Crane. You don't mind spending their money, boy.
I don't mind because you know why? They got plenty. They got plenty. And because at some point, well, I don't live in Harris County. They're going to be asking Harris County residents for more money when it comes to building their new stadium. So spend it now, Cal, because you're just going to ask for it back.
Maybe not Harris County.
Well, maybe.
We'll see.
H-Town.
There's Cal. Cal, you've rebuilt your reputation from one that people think, well, it didn't help when quarterbacks on your own team were telling people that you were playing video games without a chair in your office. So that didn't help your cause. But he went from, oh, boy, Cal's going to be owning this team. What the hell is going to happen to throwing up the H, barbecuing, wearing chains, everyone loves him. He's got the outline of his face on shirts. That's where Cal is right now.
It's always fun to win.
It is, right? You know how you win in the NFL? Get a good offensive line, Cal. Break off a check to Jeff Stoutland and get it done. Or someone.
Okay.
Why do you have so many Cal sounders?
It's on Brian's page.
Oh, there's so many.
There's like 5 more.
All right, let's break. We finish it up. Well, we got what did we miss?
We got our penultimate segment, right?
Right.
AJ, you have to fill in for me and tell John what he missed.
What we missed. We'll do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, some stuff out there. Cowboys cannot be dumber. Did you see how much they're going to give Brandon Aubrey?
We're not going to give him that. That's the dispute.
No, they're going to give him.
He's being greedy.
I thought this was a segment where AJ tells us what we missed.
Right. Well, I've got some stuff that I'm bringing, and then AJ.
Okay, and you start
then
with.
We'll ask AJ.
And you start with how dumb the Cowboys are.
How dumb the Cowboys
are. Even though you may be taking the wrong angle on that story.
No, they're gonna give him $10 million.
No, they're not. They're gonna put the franchise tender on them, and if someone else is stupid enough to give them that, we'll take their pick.
Well,
it's tough on you when you've got a Cowboy fan refuting things with actual facts.
Anyway.
It's tough.
No. That is not a fact.
Okay.
It is.
They're going to give him $10 million, and
okay.
I love everything. And they don't have any defensive players. I love the Cowboys. Keep it up, Jared.
You can't even name their DC.
You're doing great, Jared.
Don't bring facts to this conversation. When John is on his Cowboy stuff, you don't bring actual information. You're not in a spot. You don't understand what this is. Don't bring facts. Let that man go.
So, looks like Trent Williams and the 49ers are on their way to a divorce. And Texans fans are like, you're 7 years too late.
Do people actually remember the circumstances surrounding
He was out in the street. He was playing Wildcat Golf Club, and the Texans needed a tackle, so they went and gave up 2 first-rounders for Laramie Tunsil instead of signing Trent Williams. Dumbest thing in franchise history.
Trent Williams certainly would have been a culture setter. I don't think the Texans would have traded Trent Williams at any point because he was bad for the young offensive lineman.
And then they had to make Laramie Tunsil the highest paid left tackle in the league because he had him by the short hairs.
You know, it's part of my personality to remember him this way, but the thing I will remember Laramie Tunsil the most for is him accusing the referees of targeting him. When he would commit false starts.
Yeah,
he would move early, and he would go, hey, they're out to get me. That's my favorite Laramie Tunsil moment.
Yeah.
Now he's the Commander's problem.
And you know what? And now his penalties are down.
Well,
Ursery had more penalties than him this year.
Well, maybe the left tackle position for the Texans is some places are quarterback U. Penn State's been called linebacker U. DBU's up for debate, depending if you talk to an LSU person, Ohio State person, or Texas people at times. Maybe Texans left tackle is a spot where the referees just have it out for you.
Maybe. That's it. Maybe they just target
Did they target Dwayne Brown? Did Dwayne Brown have a lot of false starts when he was here?
I don't know that he had a lot of penalties. I'm not sure.
I don't know that. So maybe it started with Laramie, and now Ursery is the guy after the guy, so he has to catch it too.
The Astros were 6 of 6 on challenges yesterday.
Is it just minor league umpires right now? Are we gonna have to be dealing with this all year?
They'll miss 6 calls. They'll miss that.
Jeez,
absolutely, they'll miss. I mean,
but that's 6 for the Astros. What about the other team?
Yeah, them too. I mean, there's at least 12, 15.
So we're gonna have like an average of 7 challenges per team a game.
Yeah, I guess.
Good luck with
6 for 6.
Well, at least you know what you're seeing. Good eye at the plate for those Astros.
So the league high for kickers is 6.4. Cowboys are offering more than that.
Not 10 though, right?
No,
it's like
but
7.5.
7.5. And he's asking for 10?
He's asking
apparently.
for 10.
Wait.
And they're going to have to give it to him.
No, we're not.
Yeah, you are.
Kicker is actually replaceable. There's a lot of people making 60-yard field goals.
It's going to be so great when you don't have a defensive tackle and you're giving.
We have Quinnen Williams,
Yes.
Kenny Clark, and
This
also
is
Digazua.
this is the problem.
How about your defensive ends? How they doing?
Well, that's
We're about to
different.
build that,
But you
yeah.
said tackles. Don't bring facts to this, AJ. Let that man go.
No. Listen, your team's garbage.
He goes, you don't have defensive tackles.
Your team.
Your offense was equally as bad as our defense.
I meant ends. Okay. And you know what? Defensive line. You don't have any linebackers. You don't have any defensive ends. Congratulations. Your team sucks.
2 first-round picks.
The never-ending John versus this no offense, AJ, this middling team he has to attack. Why? Who cares? I know you love, but how many Cowboy fans? Well, I guess there are a lot of them, but who are you speaking to? Like, they're not a thing right now. If they're good,
so irrelevant.
Look, honestly,
I'm keeping them relevant.
You started off the 7 talking about them.
I keep them relevant.
Why do you want to do that? Why?
I just love
what joy? I know you take some joy from ripping them.
Yeah.
But did it comfort you that they weren't in the playoffs while CJ was throwing a pick six to Marcus Jones?
Yeah, we were in the playoffs. We were relevant.
But at the moment that CJ, as you watched that pick six get returned for a touchdown, did you think to yourself, man, at least we're not the Cowboys? Did you think that at the moment, or are you wallowing in your quarterback playing terribly?
Yeah. I did.
Wait, so John,
I still would rather see my guy throw a pick
I don't
six
know,
than,
man.
Than sitting at home.
I don't know. Watching that game in the misery, I don't know if I would rather have the opposite. I'd rather have my team not in the playoffs and watch my quarterback do what he did. That's awful. That was an awful experience.
Well,
4 picks in the first half.
But at least we were watching our team.
Wait, but did you enjoy it?
No.
No.
Not in the least.
John, I have a question. So before the Texans were created in my year of birth, who was your team before them?
It was who were you rooting for between the Oilers leaving and the Texans coming around? Did you just watch? Were you like Rob Lowe? You just put an NFL hat on and you just watched the games?
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't have anybody. I mean, I left the Bears a long time ago because I was a Saints guy for a while because I was in Lafayette. Wherever I go, whatever city I'm working,
he's a transient fan.
That's who you cover, and you get to know the guys, and that's who you get to like.
Who was your favorite Saint?
My favorite Saint was probably Ricky Jackson.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, Ricky Jackson. Oh, Bobby Hebert was awesome.
That feels like one of
my
your guys.
least favorite was Jim Mora,
the coach.
He was an a-hole.
He's got that vibe.
Yep. All right, we got a break. What did we miss, AJ?
I mean, not much. We covered most of it in the combine and everything too. So
see.
Yeah. We didn't talk about U of H really, but I mean, I don't really want to talk about them right now. It's kind of sad.
Well, they didn't do anything yesterday.
I know, but just in general.
Well, Kelvin did say he's giving the guys Tuesday and Wednesday off.
I don't know if they need that.
You think they need more hard work, AJ? Get back in the gym.
I mean, they do play Colorado, but still, man.
Well, they need a break. They're I'm sure after that week, their heads, their minds, their bodies, everything is just that was a tough week. I mean, and then Kelvin said, hey, why is it we've won the conference last 2 years? We don't host a big Monday game. We have to be on the road for big Monday games. Why is that? What's that about?
Is it who's the Big 12 commissioner? Talk to that man. Talk to him, Kelvin.
Yeah. Well, I think the schedule. I'm not sure he makes the schedule, but
he could put his thumb on the scale, right? Yeah, it's Brett Yormark. Hey, Yormark. This team was in the national title game last year. Right? Give them a big Monday. What are we doing?
Big Monday for the champs the last 2 years. They don't get a big Monday game?
Talk to ESPN and get them a big Monday game. What are we doing?
And what are you doing putting that week together for them? I mean, nobody played a tougher week than they did.
I do like the fallout. Like, this could be a giant week in Cougars history. And then when it goes the wrong way, hey, what the hell? What are you doing? Hey, why would you do that?
Yeah. That was
rough. It was rough. Should have had the Tech game.
Would you rather your team was meaningless or playing in those big games and losing?
I guess.
That's the argument of the
Texans
the
regular
and the
season.
Cowboys.
That's different. That's the regular season. Like, the question would be, would you rather have your team lose in the Sweet 16 because you can't shoot, or would you not make the tournament? You take the tournament. Of course.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Of course you'd rather be in the Sweet 16.
Absolutely. All right. We got News of the Week coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5. I'm talking about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You talk about the tournament coming up, and you've got all kinds of great concerts coming up as well. Go check goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com, and see the concerts that are coming your way. ZZ Top is going to be there. Chicago's going to be there. They got it. There's all kinds of great stuff. Make your reservations now because if you want and get your tickets because it will sell out. But also the NCAA tournament, the first and second weekends. The best is Thursday through Sunday, the first weekend of the NCAA tournament. Get to the Golden Nugget. Get to the DraftKings Sportsbook. So much fun. So much fun. Same with the Sweet 16 weekend, but the Sweet 16 weekend, not as many games. When there's game after game after game, when you're talking about 16 games in a day, holy crap, that's just so fun. Doesn't matter what the team is, you got a little something on it, and you don't have to bet big. You bet as little as you want, but just have something on it so that you have some fun watching. Just throw money, whatever, at it, and a little bit. Don't lose your house. Just go have fun, and then go to the casino, the pool, the golf course, the restaurants, the hotel. Just doesn't get any better. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You don't have to spend all that money on flights. You don't have to spend all that time traveling to Vegas. You don't have to. It's so easy, so convenient, and it's like a Vegas-style casino. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road in Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com, the best place to watch the tournament. GoldenNuggetLC.com. A Las Vegas HOA is considering bulletproof glass for their meetings. Do you feel like if you're in danger if you work for the HOA?
I don't know anyone who has said anything positive about an HOA member. When you hear someone works for the HOA, you immediately think snitch, someone you don't want to like, because you just want to live in your home. You don't want to get a note in the mail about do this. So,
But do you shoot them because
No.
they tell you to cut the grass?
I wouldn't say shoot them, but am I surprised that they may feel a threat on them? No. There are certain groups who you work for, like the IRS. No one's ever said anything positive about someone from the IRS. The HOA is the local version of that in your community. No one. Meet someone who says something positive about them. Should it escalate into gunfire? No. But I'm not surprised.
No,
They're,
I don't.
They're
think
roundly disliked.
no one likes. If there's there's a group of people that no one likes, it's the HOA.
Yeah, like at least with.
But don't shoot them.
No,
please.
of course not. At least with the IRS, people got to pay their taxes, part of your civic duty, whatever, and they're enforcing it. Still, why are you in the HOA? Is it a job, or are you volunteering?
Or do you feel like this is a calling in your life?
Are you an adult hall monitor? Is that what you are? Is that what you want it to be? When you thought to yourself as a 12-year-old, did you think you're going to grow up and be 35, 40 years old and go, I'm going to monitor what my neighbors are up to? Is that something you want in your life? That's why people don't like them.
You remember Jim Edmonds, the Cardinals center fielder?
Former Angel, yeah.
Former Angel and Cardinal. Apparently, according to his ex-wife, he gave her phone number to sex workers to call her.
Wow.
Do you feel like that's a pretty good...
For a good time, call my wife?
Well, there's also someone who's threatening her, and that's,
of course.
that's not great. But Jim Edmonds had... The problem with Jim Edmonds, it looks like he's had some face work done. Jim, leave your face alone, buddy.
It's too late now. He should have given that advice when he was making diving catches. Too late for that.
Well, I wish maybe he messed up his face diving and making all those diving catches against the Astros.
He was that started when he was doing it for the Halos too. I'm looking at him. Is it a face thing or is he just put on weight, do you think?
No, I think he's got some face work done.
Okay. Well, he has or at least he did have a younger wife.
Yeah, he's got a new.
Does he have another younger wife now?
Man, his lawyer said he doesn't have time for that foolishness. I ain't got time for no foolishness giving your number.
See, I type in Jim Edmonds, and there's a story from people from like 4 years ago about inside their romantic Italian destination wedding. Things have changed, apparently.
Aw.
Is it the same wife? What's her name? Is her name Courtney, John? Is this a different wife now?
I think is that the new one?
Courtney, he married in 2022.
Yeah, that's probably the
That's
new
the
one.
new one. Oh, so this is the other
three
wife.
Kids with the other one.
Oh, the older wife. Well,
Yeah. Beat it.
The older model,
And
as
I'm
people
giving
would say.
your number to sex workers.
That's rough, man. Jim,
let it go.
Yeah, come on, man.
You may be a little bitter, but Jim, let it go. A group of Toronto strippers is banned from Instagram. Their post showed exposed ankles.
Can't do that.
Wait a minute. On Instagram, you can't expose your ankles? Well, I mean, they're advertising, but I would think a stripper should be able to show her ankles, don't you?
I really haven't paid a lot of attention to a stripper's ankles before. I don't.
I didn't even know they had
Well,
ankles.
I know they do because that's how you kind of, walk.
Do they have feet? No one knows.
Well, some guys like that sort of thing.
Lance likes pretty feet.
So I know they have feet. It's just ankles I wouldn't have been focused on. I mean, you don't want a cankle on anyone. As long as it's not a cankle, I think I'm okay.
Well, apparently Meta made the mistake and gave them their account back.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
Accountability.
Good. Now you can advertise, selling yourself.
Selling the experience, John, not yourself.
Well, that is true. That is true.
Although you do have and probably a rightful theory that a stripper transitions into other stuff.
Usually it's a gateway.
Yeah, that's what you think. It's like it's like weed. You do the hardest stuff at some point. Not
Um,
everyone, though.
And finally, I don't know if you saw him last night at the State of the Union, but RFK was there.
Sure.
Recently, in an interview, he said he used to snort cocaine off toilet seats.
Oof.
Do you feel like the guy who's trying to make our entire country healthy should have been snorting coke off toilet seats?
Look, the last, what are we at, decade or so now? I mean, why are we pretending we actually have standards for people in those jobs? Stop it.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, John. Like, when you grew up, and hell, even when I grew up in the 90s, we might have had standards for the guy who's supposed to make sure this country's healthy. But now, whatever. I don't hold anyone in high regard. Just,
Well, I mean, he used to do it. He doesn't do it anymore.
that's what he says. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know if he's still snorting coke
No, he
off a
said
toilet.
he used to.
I know.
He did say
I know
he
that's what
used
he.
to.
I know that's what he said. But do I have to believe that?
Well, I don't know if you have to believe it, but he says it. I used to. I don't do it anymore.
Once a toilet snorter, always a toilet snorter.
Well, that's the thing about.
Even if he hadn't done it in 10 years, he's always going to be the guy who did do it. He's always
Right.
that guy.
But that's okay.
Sure.
I mean, he was having a good time.
So good, he decided to. Was it off of public toilets?
It could have been. I mean, why would you do it if you're at your house? I mean, you got tables and mirrors and everything.
I don't know, man. Health and snorting coke off a toilet, public
I would
restroom
imagine
toilets.
it was a public place.
I don't know, man.
You got to go to the bathroom.
I don't disagree, but it should be a disqualifier. But as I said, I don't hold anyone in those positions currently in high regard. So whatever. I mean, RFK is not going to get me to do anything. You take the whatever out of the water or whatever he decides. He's not going. No directions from him are going to affect how I go about life.
Well, take fluoride out of the water and take coke. Stop snorting coke off toilets.
Like, I could have given him that advice. I don't need him to tell me that. I could have told him that.
Right. I don't think that's healthy.
Good luck.
Good
Good luck.
Probably germs that you were snorting that you didn't want in your body.
Well, at least we won the gold medal, right?
We did. We won which gold medal?
Well,
Which one?
Well, according to that post-game celebration, the one that matters, the men.
Yeah, but the ladies are actually going to visit.
They are?
Even after he said, I guess I got to invite them.
They
women.
are? I thought they declined the invitation. Have they?
They declined the invitation, but apparently they're going to go to the White House at some point.
Are they going to ask for the president not to be there?
Is
he going to be out? Like, can we visit when he's in Italy? When he's visiting Tillman, can we visit?
It appears that there are a lot of white women who oppose the president.
Oh, odd.
That is the case. That seems to be the case.
I didn't know. That's odd. That women have a problem with him.
Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. Great job, AJ. We will talk. Raheel will be here tomorrow.
He will.
We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Everybody have a great day.
So I normally wouldn't do this at the start of our show, but I've been in this chair for 3 hours. I need a little palate cleanser. Sean, you know what I did when I got home besides taking my requisite nap? Watched the first 3 episodes of Paradise, season 2. That dropped on Monday. I watched all 3 yesterday afternoon. Speaks to how much time I have on my hands in the afternoon. The show's back. It was always good. It's still good. The connections that are made, the writing. We're in for another big time season of Paradise.
Nice. I keep forgetting that the show was coming back at some point early this year because an annual release now is like a treat. It's like whoa,
look at that.
Didn't know we were getting this.
I love it when I hear the show's already in production as the current season is ending.
Yeah. Shout out to Duncan Egg. Yeah, and I also forgot that it was like this week that it dropped. So I don't know, maybe this weekend.
Yeah,
some point.
It was a 3-episode premiere.
Burn through them. Yeah.
Shailene Woodley's in the house.
Oh hell yeah,
she's there. We see her from the jump. We've also, I think, the Jane character, who's one of the Secret Service agents, who's got, like they all do, they've all got ulterior motives. Maybe one of the best TV villains I've seen in a long time, and it just these 3 episodes cemented her in that spot for me. She does still play up the I don't know what's going on, that naive portion of her, but when she's got to go to work,
when wet work needs to happen,
exactly when wet work needs to happen, Jane's about it. She's about it. So the first 3 episodes are out. I watched them all yesterday afternoon. We're here, Sterling K. Brown doing his thing. And
always,
as I said, Shailene Woodley is going to be a big part of the season. And a mention of something in episode 1, I think it's great that they dropped 3. Some people don't like that format, but because you hear something in episode 1, and it's like it feels very random, and then you get the loop closed in episode 3 as we're closing out the 3-episode drop. So shout out to the people who create Paradise. I think the same people behind This Is Us. And of course, I never watched that show, but apparently that show is very well written as far as closing the loops on storylines, and they're at it again. So I'm all in. I was like, you know what? Can they top season 1 so far?
Yeah,
so good.
I remember when season 1 was happening. I just assumed that it was a limited series type thing. I was like, all right, they're gonna close the loop. And when they didn't close the loop, I was like, whoa,
we got
what?
more. I was there too. It's like considering the conceit of the show and what they're trying to do, I thought we'd get 1 season. And other people, I will give you this. You'll see it pretty quickly. People who are no longer with us in the present, they're back in flashbacks.
Oh, I was like, I hope they don't do away with flashbacks.
Yeah, the flashbacks still remain.
It's a key part of the show. Normally flashbacks stink.
Yeah, but this show,
it's part of the sauce,
and it makes what happens in the present mean even more. So people you thought you were done with, you're not done with. They're going to be part of, particularly at least the first 3 episodes.
Wildcat's back? Is the Wildcat back?
Watch the show, man. Watch the show. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's all. You'll see multiple people who are dead in the present who come back, and there's one line from someone pretty much that goes, "I'm gonna be with you to the end." I was like, "No, you're not. No, you're not."
They gave him the "I am about to die" in the scene,
or at some point in this show.
They did it before. In a flashback.
They did it years before.
He's already died.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh nope." Like normally, you're at that line as a precursor for a death later in the episode. Yeah, the death happens in a previous episode years later, but you said it, and now you're destined
Brothers
to
for
die.
life, right? Brothers for life.
Hey,
I know.
I've been with you from the beginning. I'm going to be with you to the end. No, not really. So some of that played out. So I would just say it's not normally the segment we talk about, like the first segment of the show.
No, I'm okay with Paradise.
We save it. We normally save it for Friday with Michael Carroll, who's back from his time away. But Paradise, go watch it. And also one more thing, since we're on TV, Jennifer Garner's in the 2nd season of her show on Apple. It has Jamie Lannister in it. I don't know how to say his last name. Nicole. He likes Nico. If you can't get to If you can't get to the entire name correctly, just call him Nico.
Costner Waldau or something.
Something like that. He great movie, Shot Caller. If you haven't seen it, go see him.
Yeah.
See that movie if you want to see him in something. Jennifer Garner's back for her second season. I think is it The Things He Told Me on Apple. The thing that struck me watching season 2, I was a big Alias head. Loved her in Alias, kind of where she made her name. She still runs like that. Like, she's running an episode because she's got to get away from the people trying to kill her. It's like, that's Sydney Bristow. That's the same Sydney Bristow run. Jennifer Garner still got it, at least when she's running. The show's good. It's not as good as Paradise because very few are. But the new season of her current show on Apple is out. Thumbs up to that, too, because that's a show all about what happened in the past affects what is going on currently, kind of like Paradise. All right, so that's what I watched. What I heard a lot of yesterday.
This is
let's
less
get to the less
entertaining.
fun stuff.
Definitely less entertaining than Sterling K. Brown. Secret Service agent.
If I could give you more in the last thing he told me, I would. But it's only been one episode from season 2, so I can't give you more. I'm also finishing up Snowpiercer, which has been done for a while, about a year or so. So I'm on the final episode of that series as well. Watch that today. But Nick Caserio at it again. We played some sound as that was coming out. As we were ending the show, sound from his time at the Combine was being filtered out as he got in front of the media. And he kept talking and kept talking. And we had a call late in the previous show about Nick Caserio's arrogance, or at least this caller's perceiving what he's saying and how he's saying it is arrogant. He does have a tone where if you in any way start to challenge him in the slightest, like, we know, I mean, you're there in person, it's not gonna be really contentious, you're just gonna ask a question. And I think it was Landry Locker who asked him a question about investing in the offense. Will this be the offseason when he invests in the offense? And I think it was positioned like you and D'Amico, at least you said at one point that you and D'Amico aren't talking about or are that concerned about the offense. And I think he said, like, I never said that. He actually did, because it was positioned, hey, your defense is great. What are you going to do to improve this offense and try to get it in some way to match what your defense does? And he goes, D'Amico and I don't really sit around and talk about the offense's problems. And because it led to a discussion on this show about when he said we have a lot of good players, and then he could only name Nico Collins. He did that again. He repeated it, but he threw in Dalton Schultz. Maybe he goes, hey, if I say we got a lot of good players, I got to get to another one. And then he references CJ, but he didn't mention him by name. There's a lot of CJ discussions. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Sean, let's play the sound from Nick Caserio talking about investing in the Texans offense. He's going to say a word, and I'm going to ask you if you have a different definition of this word than Nick Caserio does. Let's hear from Nick Caserio on potentially investing in the Texans offense this offseason.
Do you think there needs to be, you said that you and D'Amico have never worried about the offense. Do you feel like that maybe this needs to be the time where maybe y'all do kind of worry about the offense and go heavy on offense in the offseason?
Try to put together a real good football team. So I don't think we've said we're not worried about the offense. So again, how you put a team together, I mean, what are your options? What are your alternatives? What do you feel makes the most sense? I mean, last I checked, we got a lot of good football players on the offensive side of the football. I think Nico Collins has been one of the best receivers in the league for how many years now. So got a good quarterback, got a good receiver. Dalton Schultz had his best season. I think he broke their franchise record for receptions in a year. I mean, unless I missed that. So we got good players. We're always going to try to add good players. So try to build a good football team for the 26th season that gives us a chance to go out there and be competitive on a weekly basis. So that's not going to change.
The unless I missed that part is why you might hear callers call him arrogant. But the part I'm referencing, at least when I led into the clip, the word was kind of muffled. But he said we have a lot of good football players on offense. And then he went on to name 2 specifically. He mentioned Dalton Schultz. I mean, okay, Dalton Schultz is there to catch passes, but he ain't a matchup problem. No one's really concerned.
Did you miss the franchise record?
Oh, I heard that. No, great.
You missed that?
Great lineage of tight ends here. Cool.
Yeah. I guess Owen Daniels' jersey isn't hanging up. Well, it's hanging up somewhere in here, I'm sure. Sure. So, or
yes.
David Gow took it home.
Possibly. Great collection of tight ends the Texans have had. And yes, Dalton Schultz caught a lot of passes. Very impactful. Mm-hmm. You watch him go, man, he cannot be covered. I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure
yeah.
NFL teams are game planning around Dalton Schultz.
When you list out the great tight ends in the NFL,
people think of Dalton
yeah,
Schultz.
you got Kelsey, Bowers,
When he's-
Warren. You
when
got
he-
all them.
Yeah, when he's catching his free
Schultz
access,
right there with
when he's catching all those free access balls 8 yards down the line of scrimmage, or excuse me, away from the line of scrimmage, turns around and falls forward for 3 more yards. Cool, great. Haven't seen that before.
Joel Dreesen can't do
yeah,
that.
yeah. James Casey, all of them start ripping,
CJ Fedorowicz.
ripping them off. Yeah, yeah. All the great tight ends. Yeah, tight end. You, the NFL version, the Texans. Sure. Either way, Sean, do you have a different definition than Nick Cassero? You think when it comes to the word a lot?
Yeah, I think a lot in the context of a football team.
Like, what's a lot? 11 guys can be on the field at one time.
I think 5+
at minimum.
I think we need to be talking 5 or 6. Now he did leave one on the table where I'm surprised he didn't like throw in Woody Marks. Like that's a classic GM move of like also the guy I drafted last year,
The guy who finished
Pretty
under 4 yards a carry. Great.
Hey, pretty good. I mean, there's probably 15 minutes worth of talking about Joe Mixon as if he's still on the team. Throw him on there too.
So now we're at 5. So we're almost there.
Yeah, we're almost to a good.
I mean, Ron Territory was pretty good as a left tackle.
Good
as
for a rookie.
Yes.
Yeah, good parentheses for a rookie.
Yes. So now we're at 5.5.
Okay.
Can you get to another half? I'm not even asking for a full good football player. Can you get to 6 because you have another half?
Like I think
Titus Howard.
I think Noel's good, but like I can't. Yeah, I think Titus Howard, but ... Also, according to ESPN's Bill Barnwell,
Could be
most
a cap
likely
cut.
to be cut.
Yeah, yeah. So there it is. A lot of good offensive football players.
Stingley would be good on offense.
I mean, he's got great ball skills. Yeah.
Yeah,
If they put him on the other side of the ball, it probably would be pretty productive.
Hypothetically, we got one hypothetical good offensive player.
It's tough when you're Landry Locker. He's the one who asked the question. When you reference something he said, and then he tells you, no, I didn't say it, when in fact he actually did say it.
Very much. He said it, and something so noteworthy that I remember him saying it. And I don't cover the team every day.
And you like to tune him out as much as you can.
Yeah, I never listen.
Yeah, so he said it, and then he went on to reference how good Nico is the first time. And that's what Landry Locker was referencing. And then he got back to it. So while he may think he didn't, the beats are the same in defense of his offense. But now he added another player, Dalton Schultz of all
Dalton
people.
Schultz. What a curveball. I didn't think he would throw in Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, you'd think you'd at least try to sell CJ. But
yeah, you'd think you would.
By name, at least.
Say his name?
Yeah, well.
Perhaps?
Well, he had to say his name a lot yesterday. He had to talk a lot about CJ Stroud.
That's probably also why he was like, I'm not bringing up Joe Mixon. I don't want to open up more questions about Joe Mixon.
Well, he did get a question. In fact, we'll hear about, or at least from Nick Casario on Joe Mixon when we come back. Keith, you called in late in the show. You had a question for John. Sorry. If you want to get in on this show, you're welcome.
We can text him, see if he...
I won't do that. I refuse.
The question matters that much.
Nah, it's unlikely that it matters that much or that John would even respond. If you want to call in beyond, if your name is Keith, the number is 713-780-3776. Of course, we'll get back into the Texans. There is something that fits the narrative of Kobe Bryant that was interesting that came out today regarding the biggest campaign surrounding him since he became a star in the NBA. Turns out it wasn't actually for him. So we'll talk about that and how it actually kind of fits a certain segment of the population who believes he's just a facsimile of a different star. So we'll talk about that as we move forward. We've got the biggest thing out of baseball was, I guess, the ABS stuff. So we'll talk a little bit about that too and how it's probably going to be very bad for umpires and maybe even some players. So we're just getting started here. I'm here till noon along with Sean. We'll be back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
Let's see if we get any clarity. I know what I think we're going to hear. I actually haven't heard this one yet. I know that Nick Caserio spoke about Joe Mixon because it has to be asked, what happened? What's his status? Can he return? Once again, Nick Caserio asked the question. Let's see if he answers it any differently than he has in the past. Here's Nick Caserio on the status of Joe Mixon.
We've talked to Joe and his representative, so honestly, it's day to day. So like we've had conversations, trying to get a little bit more information. I think he had a surgery here this off season in some capacity. So trying to get some follow up after that. So again, I've said this multiple times. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's a moving target, so we'll kind of see what the availability is going to be, what the prognosis is for the season, and then ultimately try to figure out what makes sense for everybody.
Not trying to be evasive. That would be a new one. So after listening to that, it appears that Joe Mixon's people aren't being completely open about what's going on with Joe Mixon. I think that's what that sounds like, that the Texans would love an answer. They just can't get a definitive one from Joe Mixon's people. And Joe Mixon has 1 year left on his deal. He would be due, the cap hit would be $10 million. They would save $2 million if they cut him. So not a lot. So you could guess that the Texans may want to keep their former star running back. I guess he's still on the team, but their star running back from 2024 at least around.
Is he a former star running back? He's still the running back.
He's a former star running back.
Yeah,
yes.
he's the former star.
Yeah, he remains a Texan as it stands today, but his star-like season, I think we can call former.
I think the missing a year due to mysterious circumstances at age 31.
He will be going into his 30-year-old year.
Oh, yeah, at 30.
Or season, yeah.
Yeah, I think that, all right. Also, the Texans, the year he had with the Texans, it was good in context of...
Look at that offensive line.
Yes, if you watched him run, you're like, wow, these are very impressive 3-yard runs.
Yes. So Joe Mixon, base salary of 8, cap hit of 10 if he remains on the roster. And I would get why his people aren't so definitive about his status, particularly if it's not going great with money like that on the table, because the circumstance and the lack of clarity would definitely affect his ability to go make any money on the open market, where you look at it and the Texans can simply just go buy. But if I were them, if I was Joe Mixon's people, I'd want to push that as far into the future as possible. So until they can go, hey, look, Joe's fine. We don't want to give you any real indication that this ain't going to get better, whatever it is. We did hear that he maybe had a surgery.
Maybe.
Nick thinks.
He's not trying to be evasive.
Yeah, he just doesn't really know, I guess.
have no idea.
Yeah, he does not know.
If everyone was healthy and the season started today, he would be the starting running back. I have no idea if he had surgery or not, and that's why he missed the season. I'm not trying to be evasive.
I still have no answers to your questions.
After
a complete football season, and now we're at the combine.
And I still know just as little as I did before.
Yeah, I know as much as I did last August.
I would ask then, so are you treating this offseason like Joe Mixon is your starting running back, or can you...
This is what we're doing. That's the question.
Can you plan without him, and then if you get him, that's a bonus? Because
is he your Fred VanVleet, where if he comes back, great, but you're not depending on him for a second consecutive season?
Just not our year. Just not our year.
Well, Texans executives could have been saying that since 2002. Just not our year.
It just isn't our year.
Just isn't our year.
There hasn't really been a year where I thought this is our year.
Well, 2012, I think, coming off 11.
Yes, before, yes.
Oh, we got Shaw back. I think that year they could have believed it was their year. Turns out, nah, just like all the other years. Wasn't their year. Whoopsie. Either way, Joe Mixon's status up in the air. Even the Texans, if we're to believe Nick Caserio, aren't really sure what's up because they're not getting clear, real answers from the people around Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Which is a great way to run your team.
It's also, I understand, like you laid out why Joe Mixon's team might not want to be forthright with this information. I will say, doesn't seem like it's good news.
Nope.
If
they're quote unquote hiding things.
Yes, it's like how we always talk about when we get the report that so and so had successful surgery to repair their whatever knee, ankle, shoulder, elbow. If you're an Astro, it's always successful surgery.
You want to get that out there that it all worked out.
Joe Mixon's like, we can't really say exactly if what he got was a surgery. What is surgery? Like he just goes full like evasive Sorry, he's not being evasive. He goes full politician.
No offense,
who's not
man.
trying to answer the question.
If you have to tell me you're not being evasive, it's pretty clear what's going on.
Also, like I've listened to you talk.
Yeah,
I've listened to the first 15 seconds of everything you said.
It's your default setting. It's fine.
For 5 years, I know you're evasive.
Yeah, you're evasive. We understand. So that's where Joe Mixon stands. We don't know, and neither does Nick apparently. All right, we'll move on from that. When we come back, since stay on time a little bit, we're gonna get into that story regarding Kobe Bryant. All that Mamba mentality stuff that current NBA players have adopted. Certainly, people who love the game of basketball have adopted it as well. Wasn't for Kobe to start. We'll get into why it landed in Kobe's lap when we come back. You can be the next person who calls us because we have a call right now. You can be next, 713-780-3776. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
We'll get to Keith here. You can follow him. We'd welcome you here on the show. He's got an NFL question. Sean has a guess of what it could be. We'll see if Sean's right. I feel like maybe we're reaching a little too far or deep into what we think Keith's bag could be, but we'll see. Keith, what's up?
Hey guys, love the show. NFL question. Obviously, it's the off season. A lot of combine, NFL draft, free agency chatter. You're a Miami guy, Dale. I watched, Bain, put on a showcase for himself in those 4 playoff games. How high do you think Bain can get drafted? And do you think there's any chance he's available to the Ravens at 14, I believe is their pick? How high do you think Bain could go in this draft? Thanks.
I have not seen anywhere where he would be below like 11. Now, if his arms are actually Velociraptor arms, maybe he gets down there. I don't think he gets to 14. If I just go by what the people are saying, even Lance, our preeminent draft expert, who has pointed out how important long arms are.
Yeah, preeminent short arm hater.
Yeah, didn't help Ruben Bain that Will Campbell and his short arms.
It was a bad one.
Showcased
last football game season.
Were showcased as a problem in the playoffs and certainly the Super Bowl. But Ruben Bain is unnaturally strong, and that's what Lance is pointing to. He's been strong, really, it feels like his entire life, and strong wins. He's just a big, strong individual, short arms or not. And I think his bend, his ability to beat up a tackle with that strength is going to be something that keeps him out of your range. Sorry. It feels like one of those picks the Ravens get lauded for, and the rest of the league is like, hey, how could you let Ruben Bain get to the Ravens? I don't think we're going to have that conversation unless he's got the arms of a dinosaur and not one of the
pterodactyls.
Not one of the ones that eat vegetables, like one of the ones who is a predator. And we've all seen Jurassic Park. All those giant predators have short arms. I don't think you're going to get him. Sorry to say. That was not what Sean thought you were going to talk about.
No.
He thought free agent running backs were going to be on the table, as we certainly have talked about it with the Texans. But you went more about your team, and Ruben Bain would be a great choice for anyone. At least I believe that. Unlikely the Ravens get him. Okay, let's get to this. Sean, how many players do you think over the course of your lifetime have you heard talk about having the Mamba mentality? I've got a list of some.
Oh, okay.
Or even just
I'm going to go like 45.
You're probably right because it stretches across all sports. You can probably hear a soccer player say they've got the Mamba mentality.
I was also thinking of like people I know in my life that have described themselves as having the Mamba mentality.
And when they say it, do you scoff or you're like, you know what, you got a point? When the people in your life say it,
most of the time I chuckle.
Are they saying it ironically or are they saying it in a serious way?
Not always. Not always.
Some of them actually believe they have the Mamba mentality.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
Deep down, they're like, I have a little piece.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't know those people, but I think less of them. Not because they're not hardworking, but what are we doing? Why
Did they describe it like that?
Yeah, if you work hard and you're all about getting better, fine. I believe people have that in them. But to actually do the Mamba mentality thing, cut it out.
As you work a 9 to 5, yeah.
Cut it out. I mean, I barely accept it from athletes. But at least it comes from another athlete who they honor and maybe sometimes play that same sport. Guys who have said this: Giannis Antetokounmpo, our very own Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Kyrie, Damian Lillard, others in other sports like Saquon has said it. Even Nikola Jokic apparently has mentioned that. Now this is AI overview, so it can't really be trusted. But I'm just going off of what they're saying. Russell Westbrook, Chris Paul, Damian Lillard. Apparently have all at some point talked about having that mentality because they love themselves from Kobe Bryant.
I mean, there also has to be just like Valparaiso shooting guard from 2018 also said it. You know, like it's just like every single college basketball player that you've never heard of.
Jason Tatum, of course.
Yeah, he should have been. He's offended that it took.
Yeah, it took me that long to get to him. DeMar DeRozan, Kawhi, all those guys. A lot of people love Kobe. He was their dude. He was the guy they looked up to. Who was the guy that Kobe looked up to?
Jordan. Michael Jordan.
Yes.
Not
Montel Jordan.
And this is how we do it.
And and the only reason Kobe Bryant has the Mamba mentality campaign and branding is because Michael Jordan doesn't like snakes. Nike offered that campaign to Michael Jordan at the end of his career. Even when he was, with the Wizards, they were like, "Hey, we want to change things up.
Yeah, we got to need new, fresh. It's a new era.
I know you're 40 plus years old, and the Air Jordan stuff has been great for us, and it catapults us into a new status. We're trying to freshen things up. So they had it all laid out. They met Michael Jordan. He loved what they were selling, and then the person who was in the meeting with him got a call from her boss, and her boss says, "Hey, great PowerPoint." Great presentation. Michael really loved it. Only thing is, Michael's definitely afraid of snakes, so he doesn't want to do it. That is why Kobe Bryant has the Mamba mentality branding. That is why it has become something you hear all these former or current players who love Kobe reference, and that is why people in Sean's life reference Mamba mentality and think of Kobe Bryant. It's because Michael Jordan doesn't like snakes. I guess maybe something you should have asked, but you probably don't take it into account because you don't have to actually run into a snake, Michael. We're not going to put a snake over your shoulders if you don't want it.
Yeah, it's not Britney Spears at the VMA.
You ain't got to dance.
We can just do it without.
Yeah, we don't have to.
We can Photoshop them in.
We don't have to get a dangerous snake around you or any snakes around you.
Yeah, just print them on the shoes.
Yeah,
really,
it's fine.
That's what we're thinking.
But instead, Michael Jordan said, "Not for me." So of course, something for Michael Jordan, who Kobe Bryant admired, and maybe even more than admired, mimicked in the way he played and the way he celebrated. We all know the fist pump and the jaw going out. That's a Michael Jordan thing that Kobe does. Michael said no. They gave it to Kobe. I don't know if they sold it to Kobe. Hey, Michael was into it, but didn't like snakes, and Kobe's like, "I'll take it."
I love snakes.
I love hearing that. I love hearing that it was originally from Michael. But
yeah, and it was like what? Probably like 2004 range, 2003 range?
Of course, this was years in the making, but they initially presented it to Michael Jordan about 2003.
Okay, yeah. And then
Kobe
probably the next year.
Yeah, and Kobe had already won a title, multiple titles actually, with Shaq. So it went from Michael at the end of his career to Kobe as he was well on his way to becoming a superstar and a legend. And they're like, "You know what, man? We got something for you. You mind that Michael had it first? Mind.
Hell no.
Makes me want it
How
more.
about this? I'll change my number to 24.
Yeah. So there it is. I did not know that. That story's on ESPN. If you want to read the whole thing, ESPN.com. The Mamba mentality thing is a Michael Jordan cast-off, which some people think Kobe is.
Yeah, it's as was left on the cutting room. It's like movies where it's like, hey, did you know that so-and-so turned down this role?
Yeah.
And that's why whoever is
Do you think Michael Jordan?
Batman,
Do you think Michael Jordan would be as gracious as some of those actors when they're like, "You know what?
he did it better than I ever could.
Yeah.
No.
no, you're right.
No.
Well, I know the answer to the question. I just wanted to see if you had a different answer.
No. I also watched
Anything Michael Jordan's ever done?
Yeah, him speak out loud
At any point.
and yeah, I feel like he's like, man, how much money I put in Kobe's pockets because I hate snakes. Like, only reason Kobe has a brain.
Yeah, I don't know what Nike would have done for Kobe if not for Jordan's dislike of snakes, his fear of snakes. But it all worked out, right? Michael still has the logo, the Jordan logo.
Been like the yellow cat or something.
Look, what would have happened? Would we see black Mambas on college football uniforms if Michael Jordan didn't hate snakes? Would the Cougs have a snake on the uniform instead of the Air Jordan logo? If only Michael didn't fear snakes.
You know, it's probably for the best that they didn't mess with the Jumpman.
Yeah, messing with Jumpman,
bad
idea.
I feel like that would have cost them in the long run.
Yeah, because I don't know if they would have had a snake alongside the Jumpman. Probably feels a little too busy, but it was in the works.
Yeah. It also It also is like, oh, that's why everyone had awesome nicknames that people took with and ran with, is because they had Nike inventing them for them. Like they had just an entire billion-dollar industry being like, what if we just started calling you this?
Yeah.
And the guy sits in the meeting room going, sounds good.
Yeah.
Put it on a poster.
Because I didn't know, obviously, this story. I don't know how it was presented, like Kobe came up with it or not. No, just some branding person at Nike just had an idea. And it turns out it wasn't even an original Kobe idea. And then Kobe took it over, and, of course, it became what it became.
I always did kind of think it was a Kobe idea. So that's interesting.
Because he's, of course, associated with the Mamba
Yeah,
mentality.
he really took it and ran with it.
I don't know who wrote what was said, or maybe those were his words, but the branding came someplace else. You know what it is? Fraudulent.
Whoa.
The Mamba mentality, all some Nike branding exec's creation.
All right. I'll tell my friends. I'll send them the article.
Yeah, and go, oh, well, look at you saying this out loud around other people, and look where it came from. Some nerd at Nike. Now look at you.
Yeah, whatever. Matt Damon from the movie Air came up with it.
Wasn't even that high up on the.
They should. Oh, they need to make the movie.
Oh, the Mamba mentality movie.
Bring back Damon and Affleck. Just anything Nike related.
Have those guys in it.
Yeah. Damon playing Phil Knight.
Whatever it takes, man.
Or Affleck playing
Once
Phil
he
Knight.
does the promo run for the Odyssey, let's get on this.
He's got free time. Do that. Rip 2. There we go.
Rip 2. Didn't think they could get. Well, of course they could. I just didn't think they would do it.
I'm surprised they gave us Rip 1.
Yeah, it is a movie.
It felt beneath them.
It is a movie that should have had like Netflix contract actors, like the people we see in all the Netflix properties.
Yeah,
like, hey, what's the night agent up to? Put him in this.
Or like Pablo Schreiber should have been the Matt Damon.
Instead,
It should have been
the dudes from Den of Thieves. That should have been this. Gerard Butler.
Gerard Butler and Pablo Schreiber should have been in this movie.
Yeah, what's Ice Cube Jr. up to? It's not his actual name, but you know what I'm talking about. Throw him in there too.
People will understand who you're talking about if you say that as opposed
to his actual name.
Yes.
Well, you're right on that. So there it is. The reveal. Kobe Bryant, fine basketball player.
Yes.
But when we talk about branding,
yes,
thank a Nike brand exec for all that stuff. And that's why Mamba mentality exists today. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get into some more NFL stuff because there is stuff to get to as the people who make decisions are at the combine. We heard quite a bit from Nick Caserio over the last couple of days. We'll see if D'Amico Ryans speaks today. We talked a little bit yesterday about where Mel Kiper thinks they should go as far as their draft. He mentioned running back. With Joe Mixon not being around, that could certainly be an option for the Texans. But we'll do some NFL stuff. We'll take your calls. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
So as I continue to go through this Mamba story, Michael Jordan was so afraid of snakes when they came on television, he needed the TV channel turned. He's got to get his people on this. Hey, you got to shut some of this stuff down. This ain't helping. You win Daytona as a team owner, cool. The video that comes afterwards, the kid and everyone had explained that away.
That's an internet.
Yeah, whatever. This, you got people talking about you're so afraid of snakes you can't even get a brand off the ground. And you have to turn the television. Stuff, hey, I thought that man's legacy was stamped. Now look what we're doing. Also, someone smartly points out, excuse me, why did Kobe at that time need a branding change?
I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah.
That's why I assumed it was around 2003, 2004 range.
Yeah.
That's
the other part of the story. That person goes, anyone want to mention why a push to change Kobe's brand was going on?
Hey, listen. Let the dead rest, all right?
It's not my thought.
I know.
It was someone else's thought.
It also crossed my mind. I decided against it.
Which is odd for you. You usually don't decide against it.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, look at you.
R.I.P. Kobe.
Well, it's that Mamba mentality thing you hear about all the time from your friends. That's what that's about.
Not all the time, but every once.
Too much. The first one's too much.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right. So AJ, the producer who was in before Sean, filling in for me because I'm filling in for Lance. Tomorrow, Raheel will be in. So we'll go back to normal in that regard. I'll be back in there from 7 to 10. He's a Cowboy fan, and the Cowboys have a contract thing with their kicker where the kicker wants like $10 million. They're not willing to do that. We'll see how that plays out. I imagine they don't give their kicker, even as great as he is, $10 million per season.
I mean, I get why you ask.
But you can
if
always,
you're Aubrey.
You can always say no.
You just franchise them. Be like, hold that.
Yeah. What are you going to do about it, Aubrey? Yeah, you can do that.
Whatever, the average of the top 5 at your positions, like that's a deal for Brandon Aubrey. Like that's a deal for the Cowboys to get on Brandon Aubrey.
He's one of the best in the game.
What is the?
But a lot of kickers are making kicks that were almost exclusively for Brandon Aubrey at one point. Now, plenty of kickers are doing that, which may be part of the Cowboys' argument why you shouldn't be getting like $3.5 million more than a top kicker in football. So Brandon Aubrey, the top of his game. These quarterbacks on the market, not so much. So while we certainly have our questions about the quarterback here, other teams who are going to have to get into the free agency market or maybe the trade market for a guy to be their starter got bigger problems, certainly, than the Texans. I'm looking at this list. Got the likes of Marcus Mariota, Joe Flacco, Aaron Rodgers, Malik Willis, who is at one of the top guys, and then Daniel Jones, who everyone expects to go back to the Colts. So Daniel Jones, this projection has Daniel Jones at it as a $30 to $40 million per year guy, which is the Sam Darnold deal. That's pretty much what Sam Darnold did. Now, Sam Darnold had a full season of it with the Vikings. They said, nope, we got 9, as he likes to say as well. They decided on J.J. McCarthy. Mistake. Sam Darnold gets his $33 million a year from the Seahawks, goes on and wins the Super Bowl. That is what Daniel Jones apparently is in line for, because when he tore his Achilles, the Colts were one of the better offenses in football. He did that in Jacksonville. And, of course, the Colts season. Did they win another game after that?
I don't think they did.
I don't think they won another game after that. So he may be of some importance to the Colts. We'll see how his recovery from the Achilles is going and what the Colts decide. But $30 to $40 million, about a 3-year deal, $99 million is the projection.
Seems aggressive, I'll say.
I would say.
I think if he didn't tear his Achilles,
maybe
he would have.
You make the playoffs. You finish out the year strong. You have a much better. No pun intended, leg to stand on. We'll see if the Colts feel desperate enough that they give him that, or any other team does. This guy next up has less of a track record. They're projecting, CBS Sports, projecting 3 years, $90 million for Malik Willis, who is a fill-in starter or come in if Jordan Love's going to miss the rest of the game because of an injury. He's great in the deep ball. Those stats are out for any Malik Willis truthers. I think he's 13 to 15 on deep balls over the last 2 years. That's a great stat, just not a lot of opportunities because he's not on the field that much. But this projection has the Steelers signing him. Other teams that he would be a fit for: Dolphins, Jets, Cardinals, Steelers. Teams, a couple of those teams on the list have cap constraints. The Jets just gave Justin Fields not length of time, but something similar when they signed him last year. So maybe they're off the list. But $30 to $35 million for a guy who was a washout with Tennessee and has less than 5 starts to his name as a Packer. How many starts does he have?
He started 4 he played.
He played in 4.
4 and 7 the year before, but he was more average than last year in those 4 games. He was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in 3 games in 2020, he played in, as you mentioned, the 7 in 2024. The 3 times he passed the ball more than 10 times, he was fine, but not great.
Yeah.
And then you go to 2025. That's where the intrigue started, because he had 2 games later in the season, both losses, by the way, but he was better than people thought. And this is going to lead to $30 million per season for Malik Willis. I know it's desperation time, man. I know the tools, you might envision some type of discount Lamar Jackson because of his ability to affect the run game with his legs. You can install an offense that leans leans into his legs, and he throws a great deep ball, has tools. But $30 million, we're $90 million for 4 starts over the last, or 4 or 5 starts over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, I'm giving him 5 games
where
as
he had an extended
solid starter.
Yeah,
and I'm saying solid, not even awesome, just solid. Because what I always think of is the Matt Flynn contract from Seattle. Ironically enough, he had 1 start as a Packer.
It lit up the Lions, I think.
Yep, I think was it 5, 6.
So Malik Willis has started officially 3 games in his Packers tenure.
Yeah,
and
he's not getting paid off the Titans tenure.
No, where he only started 3 games.
Yeah, so
he started 6 games in the NFL over the course of 4 seasons, and we're talking about.
It's not unheard of, but
I mean, Matt Schaub got traded for. It has happened where guys who are backups, who you've seen promise from, whether it be in the preseason or filling in spots, go get themselves paid. But to the tune in this economy,
yeah, and the fact that he seems like the number 1 quarterback prize.
Yeah, for guys who are actually available, because no one really believes Daniel Jones is going to be anywhere but the Colts. And if you're not trading for Kyler Murray because of the contract, and maybe simply put, you don't like Kyler Murray, Tua's expensive. There's no real appetite for that. Maybe you pick him up cheap after the Dolphins release him, and then he can be a spot starter for you. Malik Willis appears
whoever gets
to be the prize.
Yeah, whoever gets Malik Willis is we had a question at quarterback, and we have our answer. Malik Willis.
That is what you're saying, particularly by the contract. Now, it isn't as bad as a team who had to pay Trevor Lawrence or Tua or others $55 million a year. You're not doing that, but you are saying, at least for a couple years, the guy who has 6 total starts in his career is your dude. We'll see how the guarantees all work out.
I mean, Tua and Trevor, we all understand the shortcomings and the rocky.
Tua led the league in
started
passing
for 4 years before they got that money. They played.
Yeah, and the guy led the league in passing.
They went to the play. I mean, they got their teams to the playoffs.
Yeah.
No, Tua did play in the playoff game. Yeah,
the Chiefs game, Colts game.
I was thinking
in recent memory. The previous game where he was hurt. So even with those guys, there's a track record, and you drafted them, so that part plays into it when you're giving and deciding on giving a guy money. But if you're of course, the people who are evaluating this thing look at what's going on in Miami. They've got a former Packers exec as GM, former Packers coach as their head coach now. They just hired John Robinson, the guy who drafted Malik Willis in Tennessee. It's all lining up for, hey, that might be a team who's looking to bring in Willis. They're under salary cap issues because of the quarterback and other moves they've made when they are in their all-in window. Let's just say you don't cut Tua, because if you did, it's a $99 million cap hit. So you keep him. He knows he's the backup, even though he'd like to go play someplace else. And you somehow maneuver the contract in your cap to sign Malik Willis. You're paying Malik Willis and Tua
It's like $85
nearly
million.
$90 million in year one of Malik Willis's deal.
Yeah. No,
That's
I mean,
tough.
I understand the dots being connected with Miami, but
No one really sees how they can get it done, considering what Malik Willis's market would appear to be. You can do some void years and you can always figure it out if you want.
Yeah.
But for a guy with 6 starts,
that's the things, like going through all this for like
who's the team?
I remember when Stephen Ross was trying to get Tom Brady. I remember when he would jump through a lot of hoops to try to get him.
Times are tough. But even if you remove him, because the projection is the Steelers at $90 million over 3 years. I know they need a quarterback.
I kind of like them more for Kyler.
And Todd Monken did coach Lamar, so you see that some of the he's in Cleveland.
He's in Cleveland.
So it's
McCarthy.
In Pittsburgh.
Green Bay guy, like 5 years before Malik Willis got there.
Sure.
But no, yeah, it's a tough year to need a quarterback. That's why, as disgruntled and as disappointed as you can be with CJ Stroud, it's like, not this year, because you're either taking Fernando Mendoza with the number 1 pick, you're banking on Ty Simpson being hurt for the half of his games that he played at Alabama, and then it's this in the free agency
and
market.
then you can throw in his delusion about his legacy. Do you want a deluded quarterback as a guy you draft, considering what he said about his legacy at Alabama?
There's a lot of positions on a football field where I want someone who's kind of delusional.
You want a corner who's deluded.
Yeah.
Who gets beat, but
anywhere on the defense,
maintains
I'm good.
confidence. Yeah. Quarterback, I'd like some self-awareness.
I could do without that.
You talk about a bad quarterback year, and that's right. 2027, as far as the draft is concerned, is supposed to be a good one. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's next year's always better than it actually is.
Always,
it's always better.
But if we talk about how it could be much worse than CJ, if 2027 is actually a good year, it ain't great if you're CJ and aren't good, because the Texans could, despite Nick Caserio's very staunch, this is our guy, at least for this year, this upcoming year, they could look to 2027 and go, we got plenty of options.
Yeah, and never mind. Obviously it sounds crazy because the CJ Stroud, D'Amico Ryans Texans have never not won 10 games.
Yeah.
If they do, have a bad year, they actually don't get it back on track, defense is volatile,
maybe you're not the best. Maybe you're number 7, and that's not enough to carry your a below average offense.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
You never know, and that's why CJ Stroud, you really need to ball out, dude, for your own
for
sake.
a lot of reasons. And we'll see as he continues to. We've seen him. He appeared at a charity event, and of course, I think he will follow the model of last year, where he's not popping out in a lot of places as he gets ready for 2026. All right, we're done with hour 1. We'll go to break with that. You should join us. We welcome you. 713-780-3776. We'll be back with hour 2. Do you remember a couple weeks ago, probably longer than that now, when Dabo Sweeney had a press conference talking about Ole Miss and their tampering of a player who was already enrolled in Clemson, was taking classes, had an NIL deal signed, and Pete Golding wouldn't take no for an answer. Kept coming, and Dabo laid out the timeline, the text, the conversations with Ole Miss's general manager, and how the Clemson general manager and the Ole Miss general manager were people. They knew each other, and the Ole Miss guy was like, "Hey, this isn't even me. This is Pete Golding. He's not taking no for an answer." Is Pete Golding the guy who called Nick Saban Daddy?
Yes.
Daddy's
Yes.
not going to like this.
That's correct.
This is so. This is the Pete Golding that would not say, "Hey, I know you've got this guy in classes, but we still want him. We're going to pay him." And Dabo said, "All right, man, this is tampering 301. I'm going to do the presser. I'm going to lay you out, and I'm going to send all this to the NCAA." Well, the NCAA was like, "You know what, Dabo, you got a point." So while they're not apparently punishing Ole Miss, they're going to start taking tampering seriously, according to them. This is the memo, at least a quote from the memo. "It is our sincerest hope that these potential policies and rule changes will better serve the new era of Division I while balancing fairness and efficiency to meet membership expectations. The board of directors informed its staff to pursue significant penalties against tampering offenders, along with publicly identifying those found guilty of wrongdoing." So the NCAA is like, "I know you think we're dead. I know you think you don't have to listen to us, but we're still around." Now, do we think they really are going to be able to enforce anything? That's up for debate. They're at a time, you heard the NCAA was on your campus, you knew you had a problem. Now, you just say, "Hey, screw you, we're not going to listen to you," and they just go away. We'll see if Dabo and the prevalence of tampering has moved them to a spot where they're actually going to have an enforcement arm and try to hold people accountable. If we remember that they actually are comprised of people from these universities anyway. So we will see how much power they still have left. But they apparently are going to try to take tampering very seriously. And Dabo, as much as we like to make fun of him, still a power broker. Didn't like what was happening and let it be known. And we'll see if this enacts some change. And as always, when it comes to NIL and tampering and the questions about loyalty that players have to the school, the adult men who are living and dying by the talent that these players have, and that's how they keep their jobs, are always a problem. Like
The adult men calling other adult men daddy.
Yeah, daddy. Yeah, exactly. That speaks to kind of what's going on in college football when Pete Golding will look at Nick Saban and call him daddy when he's talking about him to others. I don't know if he says it to his face, but he says
it's almost worse.
Honestly, it'd be better if Nick Saban forced his staff to call him that. But if Pete Golding is behind the scenes talking to other people, calling Nick Saban daddy, I mean, he had a nice run in the playoff. But good luck, Ole Miss. Good luck as him being the leader of your program.
It's what made the Ole Miss run so shocking.
Yeah. This is the man calling another grown man daddy, and he's not a character on Righteous Gemstones.
No, and guess what? I wouldn't want any of those guys running a football team.
Baby Bill would be fun, but I don't know if he could run a football program.
It'd be a fun 6 games before he gets suspended.
And they fire him with cause. Yeah.
He definitely Bobby Petrino-like activities. I'll just say that.
Yes. Would he call a recruit that didn't commit to him a toilet baby at any point? Possibly.
Yeah.
Like if you pick
Just
Georgia,
plopped right down.
If you pop right down in that toilet, if you pick Georgia over Ole Miss after he went hard after you, he'd call you a toilet baby, and that's a problem. You can't call a kid a toilet baby on signing day. That's a problem.
No,
you can
it's
talk,
on the way out.
You can talk about your wife that way, but you can't talk about a player who's a 4-star who decided to go someplace else.
That's how he would. Dabo treated it one way. Baby Billy would
He would have called that linebacker a toilet baby. He definitely would have. You can't do that as a college coach. It's bad for business. So yeah, you're right. Nobody who features on the Righteous Gemstones should be a college coach, even though Pete Golding sounds like them.
Yeah,
which is a problem for Ole Miss.
Which again, don't love that. But hey, made a good run in the playoff. Got still a pretty talented team and got the quarterback back.
Yeah, found a sympathetic judge. Tennessee could not find a judge like that, and that's why Joey Aguilar.
Yeah, much to Lance's chagrin.
Yeah, well, he had to write him up. He was not happy that he had to write up Joey Aguilar. We'll see if he wrote up Chandler Morris, or he'll have to, because Chandler Morris is applying for a 7th year. He's suing the Virginia quarterback who had been around college football. Is trying to find a 7th year of eligibility by suing.
Yeah,
the NCAA.
He was in the same high school draft class as Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Jalen Suggs. He was one spot ahead of Jalen Suggs, the Orlando Magic shooting guard, point guard. I forgot.
He is 25 years old. He filed a lawsuit in the Charlottesville Circuit Court seeking a preliminary. Well, we'll see if
sympathetic judge.
Is it a Virginia judge? And is it? But is it the right type? Is it like an Ole Miss judge or the Tennessee guy who had 2 degrees and said no to Joey Aguilar? It all depends. We found that out.
Basically, is it a nerd judge or is it?
Yeah, is it a guy who went to Virginia for football?
Because it's a great law school.
Well, they're all nerds at Virginia.
Yeah, they call it the grounds.
Yeah, I don't know that you can find a guy who wound up at law school at Virginia as a guy who went there for football and for sports. You're probably looking at a nerd judge.
So from Andy Staples, taking time away from talking about
using Texas as engagement bait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one, less engagement, talking about the Chandler Morris situation. This takes the Trinidad Chambliss route, arguing for a medical red shirt in 2022. He points out that Virginia has 2 quarterbacks that have Power 5 starting experience, Bo Pribula and Eli Holstein.
I've seen those 2 play.
Yeah. That's why I said starting experience.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't comment on their quality of starts.
Yeah, that's true. You did not.
And then he adds, meanwhile, Chandler's dad is once again the OC at Clemson, tying it all together to Dabo Swinney. Maybe he has a 25-year-old quarterback next year.
Oh, you don't even think it would be at Virginia? You think he'd be at Clemson? Well, not a bad.
That's what I'm picking up from what
Andy
Staples
is putting down.
Yeah.
He's 25. I'm not going to begrudge anyone who still wants to.
I'm going to begrudge him a little. But.
I mean, I get it, because what is his future? The UFL?
Sure.
So
and then put all those degrees I'm sure you have, put them to work.
Sure, I'm sure he put in a lot of work while he was trying to find his way to continue to play football.
When you move him around as much as, because Morris went from
he was at North Texas at one point too, but he was at a bigger school.
He was at Oklahoma to TCU to North Texas to Virginia.
Yeah, I don't know how that all comes together for you to
credit hours wise. Yeah,
put together a couple degrees you can use for after football.
Don't know how that works.
Yeah, but if you are Clemson, if you look at their current quarterback, it's Christopher Vizina. Yeah,
that's part of the reason.
Chandler Morris.
That's where it's like, hey, listen.
Yeah, Vizina. Yeah, been around quite a bit.
We can go 6-6 with Chandler Morris. All right.
True.
Which is sad, but that's kind of where Clemson is now. Where it's who can we go?
Who can go 8-4? I'll give them 8-4. Who can we go 8-4 with? Do they have a big time out of conference game beyond their in-state rival this year or every year?
Again?
South Carolina.
Was that a home and home?
Have they played them twice? No, right? They haven't gone to the other Death Valley.
But it might have been like a stagger thing, like
it's
Texas
it's very possible. So maybe they got LSU on the schedule. So you're going to need. Yeah, they host Clemson. LSU does. So first game of the year. Yeah. So they like to have Chandler Morris, an experienced quarterback that actually has been productive. So that's not a bad call. Dabo, who was very vocal in losing a player to the transfer portal, may very well have the ability to go snag a veteran quarterback. Something he has been unwilling to do unless your name is Hunter Johnson.
Yeah. But this one, I mean, his dad's the OC.
Yeah,
so
it makes some sense.
If you're going to break the trend, this is what you would do.
As long as Chandler Morris can win his case in Charlottesville.
Got Miami on the schedule.
Ole Miss? No, that's LSU. I'm still looking at LSU.
Yeah.
But yes, they have LSU.
At LSU.
Miami.
North Carolina.
What does that mean? That
It's
doesn't
at
mean-
home.
well, having North Carolina's schedule, what does that mean?
It's early. It's early, so
So Bill Belichick's players may still care at that point. So
they
it
might not hate the guts of
the university, the
Mike
school,
Lombardi. Yeah.
probably pissed off that they didn't get to see Ludacris in concert.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ACC schedule. Listen, there's a bunch of teams I could list off that I'm like, these are losable games. Also, this team might also be 4-8. I have no idea.
Yeah, so Clemson with Chandler Morris, who was the ACC runner-up with Virginia, they could go 8-4.
But they're also a way better team last year.
Yeah, well, Kate Klubnik didn't exactly perform to the level they thought he would. Maybe Chandler Morris.
They went
Chandler Morris was a
6-6
better
last
quarterback.
year.
Chandler Morris was a better quarterback last year than Kate Klubnik. So maybe they get a better performance from a guy who's 25 years old.
Yeah,
and
who played in the title game.
That's what I'm saying. He was the runner-up with Virginia. So you bring him in. You have an experienced quarterback, and sure, LSU, you got to go there. But I mean, Lane Kiffin, cool. But am I sure that LSU team, no matter what he adds, is not gonna lose to Clemson? No. That's if you get Chandler Morris, that game probably gets closer to a toss-up than it is with Chris Vazina at quarterback. So I get it. I wouldn't rule out a middling year for Clemson. 8-4, maybe you're still in the ACC race because it is the ACC the final couple weeks of the year. As long as you have a quarterback you can at least trust a little bit. But yeah, they were supposed to be better than they were last year.
Yeah, they do get to play FSU. That helps.
Good luck to Mike Norvell.
It is tough, and it's late for me seeing Florida State on a team schedule, and like mentally I'm still like, okay, that's pretty tough. Not lately.
Not since 2023, man.
Not lately. And I mean, what are they like? They have to be like 2-something in conference play. I know they beat Cal 2 years ago with Fernando Mendoza, but they have not been good as of late.
No, Mike Norvell's ACC record over the last 2 seasons is a combined 3-10.
Yeah,
3-10. It remains no Jordan Travis, no success really for Mike Norvell. It's been 4 seasons outside of the Jordan Travis starting years where they went 10-3 and then 13-1. It's been 2-10, 5-7, 5-7, 3-6 in the non-Jordan Travis years for Mike Norvell.
Amazing timing to get the contract extension that he did. Amazing timing. Couldn't have asked for better.
If Jordan Travis hadn't had that debilitating leg injury, don't you think Mike Norvell would have been suing everyone to keep him around for multiple years just to keep going? Mike Norvell would have been heading the lawsuit, not the quarterback.
Yeah, you would be the one. You'd be the attorney.
I don't know. Yeah, what was he up to in college besides playing football? Was he a lawyer?
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it.
I don't know.
Consider he had cornrows.
In one picture. One picture.
It's one more picture.
One picture.
It's one too many pictures.
It's true. One picture at Central Arkansas with the
Imagine
cornrows.
if I was like, oh yeah, there's one picture with me with cornrows.
Rahil's got a picture with cornrows when he was in college. It happens to the worst of them. Thought I was going one way and I went the other. Yeah,
I rest my case.
It's very
me
true.
and Mike Norvell Esquire rest our case.
Good luck to the Seminoles and Keith, who is a Seminole fan. Not really. I ain't looking for any. I hope Mike Norvell buries that program and they can't recover. All right, we'll go to break with that. Beyond my bias and hate of FSU, we got other things to discuss when we come back.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
Rockets back at it tonight against the Kings. We got one half of Rocket Power here. Sean hosts that podcast with Joe George. I would imagine tonight should be an easy one. You know, at home against the Kings, they've long stopped caring. They've long since stopped caring. It's not something they care about. Winning games is not what the Kings are looking to do.
No, I don't want to call them elective season-ending surgeries.
Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, Devin Carter, maybe he's back, but who cares? DeAndre Hunter, they just traded for, he's out.
Yeah, Hunter.
All year long, yeah. So this is a game you should win. Amin Thompson won't be playing tonight. He's got a quadriceps injury, but it should not matter. This should be a game where maybe I'm watching the final episode of Snowpiercer by the middle of the third quarter, if that. Yep. We will see. So as much angst as there is about this team and what they're actually capable of, that Knicks game is really one that's going to be bothersome. They beat the Jazz by 20. Cool. And now they have the Kings. So a soft part of the schedule, which is actually something people pointed to for this Rockets team after the All-Star break. The schedule is soft as far as who you get to play. Now, rest stuff, that rest advantage stuff, they don't have any games where they have more rest than the opponent. So that maybe balances some of it out, but I don't think it'll matter tonight. And then they do have to travel to Florida and play the Magic.
Yeah.
The next day.
Second night of this is the first night of back.
So I guess no Tari in DFS in Orlando, or is that now something?
Do they stagger them now?
No,
I don't know.
no.
We'll see.
Why?
Then,
they haven't done it they haven't done it so far.
Yeah. Then maybe one of them can maybe
Tari can go again.
Yeah, because he's a little bit further along, and it's more
in his maintenance
precautionary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Than with DFS, who he doesn't look like he's knocking a lot of rust off. He kind of looks how he's looked all season. The first game after the break, I remember thinking like, oh, wow, DFS. And he just hasn't. I mean, he needed a week off to play like that.
Yeah, he's got to recover.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. They do play, like you said, one of the weakest schedules to end the series or to end the season. They have a road trip coming up with the Southeast Division minus Charlotte, which is nice.
Which is nice because LaMelo can't hit one of them on their way to the building.
Yes. But you get the two legit, semi-legit
teams who are battling for
teams on the up and up. Yeah. They're playing on the up and up with Orlando, Miami,
two teams
and then
who have hopes of avoiding the play. Orlando beat the Lakers last night. I can't find the audio. I found it, but I don't know where I put
the Lakers announcers.
The Lakers announcers
talking
audio,
Luka. Yeah.
where it is the most open and honest, without actually ripping the star player commentary on a star not doing what they're supposed to. Last night, Orlando won the game thanks to Luka passing up a shot and then LeBron missing badly. Late in the game, Orlando won it by 1. But earlier in the game, Luka doing what he does, complaining about a call, doesn't get back. And you hear their announcers going, got to get back, can't be complaining, got to get back. They've got a 5-on-4, and it winds up with an attempt at the rim and a foul. Yeah. And you could hear the exasperation in the voices of the two guys. One was Stu Lance. I don't know who the play-by-play guy is, but they are sick of it, just like most anyone who watches Lakers basketball can point to Luka complaining and it affecting the defensive integrity of the rest of the team. Because when you're playing 5-on-4, someone's got to get out of position, and it leads to easy buckets. I think Sean has it. Let's hear the exasperation from the Lakers TV team watching Luka not get back on defense.
Luka, little one hand. Again, he's complaining. Got to get back on defense. It's 5-on-4. Underneath, they're going to put it up and in. And 1. And the foul. 68-60.
They see it every night. We don't have to deal with it. We don't have to watch Lakers basketball if we don't have to. And I imagine they have seen that exact scenario. He doesn't get back. It leads to an easy bucket. In that case, it was an and 1. And, Sean, what was the difference in the game?
Was it
one? It wasn't 1 point.
Yeah.
1 point. Hey, Luka, you'd pass up a potential game winner, and then you're guilty of probably several of those a night.
Also, the passing up on the game winner, he was open.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what
LeBron,
going
when
on.
asked about it, said Luka had a quality look.
Yeah.
He did have a quality look. It wound up in a LeBron bad look, and he missed badly. He said Luka had a great look. So for all the conversations about whose team it is, hey, Luka, take the shot.
Yeah, and this is also, it's why I'm not super surprised by the broadcast, angst with this, because their team franchise, when they got LeBron, they're like, that's cool, I guess.
Yeah.
Like that.
They will not be overwhelmed by a star.
They're like, that's cool. You're not Kobe.
Yeah.
All right.
The entire city's like, great. You ain't number 8/24. You're not Magic. You're not all the other ones.
Yeah,
you're not
the
Shaq.
Black Mamba.
Yeah. So Luka would just be Luka's just another guy for them.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to, put. He's obviously better than this guy was as a Laker. It's like, just like Dwight Howard. It's like they had prime Dwight Howard at one point.
If you don't perform, we're gonna take issue.
Yeah.
And now they traded Anthony Davis. It helps that the Lakers, it's looked at as they got this giant steal, but there's a steal in making that acquisition. But there is something about Laker exceptionalism where the fans just expect, and history will tell you they should expect, a star will be here. How did the Lakers look before LeBron just decided, I want to be here?
Yeah, their rebuild was going nowhere. Now, those young guys then became like decent NBA players.
And you could trade for Anthony Davis.
Yeah, but like they were going nowhere.
Yeah. And then
until LeBron just wanted to be a
wanted to
Laker.
live in LA. He's got the movie stuff, all the things his hands are in, and he wanted to be in LA. And hey, they think that way all the time.
Yeah, and then 2 years later they win the championship.
Yeah, in the bubble, and then of course Luka. Now he didn't want to be there; he wanted to stay in Dallas, but it just fell into their lap. So they have, and I guess rightfully so, the belief that another guy's just going to come along. You're just one of several, Luka. So if you don't perform in the way we like,
and the honeymoon's going to be shorter than with any. I mean, you look at the Rockets and Rockets fans with KD, like older KD, and even in a disappointing year, there's still, every night people are like, God, thank God they got KD. Like man, and like just when he, maybe before the thing that happened
the alleged
2
thing.
Sundays ago,
Sure.
It was just like, wow, how sick is it that just Kevin Durant is just on this team, and that's something where, the Rockets get like a decent amount of stars to come here. They're like probably in that like next tier down from LA and Miami.
They generally acquire them through trade.
Yeah.
Like, guys don't just. I mean,
Pop
Kevin
up.
Durant made the decision after the Suns put him on the block, and we all know the story.
And like Chris Paul kind of did the same thing.
They
Dwight
kind of
Howard.
they kind of picked the team as far as their best options, but they had
Carmelo Anthony.
But Dwight Howard was the big free agent acquisition.
Yeah,
like they had kind of whiffed. We mentioned LeBron. LeBron
in
put it out there that he didn't like
18?
the city.
Yeah,
that was the storyline when people were thinking that LeBron might come here. So getting Dwight Howard was a win for them. Of course, didn't wind up to the level that people wanted, but of course the trade for James worked out better than anyone could imagine. Generally, over the last 20 years, the Rockets have acquired players through trades as opposed to guys just deciding to come here. And they got the KD, and he's been better than advertised as far as the play on the court. The turnovers late in games ain't great, but hey, if you had a point guard that could handle some of that stuff, we wouldn't see all that. But yeah, we will still be okay with KD. Of course, got to perform far longer than Laker fans will be okay with Luka if things end poorly again in the playoffs this year.
If they trade for Giannis, if they trade for some star,
you're not
star X, whoever it is.
They acquired Shaq, and now it took a while, but they won 3 titles in a row with him. So that's how it is for them. It's unlike most places in the NBA. Sean, I'm going to test your sensibilities when we come back. On this show, particularly on Fridays at 11:30, your movie tastes are called into question by one Michael Carroll.
Yeah, looked down upon, I would say.
Yeah, I would say you're not looked at positively when it comes to your music, or excuse me, your movies and television thoughts. I'm going to just describe a trailer I just saw, kind of give you the nuts and bolts, and then throw in little extras to see if it changes your opinion, because I won't say I can't believe this movie was made, because anything can get made. I'm just surprised anyone wanted to. We'll talk about that when we come back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
My Twitter algorithm has some tried and true things, and then other things are determined by what I type into the search. I love a movie. I watch stuff on Prime. Hell, I even mentioned Snowpiercer, which is on Prime, so maybe the algorithm was simply listening. That's the first bullet point. This movie is going directly to Prime. How does that strike you, Sean? A movie directly to Prime.
I'm open.
You're
I'm
open
open to it. There, it does come with like a certain, expectation of quality.
Sure.
That the high end probably isn't there. But I'm still, I like Heads of State. I liked was Without Remorse also straight to Prime. Yeah, so they've had some hits.
Sure. What if I tell you Uma Thurman is in it playing a domineering authority figure?
Okay.
What if I throw in that the original title of the movie was Ballerina Overdrive?
Okay.
It is now Pretty Lethal. That is the
better name
of the movie. As you can guess by the original title, it is about ballerinas, a bus full of ballerinas traveling in a foreign country. Their bus breaks down. Of course, why wouldn't
that
it?
happens?
Why
that
wouldn't
happens,
it?
Yeah.
And the only place that they could wind up in? A lethal hotel.
Now,
where are you now?
When you say lethal hotel,
they should be in fear of their lives now that they're in the hotel.
Okay, so it's just like
it's not a killer hotel.
It's just like a bad spot.
Yeah, the hotel doesn't kill you, but people in the hotel.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of this sounds like when you throw in the ballerina aspect of it. Is this in the John Wick universe?
It does. It sounds, I would say, iterative.
It is not, but maybe the movie Ballerina led to this thing getting greenlit.
Yeah, or parallel thinking.
Possibly, yeah. No idea is new. Everyone has the same ideas. It just depends on when they come across it. That's part of it. So you're still in.
Yeah, I'm still interested.
What if I tell you one of the stars is the daughter from what's the name of the series? You Got to Be Silent or Monsters Kill You. John Krasinski, Emily.
Quiet Place.
The daughter from The Quiet Place is in it.
No
take it or leave
change.
it, right?
No change.
The star of The Boys I Love Before, not Noah Centineo, the Lana Condor.
I know who she is, but
Okay.
no change really. Didn't see that.
This is the one that may get me.
Okay.
It is from the producers of Atomic Blonde and Bullet Train.
Oh yeah, there we go.
There it is.
There we go.
There it is.
2 for 2.
There it is. That's what
Transportation based lethal women. That's how you get those 2 movies together.
So it plays on the fact that being a ballerina is hell. So their experience
There's
being
some issues.
ballerinas has built them to adapt to a situation where they're just ballerinas. But hey, all these people trying to hurt us, ain't nothing worse than a ballerina teacher and being a ballerina, so you can handle it. That's kind of the premise.
Okay.
Mark something. You know what? I was like, whatever. And then you give me the Atomic Blonde. You give me Bullet Train. You got me.
Do we know, or can you describe from the trailer what, where in the world does this?
It's some
appear
Eastern
to...
European country.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Yeah, there it is.
That's the only other thing
You're
I
gonna
want
hear
to know.
accents that are probably not correct to the actual place.
Yeah,
because people who aren't from that area are doing the accents.
Yeah, they're all English or whatever.
Yeah.
Trying to do it. Yeah,
Uma Thurman's there.
Yeah, if one of the bad guys name Sergey or Andrea or something, I'm in.
Let's see. There's a Yuri.
That's also on the board. Okay.
There's a Saber.
God, they're in the lab with these names.
This is what I'm. Vlad.
There we go.
Osip.
Yeah, got to get a layup in there like Vlad.
We got it. I thought so. Once I got to who was behind it, I thought it would get you.
Yeah, no, I mean, if they're Albanian, that's a plus.
Yeah, it's gonna have
taken.
It's gonna have a lot of the stars, the ballerinas, are going to be
familiar faces.
Familiar faces in movies that. Okay, that's a Netflix thing, or that's a Hulu thing, stuff like that.
They're streaming faces.
Yeah,
and Uma Thurman.
They're streaming faces plus the young lady from A Quiet Place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. And Uma Thurman, although star of, what was the Charlie Theron Old Guard 2?
Oh, yeah.
She was in Old Guard 2.
She was in that, too. So this is her bag, too. So I thought, yeah, this might get Sean. March 25th or whatever.
Yeah, and the key to this, and this is what Prime does well, they make these movies that you're like, okay, yeah, sure, I'm like a slight positive on, and they're like, and you only have to get up off your couch to watch it. It's like, boom, you got me. Paying $15 to watch this? Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not driving to the theater for it.
Yeah, maybe not.
But I'm not getting people together that are going to watch it. But at home on a Friday afternoon when it premieres?
Sure, why not?
I'm in. So Pretty Lethal. I think at some point we're going to force, well, not even force. Michael will love to watch this movie. But if he doesn't, he is going to review it on this show.
Or
this show will.
We will review it at him.
Yes, if he doesn't watch it, we will certainly talk about it in a way where he has to at least be somewhat engaged.
I hope it's like the same day as like Project Hail Mary or something. Where we're just like, before we get to that.
Yeah, slow down, Mike.
Pretty Lethal.
I know you've got a review. Your letterbox thing is up, sure, but we're going to talk about Lana Condor and Maddie Ziegler, along with Uma Thurman.
Next generation of action stars.
This is what we're saying. We look at these young ladies and go, they're next up. We've had Linda Hamilton way back when. We've had, you mentioned Charlize Theron.
Mm-hmm.
We've had Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
Kate Beckinsale, one of the surprising action stars of our time.
Mila Jovovich.
Well, of course, when your husband can direct so many Resident Evils, sure. Now we got these young ladies. And of course, Uma Thurman is herself.
Yeah.
We're going to move on because Milo, I don't know if it's that Milo. He may sound like that Milo. He wants to talk Astros. We'll close out the show with some Astro talk. What's up, Milo?
Hello, Joe.
It is that Milo. What's up, Milo?
It looks like the Astros are going to sit on their hands this year, for Christ's sake.
What would you like them to do?
Nothing.
Milo, you are
Make moves. Make a move.
Milo,
get out there and get aggressive.
Milo, you are a noted baseball expert. Been watching the game for a very long time, even after death. So it's a credit to you that you're still locked in. What do you think the Astros should do? What would be your move if you're Dana Brown?
First thing I would do if I was Dana Brown is go see my man down at Chuck's Suits. Oh, what a fine suit and tie. The next thing I would do is take a look at my scouting department and have them go and line up like little kids in the toilet and look at each other in the mirror and say, what are we going to do? And then you run upstairs to Jimmy Crane's office and you knock real softly and you say, hey, Jimmy, we're not going to sit on our hands again, are we, pal? Come on.
People have an issue with Dana Brown. He has been looking to help this roster through a left-handed bat. We were promised a big-time pitcher. I guess that's Tatsuya Imai. But this roster feels lacking. There's not a lot of depth there. And the pitching rotation is in question. You have to hope Mike Burrows is good. And you're betting on unproven commodities. It's not what we've known for the Astros. We always felt pretty good going into a year. I think the expectations at this point are lower than they have been in the past, Milo. Maybe since you were in the booth.
You know, that might be true, but they won all the stuff after me. 17 and 22. Proof up in the rafters, right above that godforsaken train. Is that the AC train now?
The Daikin train, I believe. Yes. I don't know if Mr. Smoky Pants is still the guy, but yes. I think we have. Do we have AC units? What is it, Sean? What's in the actual train now?
I believe they're giant baseballs.
Oh, it's baseballs. Okay.
I don't want to say they just repainted the oranges, but
you could say it.
It looked as if they repainted. Yes, giant baseballs.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, on theme.
We
a little disappointed in our. I wish we could do a little something at first base. Christian Walker, unacceptable. Third base, not good.
You got Correa at
Gonna
third.
rely on a healthy Jordan.
Milo, you don't like Correa?
Correa, no bueno.
Okay, that's my
no
answer.
Bueno. Too old.
Too old?
Altuve, old, worn out.
Like an old glove.
Seems we need to go visit the old tire shop, boys.
Correa's 31 years old. I mean, older, but not too old to play third. That's why he's at third. He's too old. He doesn't have the ability he had at shortstop. So, Correa, Pena, Altuve, and Walker. You'd like to replace 3 out of the 4 infielders.
Yes, indeed, Deli. You said it.
That's tough.
Unfortunately, no one's unloading. So we're going to sit here and win 85 games and drink a lot of cold beer. 82 home games. Oh.
Is that how the math works? 82?
81 and a half if you're counting.
Okay. I don't know if it's a half either. Either way, Milo, you're right.
You know, I always say, Deli, you split the season up into thirds.
I've heard that from
You're
you.
definitely going to lose a third, and you're going to win a third. But what determines a true winner is what you do with that third. It's called the 33rd turd rule.
I had not heard it put that way before. That's new. That's new from you, Milo, at least for me. So you think 85 wins. Do you think Joe Espada and Dana Brown, they don't have contracts beyond this year, do you think either one of them survives after 2026?
Certainly going to survive with 85. Going to be there's going to be plenty of folks filling up that stadium this year, Deli. They're going to be selling out games. Most people don't care. They just go out there and, you better be prepared to open up your wallet. Oh.
You're very critical.
It's 1985.
Milo, you're very critical of the team and how they're run. You weren't this critical when you were in the booth, were you?
No. You gotta, you don't want to bite the hand that feeds you.
Yeah, I get that.
If you do that, they'll cut it off there, and then you'll be out on the streets just doing the old captain's chair.
Milo, I think I'd like you to be our correspondent when you have the time during the season. I don't want you to promise that, but when you have the time, can you be this show's baseball correspondent this year?
On field, I'll be there on the sideline or, somewhere you can count on me. I'll call in. I'll make sure to drop by more often, Dell. How about that?
Look at that. I give him a spot on the show, and now he calls me by my actual name. Look at that. Look how things have changed. Thanks, Milo.
Oh, Dilly!
Oh, there it is. I think he just forgot. I think he forgot what he was doing. Milo on a mobile here. Thank you, Milo. Hope to hear more from you as we get closer and closer to Astros baseball. What a guy.
What a treat.
Yeah.
What a treat. And now we have a baseball correspondent.
Yeah, whatever. Less me talking about baseball, the better.
Yeah. I don't mean for Milo to get me down, but probably need more of the fun stuff.
Yeah, Milo.
Probably have to lean into more of the nonsense because
I don't want to break down 3 at-bats for Zach Cole.
A
show. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, and now we're going into like year 3 of this is like a perfectly fine team that doesn't have a ton of upside.
Yeah, they're not even bad enough to be fun.
No, it's just kind of like
they're
gonna decent.
They're just going to be good enough for us to have to pay attention.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to be.
Filling up the ballpark.
You heard him. Milo knows.
He knows what time it is.
Good enough for people to want to be there. Will they be good enough for it to matter in October? Feels unlikely at this point, but we'll see. Milo Hamilton, our official correspondent for this show. Hope to hear more from him throughout the season. All right, we're done for the day. That is what that music means. Since we're done, Sean, what's it going to be today?
We chase the fight.
Even that is depressing. Before we go, I do want to mention this. Remember, it is not Houston Restaurant Week, but it is Eat, Drink, HTX time, and it is back for its 5th year. It is ongoing through the 28th. You can enjoy great food just like Houston Restaurant Week, and a portion of each meal is donated to the Houston Food Bank. Restaurants participating have brunch or lunch for just $25 and dinner for, just $15 and dinner for $25. Find all the participating restaurants and their menus at eatdrinkhtx.com. That's eatdrinkhtx.com. Rich Eisen's up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, how much higher can crude oil futures go? They're up about $11 a barrel since January amid concerns that the United States and Iran could interact militarily, particularly if tomorrow's talks in Geneva over nuclear non-proliferation fail, and also whether or not Tehran is willing to give up its ballistic missile capabilities as well and move enriched uranium to a third country. All of that is on the table for conversations tomorrow. In the event of a failure of those talks, there's some concern, obviously, and the president has warned about it, that the United States could attack Iran. It's got the largest buildup of military equipment, if you will, and materiel in the region since the 2003 Iraq War. Oil prices sitting at just about $66 a barrel, up from $55.27 in January. That is a big move. We've also seen gasoline prices move up, something that individuals would feel if indeed a war with Iran started. That could mean prices at the pump would go up meaningfully, and that would have an impact on inflation readings as well.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like two delicious desserts just high-fived. snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, listen. Are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
Stay up to date on the latest Houston sports news and follow us on socials at ESPN Houston.
Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis.
This dude is a freaking animal.
This is the Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests: Broncos head coach Sean Payton, Bears general manager Ryan Poles, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn, Seahawks general manager John Schneider, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. We're back here in Indianapolis, Indiana, downtown Convention Center for another day hanging in the Media Center, welcoming you into our fold on Disney Plus, on the ESPN app. We're here on ESPN Radio all 3 hours. Rich Eisen along with my guys, Chris Brockman and TJ Jefferson, light the fake candle. Oh, you've got, is that a remote?
It's not a game, Rich. It is not a game. Let me just do it for people. Bam!
Wait a minute.
You know.
This candle has a remote?
Why does that have a remote? Bam. Why wouldn't it have a remote? You know, like,
okay. So the candle is lit.
Wow. Come on now.
And now Sean Payton can show up.
Yeah, of course.
But he did tell me, he's like, I'm not showing unless there's a candle lit by remote.
Right.
So
that's how we get down there. He's aware. Yeah, he knows.
You know, we've got he won a Super Bowl. Nick Sirianni's on in hour 3. He won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
John Schneider's on in hour number 3. He's the general manager walking around here fresh off of a Super Bowl. Ryan Poles trying to get to a Super Bowl.
Dan Quinn won one with Seattle.
With Seattle.
Yeah.
You know, Dan Quinn won one with Seattle. And then, you know who's top of mind? Reuben Bain is walking around this building.
I saw him.
We're going to get him here.
TJ thought he was bigger than Reuben Bain, and I'm like, bro, are you sure about that?
Well, hold on a second. When did this happen?
Because when he first, I saw him about 50 feet away. I was like, I'm not sure how tall he is. And then he got here. I was like, oh, okay, never mind.
I thought you came into the building saying, I know defensive linemen are going to be strolling around the media center.
Well, I knew linebackers would be.
I will be bigger. Well, linebackers and, pass rushers who might be technically linebackers because at some point teams don't want to pay them as defensive ends. That's how it pretty much works
familiar.
around here, you know.
Weird. There's some big boys rolling around here.
What team would do that?
You know, and so here, the way it works, folks out there, certainly if you're watching and you can see all the cameras behind us, those are cameras that are pointed at the podiums that are on the opposite side of the room. And the podiums are where all the general managers and the coaches spoke yesterday. There's a handful left that have yet to speak. And so now mostly prospects are going to be up at these podiums. And what they do is they show up at these podiums and they hit they hit the media circuit the day before they're all working out. So they're working out on Thursday, the defensive line group. So they're going to be strolling around, very large individuals whose job it is to tackle the quarterbacks in the league are here today. On Thursday, it'll be those who are working out on Friday, which is a group of tight ends, defensive backs, and things of that nature. And then on Friday, those who are working out on Saturday, running backs, wide receivers, quarterbacks for the big, huge day, they'll be here on Friday. So Fernando Mendoza, who's the photograph right behind you right now in our random photographs, TJ Jefferson, he's going to be strolling around here on Friday.
How about that?
Yeah.
Something in the air tonight.
So that's the way it works. That's the way it works. Arvell Reese, let's do that one first. He spoke earlier today, and his conversation is of interest to people because is he an off-the-ball linebacker? Right. Is he a pass rusher? You know, if you're in a situation where some scouts think you should play here and some scouts think you should play there and on the field, you may not get drafted by somebody if they feel that you're somebody other than what they see on tape.
Yeah, where do you fit in their scheme?
Where do you fit in their scheme?
Yeah.
And Arvell Reese, who could be potentially a New York Jet, number 2 overall based on some mock drafts, had this to say about how he views himself.
Teams just pretty much been asking me what I wanted to do, you know? Just seeing where my mind was at. Just be telling them I think I'm an outside linebacker, edge, potentially. I think I got a lot to get better at outside linebacker and edge as far as, you know, pass rushing and coverage, but I think I can adapt to it quick. I haven't even scratched the surface with really what I could do pass rushing for real. Like, I'll be an inside linebacker, Indy the whole week. Like, I think I can get way better at pass rushing for sure.
Let me just tell you.
Okay, you're not bigger than him, TJ.
I am, as you know, not an all-32 guy. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I've seen him this, and I think he's that, or whatever. What he is somebody to be feared.
Yeah.
Okay?
I was kind of scared just listening to him talk.
Listen, Sonny Styles is walking around here, too, and Caleb Downs is going to be walking around here, I believe, tomorrow. And they've got some defensive tackles, too, who, you know, wore the Buckeyes on the back of their helmets. And I'll just tell you, you know, you have to account for this guy. I can't imagine you're not going to draft him because he thinks he's playing a position that you don't think he can play. Yeah. Basically, it's just like you have a set of fingers. You need to put them in the dirt and go hunt that guy.
Go get that dude in the backfield.
Or stand there and try and, you know, make you think that he can drop in a cover. He's awesome. And if he's the second overall pick, that wouldn't surprise me by any stretch of the imagination. But it was just interesting. I'm just your opinions of seeing the sizes of these guys walking around this room.
It just seems like every year these guys are bigger.
Right. It's the truth.
You watch the tape, they're faster, they're stronger.
And we don't even have the O-linemen up yet. Like, those are the true hosses. You know, Del Tufo loves to say, guys in bars say, oh, I could play football. You see men like this, and you're like, no, you at a bar could not.
And then there's the question of quarterbacks. We did have John Eric Sullivan and Jeff Hafley in yesterday, and I thought they were very honest about, hey, we've talked to Tua. We've told him, you know, all options are on the table. You know, including cutting him, including keeping him. And I know Sullivan was talking about trading.
Well, he had reached out to some teams to kind of gauge the market.
I do not wish to... you know, deny our guests the platform to say whatever they wish to say.
Okay.
Not saying it's anything but the truth. But I understand the way things work around here is like, oh, yeah, we're having trade talks for Tua Tagovailoa. It could be like, hey, would you be interested in trading for him? Oh, okay. We'll call you back. Could be that. Could be actual
Technically,
trade.
that's a trade conversation.
I just don't know. Yeah. Again, the idea is that if Miami needs to get out from under this contract, why would you oblige them? Knowing that if you do not
wait a week
oblige and he's cut, then you can get him for pennies on the dollar. Yeah. So Tua's in this mix about is he still going to be with his team? Kirk Cousins, everyone is talking around here as if, and the Falcons have essentially confirmed he will be cut loose as a veteran quarterback who can be on your team by the end of the day as we're getting set for a quarterback class to show up here, as I mentioned, on Friday.
I know a spot that might be able to use.
And that would be who?
It's a familiar spot to Kirk Cousins.
What do you think? Oh, Minnesota?
Maybe.
Why would you say Minnesota?
Interesting. TJ.
I mean, they've got a quarterback there, TJ.
I know, but
who they used the draft choice on at the top of the draft so high that they wanted to see what they still had in him, to the point where the quarterback that they did have, despite being offered a contract, decided not to stay there because he wanted to go to a spot where there was no competition for his job. That guy's name is Dick Hammer, the grandson. Okay, of one Hammer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a dick.
Richard D. Hammer.
So.
Yeah, but Kirk Cousins also got $100 million in free agency. Yeah. Now he's going to get released.
So what? I mean, he's in the Contract Hall of Fame.
So you're saying I'm wrong about this?
Like if Kirk Cousins goes into the Contract Hall of Fame,
as he should.
Darrelle Revis is slipping the jacket on him. You know what I mean?
He goes.
Darrell's inducting him.
He goes in with John.
He's
Concac.
Introducing him.
Who else?
John Concac.
Wow. Guys like
Chase Daniel.
Made a lot of scratch.
But in all seriousness,
Chandler Parsons.
Yeah. Why would Cousins go back to Minnesota? I mean,
because he
can always go home again, Rich.
He thinks he can win the job.
Yeah.
And they might be better with him.
You think Justin Jefferson be like, oh, no, Kirk's coming?
Are you aware that 9 won 6 games last year?
We love 9. We're friends.
No, you're not. You just went higher register on me.
You did go higher
Okay,
register.
well, we like JJ. So,
yeah, okay, good.
Okay, so.
All right. But Cousins is out there. What about Kyler Murray?
Kyler Murray is out there, too.
All right.
You might have to trade for him.
Monty Ossenfort, general manager from the podium, was asked about his quarterback situation.
I know a lot of you are going to, on top of your mind is our quarterback situation. So, here's what I would say, as I've said before. I'd say all options are on the table for us, okay? We got Kyler, Jacoby, Keaton, all under contract. As it pertains to that position, as it pertains to every position on our team, we're going to look at every avenue to improve, and we're going to continue and go through our process with that.
I mean, that offense ran pretty good with Jacoby Brissett.
Jake Brisket.
He was winging it all over the yard, man.
He was.
Michael Wilson looked like Jerry Rice.
Right. Out of nowhere, man.
Well, here's a soundbite that's clanking around and sits atop the news stack of ESPN's NFL page about whether he and Murray have spoken.
Yeah, I've always had a good dialogue with Kyler, and I'd say it wasn't up to what Kyler wanted. It wasn't up to what any of us wanted as a season as a whole. And so when you had the kind of year that we had, there's a lot of room for improvement. And so we got to find a way to do that, not only at that position, at all positions, but that's what we're all focused on, is getting better and moving forward.
Well, the news stack says that Ossenfort and Murray have not spoken since the end of the season.
Yeah, I think Kyler's camp refuted that they've.
Well, but again, listen to that soundbite. Does it sound like he said, "Yeah, we've spoken"?
No.
No.
He didn't explicitly say it.
Start the soundbite again, everybody. Hit it.
Yeah, I've always had a good dialogue with Kyler, and I'd say it wasn't up to what Kyler wanted. It wasn't up to, what any of us wanted as a season as a whole. And so, when you had the kind of year that we had, there's a lot of room for improvement.
I've always had a good dialogue. It's not like I talked to Kyler.
Everybody, he's not being honest with us and all that. Let me just tell you something.
Yeah. Well, no, Rich.
I speak general manager.
You've been around the game for a minute. Yeah.
Stewardess, I speak GM.
See that brother Moody Mackham? Lay him down and smack him.
This is Combine 22 for me, everybody. This is not I'm not sitting on a turnip truck.
Do they still have turnip trucks?
I don't know. Okay. I haven't seen one. I don't know why I just said that.
Well, turnips still exist,
guys.
Right?
I don't know. What are you evaluating my choice of vegetables?
Everything's an evaluation.
Why not a rutabaga?
All right,
we're here.
When Dan Quinn shows up in hour 2, will he say all options are on the table for his quarterback who was injured for most of last year? Will he say all options are on the table at quarterback for Jaden Daniels in hour 2? I will say you this.
I think I have a better chance of having a full head of hair tomorrow.
Okay, very good.
That's not
all right. So he's not going to say that. And Monty Ossenford had every opportunity to say about his quarterback. He had an injury-marred last season, everybody. We didn't see, unfortunately, what we could get out of Kyler Murray last year and Drew Petzing's offense. And Drew's now, as you know, in Detroit. Right. Talked about that with Brad Holmes. They blew up that entire offensive side of the football when they hired Mike LaFleur, and they're going to hand him the reins and say, you do what you wish with the offense. You do what you can do. And what you've picked up, we want the fruit of the McVay tree here in Arizona. And is Kyler Murray that guy? Is he that guy? Mike LaFleur was the one who was with the Jets. That was who Robert Saleh brought over to be the OC when it was time to get Zach Wilson going. And as we all know, that didn't happen. Then he went back to the Rams, and now he's heading to be the Arizona Cardinals head coach. I'm just wondering if you take a look at what he just did in Los Angeles, if the best choice for what he can do isn't somebody like Jake Brisket. And somehow, some way, you can go ahead and hire somebody, if you do get out from under Kyler Murray's contract in some way, shape, or form. Is that a Malik Willis spot? Where you go and you tell Malik Willis, you come here. Jacoby Brissett is the guy in the locker room who supports him, who might be out there every now and then to give you a few games. Did Brissett show you last year that he can win in those situations?
He put up good numbers. Definitely. They moved the ball. They scored a lot of points.
This does not. He says all options are on the table. When John Eric Sullivan left here yesterday and said that about Tua, what did you think? What are all the options on the table? Yeah, he's not going to be there anymore.
The Magic Johnson, man. I'm not going to be here.
Where does Kyler Murray wind up? How about that?
Can I give you a random spot?
With Jets? You talking about the Jets? What's your random spot? Go for it.
Just throwing this out there.
Well, it's the combine.
Yeah.
We don't hold you to it. It's a dart throw. What do you got?
The Cleveland Browns.
For Kyler Murray?
Come on now.
No, Deshaun Watson is starting.
Let me tell you something.
For the Cleveland Browns.
Deshaun Watson
is throwing it out there.
Going to be the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. I was on ESPN Radio in Cleveland earlier today. They said that there was a poll, and the poll of the fans said Shador is going to be the Week 1 starter. And I'm like, listen, you know how much I love Shador. But Deshaun Watson, if you got one more year left of trying to get something out of this contract, you're going to get an opportunity. And Todd Monken, if he can get anything out of Deshaun Watson close to what Deshaun Watson was like, then we're even more likely than not to having a conversation by the end of the year. Do the Browns give a new contract to Deshaun Watson?
Oh, that smells like an overreaction topic in like week 6.
Right, well, you talked me out of it. I take back my Kyler Murray.
I just don't know. Where is Kyler Murray fit?
Have we checked his Instagram? Did he wipe everything? Are there any clues there on social media? We know that's where we find
That's how the Super Bowl week between the Rams and the Bengals started, if you remember. That was the Monday of that Super Bowl where, like, wait a minute.
Pro Bowl,
Kyler just wiped out all Arizona Cardinal references. And then, as we all know, he stayed. And then the whole new regime went out to his college campus to celebrate his statue being unveiled there.
Yeah.
And then he's sticking around. He's got his contract. And then all of a sudden last year, the football hits him in this face mask. He stumbles for the ball and then has a foot injury that knocks him out for the rest of the year. And you want to talk about how when Sirianni joins in hour number 3 of this show, I'm going to do my best to try and find out about that iceberg in Philadelphia. We only see the tip of, and what is underneath that iceberg, and what is going on in that locker room, and why is there always this drama, and does he like it like this? I mean, I'll go down that road in hour 3 with him.
Some people thrive on chaos,
but
right?
there is something when, and the first indication was when Kyler Murray was talking about the new facilities that are coming in 2020, whatever, and he's like, if I'm here
to see him.
Like, wait, what?
Say what?
It feels like to me, whatever team doesn't get Malik Willis will be in the Kyler Murray running after that.
Unless Murray stays put and Tua stays put, because nobody's going to take him off their hands. And Mike LaFleur's like, I've got a sense of what I can do with Kyler. It was better than what I think Malik Willis is or can be. I'll make do with him for one more year and see what we got. That's the way it could go. But this whole business of Monty, well, they haven't spoken. I just heard the GM basically say, yeah, we've got a good communication going. That's him saying we haven't spoken by saying we have spoken. Just not, since the end of the season.
Yeah, just not in the last
by telling you nothing, they're telling you everything, right?
The way that he hasn't spoken with him is he basically said, hey, all options are on the table. We're going to speak to this guy next. Sean Payton.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Hey, Lance Erline here. My favorite auto dealer is Gulf Coast Chevy. They run the dealership for you, the customer. They help you get the vehicle that you want with the savings you need. And Gulf Coast has so many ways to save. For example, on a 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 with TurboMax engine, well-qualified buyers get 1.9% APR financing when you go with GM Financial. Or save thousands in total value with a cash allowance, engine credit, and bonus cash. See dealer for details. Visit Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton. You can shop online at LanceZcars.com. Chevy, together, let's drive.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are doing data centers now. There's all kinds of businesses that could use powder coating.
Yes, we are doing industrial, which means oil and gas. We are doing plenty of residential, and now we're doing tech. We're going in with Meta. We're going in with Tesla. We're working on their data centers. We've even done Samsung in Austin. So the sky is the limit when it comes to our coatings.
I mean, if I'm a city and my water tower is looking terrible, I'm going to call you.
Call us because we want to make sure you take pride where you live.
And all all these businesses, they have fencing. And if you are a business, you will go to them.
Yes, there's not many bricks and mortar anymore, but the ones that are still here, they want to look great. And we are here to help you with your railings, with your fencing, with your door frames. We can do it for you.
And residential, free pickup and delivery. You guys are so nice.
Yes, we try to be.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products. So why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP. It's time to dine out and do good during Eat Drink HTX. From now through February 28th, enjoy amazing meals at participating Houston area restaurants, and you'll help raise money for the Houston Food Bank. Learn more at eatdrinkhtx.com. That's eatdrinkhtx.com.
Two of you. I did know for sure, Sean.
It was something
here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. How is Bill Parcells now? How's he doing?
We stay in touch. Probably we talk once a week.
You do? Did you reach out to him like during the playoffs and stuff like that?
Yeah, we would speak. I would say regularly. For
awesome.
me, it would be. Look, Bill's 83 or 84. So in the morning on a drive to work, I would call him, and I know that he's 2 hours ahead.
Yes.
And he's either in Saratoga, upstate New York during the summer months. He's spending more time there, or in Florida. And we stay in touch quite a bit.
Okay.
He's doing really well. He's sharp as a tack. He'll be thinking of the same message maybe I will.
What to deliver to your players?
Just in each game, like what he's looking at, and I think because he's able to follow and watch, he's got a good idea of the strengths and weaknesses of our team, and then maybe we're playing someone else. I mean, he's very much on top of it.
So looking back at the playoffs, the narrative is that had Bo Nix not broken his ankle, you could have won the whole damn thing. Do you feel that is fair or not?
I think it's unfair a little to Seattle in that. Look, they did it. It's like I'm reading the Twitter feeds on the Olympic hockey, and it is what it is. Mm-hmm. And so the timing obviously wasn't great, and yet certainly can't diminish from the first 2 years he's had as a pro. But it's tough. Look, it's a grind to begin with, and then the further you go, the more difficult it will be if you lose. And so it's tough to get to that spot in the playoffs and then, lose to another good team.
And so where do you think your team is entering the year 3 of Bo
I think
next year,
look in a good spot. I think, the first check or question always is it's hard to draft a quarterback in the first round and develop and have success, and we feel like we found that. I mean, despite when everyone's got an opinion, especially about the first round, and I think one of the things you have to avoid is pay attention to that bus, because none of us know who's driving it. The mocks and all the white noise, because if you get on it, you're going to find yourself with a player you don't want, historically speaking, and no one goes back to look 3 years, 5 years down, behind. But I think that having a conviction, it's harder now than it ever has been. If you're a scout, how do you tune out the white noise relative to grading a player when you constantly hear others' opinions, and those others maybe have watched 3 games, 4 games. So the first big question was finding that and getting that right, and I think we feel like we've done that. And now, you come off of a season like that, you got to start from the beginning again. You don't pick up and try to pick up where you left off. We're going to be in a little bit better shape cap-wise. We're out from the cap hit the prior 2 years. That's significant.
Of Russell Wilson.
Yeah, and so that took 2 years, and that was quite a bit of operating costs or player budget.
Yeah, and for you to have a rookie quarterback and make the playoffs 2 years in a row, including the AFC Championship game, for sure. There's no doubt about that. But what is that next step roster-wise that you think you can address over the next month here?
The thing that you have to do sometimes, which is difficult, is you have to take your current roster, and there's a handful of free agents that are on our team. So you have to remove them from your depth chart when you do the musts. And so, that being said, 2 of our inside linebackers that played quite a bit of our snaps, those are priorities. I think, when you take a look at the running back position, Dobbins removed from it, that would be, so there's a handful of these musts and then needs and then wants. And you try to prioritize them. But I think sometimes, for the fans to understand, when you remove the free agents from your roster, you look at it and think, holy cow, we're thin here. And it just tells you currently there's no guarantee. A guy like Adam Troutman, who's a tight end, he's a free agent. There's a number of players that played on the team a year ago. So a lot of those guys are priorities. And yet you can't assume with this market that all of them are going to return. We'd like a bunch of them to. So I think you hope, like at this event, you hope when you get into this that you're trying to get the best player, and yet you're paying attention as you get into the middle rounds as to the fit and the vision, and that would imply sometimes need. But I think that hopefully we can do enough in this, because what happens when we go back is free agency starts
pretty much right away.
Right away.
Yeah.
And so it was good to us a year ago. We had some key pieces that we felt helped our team, and I think we look forward to that again. But I would say that really, to answer your question, man, we're a young team. One of the younger teams in the NFL, and there are a lot of guys that have played maybe earlier than expected, and I think that playing time and that significant playing time is going to help.
Sean Payton, a few minutes left here with the Denver Broncos head coach. The competition committee, I've got some questions for you, sir. What do you...
I hope I can answer, because honestly...
Is it like Fight Club? Or you're not allowed to talk about it?
No, I can. Okay. I just haven't been yet because I got in late, and so I'm excited to be back on.
Yeah, that's right.
And I know that, look, there are a lot of, I would say there's always a lot of hot button topics, and yet it seems this year is a little calmer.
Well, I mean, there's no tush-push conversation, right? Or do you think there will be?
No, I don't think there will be.
Because last year, that's all that was being talked about.
And so, I think, look, I don't know that we saw it as effective. I think we saw teams deciding if we're going to do it, we might have Billy do it.
Yeah.
Maybe not the quarterback or a tight end. And then it became, we're always looking for ways to draw a defense offside. So we would bring a tight end behind this,
Yes.
But I don't think, I don't think it's at the top of anyone's list, at least from my vantage point right now. I think the single biggest change we've seen, you and I, in our lifetime.
Yes, sir.
Is the kickoff change.
I love the dynamic kickoff. I think it's great. Unfortunately, though, it removes moments like your Super Bowl moment, man.
Well,
because now you got to declare. Yeah. You can know the surprise onside kicks history,
I
man.
think I would agree. The one thing that I find now as a coach is, man, that ball is starting at the 35, right? Mm-hmm. And so we want to cover that.
Yes.
But even the average drive start, let's say, might be 32. And when a punt goes into the end zone anymore, I'm kind of still celebrating. It's at the 20.
That's right.
Backed up.
Yeah, right.
When they're really not. All right, so hear me out.
Yeah, sure.
We would always defer, and by and large, most of the coaches win the toss, they defer. But if you watch where the second possession of a game begins, it's almost always backed up inside the 15 or 20 because the first possession has begun in this positive field position. There's a neutral spot on the field, call it the 24, 23-yard line. But when the first possession begins at the 33 or 34, give or take, let's just say one first down, maybe, punt, where's that ball? And where drives are starting today, and I think it's created, look, there's always an effect, right? There's always a result, but I think it's created the scoring at the end of game. Like when you say, hey, we have a lead, but you're kicking off, you're like, they're going to be at midfield.
Yeah, they are. And now somebody could split the uprights from there, too.
Yeah,
with the
that's
kickers.
exactly right. That's exactly right. So it's interesting.
It's fascinating.
But the punt that goes into the end zone,
it's a relief.
It's like 20-yard line.
That's funny, man.
Right,
how things have changed.
The coffin corner.
Right. No doubt about it.
20-yard line. I'm high-fiving the punter.
What about replacing the onside kick with an offensive play?
I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan. Look, if you want, tell me the percentage you want to recover those onside kicks. Let's say we want it to be 12%.
Is that? Well, that's more than what it is right now, right?
I think. Look, they tweak the alignments, and you can. Now, this is you have to declare, obviously. So we're not talking about. But I'm saying if you want that to be 10%, we can tweak it to get it to 10 to 9, just by not with guys moving forward, but how they align to the ball.
Okay.
It's just a matter of if you want that other way. I still think the most exciting ending to an NFL game is when a team's down 2 scores and they score a touchdown. The onside kick is exciting when you know it's coming as well, right?
Oh, yeah, and the ball's around, and who has it, who doesn't.
Seattle, Green Bay.
Yeah.
Right?
Or obviously Green Bay and Chicago this year.
Yeah, and so the onside kick, and I think we can play with that to get the number where we want it based on alignment. Should put 4 offensive linemen on your return team.
What about a replay assist being able to put a flag on the field? What do you think of that?
I think the way I understand it's going to be for some of the unsportsmanlike stuff that you see that everyone wants. When we have eyes to something that's kind of ugly, a fight or something, and then you see this other element, it's hard if the sheriff's arresting the wrong guy sometimes.
Sean, I was saying all season long now that the retaliator getting popped as opposed to the guy who started it should be over now. Like if there's video of who started it,
We're going to the 7-Eleven security camera, and we're looking at it, and this guy stole the Slim Jims.
It's pretty much.
That's him.
Right, exactly. So you should pop that guy. So that's what it's for. It's not for a face mask.
I don't think it's for putting flags on the field for football. I think it's really about cleaning up some things.
Okay.
But again, in fairness, I'm looking forward to tomorrow be my first morning in there. And so, but the way I read some of the quotes, it appears that it'll help them clean up what we all get to see. And that's the thing, it's covered so well now, the angles we have and the cameras we have. I think it'll just help the officials. And that's really what we want to do.
Who's the proudest guy that you spotted at a combine and pounded a table for who turned out in your career? Kamara.
Yeah.
What, you saw him working out here?
Well, it was just the process. We had just finished working out Mahomes. We had a private with Patrick in Lubbock, and right after that, it was like, all right, we're not stopping. I don't want anyone to know we're here. And we flew to Knoxville that night and had dinner with 12 Tennessee players. There was a defensive end who was going to get drafted, a group of players, but it was a private workout for them as well. And the next morning came, and all our assistants were there to work everyone out. And I said to Alvin, I'll take the running backs. And he wasn't planning on working out. And I said, look, I've coached running backs, you know. And I said, get your shoes on. It's going to be a half an hour. and just put him through really some routes to see his hands.
Yeah.
And then this thing continued, and you felt his football intelligence. Falk had that.
Speaking of guys you coached in college.
Well, that's what I said to Kamara. I said, I've coached Falk. You know, I can coach
college.
Right.
Damn straight.
But Alvin was one of those guys that when that workout ended and he finished catching punts, I remember we were flying to Ohio State, and I'm like, we're on a roll. You know, we just had the one in Texas Tech. There's our first. You know, we just kept going. But Alvin's was exceptional. You could feel his football intelligence along with his skill set, and there's so many. There's everyone's got like a closet full of stories of draft room. You know, I remember I was with the Giants, and there's always that little rivalry with the local Jets.
Sure.
You know, your trifecta would be the NFC East loses Eagles, Cowboys, Commanders, and you win. All right. The superfecta is when those three teams lose and the Jets lose. And you win. So
I love it.
We were in a draft. I can't think of the year. I think we were selecting one after the Jets. So we'd probably be able to do the math. It's only happened probably once or twice, but in the first round, the receiver
Santonio Holmes?
No, it was
Lavernius Coles?
Moss.
Santana Moss.
Right, okay. University of Miami.
Sure.
The Jets are on the clock, and that pick gets turned in, and our room going silent. You know, that was our selection. You know, so it happens in a good way sometimes. You don't really appreciate when it happens in the positive because you don't really know it happened.
Sure, right.
But when it doesn't happen, you know, and so I remember when that happened. That was the first time for me as a young coach to see, man, that was a tough one.
Well, I'm with everything you said, I know you got to run, but just to follow up, because the story goes that you were red hot for Mahomes, and Andy Reid and the Chiefs beat you to the punch. Is that true?
Yeah.
Like that you were ready to snag Patrick Mahomes for the Saints?
We were picking 11, and this story's been told a number of times, but we were picking 11. Buffalo was on the clock at 10. There were two players. So when you typically have this group of players, and if you're on the clock, if someone's on the clock two away from you, then you better have two you like.
Yeah.
And so the team prior to Buffalo made their choice. It wasn't Mahomes or Lattimore. And those were our two.
Yes.
And so now Buffalo's on the clock, but we know we're getting one of those two.
Yep.
And when they announced there's been a trade, it wasn't that announcement, it was with who, and then as soon as they said the Chiefs, I turned to Loomis and I said, there goes Mahomes. Because I just knew Andy and those guys had a good eye for, respectfully, had a good eye for that type of talent.
But who, if both were available, I think Mahomes or Lattimore.
It was going to be Patrick, and yet it ended up being like this is always hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
But Patrick was the defensive rookie of the year, and Kamara in the third round was the offensive rookie of the year.
Yeah.
And in that third round, this draft was just given some award. It was Lattimore, it was Ramczyk, it was Marcus Williams, and then in the third it was Kamara, Hendrickson, and Anzalone in the third round.
Not
we
bad.
Couldn't pay them all.
I know.
It was remarkable. It was really, and all of them love football. And then you just hope to have that kind of problem with the draft selection. But that was something.
You're the man, Sean Payton. Thanks for doing this. I always appreciate you always saying
appreciate
yes.
our friendship.
Right back at you.
Yep.
Yeah, many of them started right here in
Absolutely.
this town.
Absolutely.
Great to see you.
Great seeing you.
Sean Payton, the head coach of the Denver Broncos, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Back with more from Indianapolis in a moment.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-372-2017. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes, and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEAT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEAT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEAT.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, I'm out there and I'm saying, well, what metal do I need powder coated?
We do bicycles, we do wheels, we do bumpers, we do patio furniture, we do antique items such as sewing machine bases. Some people will have light posts in their front yards. Yard art is also a big thing. When you have Round Top with the antique festivals in the spring and the fall, tons of things you can find there that are vintage.
Boat parts, anchors. How about gas lamps?
It has to be carefully taken apart apart, but anything that's metal on there and cleaned off, we can definitely do that.
Yep.
Trailers, we do barbecue pits. Really, if it's metal, give me a call and let's talk about it.
You had frogs in one woman's backyard that you did.
Yes, it was a frog that represented all 5 of her kids, and then she also had 8 grandkids, and each one had a frog.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars that Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
She came and stayed with me for a week, so
I love it. Back here,
I know she's going to be somewhere.
That's the voice of Reuben Bain Jr. Our radio audience has just rejoined us here on our second day here at the NFL Scouting Combine. Reuben Bain Jr. is here. When did you realize you were good at football? When did that hit you for the first time?
Honestly, I always felt like I was good at football because I always made plays from my little league, but I really realized, I could take football around 8th grade.
8th grade.
Yes, sir.
What were you playing? Were you always rushing the passer, or
always?
Or were you playing tight end? Were you on offense?
I was always stuck on the line of scrimmage, just because I was bigger than everybody at the time.
How big were you in the 8th grade?
I was about 6 feet, and I was about 13.
Okay.
I was like 200, 210.
At age 13.
Yeah. But I was never like, I just looked just like this at 200, 210, and just fell in love with the game of football. I watched clips on YouTube and go practice whatever I seen in practice.
Whose clips were you watching?
I love, at the time it was Von Miller and like Khalil Mack. But a ghost move, you couldn't tell me I didn't have a perfect ghost move when I was 13.
Okay.
That was something I was always doing and just trying to learn about football in the right way, and just practice it. And whatever I liked or whatever I liked I seen and whatever I liked that worked, that's what I really fell in love with.
What did you show people in the college football playoffs, do you think?
That I'm the best defensive player in the draft, the best in the country. I felt like you could see from my energy, my motor, my want to, how I approach the game, each game, and no matter what the opportunities or the odds stacked against us, I just wanted to lead my team in the right direction and have a dominant showcase.
What were you thinking when people were saying you didn't deserve to be in the college football playoff?
I ain't really paid no mind, honestly.
Come on now,
I knew he was going to get in. I had a real good gut feeling. I knew he was going to get in. I had a gut feeling.
Because it was this, that, the other thing.
Yeah,
Notre Dame here, BYU there.
We put too much work in for it not to happen, and I knew that God had us in the right way. Okay. So once they gave us the opportunity, we just seized it.
Maybe just the selection committee knew if they didn't put you in, they get the belt from Michael Irvin.
They had to, man. He was going to be right there going crazy.
What do you think of Irv?
Oh, man, he's a hell of a mentor, but that man is crazy. That man is definitely crazy.
I've known him forever. He was at my wedding.
He was?
He
probably was up there to 10 of attention.
Michael Irvin he showed up in an electric blue tuxedo at my wedding on my wife's side. I didn't know Michael yet. He knew my wife from working at Fox Sports back in the day.
On spot for
so he was there. He spoke at my daughter's baby naming. Oh, Irv is family to me.
Yeah, he is, man.
But I can admit he is definitely off his right.
He's riled up.
What was that like for you to have him and Ray Lewis and all these you greats on the sideline during your
second to none? Because I feel like it's the only experience you can only get at Miami, and knowing that you got all these Hall of Famers that's coming one after another to come see you and support you and try to guide you and pay it forward.
Like this guy?
Yeah, that man is crazy. But guide you and pay it forward, and even like when we played Ohio State, he was like, man, y'all got to win, y'all got to show out, y'all in my stadium. And when he put that in my perspective, I'm like, yeah, you right, we got to show out.
That's right, it was Dallas, wasn't it?
Yeah, we was.
See, he said he told you cannot lose this game in my stadium.
Yeah, he said it, and I was like, you said you're right, we can't.
Who have you reached out to? Who is part of your inner circle, Ruben Bain?
My inner circle, I'll say first my family. I have a real tight circle with my family. I have a huge family, but they all support me in an amazing way.
Because you mentioned your mom before.
My mom, my dad, cousins, uncles. Huge family, but like each game I probably have 20 to 25 family members at each game, whether that's home or away.
Right.
And they all support me in the best possible way. Just giving me the energy that I need to succeed throughout my days and all my nights.
Okay, so how many interviews have you had here?
Formal interviews, 15.
15?
Yes, sir.
Already?
Yes, sir.
In the books?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any more tonight?
No, only informal.
Okay. Which is what? Just you chit-chatting?
Basically.
Okay.
It's not in it is in a professional setting, but not in a professional setting of the suites and with the entire style.
So, have the Raiders met with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going down the list here. The Jets met with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The Cardinals met with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. The Titans met with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're now 4 for 4 off the top of the draft.
Yes, sir.
The Giants met with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have the Browns met with you?
No, sir. They did. First one.
Oh. I mean, wouldn't you want to play with Myles Garrett?
Man, that's my favorite player. I've been watching him like when I was 13. I've been watching him since forever. So I had an opportunity is second to none. That's all who I watch, all who I cheer for, really.
Okay. Commanders? You met with the Commanders?
Yeah, I've met with them as well.
Okay. Saints? You met with the Saints?
Yes, sir.
How about the Chiefs? You met with the Chiefs?
Yes, sir.
Man, that's top 9 right there.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So you're going to be a top 10 pick in this draft?
God willing, hopefully.
Top 5?
God willing, hopefully. Okay. If I could go
Let's speak it into existence.
Yes, sir. You're right.
Right? You think you'd be worthy of the Vegas Raiders?
Yes, sir. Knowing that I got the right mindset to uplift any team I go to. I got the right mindset to uplift the guys I'm playing with and produce and dominate on any level.
Okay.
I feel like me and Max Crosby is a wonderful, crazy duo that teams will hate to see.
Good luck to you, Ruben Bain.
Thank you.
Thanks for stopping by here.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering $750 off qualifying Pella projects and no interest, no payment for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Hey, hockey fans. Hockey Day in Houston returns Saturday, March 21st at St. Arnold Brewery. Come hang out with Mark and Marty Howe, as well as other NHL and professional hockey alumni, plus former Houston Aeros mascot Chili. This free family-friendly event is full of activities, too. Take pictures on a Zamboni, play some street hockey, enjoy live music, vendors, and great food and drinks. So don't miss the third annual Hockey Day in Houston on Saturday, March 21st at St. Arnold Brewery. Learn more at hockeydayinhouston.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN 97.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis.
This dude is a freaking animal.
This is The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, Broncos head coach Sean Payton. Coming up, Bears general manager Ryan Poles. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Seahawks general manager John Schneider. Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number two of day number two of the Rich Eisen Show here in downtown Indianapolis for the 2026 NFL Scouting Combine kicks off right here on Disney Plus and the ESPN app and ESPN Radio with the general manager of the Chicago Bears, Ryan Poles. How are you, Ryan? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you, too.
What combine is this for you?
I think it's 17.
17.
Yeah.
So you first showed up here wearing the Chiefs gear, right?
Yeah, shoot. Going back in the day, you had to save seats for all the executives and the head coaches. So you were up at.
You were in charge of the seat saving?
Oh yeah, 3:30 in the morning. You'll be over here at the convention center holding down the floor. Yeah, it's part of the deal.
Sounds like you're on vacation. You got to put your towels down on the chairs
yes,
at the
exactly.
beach, right, for you and your family.
Yes. Yep.
So no kidding.
Yeah.
And so who were you saving seats for back in that day?
Oh, that was
for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think it was Scott Pioli, Todd Haley. Yep. Trying to get that whole setup going.
Okay. So is there? I'm mandated to ask. Is there now a seat saver on the Bears staff for you?
No, they've eliminated that part of the job. They've eliminated that part. Yeah. Yep.
It's amazing. How has this changed since you first showed up?
Yeah, it's continued to grow. A little bit more intense, I think. I think there was a lot more focus on the players, and everybody did. I feel like everyone performed. Everyone threw, everyone did every drill. It was just part of the deal. So it's a little bit more selective now.
Right.
But I think getting the medical is really important to understand what structure and systems we've got to have in place for these players that are coming into our building.
Right.
And then spending time with them in these interviews, getting to just know the man a little bit and comparing that to the scouting reports we got from our scouts that gathered information all fall.
And the on-field drills, give me an example of one of your draft choices in recent years for the Bears that you saw here and you go, okay, that kid is now on my board, better or more solidified, and now he's performing for your team right now.
Yeah. Oh, man, I have to think back. It's interesting.
Last year. I mean, you nailed a lot of draft choices last year.
Yeah, I'm just running out of guys that have done a whole lot. I'd say Roma Dunze was probably the big one.
Yeah.
He was a unique one that did every single drill. Mm-hmm. And I know there's some teams that actually track guys that do every drill, and actually success rate is really high. Mm-hmm. I think it's just a mentality that those guys have. But I remember Rome doing everything. I think he was the last player in Lucas Oil doing the short shuttle to finish and complete. So that's probably the one that stood out the most.
And then he checked boxes every single time. You sat down with him when you had him into Chicago, right?
Yep.
Pretty much?
Yep.
Yeah?
Go through the whole process.
And then how much does Ben Johnson have a table pound in your system right now?
Big time. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're giving our coaches players that fit our system, their DNA fits, and then there's a clear vision. And one of Ben's many strengths is creating clarity in terms of how he would use a certain player. So if you go back to last year, a lot of discussions about Colson Loveland, and it was very clear how he was going to use him, and we saw that come alive. And from an evaluator, GM, that gives you a ton of confidence and conviction. When you select a guy, you're going to get the most out of them because there's belief and a vision from the coach, and Ben does an amazing job at that.
Let me drill down on this for a little bit, if you don't mind, Ryan, because you're saying he's got plays, like he comes to the fore with an actual play, and like this is the way I'm going to use Colston Loveland, or
I would say concepts.
Okay,
concepts. We had Cole Kmet. We have Cole Kmet.
Right.
So, what does it look like? What does the play time look like with both Cole and Colson in the game?
Right.
Because you want to make sure both guys are being utilized, and there was clear vision. And there's a track record of how he used that setup in 12 personnel in Detroit as well. So I think that's a great thing to have as a front office, is that clarity.
And then when it's not just day one, it's not just day two.
Right.
Kyle Monangai played such a massive role for your team this year.
Yeah.
Did you first meet him at the Combine last year, or walk me through that process, how he goes from Rutgers to your team through all of this?
Yeah, I think the unique one there is we had Eric Bieniemy in the building at the time.
Yes.
There's a little bit of a parallel with Pacheco, same coach at Rutgers.
Yeah.
Then they both have EB, and it was a mentality in how they played the game, on top of their intelligence, on top of their overall culture fit in terms of what they bring to the locker room, their work ethic. So spending time with him really more in our building was the important piece, and we knew that we had a fit for us, and it was cool to see his progression through camp and then obviously coming alive in the season.
So when did you realize you got the right guy in Ben Johnson?
It was It was quick. I would say by the end of training camp, not only did we know we would have a clear tactical advantage in terms of our offense, but from a leadership standpoint, his ability to inspire and move our team was very clear at that time. And I knew we got more than just offensive mind. This guy's a leader. He's consistent. There's a level of holding the standard of how we're going to operate that he's very consistent with, and the players appreciate that consistency, and he did that every single day. So by the time we got into training camp, I knew we had the right man, and I'm excited to see him grow too.
Every single Bears fan I know, Ryan Poles, is just out of their skulls with excitement.
They are.
Because it's not the way Caleb Williams came on, but it is the sustainability that appears to be at heart right now. Like, this is not a flash in the pan. This is what you were, I imagine, envisioning when you first drafted him.
Absolutely.
And the thing that I find really impressive about him is I know there are times where, you know, there might have been a mistake. I don't know whose it was, but every single time he made it his.
Yeah.
Every time. And, you know, tape doesn't lie, things don't lie.
Right.
I'm wondering where has he always had that in him, or is Ben helping bring that part out of him as well? I'm trying to get under the hood here of that relationship.
Yeah, I think that's the relationship between an offensive-minded head coach and a young quarterback. If you just hear Caleb talk now, he's like a different person. There's a level of maturity that happened in professionalism that he has. He understands the expectation of being a professional quarterback. And when you're a leader in an organization, and that includes a quarterback, there's times where you got to go up there and take it head on and make it yours, and then you can make those corrections in the back. So just seeing his growth and development, I think that's been directly, you can correlate that to Ben and that impact that he's had on Caleb.
And I know what the narrative is as to what Caleb needs to improve upon. But what does he need to improve upon from your perspective, Ryan?
Yeah, I would say just the efficiency. I mean, he learned a lot through this season. I think it's taking what's given to him, being a little bit more efficient, and then obviously holding on to that special thing that he has when the game's on the line, or it looks like it's ebbing away from us, to capture that back and bring a win back to the table. So, just the... starting fast, coming out of the halftime, a little bit more efficient is going to put us in a situation where we should be in those crazy moments too. So, I'm looking forward to seeing his growth.
Do you have a cardiologist in Chicagoland?
Yeah, you needed a lot of them.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Were there ever times where you're like, I would love to be in a rocking chair here, or you're like, this is just the way we clearly are doing football this year?
It happens so many times. It's interesting to feel your own emotions, throughout that season.
You don't show them, though, Ryan.
Yeah, you try not to. But as this game went along, you're like, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. And the kid would just bring us back and put us in a situation. And that pairing between our defense taking the ball away and him finishing it off and putting us in position to win games was critical. And it really took everybody. But it was great to see that he has that critical gene that you need to win championships.
And your head coach taking his shirt off to give the good people of Chicago a free Wiener Circle hot dogs.
Yeah.
Did you see that in him when you hired him?
I did not see that.
You did not see that?
I did not see that. But listen, the guys respect that. And
hey, if I could look like that, I would do that. I would do that too.
You should see that guy in the weight room.
What do you mean?
He moves weight.
He does
a lot of weight.
Like what? How many 225? How many reps do we got?
That's a lot. The guys talk about it. I mean, you walk in the gym and you hear the bumper weight slamming around. He's in there cleaning and snatching and front squatting. So,
no kidding.
Yeah, he gets after it now.
Well, he also gets after the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. You cool with all of that stuff, Ryan?
He's competitive. I love the competitive fire. It rubs off on our team. So, I love what he's made of. And I always want him to be him. If that's the case, we're in a good situation in Chicago.
All right, in the few minutes I have left with you here, what's on your to-do list over the next 3 weeks? Walk me through what you're willing to share about what you need to do
Yeah.
As you generally manage this situation right now.
I do generally manage it. I would say the first thing is the guys that are here. So we gotta interview the players, collect their information in terms of the medical to help clear our draft board up.
Right.
And then the next thing is financial. We got some cap things we got to clear up to put ourselves in a position to build this team.
You're currently over it, right?
Yeah, currently over. So we got some big decisions that are always tough. Anytime you have success in the season, your relationships and your bonds with the players get deeper. But the way this is set up, you got to make tough decisions. So we're going to have to do that over the next few weeks. And then build the team back up and fill some of the needs that we need.
Okay. And then what positions are you willing to share that you think you need to address for the Chicago?
I think the clear one is our safety position. Yeah.
Byard on your radar?
Yeah, all four guys are up. And Kevin is one of the leaders of our team.
Right.
So he's a guy that we're interested in bringing back. And then there's, from there it's a domino effect of what we can and can't do. But we'll start with our own and build up into free agency.
Okay. And then free agency hits, and how active do you expect yourself to be, even though, right now the cap is not your friend right now, but that could be massaged.
Yeah, we'll be active. It'll just be in a different space of free agency. We'll have pretty strict guardrails on what we can and can't do. And that dictates what the next move is. We'll also be opportunistic in any trades with the guys coming or going. So if there's anyone coming in that maybe has a bigger contract, then that'll create another set of transactions that got to happen to make sure that we're in a good spot cap-wise.
And while you're here in Indiana, you're learning the state tax system?
Yeah, learning that.
How many people come up to you thinking that you're in charge of this?
All the time. I just went on a very quick 48-hour vacation with my wife, and I was out of the country, and people were bumping up to me in the pool being like, are we going or not? And they're asking questions. I'm like, listen, I'm just focused on the football team right now.
You're building a roster.
Exactly.
You're not, that's Kevin Warren's.
Yeah, that's his deal.
And everybody else who's in ownership. But people think you're in charge of that,
They
right?
do. They do. Yep.
Okay, so we've cleared that up.
We've cleared it up.
All right. Do not just ask Ryan Poles about. So what's your message to Bears fans coming off of that remarkable season?
Yeah, we need that same energy from the very beginning this upcoming season. It's nice to have a very good head coach paired with a very good young quarterback. We expect to continue to improve. But that atmosphere that we had down the stretch was the best that I've ever seen in Soldier Field. And we need to pick that up where we left off. That'll give us a huge advantage as we start the season.
And then watching back, your favorite Caleb throw, what was it? I know the one. Obviously, I know you wish you made it further than you did.
Yeah, the one late touchdown to Cole against the Rams was the one that I just couldn't believe actually happened.
What was your reaction?
We lost that game.
I know that. What was your reaction? I know I was cursing on the couch. I actually said a curse word.
Yeah, I was. Just
I'm like, fill in the blank.
Yeah, I was lost for words. I didn't understand exactly how that happened.
The 4th and 8 throw.
Yeah.
That throw was ridiculous.
Yeah. But the one, my favorite one's the walk-off to DJ. That was a really cool moment that I'll never forget. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're entering that fray, too.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Yeah. Ryan Poles, thanks for coming here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
For having me.
Always great to catch up
always
here at the Common. That's Ryan Poles, Chicago Bears general manager right here at the 2026 NFL Scouting Combine. Back more here on Disney Plus and ESPN Radio in a moment.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. On Wednesday, February 25th, Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars, will be at McIntyre's in the Heights. That's this Wednesday, February 25th. Stop by, register to win their flyaway trip, and snag some exclusive Flight by Yingling gear.
Monument Chevrolet. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com, no rush, people are immortal.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The greatest insult the Colonel ever suffered was being served a wrap that was just a snack by a friend. So he took 2 crispy tenders, lettuce, tomatoes, and pepper mayo, and wrapped them in a soft tortilla. It wasn't a snack, it was a meal. He called it a twister, and never called that friend again. The Colonel lived, so we could chicken. The Twister, now back at KFC, classic or with bacon. Also try it spicy. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Guys, looking for a true MVP haircut? This is Casey with Team Hopper of Sport Clips Houston, providing MVP service in a sports-themed environment. Visit one of our 13 Houston locations and mention ESPN for a free haircut for new clients and $5 off the MVP treatment for returning clients. And because of our growth, we turn to HRMP for all things HR and payroll. HRMP's truly the Sport Clips MVP.
Learn more today at hrp.net.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less. every step of the way.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
To it, how we fit in, where's that go? And so there's so many more interactions after this one that take place. So it's just a good way to get started with the guys.
Dan Quinn, DQ, the HC of the Washington Commanders here, as our radio audience has returned on our television stream on Disney Plus and the ESPN app. How do you evaluate what your team did last year? Is it feasible to do that based on everything that happened injury-wise for you?
And I think you want to go back and look at everything, and the injuries are part of that. You don't ever like to use anything as an excuse, but some of them are reasons. And so a lot of changes, with our team this year, both on and off the field. Mm-hmm. And that's what excites you, man. As a coach, although the changes are hard, you have these bonds with, coaches and players that, will be moving on to other teams. But at the same time, there's an excitement that goes into putting it all together. And at this today and being here this week, that's a big step in that. Who you're going to add to the team, how do they fit in,
right.
And the right style and attitude of players that you love coaching. And so I like this process. It's a part of it for sure.
Well, not to have you speak for your quarterback, but I'm going to ask you to, if you don't mind. Caleb Williams, breakout year. Yep. He was outstanding. Drake May makes the Super Bowl.
Yep.
The guy drafted in between him, who had a unicorn rookie season, injury wipeout.
Yep.
How's he
He's doing good.
This?
It's hard. Jay only getting about 6 or 7 starts in this year. He didn't get to fully express who he is.
Yeah.
And
take that step forward. I wanted to see it.
Yes, and it's going to happen. He is an absolute savage competitor, man. We love everything about him. And so he's putting in that work right now to get ready with he and his teammates. But I love that he has things to prove. And those are good moments to be in as a player and as a coach. And so we can't wait to get rolling.
I know the answer to the question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why is it advantageous for you to have him feel like he's got something to prove?
I think everything can get elevated. And one of the things about great quarterbacks and Jaden being part of that, they also can multiply and elevate others around them. Mm-hmm. And that's what you see people do going from year 1s into 2s and 3s and 4, where early on they play good at their position, be a great teammate, and now they're able to expand and raise the standards of others around them. And think of all the great quarterbacks, Rich, that have done that. And Jaden's going to be right into that conversation this year as well, just by what he brings, not only to him, but to the guys around him.
Why did you make the moves at coordinator that you did?
Yeah, those are tough, man. And what happened at the start where things went well, sometimes you have to adjust and you have to change even when it's hard. And that's what we had to do on both sides of the ball. And going into it, having a vision for how we want to play in 25 and beyond, that's what drove the decisions. And both Cliff and Joe are excellent coaches. And so we've added David Blau, who is on the staff here. And we added Durante Jones, who has been in Minnesota the last few years. And both these guys, Rich, are excellent coaches, man. I can't wait to get started with them.
But you're calling the defensive plays?
Durante will.
Durante will?
Yes.
Okay. So you like delegating?
I do.
You like it?
I like.
Why do you like it?
I love, one, I know I can help on the leadership of everybody. And so I like being in other meetings and being around the players in different spots. I felt, for me personally, when I was just doing the play calling, I felt more segmented from everybody else.
Okay.
And although that model works great for some people, for me best, I love when I'm able to help, lead the entire group and provide the support that both the coordinators need. I know that's how I do it best.
What's your approach to having a very important draft choice, not just for your organization, but right there in the first round where there could be some movement if somebody wants a certain player? You've got optionality, which is, I know, what you like to have going into a draft.
It is. This is not the, you don't want to pick this high where you're at. When you're here on that time, there's going to be some really, really good players, Rich, that can help change, and change your team, change how you play. And so Adam and his crew, man, they're on it. They've got a vision. They know what to do. I like seeing Adam on game day, which is draft weekend, to see those decisions. And, like as a coach during the game, that's go for it, don't punt, kick, all of those want to go. And during draft weekend, you get to see that same space that he's in. And it's kind of this great balance, that we have together. And I certainly enjoy it.
Pardon me for asking about a specific player, but I'm going to do it anyway. Jeremiah Love's sitting out there. And obviously you've got some, decisions to make on the offensive side of the ball.
Yep.
The dynamic running back. You could see what you as a defensive coordinator in this league know how difficult it is to stop somebody who can do it from that position. Where are you on the philosophy of taking a running back as high as you're drafting?
Yeah, I think the best thing, man, who are the guys that can help impact your team?
Right.
And I think our league has changed a little bit, Rich, over the last few years into that way. When you see guys who can absolutely make impactful plays to do things, that's really what you're looking for.
Right.
How does somebody impact the team in a great way? And sometimes that's through running back. And we've seen, the players over the last, 4 or 5 years who have done that, and they deliver. And so what happens, I like him and him and him. When you get into that spot, there's so many guys that you like, and you start putting them into rankings and where do you go. But like I said earlier, Adam and his group, they've got a really good process, man, that they go through. And I'm still learning a lot of the guys now from the college side, and just getting done free agency and going through a lot of those evaluations. I'll learn more over the next few weeks for sure.
Do you have a guy in your career at any point, current head coach, previous head coach, previous coordinator, that you spotted at the combine and you're like, I dig this kid, we need to do some more digging, check boxes, and turned into somebody significant? Somebody?
Yeah, I'll go way back into my file here. One name that popped into my mind was Grady Jarrett. And you felt the competitiveness, the effort, and now he added skill and learned more as a rusher and how he could go affect things. So he was definitely, I think he might have been a 5th round pick, but there are certain players that, man, you'd love to coach that guy. You definitely want him on your team, what it means, how he would do it. And they're not all 1st round picks. So like some of the ones that you were talking about, it wasn't rolling through as 1st round and 2nd round.
No, but that's, by the way, great name, great player, and what he's become. What was it? Something in a meeting? Was it an on-field drill or something? What was it?
I felt him. I felt his energy to lead it, and I can even remember going to his pro day and people saying there, first in line, everything. Like he wasn't missing a thing. Where it's like there was a chance to express how he wanted to compete. He did it, and that was lifting. That was competing. It was in the drills. When people come here and just want to work out and just win the drill, the workout, it just shows they love to compete and battle for it. And those are things that I look for, not necessarily what the inches are or the time, but just seeing how hard they want to go after it and express that competitive nature.
Okay. So what's your message to Commanders fans who are just so out of their skulls giddy with your first year and the results of that year and seeing what Jaden Daniels is going to do, and then this year, you're back picking in the top 10 for various reasons, many of them out of your control. What do you say to that fan base that's looking to see what year 3 for you is?
I would say for them, one of the things that's very, one of the most cool parts about being the coach in Washington is the heavy hitter fan base, man. This fan base has experienced success, from a long time, and so for me, coming up and watching that and seeing that, we can't wait to uphold the standards they've set, for the organization. Guys like Gibbs and others from coaching that have done it. We can't wait to go prove it, man. Just like we were talking about our QB. We love to battle and compete, and we cannot wait for that to be expressed.
Okay. And then I lied, one last one. The Walter Payton Man of the Year is somebody you've coached for a very, very long time at various spots as well. I'll give you the floor on Bobby Wagner, who I think is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Clearly, I'm not out on a very thick limb here.
You're not.
Very thin limb. But bottom line is, he's amazing.
Yeah, he is amazing.
And so, what is he like coaching?
Yeah, the easy part when you see on the field, the tackling, the performances, and he is elite at that. He'll go down as one of the best tacklers that's ever played. But what you don't get to see is who the man is and this consistency and the discipline of who he is. So as proud as I am of what he's accomplished on the field, to see that take place that night, because then everybody else got to see, the man behind it. And he makes our entire building better by who he is. And that was true in Seattle, and it was also true here. And I'm certain the year he spent in L.A., it was true there as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we were talking about multiplying people and standards, and I think Bobby Wagner lives that at one of the highest levels. So he's an incredible leader, and so to see that happen early in his career, and then me now seeing that, in this part of his career, it's been very cool to see.
Pardon me for not knowing, but were you there when he was drafted?
The year after.
Year after.
Yep.
So you get there.
Yep.
And here's some year two linebacker named Bobby Wagner, right?
First call, he wanted question, scheme, what can he do better?
Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. And like in the meetings, I can remember just staring at me, writing things down, over and over. He was not going to miss it. Like, he had standards that were so elite early. And
same now, right?
Same now. And now can people come in early to train with him, as much work as he puts in to study. You've heard the word pros pro, and then there's a whole nother level of elite beyond that. And that's what Bobby represents.
Thanks for the time here, Dan Quinn.
Yeah, you got it, Rich.
You're the man. You're the man. Thanks for taking the time whenever you zoom into the show, and I always love chopping it up with you.
Yeah, same, man.
You bet. Thank you. That's Dan Quinn, the head coach of the Washington Commanders, right here on the Rich Eisen Show, live from the NFL Scouting Combine.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-372-2017. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017. 800-372-2017.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
Lance Zerline here. Let's talk Buick SUVs. The Envista, perfect car for young drivers, a sporty crossover with great gas mileage. The Encore GX, think affordable luxury and great design. The Envision, next level comfort and technology. The Enclave, awarded top safety pick and a first-class experience. Here's the kicker. Right now, well-qualified buyers can get these Buicks with 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for current eligible non-GM owners and lessees. Go to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Buick, exceptional by design.
In pressure situations, execution matters. When something breaks, you don't want delays, scripts, or handoffs. You want answers. At EAG, our IT outsourcing model puts experienced engineers on the front line, focused on fast first-call resolution when time matters most. Less escalation, less downtime, less frustration for your team and leadership. As an IT-managed service provider, we measure success by problems solved, not tickets closed. EAG, built to execute. Visit eaginc.com/ESPN.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Back on ESPN Radio on our Disney Plus and ESPN app feed, Mike Macdonald, the Super Bowl winning head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, is just behind this monitor talking to local reporters. He just went from the podium over there just behind me as soon as he's done chatting with the Seahawk beat writers who are here at the scouting combine. He's going to come around the corner and sit right here in this chair. And then after he gets up, John Schneider, the general manager who hired Mike Macdonald, will kick off hour number 3. Then we'll have Nick Sirianni of the Philadelphia Eagles joining us. And then we'll play an overreaction Monday on a Wednesday here at the Combine to finish things up, and we'll be halfway through all of our shows. I want to talk about Pella Windows and Doors, everybody. We got their Pella helmet sitting right here on our set. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. And again, John Schneider is going to be joining us here at the top of the next hour. We'll hit him on the subject matter of building this roster that Mike Macdonald honed into Super Bowl champions this past year, and how at this point last year at the Combine, the question was, how are the Seahawks going to address their quarterback position with Geno Smith? Are they going to extend him? Are they going to give him more money? What does he want after a season in which Mike Macdonald's Seahawks won double digits but did not make the playoffs, double digit in terms of wins? And so what ended up happening, apparently, and we'll talk with John Schneider about this, is they tried to expend Geno Smith, but Geno wanted a bit more cash, and what they decided to do is flip Geno to Vegas and then get into the Sam Darnold sweepstakes. And it's always just amazing how you take a look at the way a team can be formed, the way a team can be put together, and how, when you look back on it, like, oh, yeah, that was a no-brainer. This is what you do. Then you send Geno along, and then you give Sam Darnold a contract. You bring him in, and then off we go. We got ourselves a Super Bowl championship. But these things are very tenuous, and they're not guaranteed. And you can have a plan, and that's one of the things that I want to talk about with John Schneider when he shows up here at the top of the next hour. You can have the plans all you want, but they've got to go down, and then you've got to execute them. And the man who's helped execute it, please come on in, Coach Mike McDonald. We're live. We're live on the program, just like you were in Santa Clara a couple weeks ago. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, great to see you.
We're here live on Disney Plus, and also on an ESPN app and ESPN Radio. Great to see you, man. How are you?
Yeah, you too. This is cool.
Hey, I'm so happy for you. Just to start things off, the video that I saw that I just couldn't get out of my head was you and your wife and your son, right?
Yeah,
your son, how old is he?
14 months.
14 months, right there on the field, right?
Yeah.
Your wife said something along the lines, how was your day? Right?
Yeah, that was good. A little inside joke. Yeah, that was great.
What do you mean, the inside joke?
Well, it's just an inside joke between her and I. Just, it was like an intimate. It's cool because it was like an intimate moment.
Yeah.
That we shared. You don't realize that the camera's on yet.
Oh.
And then it's like, oh, well, now we have that for the rest of our lives. So
right.
Yeah, that was special.
How was your day? Pretty cool. And then you said something along the lines to your son, like one day you're gonna understand what this means right now.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. We came off the stage, and I was having like visions of Drew Brees with his son,
right,
with the confetti in the background, right, and his eyes of wonder and the whole thing. And then we saw Steph and Jax. He didn't want to leave his mom, and so he wasn't very excited about me grabbing him. So he
grabbed the Lombardi instead.
So he was a little upset, and so like he was like, the only thing he was interested in was just like grabbing confetti, and we're trying to save some confetti and put it in Steph's bag, and you're just thinking, hey, like how special this is, and one day he's going to have this memory that he can look back at and say what he was a part of.
The confetti, so you saved that?
Yeah, we got a bunch of the confetti.
So awesome, man.
Yeah.
And so, looking back on it, give me your thoughts on when you realized this team had a real shot to win it all during the playing season, Mike.
It's interesting. I've never been to a Super Bowl before, so it's like in your mind you don't really like what is a Super Bowl caliber team.
Sure.
I don't really know the answer to that. But
now you do.
Now we know. Yeah, now we know like what the standard is. You have a feeling what the standard felt like every day, and what I can tell you is like our guys like nailed all the challenges. We fell short sometimes, but they would respond, answer the bell, and so it was a team that we believed in. Given like whatever the circumstances were, and we start stacking some of those wins, saying, okay, like we should go into games expecting to win games if we bring our A game, and at that point, it's just kind of like circumstances don't matter, and you can pull off winning a Super Bowl.
So then, looking back, now that you know what a Super Bowl winning team is, when did you like what was that moment where you thought, okay, it changed at this point in time, or it took?
I think there's a couple.
Click up.
There's a couple probably inflection points throughout the season. Camp, we had some great practices like in the tough parts of camp where guys were just into it. We didn't have any drag in camp. Going to play against the Packers, seeing the connectedness of the team, the practice. Probably I forget who we won after the Saints game, but being able to stack plays like later on in games, we're not letting teams going back into the games. That was critical. Losing to the Rams.
The Rams.
I mean, like just feeling the guys fight, the connectedness of the teem, the physicality that we were capable of playing with, like the resilience, all that type of stuff.
But so losing,
yeah. Like I remember telling the team in the locker room after the game, I said, "Look, I know we're really disappointed to lose the game, but you guys are a championship team." Like that was.
You told that to them.
Yeah.
When did you learn what Ernest Jones had said about the quarterback? When did that hit you?
It was. I'm pretty sure it was after I did the media. I think Ernest went after me. And then that's when I heard about it. So I might be wrong on that.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's when you learned what he had to say about.
Dave told me.
Dave Pearson.
Walking back to the locker room. So it was great. He nailed it. Yeah, it was awesome.
I know when you say when he nailed it because that he did. I mean, because listen, I deal in narratives. You don't. You deal in X's and O's. You deal in personalities. You deal in culture. You deal in finding matchups and exploiting them in real moments. I deal in narratives. And narratives about your quarterback is that, okay, he keeps hitting his head on the ceiling against the Rams.
Yeah.
And to come out of that and maybe be a closer unit, be a closer team, and realize that, okay, we damn near pulled this thing off anyway.
Yeah.
I imagine Week 16 was another inflection point. That's the Thursday nighter that you were kind enough to zoom in after that win over the Rams.
I mean, I think it was really great for the 12s, like being able to play a big game at home, feeling their energy throughout the game. Also, winning a quote unquote big game throughout the season. I think that was awesome for like our home field advantage and like them seeing what type of team that we were capable of. But I think we kind of knew who we were at that point as a team, and so we just kept proving it. So it's pretty cool.
Going for 2 was a big moment for you, I think. That you win this game.
Well, if you look back at it, that was a big part of the season. It was
right.
I mean, determines home field to a certain extent.
Yeah, you couldn't. If you tied, you'd be 1-0-1, and you
right. Well, that was
that's
part
not
of,
what you.
That was part of
0-1-1, obviously against the Rams.
Well, that was part of the decision criteria on going for it. So it actually kind of made it a little bit easier knowing what was at stake.
And what was it like for you? I know we chit-chatted, and I appreciate that when you zoomed in with me for a chat for the NFL Network pregame show. What was it like for you prepping for a Super Bowl, Mike McDonald? What was that like?
I think what made this experience unique was we really didn't have a lot of on our players, like our coaching staff and our player side, we didn't have that much Super Bowl experience. And like John's been there, and he was able to guide us, and a lot of other people that were in our organization, Eric Kennedy, Mo Kelly had great things to draw from, but. What made it unique for us was, hey, look, we're entering this experience together. There's going to be some things that are different than we're usual. We're so process driven that, hey, we can't just bang our head against the wall and stick to our process every day, because there are going to be some different variables. But let's just call it out now on what's going to be different. Let's have a plan for it. Let's attack it together and let's go experience this thing together as a team, rather than saying, hey, look, this is what's going to happen and this is what we have to do every day. It's that's not really how we roll. And so we kind of took our MO and our kind of way of life and translated into that whole 2-week process. And I'm really proud about how we handled it and what the guys' attitudes were.
What were you able to, now that we've seen what happened in Super Bowl 60, what you prepped going in, saying this is the way we can win? We saw the way that you won. Can you connect those dots of what you wanted to affect and what you were able to affect?
I think it starts with having a confidence and belief in who we are and what we were capable of. So the focus was, how can we go put ourselves in position to play our best football? So all the process behind that was really just the principles of how we applied every week, just kind of within the Super Bowl setting. There's some decisions you got to make, like how do you handle the bye week and how many reps do you take and what intensity, and guys get banged up like Nick with his ankle, and as a head coach you're losing your mind. Hey, we shouldn't have practiced that way, or maybe we practiced too hard. But at the end of the day, you got to trust why you built it, that certain way. And I think the guys feel that we have their best interest at heart, and we're going to do what we need to do, what the Seahawks need to do, and not necessarily what the conventional wisdom says, or it's always been done this way. We're going to do it with what we feel like is unique to us, and let's go rock and roll.
What about rattling the cage of the kid quarterback and the kids rattling the cage of the kid quarterback, and then also the left side of that offensive line for New England? It looked like you identified a way through and hit the crap out of that.
Well,
all game.
I think one thing that doesn't get talked about enough is how we played on early downs. In some of those run or pass type of situations where we're able to force and maximize the amount of times that they needed to drop back. And so it's tough to do that in the NFL at a certain frequency throughout a game. And the way our guys played on first down to create those opportunities was what our guys asked for, because now they can come to life and execute the rush plan and dial up blitzes, things like that.
Okay, so what's the secret sauce about what worked and what you were able to say? Okay, because we got John Schneider coming up next. What you're able to say in the meetings before you got hired, then you get hired.
Yeah.
Then you show up and you're like, this is the way we're going to do things. because we're going to win a championship this way. And now it has been affirmed. Yeah. What is the it? What is the it that we can ascribe to you, Mike Macdonald, and this organization for Seattle and this copycat league? What do you got for me on that front?
I think, I mean, I don't want to sound cheesy, but it is like, it's the power of the synergy of doing it together, the connectedness from the top down, from Jody throughout, Chuck and the business side to all of our support staff being bought in on how we want to operate. Ultimately, on a daily basis, it's my responsibility to make sure that, we're on track and we're hitting those things. Mm-hmm. But I think, again, what makes us, unique to us is I'm going through these experiences and our coaching staff are doing it with the players kind of in real time. So I think everybody feels like we're all in this thing together. We're all growing. We all have each other's best interests at heart, what we're trying to create. And that's something that you can't fake, and so it just takes an authenticity.
I guess it takes an authenticity, but how do you...
Well, you realize really quickly what you don't know as a head coach. There's a lot of things you don't know, and you realize that you have a lot of talented people around. You're like, hey, well, let's unlock all these people. Let's rock and roll. Let's use everybody's talents, and how can we create it? Hey, so and so can do this, and how do we build it? And hey, you go take this project and make it come to life. And what happens is all these little cool organic things happen that are unique to us, inside jokes.
Yes.
And then you're creating an atmosphere where I feel like. One is fun to come to work and people can be the best version of themselves. They can just kind of be them and focus on playing great football and winning games.
And I know you're still relatively new to the area, right? Certainly if you get the longevity in your career that you hope for, you're just getting started.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Right? And do you realize what you've just accomplished by going through San Francisco and the Rams to cauterize the wounds of Super Bowl 49 against the Patriots for the 12s.
Right.
To win in the home of the San Francisco 49ers and maybe have them think about ripping up the carpets and changing things in their locker room because you celebrated in there. Do you realize what you've just done for the 12s, Mike?
Probably not to the extent which as justified as how they should feel, take a lot of pride in delivering that to our fans and to the 12s. I think take me and the coaches out of it. But what our players did, this team, Michigan, we would number the teams 142.
Oh yes, I know about 144. Yeah, you were on 142, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Okay, and so the 2025, 2026 Seattle Seahawks, I think deserve to be recognized as one of the all-time great teams, great performances. I mean. Find me a stat and compare it to everybody else. Not that, but that's important, in the history books, and our guys deserve that recognition, I think.
But the number of times we saw Malcolm Butler picking off Russell Wilson in the weeks leading up to this game.
Yeah, I mean,
that's now history. It's now truly history.
It is. I mean, right? And also, what was I doing in 2000? I was a GA at Georgia. Our guys are they're probably 10 years old.
Well, you said you told me you were watching that game. You said at your sister's house or something. You were at the Ravens watching that game. Is what you were saying.
That was 2014. Yeah, so that was the 2014 season. Yeah. It's actually I was in LA, and I remember exactly where I was. My little nephew Charlie watched the halftime show. He was digging Katy Perry. So that was cool.
Yeah, and now you're the Super Bowl winning head coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, pretty well.
Couldn't be happier for you. Thanks for joining me here.
Yeah, you got it.
On the program.
My pleasure.
Yeah, and John Schneider's about to join us next. So that's Mike Macdonald, the Super Bowl winning head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, helping us wrap up hour number 2. We're back on the ESPN radio feed in just a moment.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
At GiveMeTheVIN.com, we are America's best car buyer. We're also firmly based right here in the oil industry's backyard. And we get it. We've adjusted our bids to provide the best money for your vehicle, hands down. We'll do our best to help you create that much-needed cash flow until the oil field booms again. And we believe it will. It's just another way we're quickly becoming America's best car buyer, especially here at home.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Are you selling your home or just want to make it look new again? Start with the bathroom. Clean, modern glass showers instantly update the space, and buyers notice. In fact, bathrooms are one of the first things people upgrade, and glass makes a huge difference. Replace dated shower curtains, get new mirrors, or upgrade with custom glass from Bluebonnet Glass. Fair prices and dependable service. Call 832-508-0911 for a free quote and visit BlueBonnetGlass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LEAD25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LEAD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LEAD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Let's go! ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis.
This dude is a freaking animal.
This is the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, Broncos head coach Sean Payton, Bears general manager Ryan Poles, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Coming up, Seahawks general manager John Schneider, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show of day number 2 of 4 is on the air right here from the NFL Scouting Combine. We say hello to everybody out there streaming us on Disney Plus and the ESPN app and listening to us live on ESPN Radio. Thrilled to be joined in kicking off this third hour of our program by the man. There's only one guy who can be a general manager in this league at a combine with a 32nd overall pick and a trophy in his back pocket, and this is this man, John Schneider, the Seattle Seahawks. How you doing, John?
That sounds pretty cool.
It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that sounds
It's the
cool.
truth,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
There's only one of you that walk around here, and you're that guy this year. Congratulations.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
How's it hit you?
It hasn't yet. You
Really?
go through these moments where you're, especially we got going right away. I would say the parade was probably the biggest. Like, holy smokes, this is.
It's happening.
Because we talk about the fans all the time, and the 12s, and to see all those people out there celebrating and knowing that they were in entertainment business, and this is what drives us to do what's best for the 12s all the time, and to see them out there was pretty special.
And brother, you made history. That's one way I was thinking of introducing you here. I'll just say it here anyway. Ozzie Newsome and Howie Roseman are the only general managers who have ever won Super Bowls with 2 different head coaches and 2 different quarterbacks. But you
think there'd be more, right?
That's just that was it coming into this season.
Yeah.
But you did it one better. You're the only general manager. Have you heard this, or you haven't heard this? Who's won a Super Bowl with completely different rosters.
Yeah, my son sent it to me right away. It was pretty cool.
All 53 are new compared to the Super Bowl that you won in MetLife all those years ago. How does that hit you?
You feel very blessed to have the the stability, ownership stability, and being able to hang in there with Paul and Jody, showing the confidence in us to flip this thing and keep moving forward.
But it's pretty cool, though. I could say it on behalf of you to be able to.
My son sent it to me. My son Jack sent it to me.
What, he sent it to you? What, that night or something like that?
I was like, that's pretty cool stat.
It is a pretty cool stat because it's so difficult to obviously have longevity in this league, period, and then to have a totally remade roster. What can you say that is the through line, though, between both rosters to be Super Bowl champions? Is there a through line? They're different.
I think that the stability, the stability in the building, like our foundational pieces.
Yeah.
I'd worked here in 2000 with Coach Holmgren and Ted Thompson and Mike Reinfeldt in that group, and really got to know a lot of the people that were in the building, and Sam Ramsden, Mo Kelly, Eric Kennedy, just a great group of people. Dave's been here, Pierce has been here forever too,
right.
and you just knew, you had the feeling that it would be a place that we left and went to Washington. Mm-hmm. We were there 8 months and got fired, but that's different story. But they had a position opened up in 2005.
Right.
The general manager position opened up, and I was hoping to get an interview at that point. My wife Tracy and I just knew we didn't, and so we just kind of kept an eye on it, and just knew that in 2010 when it opened up, and then hooking up with Pete, that was a place we wanted to go, and that you could have success, you could take care of the players, you could take care of the coaches, great place to work, great place to live, and then you have all these people that are just amazing at their jobs,
right?
And I think that's really been the common thread. Pete bought into that. We all bought into it right away. And then now Mike, McDonald coming in and trusting, like, hey, the strength staff's amazing. Sports science people are great. The trainers are great. They're elite. These people are elite at their jobs.
What about the roster you've built? Is there any... I mean, obviously, we see the defense. We could see a quarterback that can, make plays in crucial moments. But what about from you're the one who built them?
Yeah, I think, just the speed on defense, the run game, the way both groups played for each other.
Right.
That group, the 48 group they were a little bit more edgy, a little bit more swaggy, kind of like it's us against the world,
Right.
Sherman was always mad at me that I didn't draft him a round higher.
He was?
Oh, yeah. Marshawn, was upset that I didn't trade for him earlier, So it's kind of like they were like us against the world. And these guys are very much, they're about like our team, not the opponent. playing for each other, being connected, and it definitely showed up in the Super Bowl.
Why did you hire Mike McDonald? I know there's many obvious reasons, but in this day and age, where maybe you want to hire an offensive-minded head coach to connect to your quarterback, and he's the play caller, and you don't have to worry about losing the play caller because he's the head coach, and you got two such guys in your division in McVay, and you got Kyle Shanahan. Why did you go in this route? What was that thought process about here?
We had played Baltimore that season, and it was one of those games where when the game's over, you're kind of like, what was that? Like, what just hit us?
Yeah.
And you knew something was really special. Obviously, he did a great job at Michigan, too. Yep. And then, throughout the interview process, we weren't able to speak with him right away. So I was relying on, guys that had interviewed him already, Dan Morgan, Chad Brinker, Rich McKay. And to a man, they were all like, "Man, your guys' personalities would really fit the clarity of communication." When we sat down for the interview, it was like a 2-hour interview that felt like 20 minutes. You could just tell he had a huge brain, was a competitor, wanted to be on the cutting edge, and of what football was going to look like in the future. And yeah, that was really what stood out.
And when did you realize you got the right guy? When did that happen?
I think the first day he walked in the building. I mean, we were behind, so we were kind of working on a staff behind the scenes,
right?
And he came in that morning. We went in his office. We had boards set up of running back coaches and all position coaches you could think of, right? Mixed with his, and we started working on that right away. And we went and got lunch about. This is at like 10 o'clock in the morning. We went and got lunch about 2 o'clock, and he's like, "Hey, I don't mean to be a weirdo or anything, but do I sign a contract or anything?"
Are you serious?
I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right. We got to do your contract."
That's what he said.
Yeah. He's like, "Well, what point do I sign a contract?" It's like, "That's a really good point, brother."
So then you had the paperwork drawn up.
Yep.
Gave him a pen.
Yeah.
And off you go.
But he just went right at it, and he was just. We were just going for it right there. We're competing right away.
And it's amazing how things happen. You trade away DK Metcalf, you trade away Geno, you give JSN the spot, you hire the kid from Yakima, right? And then and you bring Cooper Kupp in, and you let JSN fly. You give yourself a shot at Sam Darnold. You land him, and that I guess Tank Lawrence is another one. You go ahead and do all of that. How close was it that you didn't get Darnold?
Yeah, so that's what this week is for. I mean, this is we're down here. Our guys do a great job of meeting with every agency.
Yes,
working all our relationships, trying to figure out where everybody's going to be, contractually what the spring's going to look like. Like just getting a lay of the land. Mm-hmm. And it was really just. Things just, there was a chain of events that happened, and I can't believe that was a year ago already.
Yeah.
And, but it was really, I was down here answering questions about DK and Geno, and then all of a sudden, the next week, things just moved,
When you make decisions, do you ruminate about them? Do you move on, or do you wring your hands over?
No. We move on. Yeah, we move on because it's like our preparation. We had met with everybody. Hey, if this happens, and let's go. We're going to pivot to this. If this happens, we may have to pivot here. We may have to pivot here. And so that's what this week is for.
Right.
And then when we got back, it was like, okay, we got back home to Seattle. We were able to sit down with Clint and the offensive staff and work through what the different possibilities would be. I remember we were getting a cup of coffee a couple weeks after that, and Clint had just come and interviewed with us, and he was talking about Tyler, who's like the sweetest human being you can meet, and TK and Geno, and how he's going to use these guys and everything. And then we're sitting there having a cup of coffee, and now it's like Cooper Kupp's on our team, and Jackson and Sam Darnold's our quarterback. But really, the sitting down and really going, studying Sam, and then working our relationships. Kevin O'Connell, obviously, helped us out a lot with terms of, and Clint had coached him the previous year in San Francisco.
I mean, beyond your wildest dreams, right? I mean, right away. Obviously, you put a team together thinking we're going to win a Super Bowl, or we want to win a Super Bowl. But
work like it's up to you, pray like it's up to God, really, and then you just have to be like ready to rip.
Right.
And that's how that week went. And then to your point, to look back at it now and think, holy smokes, we won a world championship, it's overwhelming.
It's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'm happy for you. So did Kenneth Walker really use the podium to lobby you?
No, I totally panicked. I don't do this for a living like you do, so we're in front of all these people, and like Ken Walker, and he's just standing right there, and I just totally panicked. I don't know why. I don't know why I said that. I was like,
because you're trying to entertain. Trying to entertain.
Man, sorry, man. Like I didn't know what.
Because I thought to myself, he hardly says a word, and the fact that he would actually start negotiating with you instead of his agent.
We had a cool moment on the field, man. Right towards the end of the game where, he was staring up the scoreboard, and I was like, "Hey, brother, you're gonna be a Super Bowl MVP." He goes, "You think so?" I was like, "Heck yeah, man!" I guess you could have gone with a couple, but he had a great game.
He sure did.
Yeah.
So what's your plan for him right now?
That's what this week's for, to figure out where we're going to go. What does this look like? Talk to his people down here and get working on things. Okay. We'd love to have him back, obviously.
Sure.
It was a really big bummer for Zach. Zach, the season Zach had those two, playing off of each other, and then for Zach to have the injury was just heartbreaking. But Zach's a total stud too, and he'll attack his rehab and be back as quickly as possible.
Okay. And Darnold, do you do anything with his contract, or you're
Are you a former player now?
No, I know. I don't mean to put you in a position here. No, you know how it works. Yeah. I mean, you want to keep somebody there forever, but you also got a great contract.
We want him to be our quarterback for a long time, for sure. I mean, he came in and fit in just seamless. Everything everybody said about him, we didn't spend that much time with him when he was coming out of college because we knew he was going to get drafted so high.
Right.
But just to be able to talk to everybody at, like Scott Fitter and Dan Morgan and those guys in Carolina, and then the people with the Jets that have been there with the Jets, and then Minnesota, and then obviously our San Francisco guys too, to see him come in and just fit in right away and be that humble, tough leader. He's just got a really cool way about him.
The thing that I've been told about him, Jordan Palmer told me that he's internally motivated. He is not externally motivated. And it sounds like your coach is the same way.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Am I wrong with,
I would agree with that?
Right?
Yeah.
Your coach is exactly the same way, where it's just something's bubbling beneath that surface that you just...
I totally agree. That's a great way to put it, yeah. Yep.
That your coach seems that way, and Darnold seems like that way too.
Yeah, it's like that person you're talking to that's looking at you like they're gonna you say something wrong, they're gonna kick your ass.
Right.
Yeah. It's like.
So what is the next few weeks? You're here, and then you figure out your free agency period. And at what point do you?
I have to get caught up. With. I'm a little bit behind. We're good with free agency, our free agency meetings. Okay. Spending time with agents down here again, trying to get a lay of the land, what the spring's going to look like. But just personally spending time. I have to be disciplined with my personal study time, getting caught up for the draft.
What do you mean?
Getting caught up. I was out of some draft meetings. We were interviewing offensive coordinator guys.
Yes.
So I missed a couple of days there. And so I think that's where I feel a little bit behind is just getting caught up on what our board looks like and getting ready for the draft.
Well, then I appreciate you spending all this time with me.
This is awesome.
This is all stuff that you could be doing instead of chatting with me.
No, it's all good stuff.
Walk me through your offensive coordinator, who he is and why you hired him. And
Brian Fleury, really cool background. His dad was a 7-time state champion in Maryland.
Yeah.
He played quarterback, called defensive. He was a defensive coordinator calling defensive plays at Sacred Heart when he was 24, 25 years old.
Yeah.
He's primarily been on the defensive side. Really cool background. Mike Pettin, bunch of guys. And then defensive side of the ball with Robert Saleh on that group in San Fran, and then Kyle moved him to the offense, and
he's never called plays before.
Just
though.
to really,
but you're good.
Defensive plays, yeah.
Talking about offensive plays, what I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
And you went out of house for it too, and I guess
it was really more about Brian did an amazing job in his interview, but. Like the collective of the whole group, trying to keep that whole group together. It's difficult, when you lose an offensive coordinator to be a head coach at that time of the season.
Well, you couldn't take enough from the San Francisco 49ers. You take the division, you take their 1 seed, you take their stadium, you took their locker room.
Jeez.
Come on now, man.
Jeez, man.
You completed the dream for the Seahawks fans, right? Are you aware of that? But you should take care of the Niners. You take care of the Rams.
Yeah.
You avenge the Patriot loss. And you do it in the home of the San Francisco 49ers and celebrate in the locker room of the 49ers.
Those 2 Rams games had to be like some of the best games of the season.
Dude, there was that Week 16 game?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And your coach was kind enough to join my show the day after.
Oh, awesome, yeah.
Which is good. And I'm glad you guys don't hold grudges.
No.
Because I remember I was the guy, I'm like sitting there on my set, took all the Pete stuff down, and he's creating his own thing, and I'm like, I don't know about that. I was wrong.
That was a little overrated.
I know that, and yeah. you told me that, and I'm mea culpa. Clearly, this guy knows exactly what the heck he was doing. Didn't erase the whole thing. Pay a little bit of homage to the past.
We moved him upstairs.
No, I got it.
We put together like every Seahawk win. That's pretty neat deal.
It is a pretty neat deal.
Yeah.
By the way, that sounds like a Pete phrase. Pretty neat deal.
Yeah.
It sounds like
cool. People be that's cool.
Cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Hey, man, pretty cool watching you do your thing. Congratulations to you.
A lot.
You know how I feel about you.
Same, brother. Thanks for having me.
And thanks again. Congratulations on winning the Super Bowl, sir.
Thanks, man.
You got it. That's John Schneider right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Don't go anywhere. We're back with more in our second day. Nick Sirianni, speaking of hoisting a trophy, is coming up next.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity and get payments that actually make sense. You're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, call D&M. No payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. On Wednesday, February 25th, Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars, will be at McIntyre's in the Heights. That's this Wednesday, February 25th. Stop by, register to win their flyaway trip, and snag some exclusive Flight by Yingling gear.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEAT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEAT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEAT.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Stokes, third-generation neighborhood hardware store owner. For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has proudly served our community with everything from plumbing to paint and power tools and more. We're family-owned, 3 generations strong, a small business with competitive pricing. Come see our knowledgeable team today. Hablamos Español. Shop local, save more. Follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, your neighborhood store since 1954.
Streaming TV is where it's at. It's not about cutting the cord anymore. That's old news. It's all about your customized TV options. With the best and cheapest high-speed internet and your own TV subscriptions, we've got your dream TV lineup. Between wired and satellite internet and TV, you now have tons of options. Save money and get more internet speed and better TV today by calling the Whole Home Connect. We scan your location and offer you the best TV and internet options. And we always have specials and promotions. So when you call, ask about that. Take 5 minutes of your time. Make this free call now and learn how to save money and get better internet and TV for your home anywhere in the U.S. Make this simple and free call now.
800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. That's 800-214-6191.
Indianapolis, our ESPN radio audience is returning. Nick Sirianni is here hanging with us. So I'll ask you the question I asked Howie Roseman on Tuesday's show. Do you like the drama in Philadelphia? Do you like it?
There's so many things that you have to be able to block. You have to be able to block out things in this league. I don't care if you're in Philadelphia, Buffalo, wherever it may be, Indianapolis. Right. It doesn't matter. There's always going to be a distraction, and there's always going to be ups and downs within your life. There's always going to be ups and downs within a football season. Right. And your job is I always say to the players, our job, what were we taught me and I guys got done talking about Michigan basketball. Yes. But when we were young in the game of basketball, we were taught to when we were going to the free throw line, and there was distraction here and a distraction there and a distraction there, and the game was on the line, and you had to make your shot. Yes. Your job was to focus on the process. Your job was we were taught, hey, focus on the dribble. Whether yours was, what was your dribble routine? Mine was one. One breath, let's shoot, right? Sure, right. I don't know what yours is. Do you remember? No, I didn't have a routine. What was I've never had a routine in my entire life about anything. But keep going. What was Ramil Robinson's? I want to actually know about that. That one was definitely something. He was focused on the process. Oh, my God. He was hoping, at least in that one. And so your job is to focus on the process in the midst of everything. And it is a good, whether you're going through good times, whether you're going through bad times, you got to focus on the process because that's what gives you the best opportunity to win each week. Well, it's the same thing when the crowd's going crazy and you're in the midst of a Super Bowl game or an NFC Championship game. Your job is to focus on the process and what you can control and go after that. Yeah, but for this analogy, it seems like in Philadelphia, certainly in the last few years, it's like distraction when you're shooting a free throw, when you're shooting a jump shot, when you're trying to sit on the bench, when you're trying to hear your coach. It seems to be nonstop. And do you sometimes go, I just wish it was just a rocking chair here? You know what? You know what I mean? You know what? We've won a lot of games with it being ups and downs. And, I wouldn't trade our success, for anybody. We've had a lot of success. We've been able to get to the top of the mountain in my first 5 years here, and an opportunity to play it in the game at another portion of it. And so, it works for us. It works for us, and our job is to be able to block out everything, focus on the process, and be able to go to work and do it.
It just seems that there's always, like I said, something going on with your team, and that there's always a question of, like, what is going on there?
And I think that, you can only, again, as you listen and my job, again, is to focus on what we're doing there and the relationships that you have, and not what is perceived of what's going on, right? Yes. I think that can happen a lot. Like, hey, here's what we think's going on there. Well, people in the building are the only ones that really know, day in, day out. And so you can only can judge the interactions that you have with your guys on a daily basis. Like I said, we're able to block out everything and be able to truly focus, zero in, and focus on the process to be able to put ourselves in best position to win each Sunday. Now, we weren't able to do that this year. At the end of each year, there's one team that's happy at the end of it. And, our opportunity to be happy was after last year. And now, we're back at this, and, we're like everybody else, coming in and hungry to do it again.
Well, I say on this show all the time, I think your quarterback is the perfect guy for Philadelphia and for a situation where there's always something up, because he never adds a drop of fuel to the fire, like ever. Once, and it can kind of frustrate fans, like, to want to know, why was there a struggle on offense here? Why was it so difficult to get A.J. Brown the ball? Why didn't Saquon get the ball? And he'll say the same things like he did after, winning with 4 touchdowns, and he never adds any fuel to the fire.
He's consistent.
Is he that way behind the scenes as well?
He comes to work every single day, completely locked in on what he needs to do to help his team win and bring the team together each and every week. And so, and he excuse me, he's just so locked into, to doing his job and to continually to get better at the job. And that's what you want. I mean, that's what we're looking for in players here. These guys that love this game so much, that are tough, that, that have high football IQ. And that's all the things Jalen has. And that's why you continue to see him win football games and play good football as a quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, I mean, in the number of times that I've gotten to meet him and interview him, the one time he let anything slip, the one time, was when I was interviewing him for NFL Network game day morning prior to your Super Bowl win last year. And I said to him, you've got another offensive coordinator this year, and it was Kellen Moore. And I'm like, everyone knew that he was walking, he was going to get a gig. I'm like, you're going to get one next year. And he said, tell me about it, is what he said. And it kind of like just a little bit of a glimmer of, like, here he goes again. Now, Sean Mannion's another offensive coordinator. I'm sure you've seen this. Like, I think Shane Steichen is the only coordinator he's had in back-to-back years of his entire career since high school. And I'm wondering how you try to help handle the constant change at the offensive spot. How do you handle the consistency aspect of it?
Obviously the consistency is Jalen and I, right?
Sure.
And so being able to, kind of when Jalen's not in there, throughout this time right now, to be able to say, hey, here's what we've done well in the past. Let me take you through some of these things, because that's the consistency part. And just because an offense changes, like, there's some things you can do too to try to keep some verbiage as similar as you can year in, year out. I think I read about that with Coach Saban, who went through a lot of different coordinators. Are like, hey, his theory, one of the things that I've always remembered seeing was, hey, we're going to keep terminology as close to as possible as we can when where you're able to do that. So you try to do that with that.
Right.
You try to keep elements of things like of what you've done well in the past and sprinkle that into some of the new things, because we've had a lot of success, with Jalen behind the center and being able to mix some of those things into some of those things that we're bringing in and with Sean and continuing to evolve. I think it is like, hey, man, this is what we want to do. We want to change because we think this is going to be best for our football team. But you still have elements of, hey, this is what's worked well, and you try to add and keep those consistent.
Is he going to? You got the same terminology, is what you're saying?
There's going to be There's going to be things that are similar terminology because at the end of the day, Sean and the new coaches have to learn it because in the heat of the moment, when Jalen's going up there to maybe check a play,
right,
you want him to, bam, right at the thing. So terminology again. It's just a matter of what you call 3-by-1, what you call 3-by-1 with this guy in this position, what you call 3-by-1 with a bunch, and then changing these guys around. So you try to keep things as systematic as possible, and for our offense, keep it, being able to keep some of the things similar terminology-wise.
If you don't mind me going down this road of narratives here about what is the case and what isn't, was there gear grinding with Jalen Hurts not wanting to run the offense that Kevin Patullo was putting in there, or he just didn't want it, he didn't like it, he was doing his own thing, he was going rogue? I mean,
Jalen will always do whatever he needs to do to win each and every football game, and I think you've seen him do things like in let's say 2022 where he's passing for all those yards, running for a lot of yards, scoring a lot of touchdowns, and then in go to a Super Bowl. And then that system and that style, right, looks completely I wouldn't say completely different. There were still elements of that offense that were still there. But Jalen took a back seat to Saquon and when made plays when handed the ball off, and Saquon made a lot of plays, and when Jalen needed to make plays, he made plays, right? And so I think all I've ever seen from Jalen Hurts is to do everything he can do to win each and every football game. So it kind of bothers you when there's a narrative out like that. Well, it bothers me. Let me rephrase that.
Sure, yeah.
When there's a narrative out like that, it's like, well, he didn't want to do this or he didn't want to do that. That couldn't be more further from the truth. Jalen is a great team player. And again, like I said, just wants to win. And not worried about anything else other than winning. And I respect the heck out of that. And so, that's why I've been able to kind of fight back on that narrative right here, because my interactions with Jalen on a daily basis for the past 5 years is a guy who's a winner, who will do anything to win, and for his teammates and his coaches.
And A.J. Brown, the number of times that he would post something and then take it down and then be at his locker and saying, I didn't have anything, that's not the way I feel, then you would have to go on your radio show and you go in front of the podium and the media is asking you, is there anything wrong with A.J. Brown's relationship? What can you say about
I can say I love A.J. Brown.
Okay.
I love him. And I love obviously I love the talent that he is as a player, but I love the person. I love the teammate. And man, he's contributed so many big-time plays and big-time moments and big-time seasons. I think he's the first Eagle for 4,000-yard receiving years in a row. And so, again, you can only base their speculation from the outside, and that's why it's so important that we focus on our process and not the things we can't control, because all you can control is your daily interactions, and all my daily interactions with these guys have been positive. Now, you have your ups and your downs as any season and any brother or any family goes through.
Even in Super Bowl winning seasons.
Even in Super Bowl winning seasons.
Right.
Like, I know that, what do they do, that the show on NFL Network?
Yeah, the
recap of the year.
There will be one in Seattle, and there's one for you.
Sure.
I
think you highlight the good things.
America's Game, it's called, and there's always a moment in a season where things are falling off or to pot or whatever, and it's not going well.
Sure.
Every team has that. I totally understand. It's just we're constantly trying to fill a void in your world of why something isn't going as well as it should in the estimation of people.
And this is a tough league. It's hard to win. It's hard to sustain success.
Right.
And so I'm really proud of the fact that we have set this expectation of, hey, they should win the Super Bowl or go to the Super Bowl every year, because we've won and we've done a lot of these good things. But again, it's about the journey. It's about the process. And it's about being able to block out anybody's expectations. Our expectations for ourselves is higher than anybody's expectations can be for us. And so our goal is just to focus on that, on the process as we go through it, and be able to block out anything, because it is like throughout a year there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs, and each week within the NFL, right, it's talked like, hey, they won the game. Hey, they're the best team in the world, the big game. Hey, you lost the game. This is the worst team. They're never. How many times did I hear about the Patriots in 2010 to 2018? They'd lose one game and it'd be like, they're done. They're done. I mean, a million times.
Brady's toast.
Yeah, and it's like, and so you try to learn from those experiences, and you learn from the ups, and then hey, they won, and man, they're the best team. They're going to be ready to go. So it's, again, just being able to, through the marathon of a season, and through the ups and downs of the season, and if you let yourself get outside of your building and your interactions with your guys, it will feel like a roller coaster, because it is a roller coaster outside there, and our job is to stay locked in and focused on what we're doing.
Yet you made a headline on Tuesday with your podium where you said you couldn't guarantee whether A.J. Brown's back next
Yeah, it's funny how when someone asks you a question sometimes, like, is he going to be back? And it's like, listen, like, I get it, guys, so I know what we're trying to do here, and it's like, I can only say I love A.J. Brown.
Right.
He is a great teammate. He is a great football player. And, like, you don't go in – I don't – like, when is that – have you ever heard me say, I guarantee we win this game? I guarantee we do. You don't do that in this league. And so when it's kind of put that way, you're just like – I'm getting asked an impossible question, whether I answer it this way or that way. And so you just go, and again, all I'll say is I love A.J. Brown, and I love the player. I love the person. Man, I'm really grateful for the relationship I have with him. That's why you get into this. You get into this for the relationships. You get into this to help guys achieve goals that you want them, that they want to be able to achieve as a coach, and be a servant leadership for them. And so, man, I can't say I love I love that relationship that I have with him.
Yeah, you almost, in your answer, went at your podium, went full Kyle Shanahan, which is like, hey, Sunday we could all be out, we could all be dead. You know what I mean? You almost went full Kyle Shanahan. Like, I can't guarantee anything. We could all be gone by the weekend. So, do you still like doing it?
I love it.
You do?
I love it.
Like, you're energized, you're ready to roll?
Yeah, you know what? That's in the moment I don't have the energy that I have to wake up every day and to say, man, I get to be a head football coach in the NFL. I get to coach football in the NFL. I get to coach. Really, it comes down to I get to coach football. I love this game.
Right.
This is the moment I shouldn't be doing it anymore. And man, I love it. I love the process. There's nothing like being able to set a vision for a football team and be able to try to, kind of iron through that each and every day for an entire year to see if you can accomplish the ultimate goal. And you just try to get better every day within it. And I love that, because there's always, it's a constant growth thing. The moment you think, man, we're pretty good, is the moment you're going to be humbled. And it's just constantly trying to find ways to get better so you're playing your best football by the end of the year. I love it, because I think at the end of the day, I'm 44 years old and I'm still a part of a team, right? I got a team at home with my wife and my kids, and I love that team. But I'm still a part of a team at 44 years old. And that's pretty awesome, because I love being a part of football. I love football, and I love being part of a team, because you're all going after the same goal. And that's pretty special. And I don't take that for granted.
Awesome. If we finish up this conversation with just a bit of quiet, you might. No, I don't hear it. I don't hear anything coming out of the competition committee room about banning the tush push. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting. Yeah.
Did you take notice of apparently nobody's pushing to get rid of your play here?
Yeah, we have to coach it. We have to do some things to coach it better. We have to do some things to execute it better. But it's been a fun play. I mean, they're making commercials about it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I got T-shirts and sweatshirts for it, and so it's an exciting play. And
why do you think it's exciting?
Well, first of all, it happens always on a time where it can be 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, and that's a turnover on downs, or in the red zone where it looks to be a touchdown. There hasn't been many times we've run it on 1st and goal or 1st and 10. Right. And so it's a kind of an interesting time of when it comes up. Stakes are high. And, man, it's like this team knows what's coming and that team knows what's coming, and let's go. Right. And I think there's a beauty to that. And so, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm not counting that it is in. I'm not counting that it's not in. We'll play by the rules that are whatever.
Of course,
it is.
But why do you think there's less of a problem with it this year than apparently last.
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on anything.
I can speculate for you.
I'm not going to speculate.
Okay,
So
no,
you
I'm
can
just
speculate as much as you want.
Okay, I mean you're not beating people up with it and hosting a trophy this time around. If you do that again, maybe people start complaining about it.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, I don't want to get you in too much trouble. Thanks for taking the time here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Do I say go blue to you? I had no idea you were a Michigan basketball fan.
I mean, I don't know if I could. Like, my wife's like, you didn't go. She went to Missouri, and she's like, you didn't even go there. You can't be like. But this is what, like, I don't
It's
watch
the same
Mount
Block
Union
M.
basketball.
The Block M looks similar from Missouri and Michigan.
There you go. Yeah, so you could say that. I guess you could say that to me during basketball season.
Hopefully, I reach out to you in April and we can celebrate
There we
something.
go. It's in Indy.
It's right here.
I don't want to put expectations on. You know what I mean?
I'll do it. Great to see you, Nick.
All right, yeah.
Nick Sirianni, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, right here on the Rich Eisen Show from the Scouting Combine. Back in a moment.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. If you're in the market for a new or used gun or accessory, don't wait for the gun show to roll through town. With over 10,000 guns in stock, we have what you're looking for. We're open Monday through Saturday every week of the year. Tactical, hunting, pistols, revolvers, rifles, and much, much more. All in stock, ready to go. Whether you're a beginner or expert, our staff will take care of you at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here with a quick math tip. If you multiply something by 0, you get 0. Case in point, right now, well-qualified buyers get 0% APR financing on a GMC Sierra 1500 elevation truck with a crew cab and a Turbo Max engine. 0% financing means 0 interest on your payments, plus there's a purchase allowance and additional dealer discounts. So don't be a 0. Find your new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 today at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They're in Angleton waiting for you. GMC, we are professional grade.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-747-1515. That's 800-747-1515. 800-747-1515. Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn. And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons. We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond. And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field. Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Like, in a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just taking the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids' gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters, and so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. Not too shabby having a Super Bowl-winning head coach in hour one.
Yep.
Hour two.
Yep.
And hour three.
Hey now.
Sean Payton, Mike McDonald, and now we just said goodbye to Nick Sirianni with a Super Bowl winning general manager in between with our friend John Schneider. No contest wrestling coming out later on today. Overreaction Monday came out on Monday. So it's now time to finish up today's show with Overreaction Monday on a Wednesday.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction Mondays. Monday. On a Wednesday.
Not one more throw.
On a Wednesday.
Not one more throw.
Yeah.
On a Wednesday.
Not as
All right,
great.
what do you got?
Okay, here we go, guys. Let's run through this pretty quick. We're here at the Combine. The most popular, famous thing that the guys will do is the 40-yard dash,
Correct,
right?
yeah.
Rich Eisen, the 40-yard dash would be so much better if it was a race between two
people
or more.
Yes.
Let's make it happen.
I'm with you. It would be great. The problem I think that the scouts and everyone has is it's not an Olympics. It's just you versus the 40-yard dash line. It's not a race. That they think they'd be afraid that there might be more injuries.
Why? Because guys are trying to push it a little too much?
Yeah,
come on.
exactly.
It's like you always say, golfing, you're playing against yourself.
Yeah, these guys are out here competing, though. Come on.
This is not an overreaction.
More records would go down.
I like it, Chris. It's just not going to happen. What a bummer.
Oh, I hate that. Rich, make it happen.
Okay.
You have the power. Like
you'll just have to settle for me being simulcammed on top of actual.
I mean, I love that.
Okay.
That's always
it's a nice consolation prize.
All right, so much talk about the quarterbacks and what the carousel and the market is going to look like in free agency and what have you coming up, right? A backup quarterback from this past year is going to win a playoff game next year.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I'm talking about
Malik
Jones.
Willis, Mac Jones, Tyson Bagent might get moved.
Everyone's talking about how the Bears have admitted that people are reaching out for him.
I think he's proven in the time that he's gotten in the preseason that he can play in this league.
Okay.
One of those guys is going to win a playoff game.
I'll still call this an overreaction. How does that sound?
I like it, Chris.
Is Kirk Cousins a backup quarterback?
We're going to talk about Kirk in a second.
And when he leads the Vikings to the playoffs.
Is Kirk Cousins a backup quarterback?
Can you just wait a second?
All right, sorry. Am I overreacting?
Nah, give me two more topics.
Okay, what do you got?
Okay, so we're always looking for
Malik Willis. He's the hot name in free agency.
Correct.
You know, people are saying he's going to get $30, maybe $40 million a year in his next deal.
I hope so for him.
Who is going to be the next guy, right? The next Sam Darnold, right? And we think it's Malik Willis. Who's going to be the next Malik Willis, though? And I think that guy is going to be Anthony Richardson. Is going to be the next Malik Willis.
Why not? Which means what? He's a backup somewhere else.
He might be a backup on his own team.
I think he already is.
Someone's gonna make a move for him.
By the way,
he's
Mac Jones.
Being a
I've already said I think Mac Jones is the next Sam Darnold. He's already played for 3 teams, including the one that is credited for rehabilitating things and helping Darnold reset San Francisco. Now, so he'll go to his 4th team at some point. Yeah, buddy.
But wait a minute.
That's where I'm going to go. It's crazy.
Indiana Jones is not going to be ready for the beginning of the season.
But so Anthony Richardson needs to go to Green Bay.
Won't he be the starter, though?
Why not?
All right, what else you got over there?
All right.
Get to your Cousins one.
Well, I want to get to the Cowboys first.
Okay.
Yeah. All this talk about George Pickens and the franchise tag. We're going to talk to these guys the next couple of days. You know what? The Cowboys, TJ, you know what they should do? They should roll the dice and pay George Pickens a top market contract. None of this one-year franchise make him prove it. He did prove it last year. Pay that man his money.
I would not do that. I think that's an overreaction. How does that sound? Everyone from Pittsburgh's telling you that this thing is on an interesting ice. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. That guy just showed you what he could do as the number one. You saw when CeeDee Lamb was out.
True, but to pay 2 receivers WR1 money, I just don't know.
When our defense WR1s.
Well, we're gonna we've got Brian Schottenheimer tomorrow. He'll pass. He's just the coach. Yeah. Stephen Jones is on Friday. We'll get the latest from him. He's kind enough to accept our invitation.
Rich, I might sit in for that one tomorrow.
All right, let's talk about Kirko. Kirk Cousins is going to make the playoffs next year, and all of his former teams will not.
The Vikings won't. The Falcons won't.
Washington won't.
Get out of here. That is a hot one, man.
So
that is an overreaction.
No Washington.
No Washington.
And we don't know. And we don't even know where Cousins is going.
Yeah, I think we do. But anyway,
the only former Kirk Cousins team that we know for sure is not making the playoffs next year is Michigan State.
I knew you were going there.
Wow. Oh, baby. What a spinning curve in the zone that was.
That is no surprise.
Hold on a minute. Let me see. Let me watch that tape measure. Yeah, there goes little brother.
You like that one? I like that one. Yeah, I like that one.
What else? You got one more?
Let's finish with this one. You saw what the UFL is doing, guys?
Oh, yeah.
They banned the tush push.
Banned the tush push. You know what they also did?
Well, yeah, the field goal.
The NFL should follow the UFL's lead and make 60-plus yard field goals worth 4 points.
No, that's crazy.
Why is that crazy?
It is a weapon.
It's getting too,
guys
it's
can
too crazy.
Kick. Why? Because it's too easy?
It's getting too crazy.
Listen, we're going to end up. Dallas is going to end up paying Brandon Aubrey $10 million, so you might as well.
He wants more than that.
This is the NFL, not the UFL, pal.
This is a good idea.
I like it.
We'll dive into it a little bit more, but I think that's an overreaction. Well, good job, guys.
Thank you.
Good job. I appreciate you coming out the gate. Thanks for having. Thanks
no
for
contest later today.
No contest wrestling later today.
If you're tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS, Tax Relief Advocates wants you to know you don't have to be afraid. No matter what challenging life situation you're facing while owing 10 or even hundreds of thousands in back taxes to the IRS, we have a solution. TRA has already negotiated over $1.5 billion in taxes owed by over 180,000 struggling taxpayers since 2017, earning over 1,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Generous tax debt forgiveness programs are currently available that can end your tax nightmare and may reduce or eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you're facing collections or an audit, don't lose hope. Act now to check what tax relief you may qualify for. Simply visit TRA.com or call 800-583-4890. 800-583-4890. Again, that's 800-583-4890. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
At GiveMeTheVIN.com, we're driving the market, and we're more than equipped to buy more than just one vehicle at a time. Case in point, your oil field trucks and fleet vehicles. Whether you've got one or two or a dozen or by the hundreds, we want to buy them, along with the owner's Lamborghini and everything in between. We have the money and we know the market, and you'll get your check on the spot at GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
You thinking about updating your home? Glass might be the easiest way to do it. John Granato here. At Bluebonnet Glass, they help homeowners brighten and modernize spaces with glass railings, wine rooms, mirrors, cabinet glass shelving, room partitions, even kitchen backsplashes and bathrooms. Glass can make your home feel bigger, brighter, and newer without a remodel. Update your home today with Bluebonnet Glass. 832-508-0911 or visit them at bluebonnetglass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. GOLD. Gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
Can you dig it? Hey, yo, Houston, it's Booker T. And you already know every Tuesday and Wednesday, we're bringing the heat on the Hall of Fame.
That's right. It's me, the Bo Brad Gilmore, and we're talking all things wrestling, UFC, boxing, and the biggest stories in sports and entertainment. If it's making headlines, we're breaking it down.
Hot takes, real talk, and behind-the-scenes stories you won't hear anywhere else. Don't miss the Hall of Fame with me and my man, Brad Gilmore, every Tuesday and Wednesday on ESPN 97.5.
Guess who? ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Happy to have you along for the ride on this White Boy Wednesday. It's Brian's back, too. Brian was gone the last couple of days. You don't want to coach. He's back today. Good to see you again, Brian. It's good to have you.
I never know if you actually mean that.
I actually mean it today because it's good to have a proper white boy.
Okay. So tomorrow and Friday, I could go back on vacation.
Yeah. Yep. This is the most important day of the week for you to be here.
So did you guys put forth the lie that I was on vacation for the last 3 days?
Well, you said you didn't show up.
Oh.
I mean, we talked yesterday about how you chose to not work our show, but work,
Joe, who sets the schedule?
Not me.
It's a good counterpoint. Really good counterpoint. I take it it's Joe.
It's Joe.
Yeah, I make this.
Just Joe. Oh, my hairline is receding. I saw a side. I saw a side. I saw a side portfolio on our YouTube, ESPN Houston. You can watch us on ESPN Houston. You can watch us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. On Twitter.
A fat guy in
TikTok.
his underwear,
You can watch
living in his mother's basement.
Listen on ESPN Radio. Listen on the. And I somebody texted the other day. It might have been Rocky, actually. Said that your hairline's receding. I said, I argue with him. I was like, no, it's not. I look at it every day. I just saw a side profile of me on the ESPN YouTube. I'm looking at you in this. I stopped it. I paused it. It is receding a little bit.
Now you're just going to stare at it all day?
No, I kind of like that it's receding because I didn't like all that hair over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wanted a little fade back a little bit. It's a cheap way to get a little fade.
I guess
I'm glad it all worked out
That's
for you.
one way to look at it.
I didn't realize that. That's awesome. Okay. All right. Rocky was right. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I argued with him.
That was elite level spin.
That was like a month ago.
I'm losing my hair, but I wanted it anyway.
No, because my hair goes too far over. Like I need a little bit of receding. It makes it easier to like have a do.
Sure.
Have a style.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Rocky was right. I apologize, Rocky. I thought you were dead wrong and just trolling. You weren't. You were just being mean and honest, which I appreciate a little bit more actually. 713. Yeah, I didn't realize that. All right. Okay. I concede I was wrong, Rocky. Lots to get to today. The Rockets play basketball today. I'm actually, in a weird way, Rocket power. My voice just isn't all the way there today. I'm not sure I can pull that off.
F-.
So you're saying hit that drop as much as possible?
Yeah, hit it again.
No. I have a lot of. I can't do it. I need to take care of this vocal cord for the next few weeks. And this is the season too, where pollen comes around. You get allergies.
It's true.
So I need to be mindful. I need to be proactive. I'm going to retire the Rocket Power until the end.
Say Rocket Power.
I'm going to retire until the end of college basketball season.
That makes sense.
I got to take care of this. It's proactive measures.
You got to do what you got to do.
I tried to do it there, and I felt strain.
Yeah.
I felt a little bit of strain. I think you heard strain as well.
We don't want strain.
No, so I'm going to take it easy on that.
Yeah, you already leave early enough as it is.
I'm going to
lose your voice as well.
Yeah, I leave early to talk more.
I know.
Actually, I talk less on this show than I do my other job.
That's true. You do talk quite a bit on the other job. I mean, you're
certainly on road games.
I think I talk more than the other job.
Yeah, I think you do too.
I think I talk more than the other job, Brian. Anyways, no one cares about me and my jobs. Lots to get to today. But what I was going to say about the Rockets, I lost my train of thought because I made it all about me, was the I'm actually kind of excited that Amin Thompson's not playing today. Hear me out. Like, I don't want Amin Thompson to be out long term. I don't want Amin Thompson to, miss more than one game. Hopefully he's back the next time that they play. But I would think that Reed Shepherd draws another start today with no Amin Thompson. And I'm excited for Reed Shepherd to get like 30, 35 minutes so we can be like, hey, let's make a more honest assessment of Reed Shepherd.
I mean,
I was meditating before the show, Joe.
Yeah.
And Bordeaux, did I say it right?
I think so.
I always say it differently each time. Bordeaux, great job. I mean, the czar of Rockets Twitter, he's really, really good at what he does, influencing the masses. He posted a highlight of, like, Reed Shepherd needs to start. He posted 30 seconds of highlight videos, which you know how I feel about highlight videos. Hate them. Yeah. Like, you can make anybody look good over. I can make myself look good in 30 seconds of highlights.
We've seen it.
Yeah, you're right. We have. Very, very one-sided. But he didn't have, like, any defensive highlights. So, like, I commented. I was like, anything on the other side of the floor. Like, just, I'm wondering.
And the thing is, Reed's got some that you could throw in there.
He does.
He's got some steals and blocks. You could throw in him like, hey, quick hands.
Which I'm sure he'll respond to be like, here are a few steals. So, like, I'm excited to see 30, 35 minutes of Reed Shepherd today. That way we can have an honest, conversation if he's worthy of playing 30 for 35 minutes a game.
I mean, the last time he started, it went very well. And the following day, Ime was asked about switching Reed and Amin in the starting lineup. So,
yeah, I mean, you're not going to start him over Amin.
I know, but he was asked about it.
I forgot about that. What did he say?
He chuckled and said no.
Did he really chuckle?
Basically.
That's hilarious. Hey, look, Sacramento's not very good. Sacramento's the worst team in the league, in fact. So, like,
yeah,
it might be a bit skewed.
I think the Kings have won the last two against the Rockets.
Is that right?
I think so.
So we'll see. We'll see what Reed Shepherd looks like tonight. But we'll get to some plenty to get to today. Joe thinks that Rome might be fear-mongering. This is a Joe take. Says that Rome might be, not even me, not me saying it. It's not Sports Illustrated saying it. It's not Bleacher Report saying it. It's Joe.
Yeah, I
saying that Chandler Rome might be fear-mongering. So we'll get to that a little bit later. Of course, we're going to get to that. Texans offseason, the legal tampering period starts in a little over a week in the NFL. A little over a week. Nick Caserio did a little thing with Ian Rappaport. Which, you remember the start of the year whenever D'Amico got mad at the media for, like, putting timelines on Joe Mixon?
Yeah.
And people thought it was Ian
Yeah,
Rappaport.
it's good.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't Ian Rappaport.
No, it was not.
Because Ian Rappaport said that Mixon's status is uncertain.
Yeah.
Which, that's not why the Texans were mad. The Texans were mad because somebody was putting a timeline on when Joe Mixon was going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they were mad. So Nick Caserio sitting down with Ian Rappaport at the NFL Combine, like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think they give Ian Rappaport information, and they were never mad at Ian Rappaport. Kind of a deep pull from way back in the day, but just something that triggered my mind whenever I saw that. Also, Caserio said that they're not going to watch the athletes at the Combine. He says they just go for the interviews and then they leave. They watch the other stuff on television. And they get the data if they watch it.
That's fine.
And then they get the data at other places.
That's fine. There's a lot of coaches that don't even go now.
Yeah,
it's starting to become a new trend.
Yeah, right. It is.
Where they're just like, yeah, we'll just do it all at home.
The reason that Caserio said that he and D'Amico like to go though is for the interviews. They like to get a feel of what the person's like.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, the Texans do value mindset and attitude and being smart and all of those things.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that they would want to have a one-on-one interview.
Well, and that's one of the most crucial parts of this entire process.
Yeah.
Like you learn about guys and how they handle it. We had those reports about, Shedeur Sanders and how poorly he handled it last year.
Mm-hmm.
And it cost him in the draft. Because guys do go into this thing sometimes very unprepared and very unprofessional because they think it's just not a big deal, and it, in fact, is a major deal.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of times people say the interviews are more important than the workouts.
Yeah.
I mean, the only ones I really care about, honestly, in general, are the measurements are good to know.
What parts?
Arm length.
Okay. I was just curious which ones you were like.
I know you're trying.
Well, some
I
people
want
like
to see wieners.
That's not what I was trying to do. Brian's the immature
I
one
see
of
that
us all.
smirk on your
No, I was
face.
like, because some people care about the hand size of quarterbacks.
That matters too.
Yeah.
I don't know. You turned to the camera and gave the gym look.
Yeah.
You knew what you were doing.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Brian.
I was making a reference to quarterback hands.
Yeah.
You can't have tiny hands and play quarterback in the NFL.
The Kenny Pickett dilemma.
The Kenny who?
Did I say Pickett? I
think you said Hickett.
I think I said Pickett, and then I stuttered and said Hickett.
Yep.
Anyway.
Well, we knew the answer with that because he was warming up at the Combine a couple of years ago in the hallway with gloves on. I was like, that guy's got a problem.
Yeah.
His hands are too small.
I care a lot about hands right now because I only have use of one of them. 1.5 of them. Brian, I can't move my thumb. I have to go like that.
That's not good.
Wait, why?
I think the ligament's torn. I don't know. I have to go to the doctor.
There was nothing that, like, you didn't fall, you didn't bump it, like you just woke up and it won't move?
I played golf last August, and my hand was, like, sore for a bit. And I just thought it was, like, inflammation, arthritis, and that it would go away. But now it's, like, creeped in. I think I might have, like, had a stress fracture. I need to go get it looked at.
Yeah, especially if
I literally can't shake somebody's hand. I can't move that thumb. I have to go like that.
Feels like a very Jordan move from you.
Yeah.
Dude, I had that thought. Like, I'm wondering if it's karma for making fun of Jordan Alvarez's hands, because I get it now. Like, I totally, I feel the big fella. I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, and you need to be able to golf. Aren't you going to golf in like 2 months here with us?
I don't know, man. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah,
somebody asked me to golf. It wasn't somebody, it was my stepdad. Asked me to golf, and I was like, I don't think I can. Like, I'm kind of hurt
here. He's going to go full yard on and golf when the bone's only 60% healed.
I might. I need to go get it looked at, though.
Yeah, if you end up, which I think we'll be announcing the golf tournament soon, so I don't want to say the official date or anything now, but if you end up golfing it, you might have to sign a waiver.
No, I'm just probably not going to golf.
Oh, okay.
If they wanted Smart, why did they draft Stroud? We're not doing that all day. We're not going to sit here and make fun of C.J. Stroud and his low S2 all off season long. We're not doing that. 713-780-3776. What were we talking about?
I don't know.
All right, Nick Caserio at the Combine was talking to people. Did we have a thought on this, or are we just going to move on here?
No.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah.
So Nick Caserio, we heard the excerpts yesterday. They posted it on their YouTube channel while we were on the air yesterday. So I went and listened to all of Nick Caserio at the Combine, 20 minutes worth. And then I watched the 6-minute video he had with Ian Rappaport, which, by the way, he told Ian Rappaport at the very end, stay tuned. He said, look, there's probably going to be things that happen that no one sees coming.
Oh.
So, and Nick Caserio is very aggressive.
He's going to trade C.J. Stroud.
Well,
No one's going to see it coming. He called everyone moronic, and he's like, no one's going to see it coming.
That would be the one move that would be the least likely to happen that no one would see coming. That is a good point. Touche on that. I don't think that's what he meant, but he did say stay tuned. There's going to be stuff that happens that no one foresees happening.
Like Joe Mixon playing a football game?
Like Joe Mixon being cut. Like he probably Nick Caserio's kind of dumb. Like he's smart, but he's kind of like doesn't have a great sense of feel, I think.
Yes.
So he probably thinks like cutting Joe Mixon is like, a move nobody sees coming. Whenever we're all like, yeah, we can do math here. Yes, we can do like probability of him playing. You said he had surgery. Like he probably thinks cutting Joe Mixon is like this splashy, unforeseen move, which none of us would agree with.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's talking about a contract.
Caserio's kind of. Oh, okay. Well, that would be Stroud.
I mean, it could be a record-breaking contract for Will Anderson.
I don't think that would be.
If it's
stay
record-breaking,
tuned. I don't think so.
Okay.
Like, people have said that. People have said Will Anderson's going to sign a record-breaking contract this offseason. So I don't think that would be crazy splashy, crazy stay tuned, crazy you didn't expect this. I think that's kind of on the table. I think a C.J. Stroud extension is more unlikely than a Will Anderson signing a record-breaking deal.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, C.J. would be more stay tuned.
Yeah.
Calling moronic, all of us moronic.
Yeah.
And then saying stay tuned.
So he's going to sign CJ to a big deal just to spite us?
$65 million, here it comes.
Spite signing. Did you see Stressen's theory on Nick Caserio? Because Nick Caserio's using like market terms, like when talking about Stroud, he's like, the Dow's been down the last 4 days, which sick, bro. Nice flex. You got a portfolio, sick brag. But he was like, yeah, the Dow's been down. A lot of people would panic sell, but it's actually the time to buy. And Stressen's try to relate it to C.J. Stroud's stock being down.
Interesting.
And that it's the time to buy Stroud when his stock is down. But that would also take two parties, right?
Yeah.
Like it would take C.J. Stroud's agency to be like, yeah, we understand that Stroud's stock is down, and we're going to let you have him at $45 million a year, which to me is the hang-up here. That to me is the hurdle.
But no one would see it coming.
Yeah, because that would rely on Mulligetta, like breaking all the rules of signing up long term when the value is the lowest.
To me, that's where the theory dies.
Yeah.
Right. Because and I look at players as as commodities as well. Like I do like trading players at their highest value. I don't like trading them at their lowest value. Same thing if they were a free agent. The biggest difference, though, between buying stock symbols on Wall Street and having this idea of players being commodities, which I'm cool with, is that there is also a third party called the agency that is also going to prop up their client. Like, just use GameStop. GameStop doesn't have this, agency that is trying to get the most value for AMC. No, it's what it's being traded at. CJ Stroud's not being traded at a certain number, and the number that it's going to take to sign him depends on the agent being willing to do business.
Yeah, unless maybe we'll get a contract that says, hey, if you throw X amount of interceptions, you lose a certain amount of dollars per season the next year. Just a new contract we've never seen before.
Just like caveats.
Yeah.
Incentives.
And Mulligetta is not changing. I was listening to Rap 4 on one of the Dallas stations.
Ain't changing.
And he was like, hey, don't expect to see George Pickens anytime soon. The second you franchise tag him, he ain't coming for a while.
Really?
He's like, Mulligetta hates franchise tags.
Oh.
So I think Ian Rappaport's pretty set in what Mulligetta does and does not do.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. I forgot what I was going to say.
When you hit the microphone, it's just like, took all your thoughts away.
You're like Mulligetta, Pickens.
Look at this.
Stroud.
That was Jeremy who broke that microphone.
I can't remember what I was going to say.
Can't help you.
That's a bummer. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Astros box score overreaction. They played a baseball game today, and we like to overreact on spring training box scores because Dana Brown does. Dana Brown overreacts on spring training box scores. Hello, Cam Smith making the opening day roster last year. And if Dana Brown's going to overreact on spring training box scores, we're going to overreact on spring training box scores. How good could this Astros offense be? Is Rome fear-mongering? Will a bit's coming up later? If we get to it, we'll see. We're kind of ADHD on this show. But let's get to Nick Caserio. Some of the things he had to say at the Combine yesterday that stood out to me. He got a little whiny, I thought, a little bit as well. 713-780-3776. You can watch us, twitch.tv/ESPN975. You can watch us on YouTube. Not sure why you'd want to see these receding headlines. hairlines, whatever. ESPN Houston. You can watch on Twitter as well. You can watch on TikTok, ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio on the Twitter. Brian's at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Nick Casario saying Wiley stuff. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 975 and 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
A little champagne supernova, huh? Okay. It's not bad. Brian trying to show off his range after we called AJ Adam Everett for his range last week. He didn't know who Adam Everett was, though.
He did.
Oh, that was minus 1,000.
That means he would know.
No, I said minus 1,000 that he wouldn't. He said he didn't know. I said that was minus 1,000.
Okay. Do you see this the new Toro District bull?
No.
So they're announcing the Toro District. We'll get to
Oh,
the
yeah.
Nick Casario
They
in a
put
little
a shovel in the ground, didn't they?
bit. I think Toro did, yeah.
Nice.
Toro shoved a spade into the ground. But so it was Will Kunkel that posted the pictures here. But that means going around Twitter. It's not just Will. There's a lot of people there. But there's new logos for the Toro District. The one that says Toro District and has the 3 bulls looks pretty cool. The other one, the one with like the TD, and then it's got the bull in the middle of the D, doesn't look very swarmy. Doesn't look very macho. Looks kind of like a girl cartoon a little bit. Kind of looks like a girl cartoon bull. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about this.
It looks a little feminine.
It looks very feminine. Not that there's anything wrong with a feminine bull, although
No.
you can't be a feminine bull. They don't exist.
No, it's because of where
It looks like a what? I'm blanking on the name, but there's like either a toy or like a show for girls that's a cartoon that looks like this bull.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. Sean and I were discussing this earlier. Toro District is also just a bad name.
I don't mind the name.
I think I like Toro Town better. Toroville doesn't really work.
I don't mind Toro District at all.
It's okay.
I don't mind Toro District.
It's kind of cheesy.
I can't remember the name of this cartoon, but it's a spitting image. It might be a toy. I don't remember.
So you're saying they stole
But it's kind of popular. No, I don't think it's not a, I mean, it's a spitting image. I don't think they stole it. It just looks like it looks very girly. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But a bull is not supposed to look girly.
It does look girly. I think it's because of where the star is at.
In the way the neck is positioned.
Yeah.
Like the neck looks very feminine, you know?
Yeah,
like
it looks
just
like
look kind of weak and limp and wimpy,
Yeah.
you know?
It's not very intimidating.
Yeah, I don't remember the cartoon or the it'll come to me eventually, I think. 713-780-ESPN. Is Toro going to dig strategic tunnels under the Toro District for Aziz? That's messed up. It's a messed up thing to say.
It does look nice, though.
What's his name did that in Mexico? The drug lord?
Oh, El Chapo?
El Chapo, I think, sent his cartel to like a foreign country to like master how to dig tunnels.
Oh.
Pretty
That's
gangster
smart.
move.
That's smart.
It is. I mean, it's pretty
smart.
smart.
You got 3 football fields here, it looks like.
You do not know what that bull identifies as. That could be a female. Quit with that BS and making balls. Be a man. It could be a female. It's 2026. Come on now. That was too much on that text.
Too much.
They should have called it Cow's Back 40. That doesn't really roll off the tongue there. Powder Puff Girls? Is that what I'm thinking of? I don't think so. Powder Puff Girls isn't like a... No. It's like the actual bull. Like there's like a cow that I've seen in girls' cartoons. Not that I watch girls' cartoons.
I was like, that's what I'm trying to figure out here, honestly.
My Little Pony, says Coney. Is that what it is? That might be it. Let me pull up. The internet here is not working as fast as my brain processes. It is My Little Pony. That's exactly what it looks like to me. Did you pull it up?
Yeah,
it looks like My Little Pony.
Yeah, I see it.
Why is this the face of the organization, My Little Pony?
I don't know. Bad creativeness?
Maybe this is like to their like women in sports thing.
Yeah, I think they just missed the mark on the design.
Doesn't it look really not macho?
It doesn't look macho. I will say again, like the photos they've put, like the AI renderings of this, do look cool.
The district?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you know what? Sean and I were talking about what we realized.
It is My Little Pony.
The complaining that we're going to get from the media now is going to go up to like a whole other level.
Because they have to drive?
Oh, yeah. You think like the AC complaining was bad during training camp?
Yeah, I'm sure some of the media lives on that side of town, though.
I think I'd move out there.
I mean, it depends on what your job is.
Like if I was going there every single day.
Like when we was, probably, I mean, a lot of the media lives in Pearland. Like move to Bridgeland.
Yeah. Like what's
that big a deal?
I think DJ lives in like kind of this neck of the woods.
Inside the loop?
Yeah. It's going to be far for him every day.
I mean, it's going to be far for him.
And they're going to be complaining every day.
Yeah, people in sports like to complain about their job in sports.
Yes, they do.
You know what always annoys me is when people complain about like their broadcast location. Oh my goodness, I'm up high.
Yeah, the only time I would be annoyed ever,
It's fine.
I would
You're
imagine,
at a
is
sports game.
if your view is blocked at all.
Like obstructed view.
Yeah.
I don't love being in the corners. Like that's hard to see. Like I'll get you on that. But But and that's fine to like not like it. Like, okay, you have your own opinion. Like, that's fine not to like it. But whenever you take to like social media and gripe about it, like, come on, bro, you're working a sports game.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing to gripe about it, like you and I before a game, like, or just talking off the air. But you go public with your complaints about being at a sports game.
Yeah.
You have zero feel.
I also think if I was that team, I would be like, oh, we're definitely never moving this then.
That happened with the Auburn radio guys. Whenever we played at Birmingham this year, they had us up on the concourse, which whatever. Like, it's going to happen from time to time. They had us up on the concourse, and like they tweeted out like how unhappy they were about being on the concourse so far from the court. And it's like, it's a fine view, man. You're at midcourt.
Yeah, you're fine. It's not that hard of it's a good job.
It's a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah.
Anyways, here's Nick Caserio. He was talking. He was asked about like, yeah, you're going to target offensive line, and Nick Caserio's like, we were great offensive line-ish this year.
I would say as it pertains to the offensive line, I mean, honestly, it's probably one of the best years we had since I've been there. We played, I think we gave up the least amount of sacks, or second in the history of the organization. We had the most improvement from sack production from one year to the next. I think it was us and the Bears. So, I mean, honestly, our offensive line actually played pretty good last year. So maybe I was looking at different film.
There you go.
Yeah. See. Okay. Now, he did this last year, too. This was pointed out pretty clearly, like pretty quickly on Twitter. Like, he boasted the offensive line last year and how good they played, and then he replaced 3 of the guys. I don't like the condescending tone.
No.
Because he's wrong. And he knows he's wrong. Like, they weren't good. Like, you could say that about CJ if people are crushing CJ and you want to focus on, and we're too focused on 2 playoff games and say he had good moments in the rest of the season. The offensive line wasn't that good last year. It improved.
I just thought of something. I just had an epiphany. What if this is Caserio's way to try to, like, not be over the barrel on an offensive lineman at 28?
That's fair.
Like, he doesn't want to put out this public information so another offensive line starved team trades up to number 27.
That's fair logic. I do think, though, anyone who would be staring down, like a Caden Proctor, let's say, as an example, if they're like, oh, well, the Texans might like him because he can play tackle and maybe he can play guard.
Yeah.
They're still going to look at the Texans and be like, that's the team that needs offensive line help.
Yeah, you're right.
He can say whatever he wants publicly.
And
but
there is also a history of him getting a little bit sensitive about his roster builds.
Yeah.
So, like, I still think I'll say it's a 80-20 gap here. 80% he's being sensitive about his offensive line build. 20%, that might even be too high. Maybe it's 10-15% posturing about, hey, we're not, convinced that we're taking an offensive lineman.
And kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt here too, because if he is being serious, then the Texans have a big problem. If he thinks that this offensive line was good enough to help this team win football games, then good luck, Houston, and good luck, CJ, and whoever's running the ball next year.
And I also don't think that that's going to happen.
No,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that he's going to be like failed to look at this offensive line. Now, I don't think that it has to be a necessity that it's a 28, though. Like, we might look at a mock draft here in the next couple of days that is a defensive tackle. Like, okay, that's fine. I don't need it to be at number 28.
No, but you have to address it in the offseason.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be through the draft.
Yeah, you can. Wyatt Teller said he's not going to come back to the Cleveland Browns next year. That's a great option for you. Linderbaum, probably not going to have the money to do so.
Probably not.
Because it sounds like he's the most popular free agent out there, if he's even a free agent. It was reported yesterday Baltimore is going to do everything they can to keep him before free agency even starts next week. But this offensive line, at the minimum, you have to replace your right guard or make a decision on an Ed Ingram contract.
What if Titus Howard's your right guard?
And you have a new tackle? I'd be fine with that.
You're okay keeping him right guard? I saw some scuttlebutt about him being potentially a cap casualty. Somebody put that on ESPN. I think it might have been Graziano. I have had thoughts about him being a trade candidate, kind of the same mold that they traded Laramie Tunsil, like before he's up for a new deal, while he still has some value, see if you can flip him for the best draft pick you can. Now, he's not going to command what Tunsil commanded, but maybe you can get a free 4th rounder out of him and then not pay him significant money for a guard, because he would be making significant money if you're moving him inside, because he is on a tackle contract.
Yeah, I mean, it can. I think the ESPN article felt they probably were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It was choose one candidate for every team, I think it was. And the Texans don't have a lot of guys that save you a good chunk of change that you can go out and cut. Titus is one of them. I'm not totally opposed to the idea, but you just have to replace him immediately.
Yeah.
For
sure.
Then I feel like you have to take a tackle at 28.
Or free agency.
Yeah.
You use the money that you're saving with Titus and you just spend that on a different guard.
Yeah. I also felt like when Casario was doing the one-on-one with just the Houston media, he said good things about Jake Andrews, but it didn't sound like, I interpreted the way Landry did, who asked him the question, that it doesn't sound like they're totally settled with Jake Andrews at center.
Yeah, I don't know if yeah, sure. But, you could say that about just about any position. There's not defensively you have more, I guess. But, you're always going to say that about a player. I think he gave a stock answer. Hey, we're happy with this player. We're always looking to upgrade.
Yeah.
You're not going to say that about Will Anderson, but you say that about every fringe player.
Yeah, it was just basically your entire offensive line right now outside of Titus Howard.
I thought he gave a stock answer to that. To me, that's one where you have to have a little bit of feel. I tested it a little bit. Do you think that they will try to upgrade at center? Yeah, I think it's in the cards.
Yeah.
I think it's if the opportunity presents itself, yes, I think they would do that. Here's one more from Nick Casario. He was asked about the question of winning while you have a rookie quarterback contract. And Nick Casario, the ultimate contrarian. Nah, that stuff doesn't matter.
Everybody's got a salary cap. Everybody has parameters that they have to operate in. You have to look at your team, and you're going to allocate resources across the team. Where's that money going? Some positions are going to have a little bit more money than others, all right? Then eventually it's going to shift to a different position. So, again, I think the most important thing is how do you put together the best team?
There you go.
I don't think it's overblown necessarily having to win with a rookie quarterback, but most quarterbacks who are winning the Super Bowl are either on rookie deals or they've been bargain bin shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Even Tom Brady counts towards that, right? Tom Brady was never towards the top of the market. The top 5 high-paced quarterbacks in the NFL right now, none of them are close to winning a Super Bowl. Maybe Jordan Love is, but the Cowboys missed the playoffs last year. Trevor Lawrence got knocked out in the first round. Joe Burrow didn't make the playoffs last year. Lamar Jackson didn't make the playoffs last year. I can't tell if it's just – all these guys are going to start getting paid. It does optimize your window if you can win. Patrick Mahomes showed that.
Love talking optimization.
But –
love that word. Seriously. I mean that sincerely.
It also – I don't totally disagree with him. I don't think you have to win with your.
No, I kind of agree actually.
It helps.
It all comes down to how many. It all comes down to return on investment. Quite frankly, if you're in a salary cap league, how do you win money? You get the biggest return on investment for the salary that you are spending, and everybody's roughly the same because of the salary cap. You're going to have your range. It's not going to be this, It's not going to be a massive divide like it is in baseball. You got your Dodgers and your Mets, you got your Marlins and your Rays. There's a huge divide in payroll year to year in Major League Baseball. NFL, it's very, very tight. It's pretty condensed. The cheap organizations are the ones who don't spend back into their organization and have bad facilities and stuff like that.
They don't pay their coaches very well.
Right. But the payroll is for the team is going to be roughly the same. So yeah, it all comes down to return on investment for me. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to your junkies' thoughts on this. What's your priority to sign your own free agents to? We'll take a look at this as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. I'm hungry. I haven't had much to eat today. I've had a little bit to eat today. You know what I wish I was munching on right now? A little Federal American Grill. Federal American Grill's the best. Go online, by the way, thefederalgrill.com. You can check out all the locations, 5 locations in Houston, the River Oaks location opening soon. Shepherd, they have one at Headwood Village. Katy, one there in downtown Houston, and then the one that I frequent up in the Woodlands, right off of I-45. But you can check out any of the locations. They're all fantastic. But what I recommend, just order lunch from Federal American Grill using their website, thefederalgrill.com. You don't need to go to these third parties. No, just go to thefederalgrill.com, click on Order Online, and you can order some fantastic lunch. Doesn't have to stop at lunch either. You can do this for dinner. You can do it at any time that they're open. You can get some fried cheeseburger egg rolls to start. That's always good. I like the Bang Bang shrimp. That's something that I'm always interested in. Brian might get the iceberg wedge if he's got a wild Harry. Big fan of the iceberg wedge. Freedom Burger too, always a great choice. And for every Freedom Burger sold, Federal American Grill donates $1 to the veterans at Camp Hope, which of course battle for their freedom against PTSD. So you're also, I guess, donating to a great cause whenever you eat that delicious Freedom Burger from Federal American Grill. Of course, they have that wonderful social hour, 4 hours of social hour from 3 to 7. You can enjoy $10 appetizers, handcrafted drink specials. They got world-class whiskey for you. They got world-class bourbon. It is perfect for after a long day of work, you swing on by, have a cold one, have a drink, have a bite. The quick lunch, too, order online at thefederalgrill.com. Also, you know what's coming up? Their Easter brunch, Sunday, April 5th, 10 a to 3 p. One of the best brunches in town. You can go ahead and make reservations for that Easter brunch right now. Federal American Grill. So good. Stop by for social hour anytime. Order online, thefederalgrill.com. Federal American Grill, where precision cooking meets quality ingredients in a tribute to classic American cuisine.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
White Boy Wednesday. It's good for the Texans. It's good for us. The biggest white boy in Houston, Chandelier Rome, is in the YouTube chat right now, joining us. Chandelier Rome is I don't know, you've been gone so many days, Brian. It's hard. I don't even know if you resonate with Jeremy and Joe anymore.
I mean, I was literally 2 doors down. Actually, one door down.
3 doors down is the band you're looking for. The
R.I.P.
Chandelier, they're dead, all of them?
Oh, the lead singer.
Yeah, lead singer.
Did he get got like Kurt Cobain?
I don't think he was self-inflicted.
It's hard to tell. Well, they're saying that Kurt Cobain was not.
Yeah. There's apparently some new info on that.
New data.
Yeah, this is
why I'm pro data.
A little different, I think.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I didn't know he was dead. Yeah, Chandelier Rome hangs out with us in the YouTube chat now, Brian. It's my favorite bit on the show. It wasn't even our bit, but whoever this guy is.
Yeah.
Probably King, maybe Largo. But they're pretending to be Chandelier Rome.
I appreciate it.
Because of the beef that this show has with one Chandelier Rome. Which Joe.
Yeah, we might see if I get added to the block list today.
Joe has been one that hasn't, really gone after Chandelier Rome and call him on his BS. Now he's privy to it. He does agree that there is some BS there. But Joe has some potential fear-mongering from Roman a little bit. Rocky on YouTube says that Landry Locker said that he thinks Caserio is taking a dig at CJ with that quote about the offensive line. Yeah, see, I don't buy that. And the reason why is because Caserio literally stand for his quarterback, CJ Stroud. Secondly, the offensive line had the second worst pass block win rate in the NFL. And Nick Caserio knows that.
Yeah.
He might not say that. He might pretend like he doesn't know it. But do you think Nick Caserio, who's the biggest nerd in all of football, who talks about the stock market every chance he gets, who doesn't eat a single carb, who has 0% body fat, do you think that Nick Caserio is unaware that the Houston Texans had the second worst pass block rate in the entire NFL?
I don't think he's unaware.
He's not unaware of that. He is very aware. That dude uncovers every stone. He is a sicko, which is good. I want a general manager that is a sicko, but I don't believe that Nick Caserio is unaware of that. So he's going to beef up the offensive line publicly, but also be very honest with them privately. I don't think this was a shot at C.J. Stroud at all.
No, I don't think so either. He's just defensive of his roster in the moment. He says words, but he has to back it up. If he re-signs Ed Ingram and doesn't draft a offensive lineman and doesn't sign any in free agency, then good luck, Nick, with that one.
Good luck, Nick.
But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah. Junkie says White Boy Wednesday is my favorite day of the week. Love you guys. Keep up the great work. You got it, man. You don't have to kiss our butts all the time, but we appreciate it. Did CJ play club football at Ohio State? Can we short the CJ stock and make a little? I always wish that you could short players. Like you can short a certain stock symbol.
Yeah.
Like I can be like, this company is going to do bad. I'm going to short it, and then you actually profit off of the short. I guess it'd be like craps whenever you play the don't pass line.
Yeah.
It kind of be like that.
I don't like those people.
I wish. Yeah, they're not very popular.
No, they're not. They're not because they're the only ones that celebrate when it happens.
Yeah.
You're the most unpopular person. Maybe in the casino, honestly.
And really, you can't even celebrate it.
No.
You kind of just have to like nonchalantly like take your cash, take your chips back.
Yeah, but you've ever played craps and there's been the drunk guy who does it, and it's like that is. I think that's the least. It's that, and then the person who hits on like 18,
and like you're on third
hammered.
base. Yeah,
yeah.
They mess up the rotation.
Yeah,
there. No, you're right about that. But I wish you could always stock either bets or players. That'd be so cool. That has to be the next innovation in the gambling market because that'd be so awesome.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I guess that's what these market betting, sports betting websites are trying to do.
Yeah.
But it's more game by game based. I just don't know what the odds would be. Like,
I wish you like futures and stuff. I just wish you could.
Yeah.
There's certain things I'm like, I wish I could short this or short a career. Like you feel like this guy's going to be a bust. And you can kind of somehow bet that he's going to be a bust.
Yeah.
Like, that'd be awesome. Toro Island would have been funny.
I like that.
Toro Town sounds like a section of Astroworld. It really does. I think they had, like, Looney Tune Town. They had Corn Ferry find the graphic designer for Toro Town. Somebody asked about Trent Williams. I love the idea of Trent Williams. I think you would have two left tackles. You have to figure out, like, who's moving to right tackle. I would imagine it'd be the second-year player, not the established veteran. Now, the chances of it happening, I think, are, like, less than 3%. For what it's worth.
It's a great idea. I just don't, he wants more money.
Yeah.
Or he wants to keep his money.
Right.
And they're trying to restructure him right now. The 49ers don't want to do that. So they're going to cut him. It sounds like that's a potential option.
Mm.
He's going to be probably on a short veteran deal, one of the most intriguing free agency options. You're just not in that ballpark this offseason.
Yeah. I would guess that he's probably going to get one of the highest, maybe the highest, left tackle AAV on like a 1 or 2 year deal.
Yeah.
And the Texans aren't in that category right now. What stone was Mixon's foot hiding under? I think it was his right foot. Fun fact, Riley Hawk, Tony Hawk's son, is married to Frances Kurt Cobain's daughter. Interesting. Didn't know that. Too late to short Mixon? Yeah, I'd be too late for that for sure. Absolutely. Random white boy shout out for White Boy Wednesday. Jared Zabransky, architect of my favorite college football game ever. Also, great white boy name. I knew the punter on that Boise State team. His name was Kyle Stringer. Yeah, I did. Maybe plus minus non-injury career salary bet for players' futures. That'd be a lot of fun. I would enjoy the heck out of that.
Yeah. I just don't know how you.
I don't know how they're going to do it, Joe. That's not up to us to decide.
Well,
I just want to play it.
I mean, but if you do it, you could be a millionaire.
Yeah, I'm not smart enough to figure it out. I need somebody else to figure it out for me, and then I'll be one of your clients.
Okay, that makes
sense. One of your customers. All right, Joe. Let's take a look at the Texans' free agents, their own free agents, that they have to decide on whether they want to bring them back, and what is your priority to sign these guys. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
Hey, Texas hockey fans. Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars, will be out at McIntyre's in the Heights tonight from 6:30 to 8:30. You can stop by, register to win a flyaway trip to see the Stars take on the Philadelphia Flyers on March 29th and snag some exclusive Flight by Yingling gear. The trip includes 2 tickets, airfare, and hotel. You must be 21 or older to enter. That's tonight from 6:30 to 8:30 at the McIntyre's in the Heights. Flight by Yingling, proud partner of the Dallas Stars.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
That's us. I saw this from Stressens originally. Stressens had, what's your priority to sign your own free agents? High, medium, or low? Because legal tampering period opens up next week, Joe.
March 9th.
Nick Caserio told Ian Rappaport that's probably already going on right now.
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
Is that
already
accurate?
Going on.
Probably.
That's what Nick said. That the fact that Nick said that is accurate.
It's not like the NBA.
It going on? I don't know.
It's not like the NBA where guys sign massive deals the second free agency opens, but they sign pretty quick.
Yeah.
Pretty early on. We'll get a deal or two at midnight.
I don't know, man. We hear some deals really quickly.
Yeah.
The second the legal tampering period opens.
Was it the Falcons that got in trouble with that with Cousins?
The Falcons got in trouble, and
there was a second team as well in that whole ordeal.
Was it the Bears?
I don't remember.
No, I'm thinking of the Bulls.
I know that the Falcons did with Cousins, but anyways, so I'm looking at Spot Track here. It's Spot Track. They have told me now. They finally gave me that information. It's not Spot Track. Although Spot Track sounds way better.
I'm just gonna say Spot Track because it sounds better.
Spot Track too. Yeah. It's easier to say. I don't want to say 2 T's. Spot Track. And if he has a problem with it, then you can take it up with Joe. Yep. But the Texans have 22 free agents that are coming that were making money last year that are coming off the books. High, medium, or low priority to re-sign these guys. 713-780-3776. You guys can play along at home. Twitchers can play along from their mother's basement. And I'm going to go in reverse. I'm going to go from order from the highest market AAV that they project to the lowest because I don't want to waste our time on the, Braxton Berrioses of the world, which I wonder if he's over his heartache. I wonder if he's over the heartache that
I think
was.
she was with
That
Tom.
Tom Brady stole his girl.
I think she was with Tom
there
again
was
during
two
Super Bowl.
different heartbreaks. There was the one first where she left him after Dancing with the Stars,
Yeah.
which I called, by the way. I called it. You
called
guys,
it.
you're like,
You're
oh,
right.
you're being insensitive.
Boom,
No,
there
I'm
we
being
go.
accurate.
Jeremy Branham's
I'm
right.
being right. I'm on the right side of history there.
Mhm.
Not that we want to make light and be crass on the heartbreak of Braxton Berrios, but we don't want to waste a whole lot of time on the Naquan Joneses of the world.
Yeah.
So we'll start with the highest dollar amount, market value, that SpoTrack, not Spot Track, projects. The highest dollar amount projected AAV market value of a pending free agent that was on the Texans last year is Ed Ingram, who was your right guard. Ingram last year was making like $1.5 million. This year, his projection is $13 million, Joe. So high, medium, low. What is your priority on Ed Ingram?
I'm gonna go low. I don't think I think he was overvalued last year, and I don't want to pay him that contract. So he's low for me because I want to see if the market agrees with me.
See, I'm going to go medium because I like your take where, like, I don't need Ed Ingram. Obviously, you need offensive line.
Yeah.
But you don't need to spend $13 million on Ed Ingram. You could repurpose that, find, that was a find last year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Nick Casario can find somebody else. So I'm going to go medium on Ed Ingram.
Yeah, I'm also a medium. Like, I definitely think you can do better. I mean, he wasn't great in pass blocking, or at least according to Pro Football Focus. But I wouldn't rule it out just because trying to go and get a lot better than Ed Ingram could get really expensive, and you only have so many dollars to spend.
It's a good call on that. I was just losing my train of my thought today. I had another counterpoint to what you said, and I totally forgot. You know what it is? I don't have my Neuro gum. I left it in the truck.
Want some sin?
Maybe.
Your thumb broke down and it's bringing your brain.
It's not the thumb. The thumb's been broken
wait,
for a
is
year
the
and a
hair
half.
receding? Is this correlated to you're less able to focus as the hair recedes?
It's the fact that I haven't really had real food today, and I don't have my Neuro gum. That's the issue. I forgot what
Why didn't you eat?
I'm trying to eat less.
Fasting?
I mean, I had a smoothie.
Oh, okay.
Like with fruit and protein and creatine and
There's a smoothie place downstairs. though.
maca. Yeah, I don't like to buy my smoothies. I like to make my smoothies.
That's fair, but just
Put a little ginger in that sucker. You know what I put in my smoothie today? An entire kiwi.
an entire kiwi.
Yeah.
They're so huge.
I cut off the ends and just put in the
Skin it
whole thing.
all.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's where the nutrients are.
Yeah.
Nutrients.
Do you ever
in
put coffee grounds in your smoothies?
No, I haven't. That sounds like a
good
great
call.
idea.
Yeah.
So, like the coffee grounds you've already used or coffee grounds
Like
that
fresh.
you would put in?
Like fresh.
Okay. I'll see what
Yeah.
kind of dog you were. 713-780.
that's-
I put maca in there today. My
Yeah?
wife bought some like green tea maca. I'm not even sure I'm saying that
Matcha?
right. Matcha, yeah.
There we go.
I thought the T was silent. I told you I didn't know what it was.
I know. I could tell.
I threw a little green tea matcha in that
Did you like
sucker.
it?
I don't know. I didn't taste it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what it tastes like. I couldn't taste it mixed in with all the stuff.
That was
Anyways,
a great story.
I don't remember. It's a hilarious story.
He's trying to get those wheels to spin to what
I
he was going to
forgot
say.
what I was going to say.
Can't
Something
help
about
you.
Ed Ingram or the offensive line,
I
right?
started to just go on a tangent, hoping it would come back to me, and it didn't. All right, let's move on. Sheldon Rankins, defensive tackle, projected market value of $7.5 million.
I put him at medium. I mean, I thought it was a mistake, in 2 years ago when they let him walk, goes to Cincinnati, gets, leaves there, comes back to Houston. I like Sheldon Rankins. Yes, they can get guys to fill that void, probably at a cheaper value, but I like him on this team, so I go medium.
Did I hear right that the Texans have one defensive tackle under contract?
That sounds right.
And it's Tommy Togiai. They might have like this Junior Tafuna guy, like he's maybe like a future reserve guy, but they have like one.
I do not know
legitimate-
this man.
Same. They have one legitimate defensive tackle on this roster, and it's Tommy.
Yeah, because Tim Settle's
Tommy
also a
Togiai.
free agent. I'm trying to think of who the other.
So
like Heinisch.
So defensive
Yeah, Heinisch.
line that I see here under contract is
Mario Edwards, free agent?
He's a free agent. He's more of an edge, isn't he?
yeah.
Okay.
Mario Edwards, Tim Settle, Keontae Hamilton.
Edwards is under contract.
Oh no, looks like is Foley under contract still?
Maybe. Would you consider him a real? Oh, Foley Fatukasi?
Yeah, no, it looks like he's a free agent.
Yeah, I think
too.
he's free.
Yeah, it looks like no, I think you're right. It's
I think there's-
Togiai.
Yeah, I think there's Togiai and like a future reserve guy.
Mario Edwards, Togiai, and then this Keontae Hamilton.
Yeah, and Edwards I think
fella.
is more of an edge.
Yeah, but under SpoTrack's defensive line listings, those are the only guys that are listed past 25.
Okay.
Even Heinisch is listed as 25 free agent.
Yeah, so like they don't have
Many bodies.
many defensive tackles.
Yeah.
I'm very. That's why I don't hate defensive tackle at 28. Like you go get a stud rookie to fit in with this defensive line. I don't hate it.
Hill freaked out. Caleb Banks is awesome.
Yeah.
People were freaking out. Like, no, they have to draft offensive line. No, they don't. Caleb Banks would be a steal of a draft pick. You put him in the middle.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to go as far to say that interior defensive line's as big as need as interior offensive line.
Yeah.
But if you spend your free agent dollars on interior offensive line and then you draft a stud defensive tackle at 28 to put in the middle of Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, and I like Tommy Tagai. Like, that's legit. Like, I wouldn't hate that offseason at all. And, of course, we need to look at the totality of the offseason, not just, like, the specific moves and vacuums. But that's why I'm not, like, crazy about Sheldon Rankins, and we'll go medium here. I'd be happy if he's back. He's also going to be 32 years old next year.
Yeah.
If they go, like, at a younger route, I wouldn't hate it. So I'm going to go medium. I'm not, like, crazy on either side.
Yeah, I'm going to go low, kind of for the same reasons you guys said. But, like, if there's any position it feels like the Texans can, kind of like the Astros with pitchers, like, they just seem to find random people we've never heard of off the street and then put them in position and they're playing their ass off. It feels like it's defensive tackle for the Texans.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like they need to. Like, if it's going to cost $7 million for Rankins, I think I'd pass.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that take. Next one on this list, Christian Kirk, who is projected to make a little under $5.4 million.
The market value makes me intrigued, but I put low.
Wow, I'm surprised you're intrigued. I'm super low.
I'm low, but $5 million for him, like anything else you get in free agency is going to be equivalent to it. That price tag probably. I think you need to bring in one receiver
Really?
for depth.
See, I don't think you need a receiver.
I mean, you have Nico and Higgins.
Yep.
You're sold on.
Yeah.
Right. You have Knoll, who Nick Casario spoke very highly about at the combine,
But didn't play a ton last year.
but didn't play a ton last year. You have Tank, who's a massive question mark.
He is a question mark with the
You
injury.
just don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I don't hate Hutch on this team, though.
Hutch is good. Yeah. So
That's
that's why.
5, and then they're going to sign their, like, specialist wide receiver who's, like, this big white guy who can play special teams.
Yeah.
There's 6.
If you can get him below that market value, I'm open to it, but I'm still low on it.
I'm super low on Christian.
I'm low also, but I guess for a different reason. Like, I do think they could use an upgrade for CJ, like, because I think we all came to the agreement that CJ was the guy that needed everything around him, which is topic for another conversation. Why I wouldn't want to pay him $60 million. But because of that, I'd be willing to go for an upgraded wide receiver, but it's not Kirk. I mean, the only thing that makes me kind of interested is that $5 million price tag, but I'd ultimately pass.
EJ Speed 4.7.
High. Bring him back.
High.
I like him.
He's a backup linebacker.
He can be a starter on this team if you need him.
How?
They didn't treat him like a starter.
No, but if you need him,
He was behind Henry To'o.
I know, but I like the flexibility. I thought he was good last year.
You know who my draft crush is?
Jacob Rodriguez.
I think the problem with this, though?
He's going to be gone.
He's everybody's draft crush. I was first to market, though. I just want to say
I think that the two draft crushes, it feels like the most that Texans fans would like are Price and Rodriguez. And they seem to be everyone's draft crushes.
I know. Rodriguez, especially for me. Like, I saw him play a lot at Tech, and I was like, this guy's a baller. It's low for me on EJ Speed. He's going to be 31. If he can't play over Henry To'o, I really don't need him on the team.
Yeah, I'd be low. Just and also adding on to that reason, because I share it, is also just linebacker. They don't play a lot of them. Like they're in nickel and dime and sub packages. Yeah, they're in sub packages so often that it feels like a third linebacker isn't someone I could put a high priority on.
Derek Barnett 4.4.
Low.
Oh, yeah,
fine player. They can find someone else.
Yeah, they kind of find edges who can give them what he gives.
Yeah, but that's
probably like $1, $2, $3 million. So you can probably save a little bit there, find a comparable player.
Yeah, I mean that's what he was. He was a midseason cut by the Eagles a couple years ago, and he's brought you splash moments that have been nice. But someone else can do that.
Yeah, and he stuck around for a little bit. I think it's low, unless you sign him like $3 million, maybe below market value. Tim Settle 3.7, another defensive tackle.
Medium. Just because if you're like, even though I want Rankins back, I like Settle as well. You need bodies. So.
Yeah, it's pretty low salary. I'd be medium on that one.
Yeah, medium. I think I kind of like to see them just take whoever wants the fewest amount of dollars amongst the guys they had last year, bring him back, and then spend your money elsewhere.
It's a pretty good idea. Danico Autry, edge, the greatest field goal blocker in the history of the sport, $2.8 million.
For that price? High.
Yeah, I think this is a divorce. I think this is going to be a divorce.
Really?
Yeah, it's probably low for me. He's going to be 36 years old. I think he thinks he should be playing more. He can't with Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. The whole idea when you brought him in was like, hey, he's a third down like pass rusher, and they use him a little bit there, but hasn't been super splashy. He also got busted for PEDs last year.
He did.
Not that I hold that against him or like is the reason I'm saying no to bringing him back, but I wonder if that impacts like his goodness. Like if he's not juicing anymore, and he's going to be 36 years old. That's a lady from TikTok, and she's going to be like 30. He's going to be like 36 years old. I'm out.
Yeah, I just like the block kicks.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I think
that's why it's high for me. It's a special teams player.
If the what did you say the dollar figure was $2 million?
Yeah, 2.8. I think he gets more than that.
It feels like it's changed from the couch.
But
like I'd be in on that.
10. Like I'd be shocked if he gets less than 4.
I feel
like this value.
Well, that changes the math for me. But if it's 2, like you said, like why not? I like kicks.
I like Spotrac. I haven't quite figured out if I like their market values.
I find it to always be low.
Yeah,
like a couple million low.
Yeah.
Any others we want to talk about here? Christian Harris 2.2.
He gone.
See the door.
Yeah,
fourth option.
Jimmy Ward 1.4.
See the
He
door.
Gone. Although starter against the Steelers in the playoffs, according to ESPN.
Oh, I was wondering what you were saying. Like what? No, he wasn't.
Can we go to the very very bottom where Spotrac didn't even give this guy enough respect to give him a market value?
That's a good point.
They're saying Tommy Townsend's going to be out of the NFL, no market value.
Tommy Townsend $5 million. I put my own market value.
Deal.
High.
I'm high on Tommy.
Not medium. He's a punter.
$5 million now.
$2 million? Well, this is $0.
You get into the semantics of punter money?
A little bit. I mean,
what is the average punter salary?
No idea.
That's why
there's no way to know.
That's why I'm wondering, like,
there's
why
no
are you
scoffing?
Yeah, there is. That's why I'm wondering like, why you're
there's no
scoffing at the idea of $5 million. Like, what if it's just average punter
That feels high.
It does feel high.
It is very high.
You got the answer?
Michael Dickinson is the highest paid punter in the NFL at $4 million.
Okay. So let's go 3.5.
That would make him the fourth highest paid punter in the NFL.
You paying him or not?
At that price, no.
3.5, you're saying no. I'll say yes to 3.5.
I think I'd have to let the rest of my offseason play out.
He was eighth in the NFL last year in terms of salary at $3 million.
Yeah.
So
I think you get 3.5. I think the Texans will resign him too.
I'll go 3.2.
Cal spends $2 million on Casey Masterpiece. Does Rodriguez's past injuries scare you? Major knee injuries. He's about to be playing with the big boys. It will be a whole different speed and violence. I hope it scares other teams. Watch Rodriguez in person multiple times. Dude is a stud. Put him next to Aziz and feast. You lost your train of thought because Brian had to open his trap about Pro Football Focus. That's a good point. I think that's what it is. All right. Astros box score overreactions. If it's good for Dana Brown, it's good for us. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You see Aubrey wants $10 million. Yeah, he's not getting it. He's not getting $10 million.
I mean, he hits bombs.
He does hit bombs. He hit some dingers. Trent Brown, $2.4 million.
If it's that price, I'd put high.
Okay.
Just that swing tackle.
I like him as a swing tackle.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine with him as a swing tackle.
Good depth piece.
I don't want him to get projected, starter.
No.
But I'm with you on that. 7137. What is that?
A mic? Condom?
713-780-3776. So the Astros played a baseball game today.
They did.
Joe. And if it's good for Dana Brown to overreact on spring training success, we will overreact on spring training success, as can you. 713-780-3776. Astros beat the Marlins today.
They did.
I saw that who's that aggregator? Astros sleeper guy or whatever?
Yeah.
He was like griping about like Zach Cole hitting the ball hard and hits not falling. It's like, bro, I don't care if he gets hits right now. I just care he's hitting the ball hard.
Yeah.
And then I hit him with the I don't care about BABIP in spring. I don't think he knew what that meant.
Probably not.
I don't think he knew what BABIP meant.
I can't tell if it's a good deal or not. I saw that job posting for one of those.
What do you mean?
$500 a month to run those accounts.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
I was wondering how much he got.
I think that's a bad deal.
Well, I wonder what you're asked to do.
You're asked to be pretty engaged. Like all the sleeper team accounts are pretty active, honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
I think 500 is fair.
For the whole month for a baseball team?
Yeah, I think
See, I think for like football that's fine. Or basketball.
I think it's fair.
But baseball, 28 games is,
I mean, you would have to do a lot of engagement to get that much money.
That's true.
Like, and then you also have like that base. Like, it's like I have a tough time thinking that there's any Astro aggregators that are making $500 a month just on Twitter.
Probably true.
So Astro sleeper getting, I don't know how much he's making, but if he's making 500 per month to be active and tweet X amount of times per day, I think that's fair. I mean, that's what, $7,000 a year?
Yeah, I just don't know what you're doing. Like, I feel like it just takes a lot of your time to. You gotta be like a college kid.
I probably tweet that much, and I don't get that much money for my engagement.
No?
No, I don't get $500. I get money. I don't get $500. And I tweet probably more than he does.
Broken system then.
Probably don't get more than he does. Probably don't tweet as much as he does.
Probably not.
No, I would do that for $500. That's not bad. That's not a bad gig, and you can do it at work.
Oh yeah, I mean you're just like you could be doing anything, but like it'd be like the perfect thing to get like right out of college.
Oh, for sure.
Just be tweeting away.
Well, Texans Jacob does that. Texans Jacob is the sleeper guy, but they don't make him use the sleeper thing. He's Texans Jacob.
Oh, interesting.
And he's like, I think he's a freshman in college.
Like that's a great deal. If you can get that a college job like that,
yeah,
that'd be so much fun.
Like that's your college job, your side hustles. You just tweet all
like
day.
That's my beer and grocery money for college. Great.
Yeah, I think Texans Jacob's a freshman at U of H. I know he goes to U of H. I think he's a freshman.
Interesting.
Yeah. I was always wondering how much they made.
Yeah, I saw it randomly posted somewhere, and then I was like, "That's not bad."
Interesting. Anyways, Astros beat the Marlins today over at spring training, 4-1. What are your hot takes? Looking at the box score here.
I mean, Taylor Trammell, let's go, man.
2 for 3.
He's hitting 500 in spring so far. 2 for 3 with a home run.
Got a dong today.
I mean, look, he's just raking right now. He's making a push for that roster spot.
You know what I noticed?
What's that?
Where his home run went.
Where'd he go?
I didn't see highlights. I just saw the home run left field. He hit Apodaco. So it's like authority the other way.
I like that.
Look, I think that it's gonna be tough for Loperfido to beat out Trammell. Like I've been on that for a bit.
Yeah.
That account that stole your podcast name, Inside the Icebox.
Yeah.
They threw out the idea that Trammell is going to perhaps win a job too, and which I copied my tweet that I sent, and I was like, stealing podcast names now, stealing takes.
Which I've put more thought into that.
I'll send a cease and desist.
I'm considering.
I mean, they were pretty cavalier about it.
Yeah, they're taking some unnecessary shots that I don't think are.
Oh, really?
I think they're childish. So.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, they got called out for stealing a podcast name. Like, so what?
And they got very upset with other people, and they're taking it out on us. And I was like, I called them.
Were they projecting?
Yeah, I said, don't be a D.
Oh, you got into this?
Oh, yeah. I got it this weekend. Someone tagged me in a tweet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't see all this new information.
Yeah.
What happened?
They just responded to the fact it has probably no listeners or anything. I was like, don't be a douche. I was, He's like, I don't mean anything to you, but Jeremy opened a can of worms on my Twitter mentions.
Oh,
It's like,
he projected him onto me?
yes. He said it's not disrespect to you. Jeremy unintentionally opened the door to people
Unintentionally?
being
It was very intentional.
to people being whacked in my comment section.
It wasn't unintentional. It
They're
was
very upset
intentional.
with you.
They're not upset with me.
Seems like it.
Well, they're the ones who stole the name.
I know. Theft.
They unintentionally stole a name. How could you say somebody else unintentionally brought smoke onto you and you unintentionally stole a name?
It's true. It's true.
That's their fault. Don't project onto others.
A lot of walks today. That's good.
Yeah, I saw a quote on this.
But they struck out a lot.
McTaggart had a quote, but he didn't attribute the quote. So I have no idea who it came from. But it says, we're trying to get back to our identity. That's who we are. We are really good when we see a ton of pitches and we control the at-bats and we control the tempo of the game. I think it was Espada, but I don't know for sure because he didn't say. But no, that's good. Like, seeing pitches is good. Like, they said they were going to do this last year too, and they didn't. They do have new hitting coaches this year. And they're also, wasn't any regulars in the lineup. And they're also facing spring training pitchers. So, the fact that you're drawing a lot of walks whenever you're not playing any of your regulars, maybe one or two, because Shiner played, Jake Myers played. And then you're facing pitchers that we've never heard of. Cool, you're drawing walks.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
It's not really tangible.
I mean, they struck out 13 times, too. They were 6 for 7, or they were 6 for 6 yesterday in ABS challenges.
I saw that.
But today, Walker Yannick missed one right away.
As a catcher. He was challenging
a
pitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't challenging a pitch that he saw. He was challenging a pitch that he caught.
Did you see the umpire who had 5 in 1 inning?
No.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's just toying with it.
And then one was right down the middle of the plate.
Hunter Brown, 2 innings, 2 shutout.
2 innings. Apparently a really nice pickoff throw.
At second.
So that's a positive considering the Astros can't throw anyone out.
That was a storyline out of their game today. It's the Astros are going to be working on holding runners. They said that last year too.
Maybe they're actually going to do the things they promised they said they were going to work on last year.
This is going to be the year that they do what they said they were going to do last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to do it now. Better late than never, I guess.
Roddery Munoz, who the Astros selected in the Rule 5. Struck out 2 in an inning, didn't give up an earned run, but gave up 2 hits in a run. I don't know if he's going to make the team. I would be a wasted Rule 5 draft pick.
Yeah, I'm leaning no right now.
Leaning no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jaden Murray, though, 2 innings, no hits, 2 Ks.
On the team or off the team?
If Munoz is out, Murray might be in. I liked Jaden Murray last year.
Yeah, he was good.
And he doesn't. I don't know if he's a lock to make. He's definitely not a lock to make the roster, but he could be on.
I think he's on the fringe. Any other hot take? Spring training?
No, I think I got them all. Walker Yannick's hitting 500 this spring, making a push to the roster.
Yeah,
I don't know how many bats he's taken, but
yeah, I think he's going to be spring. I think he's going to be next year. ETA.
Yeah, I agree.
$500 per month is a cell phone and electric bill. I'd take that, but also refuse to pay to get verified. I would imagine Sleeper's taking care of that.
Yeah,
they're taking care of the expense of paying for the verification. You would just have to tweet. You're just a hired gun. You're a mercenary.
Thinking about doing
what?
The verification.
Oh, it's well worth it.
I just want. There's been trying to book some guests for things. You gotta be verified to DM verified people. For that reason alone, I've been thinking about doing it.
Oh. I mean, if you get engagement, it's going to pay for itself.
Yeah, I just got to start tweeting more to do that.
Yeah, I cover my nut. I cover what I pay.
It was like $13 a month.
I think it depends on which one you do. Okay. I think mine might be like $9.99. Gonna need a 14th month a year to make $7K. Yeah, my bad. I got the bad math.
That's Jeremy's math, not my math.
I was a math major for a semester, and then I quit because I was bad at math. So
it's a good call.
It is what it is. You gotta know. Comes with the territory. You listen to us, you're not getting math. Not going to get great math.
You're going to get math, but it just might not be good math.
It's probably going to be wrong.
Yeah.
You're going to have to double check the word.
Yeah, for sure.
What's the old carpenter saying, measure twice, you have to cut once? That's like us. You got to measure twice with us, that way you only have to cut once.
Never heard that before, so.
You never heard that?
No.
Yeah, measure twice, you only have to cut once.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I get why I hear it, I'm like, oh, I get that.
It's a great line.
Yeah, I've never heard that
maybe
before.
one of the greatest lines ever.
Nah, that's pushing it.
I don't know, man.
If Brian's in a Mount Rushmore +1 on his Saturday
bullpen show,
I don't think it would be up there.
You don't think that'd be up there?
I don't think it would make it Brian's.
No, that would not
5
make my
quotes.
Mount Rushmore
Measure
of
twice to
greatest
cut
things.
once. My wife hit me with a good quote today that I hadn't heard in a while. I was like, "That's a good quote. I like that."
What was it?
You know what the best day to plant a tree is? 10 years ago. You know what the second best day to plant a tree? Today.
Okay.
That's wisdom.
What's the point being made?
That you
Just
should
plant a tree?
no, that you shouldn't like kick yourself over things that you failed to do in the past, and like it would have been
Okay,
ideal to
I
do
see.
that in the past, but you can
can
what's
still
the
do it
next
today.
best? Start today.
Right.
Start like it'd be great if I was working out for the last 5 years, but instead of kicking myself for it, why not just start today?
Mhm.
It'd be great if I ate right for the last 5 years, Brian. I haven't done it, so should I kick myself over it, or should I be great from this day going forward?
Just be great from this day going forward.
It's kind of a golf metaphor, like just hit the best shot no matter what. Try to hit the best shot you can every time you do it.
Yeah, I
You
try.
can't just sit there and gripe and break your clubs because you're in the trees. You got to hit the best shot with what you have presented in the moment.
I try. It just might take me 3 shots to get there.
That's why golf is great. It's a metaphor of life.
I'm so bad at golf. I wish I was good.
Yeah, I can't play
I
anymore.
wish I had the time to get good.
Same. That's what it takes.
If I had it, if I had the Granado life, man,
it'd be ideal.
It'd be.
Everybody wants the Granado life. That's
That's
why,
true.
like, I say that, like, I want to be Granado when I grow up, and people think I'm being like sarcastic, and no, I legitimately do want to be Granado when I grow up.
For sure.
There's what do they used to call those? Life goals.
That's what they still call
Hashtag
them.
goals. Hashtag life goals.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Joe thinks that Chandler Rome is fear mongering again. Not me. Not me. Joe. Is it a fair fear monger from Rome today? Is it a fair fear monger critique today? We'll find out. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Have I told you today how much I love Underdog? I love Underdog. In fact, I was doing some Underdog a little bit ago during that last break, and I was drafting a best ball, to be honest with you. NFL best balls are going on right now. Go ahead and get in the lobby. Join me in an NFL best ball. You're going to love it. But also, fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back. Underdog is the best place to get in on the action. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. Wherever you are right now, you can make picks and win money in the Lone Star State. Also, we're going to give you a little bit of change. Download the Underdog app right now. Use promo code KILLERB. You're going to get $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Think about that. $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. You might be down to your last $5 and you need diapers. No! Underdog. Go there. And then they're going to turn that into basically $80, and then you could win tons, which could multiply that even more. Get your picks right. You can up to 5,000 times your cash, and then you can buy all the diapers you need. But it's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats, points, assists, rebounds, steals, and more. Very intrigued with the Rockets today. Oh, by the way, Underdog, 30% profit boost today on your NBA picks. That's awesome. But Rockets, Sacramento, DeMar DeRozan, 14.5 points. Can the old man do it? He always seems to beat up on the Rockets. I'm going to click the higher on 14.5 for DeRozan today. Kevin Durant, 24.5. A little uncertain there, but no Amin. That shouldn't factor in. Jabari, 15.5 points. He's been on a heater lately. Alpe's at 20.5. Let me scroll down to Reed Shepherd. Reed Shepherd, 15.5 points. Probably drawing the start. I'm a hater. I'm going lower on Reed Shepherd. You might think I know ball and want to tell these picks. You might think I don't, want to fade them. Well, go do it right now. Download the Underdog app. Use promo code KILLERB. You're going to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks. Win money.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Joe, Jeremy, and Joe. So I've been on a kick this offseason, fear-mongering Chandler Rome. It led to him blocking me. Soft move, Chandler Rome. But Joe thinks he might have picked up another fearmonger from Rome. What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, Chandler. One of the things he focused a lot on the infield this year.
Yeah,
it was the primary focus, but
untenable.
There was an underscore of outfield discussion as well that kind of went along with what was going on with the infield. He used the word not untenable, uncertainty within the outfield this year. So here is Chandler on his podcast, Crush City Territory. Him and Tyler Stafford, who I for once thought was Tyler in Stafford. But here's Chandler Rome talking about one Jake Myers.
It'll be so I have found it interesting that when I was in Florida, at least when I was in the scrums with Joe Espada, he was given at least like 3 opportunities spread over about a week and a half to say that Jake Myers is his starting center fielder. And he never took the opportunity to do so. He has never just outright said that Jake Myers will be the team's center fielder. Now, I would be, if this is the roster construction that the Astros carry into opening day, I have a hard time believing that Jake Myers isn't going to run out to center field.
Now, see, he says that at the end.
Yeah, he kind of hedges there a bit.
Kind of hedges it a little bit.
Yeah.
But he said that this is what underlines the uncertainty in the outfield because he won't name him the starting center fielder. Where I think what he said there at the very end is the most important part. He's going to be the center fielder. There's no uncertainty. What uncertainty is there? This feels kind of fear-mongery until he kind of walks it back there.
It just kind of felt like an onomatopoeia to me. Just hearing the voice feels like an onomatopoeia to me. I don't know if it's a fearmonger. I see what you're saying at the beginning where it's like, Espada hasn't said he's a starting center fielder. It just feels very selective. Like it's all over the place. Like, oh, he hasn't said that Myers is the starter, but I think he's going to be the starter. But the outfield is uncertain, which if it's uncertain, then of course Myers, who's your best defensive center fielder and actually hit above 300 last year, like would be your majority of the time center fielder. I think something we do a lot in baseball is like we project these everyday lineups and like, well, this is what your starting nine is going to be every day, when in actuality they have 145 unique lineups a single season. Like, what's the point of an everyday lineup if it's not every day? It's it's not the baseball of the past. These dudes are platooning left and right. They're pinch hitting left and right. They're running out unique lineups left and right. They don't have the same lineup more than twice in a row ever. It seems like injuries play a part. Rest days play a part. Day games play a part. I just don't really know what he's saying. Like, I don't like he's accusing Espada of not naming him a starter whenever he's had the chance. He's like trying to say like, does that mean there's an avenue for somebody else to be the primary center fielder?
Well, I think that's
but
what
then he projects that he is going to be the primary center fielder. So it feels like all over the place, kind of talking out of both sides of the mouth.
No, look, if Cam Smith had an incredible spring from the plate, and also so did Cole, and they would have got a Michael Conforto, like maybe there would have been a path to Jake not being the everyday center fielder. But I just think, like, of all the uncertainty that there could be in the outfield, that to me feels like the one spot where there's almost full certainty of who the guy is going to be. It's going to be Jake.
Yeah, that's what I don't really understand.
Like, it's Jake's in center. Cam Smith is in right. You traded Jesus Sanchez. Hit a nice little rope today.
He did. Yeah, I'm scared of his season, actually.
And Cole, Alvarez, and Altuve are your left fielders. Like, I don't see a path to Loperfido.
I don't even know if Altuve's going to play left.
Yeah, I don't see Loperfido or Trammell winning a job in spring. They better not win a job in spring.
Yeah, I really don't understand what he's trying to say. Do I think the outfield is uncertain? I do think the outfield's uncertain, but I think that the most certain of them is Jake Myers.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, like, that's what's confusing to me. Like, my takeaway from this was, like, is Espada not saying that because Jake Myers could be packaged with Isaac Paredes to trade for another outfielder? Like, that's where my mind goes. Because if Myers is on this team, of course he's your center fielder most days.
Yeah, no,
until he tells you he's not because he's not producing.
Yeah, and no, as Chandler said, he was there. So I don't know if there was a moment where he was asked directly about this and then didn't give an answer. If that was the case, I would feel differently. If he was, is Jake Myers your starting center fielder? Which I don't know why anyone asked, but if someone did and he said, "Oh, well, we'll see how it plays out," that would be different. But I don't think that's what Chandler's alluding to either.
I would love to hear the pieces that he's saying that he had the opportunity to say it and didn't. Like, I'm curious to see what that sounds like.
Yeah.
I would love to hear what that sounds like.
Yeah.
Because, some people have different perspectives on things. Like, I don't recall a time that Espada was asked directly, is Jake Myers your everyday center fielder?
I don't either.
There's a little bit of innuendo here. There's probably a little bit of, how you receive things. I would be very curious to hear the 3 occasions that he's referring to where Espada had the opportunity to name him a center fielder and didn't. Like, has he named Jeremy Pena his starting shortstop? Like, that,
I think he has.
Right? Like, and maybe that's just what they think of Myers, because Myers had a good offensive season last year, and he's a Gold Glove finalist. So maybe they just view Jake Myers as an obvious answer to who the center fielder is, so they haven't announced Jake Myers as the center fielder because they think they don't have to because it's obvious.
Yeah, that's
same thing with Pena.
Yeah, that's kind of my inclination too. Is it's Walker. Like everything to me is certain outside of left field and maybe right field.
Right.
And even then, I feel pretty certain about right field.
I think they're going to play Cam there a lot.
Yeah, I would be
if they play Jordan 50 games in left field, he's your 50-game left fielder. So maybe in those 50 games, they could have a platoon in right field.
Sure.
Or okay, Jordan, this is one of Jordan's left field days. So now that it's one of Jordan's left field days, maybe we start Zach Cole in right against the righty and we don't have Cam Smith. Or maybe he just starts in center over Jake Myers for a day. But if you ask me who gets the most starts in center field on this team without injury or trade, Jake Myers is going to start out there 140 times.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I think we all know that, right? And Chandler gets there at the end.
Yeah.
Chandler, by the end of it, says, now, if this is the roster that they break camp with, he's going to start mostly in center field. So he thinks it's obvious. You think it's obvious. I think it's obvious. Don't we all think it's obvious that Jake Myers is going to be the center fielder?
Mm-hmm.
So if everybody thinks it's obvious and Joe Espada thinks it's obvious, why would Joe Espada, with some sort of hint or innuendo, be like, yeah, he's our everyday center fielder?
Yeah.
When everybody already thinks it's obvious. Like, it's redundant at that point.
I feel
Just like Jeremy Pena being the everyday shortstop is obvious that it doesn't need to be said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of it was weird to me. The whole, that whole take was kind of weird to me. I don't know if it's so much of fearmonger as it is weird. Maybe just him using the word, what was the word he used again for the outfield? Maybe that was the fearmonger.
Yeah.
That the outfield is, underscores the uncertainty. Which I don't necessarily disagree with, though.
No,
I do think there is uncertainty to the outfield.
I think the uncertainty isn't about a reflection of who's going to be out there. It's the production you're going to get from it.
Okay, that's fair.
I think that, to me, is the uncertainty.
Well, I think how you divide at bats is going to be uncertain. Because, how much does Jordan factor into left? Is it 10 games? Is it 50 games?
Yeah. How
many games does Jose Altuve factor in left? Is it 15 games or 0 games?
I'm starting to lean towards 0.
And then the productivity of – look, I think they could stick him out and left every now and then still. Why aren't they doing it yet? Because they're managing his load and they don't want him to get worn out chasing outfield fly balls in February.
I think you also have to figure out how good Paredes is going to be at second base.
Yeah, that matters.
Before you really figure out what Altuve's role in left field is going to be. Because if Paredes just can't do it,
right,
it does lead to
Which
some
is
issues.
Possible.
It does lead to more issues for this roster. Actual issues then.
Oh, yeah.
But if he can play a good second base, then you have that flexibility there as well.
And it might I don't think he's capable of playing a good second base. I would use the word passable.
That's fair.
Because if he's passable at second base, you could also cherry pick when you play him at second base. You have a 6-man rotation. Okay, let's pick the 2 guys that give up the most fly balls. And Isak, you're playing second base behind the 2 guys that give up the most fly balls.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of, in a sense, hide him whenever those guys are on the mound.
Yeah. And you don't put him up there against a lefty? With a lefty on the mound, probably?
Who for which team?
For your team. So because they're going to pull it a lot more? Is that fair? No?
No, because most of the times if you have a lefty on the mound, the other team's probably, more than likely, going to stack their lineup with righties.
Oh, that's
so
true.
It actually make, seeing myself through this
true.
scenario, it might be more likely for him to start at second base with lefties because you usually would get more
Yeah.
ground balls to the left side against lefties because you're going to get more righties in the lineup and hitters more naturally pull the ball than go the other way.
Yep.
Especially
Good
on the
point.
ground.
That's
Yeah.
a good point. That was a good counter.
Talking through that.
Yeah.
Which lefties are on this team?
I guess that's the thing too. They don't really have any.
Like Colton Gordon making some starts?
I hope not.
Like they don't. The rotation's
No,
going
it's
to be
gonna be
Hunter
all righty.
Brown righty, Christian Javier righty, Imai's a righty, Burrows is a righty,
Yeah.
McCullers is a righty, Weiss is a righty. I'm missing somebody.
Say Arrighetti. Sorry.
Arrighetti's a righty. Yeah, they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, they all
unless
are righties.
unless you're getting a spot start from Colton Gordon.
No, I'm surprised we're not hearing Dana Brown talk about bringing a lefty starter in.
Right.
Of all the things. Still talking about that left bat, though. Left-handed hitting bat. Got to bring it in for the third offseason in a row.
Yeah, they're very right-handed heavy. These are the little things that the baseball men think about, you know? Little thing. Okay, fly ball pitcher. That's when Esau's going to play second. If they had a lefty, maybe you hide him at second that day.
What's
but they
funny is
don't.
those are also the days you want Altuve at second.
I know.
But you're just kind of stuck.
This is really, like, a lot of people talk about the roster imbalance or whatever. The roster imbalance is not so much that you have an infield surplus. The roster imbalance is that you have 3 DHs.
Yes.
And 2 bad second basemen. Like, Jordan's a DH, Altuve's a DH, Yiner's a DH. The 2 guys that are going to get the most starts at second base, barring trade and injury, are terrible defensive second basemen. We might not have enough information on Isak yet to know that, but I'm pretty confident saying he's not going to be a plus defensive second baseman. Here's the question I have thrown out there, though, on my Twitter, at Jeremy Branham. If both guys, Jose Altuve and Isak Paredes, started 150 games at second base, hypothetical scenario, they both started 150 games at second base, which of the 2 would have better defensive metrics?
I mean, they were pretty unkind to Altuve, the metrics, to be honest. The defensive run saved one specifically is really bad.
They're
for
not
him.
too kind for Isak, even though we think he plays a solid third.
Yeah. I would lean Altuve just because the familiarity with it is going to help him.
Yeah.
Like, I think there might be games where you're just like, you might just have to go yikes with Paredes at second base. He might make mistakes that we're not quite prepared for. Overthrows to first base, short hopping into first base. The range isn't particularly good, I would imagine, at second. Not that Altuve's is any better, but I think they'll probably favor Altuve, but slightly.
Yeah, I lean that way too, but I think it'd be very close.
And they'll both be bad.
Oh, they'll both be bad.
Yeah, metrics-wise.
Pick your poison here. Which one's the lesser of 2 evils? All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Astros are predicted to have the 13th best offense in baseball. Do you like the higher or the lower there when it's all said and done? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
They call me the Huntington Bank bad boy. They call Joe
Is that
Joe.
accurate?
I'm Joe.
Please pronounce
Just you,
potatoes in your native half-Sican tongue, Jeremy.
Paredes.
Teremias to you.
And I'm Mexican.
Isaac Paredes. It's hard to talk Spanish whenever you have this song playing in the background.
It is a bit strange.
It's a little difficult. It's hard for me to get to that half of me whenever this is playing in my head.
I can't see you listening to Korn back in the day.
No, I've never listened to Korn. Junkie says, Korn for the win! Another junkie says, have you been unduly subjected to the word untenable? You may be entitled to compensation or a cash settlement.
Was this like the Camp Lejeune hotline?
Yeah.
Should we start it?
Yeah. Untenable. Yeah, it's been the word of the offseason for the Astros.
It has been.
Yeah, it has been. YouTube Keith says I call him Chandler Gnome. Why do you call him Chandler Gnome?
It's funny.
I don't know why you guys say so many bad things about Chandler.
I like Chandler.
I've never met Chandler. Have you met Chandler?
Yeah, a couple times.
How is he as a person?
Well, the first time I met him, he ignored me, so I wasn't totally sure. But
Why?
I don't really know, to be honest with you.
What do you mean ignored? Yeah.
There needs to be detail there. What do you mean
you can't
ignore?
just drop that.
Okay, we were doing
Context.
a show at Minute Maid, myself, Clanton Wex,
Yeah.
from the auxiliary broadcast booth.
And he was just talking to the talent?
He came on as a guest. He said hello to Wex and Clanton, and I was in the room, and we literally didn't say a word to each other.
I don't think that's abnormal, actually. Like, you talk to the talent, you don't really say anything to the producer.
I don't know. I kind of feel like you say hi to everybody in a room.
I'm letting him off the hook for that one.
I find that to be 50-50. Some guests will, but yeah, not all of them.
I don't think it was.
That's not uncommon.
I'm not sure it was intentional because then the next time we interacted, I also think something might have been said to him by one of the guys.
That you said?
No, of like, hey, that was weird.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like, hey, why did you big league him?
Yeah.
All right. And then what about the second time?
It was all good. We had a nice little conversation.
Yeah, is he kind of quirky and weird? I get the feeling he's kind of quirky, kind of like not antisocial, but kind of like,
I think he's
kind of quirky.
He's very.
I think I'm pretty quirky for what it's worth.
He's very different, I would say, in terms of like he's very unfiltered.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, very unfiltered.
Interesting.
He's just dropping F-bombs?
Yeah, let it fly a little bit.
Oh, my goodness, Jasper. Jasper said this intro's corny. Go. See ya.
See ya.
You're corny. You're gone. See you later, Jasper.
Oh,
Brian's
gone for 2 days and can't find the button.
Brian's out of his... Brian's out of his...
You caught me while I was getting the next song ready, so I had to pull the page back up.
Wheatstraw says, can you play some Elote? You're gone, too. Same ejection. Don't have to play it again. You're gone, Wheatstraw. That's brutal. Can you play some Elote? Unreal. Stop pronouncing Isak wrong. I'm not. I'm not pronouncing Isak wrong. I spell it wrong.
Do you think it's Isaac, the person who texted that?
I don't know. Maybe they're just a gringo. I don't know. Chandler Rome just wants you to have a take and not suck. Thanks for the vine. Wrong Rome. Rackham. I played against Tyler Zuber in high school, and by play, I mean he pitched and I watched from the dugout. That's whatever I mean whenever I play.
Don't sell yourself short. You were a 400 hitter.
I was a 400 hitter in high school. That is accurate, but I did more watching than playing. I was 2 for 5.
And didn't you get a hit off a big leaguer?
I got a hit off Jay Bruce.
There you go.
He was a sophomore. I was a senior, and he didn't pitch after that year.
You ruined
his confidence.
I might be the legend killer. I might be. Yeah. I think I am solely the reason that Jay Bruce became a hitter only.
Start calling you Gunther.
He
killing careers.
He couldn't get a 1-2 fastball by me. And he's like, if I can't get a 1-2 fastball by that guy, then I probably shouldn't be a pitcher anymore.
I should head out to the outfield.
I should just go hit 400 career home runs.
Yeah.
I don't think he did that, actually. I think I'm thinking Adam Dunn with 400.
Yeah, Dunn definitely did.
Bruce was good, though.
He definitely had a few good seasons. I don't think he had 400,
I think he was on those Griffey Reds.
He got 319.
Okay, I knew he hit a ton. Yeah, it wasn't
more than I thought.
No, he was a good hitter, man. They always talked about him coming to Houston. Remember, like anytime he was like available, oh, he's gonna come to Houston. He's a Houston native. He's gonna come to Houston. He's a Houston native.
Try to get that hometown discount.
Never happened. Yeah, Beaumont Westbrook, Bruce. Yeah, I ruined his high school career on the mound. I'm the reason that he never pitched again. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Little man syndrome in full force. Which little man are you talking to, though?
We know.
If you're going to say little man syndrome in full force, you got to be specific on which little man. You got to be specific. Bruce, I give up a hit to Jeffrey Brenham.
Jeffrey Brenham.
And then another junkie is talking about Chandler and Korn. I'm not going to read the full sentence.
Yeah.
So. 713-780-ESPN. We just BS through that segment. Astros 13th best offense in baseball. Do you think they're going to be higher or lower than that this year? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
You know who this is? This is Zach Brown.
I do know that.
Do you know what this song's going to be the anthem of?
No.
This is going to be your new anthem to NCAA March Madness.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like.
Do you?
It's different.
I don't think it's really symbolic.
It's not.
Basketball.
It's not.
Like, I like the song. I like Zach Brown. Do I think it like pairs nicely with March Madness?
Not really, but I like that we're changing it up a little bit. Because I feel like it's always Fall Out Boy, Imagine Dragons, or something adjacent to that.
You remember what it was last year?
No.
It was Lady Gaga.
Really?
Yeah, you'll hear it. You'll remember when you hear it. This was last year's March Madness song. You don't remember this being March Madness?
No, I don't
This
think
was
so.
it. This abracadabra. Every time they went to break and came back from break, Lady Gaga abracadabra.
Every time?
Yeah. This was the song of March Madness last year. So,
They-
like, they go,
what
like,
are
it's
they doing?
weird. Like, neither one of these songs, and I like Lady Gaga. I don't hate this song. But it doesn't pair with March Madness.
No,
at
it
all with
doesn't.
me.
No, it doesn't.
Like, abracadabra, March Madness, like, And then the Zach Brown songs give it away. Like
Magic of March?
You're
Is
gonna
that
have
what they're going for?
You're gonna have a 13 seed upset of 4 after like a costly turnover, and they're gonna play "Give It Away" as they go to break.
Well, they gave it away.
It's just, I don't really understand the pairings of these.
No, they don't. I guess
like the song in a vacuum.
like the song.
Don't like the marriage here.
Yeah, I like that they're trying something different.
Yeah.
Doesn't really hit the mark.
No, you know what's happening here is it's probably big music that's coming together with these corporations. Like, hey, give us. There's probably some sort of back channeling.
They might not even be picking it.
Pump your music.
It's kind of like how the
Right.
the Super Bowl halftime show is picked by like
Paramount
by Jay-Z.
Yeah, exactly. I bet there's like kind of what you said. There's a group that's here's your song.
There's something behind the scenes that like makes like they're boosting up Abracadabra and Lady Gaga.
Zach Brown
for
would be a banger for a halftime show at the Super Bowl.
Interesting.
think
I
that'd
do
go
like
well.
Zach Brown. I do like Zach Brown.
There's a petition going out for the Super Bowl halftime show next year.
Really?
Yeah.
What for?
Started by and for the Backstreet Boys.
Oh, I mean that would be larger than life.
I mean, I laugh. That's fine.
Come on, it was right there.
It was good.
Brian's been sitting on that one for weeks.
He was ready
How
for
would I
it.
know that would even come up?
It was good.
I was off the top of the head,
He's
bro.
like, next time Backstreet Boys come up, I'm gonna play this card. He's had it in the chamber. He's been on he's got his
He's
hand
just
on the
like,
trigger
I'm
waiting
ready to
for
go.
it.
Bam.
Backstreet Boys, boom.
You know how many notes I have in my phone? Like, all right, as soon as we reference Backstreet Boys,
Just like a note of references. Like,
here's what I say.
I'm gonna get to these.
Knowing Brian, he's got them sorted A through Z, where you can sort by group name and then saying this is the first letter of this the joke.
Yeah, don't bring up 98 Degrees. I don't
Yeah.
have one for that yet.
I don't even know any of their songs.
That's
All I
the
know is
Nick Lachey group. Yeah.
My wife's been making me watch Love Is Blind.
Dana watches that.
Yeah.
Sounds
D'Amico,
terrible.
D'Amico watches it. It is awful.
I don't believe that she's making you.
Well, I'm working when she watches it.
Okay.
She asked if she can watch it in the room. I'm like, anything for you, sweetie. Jasper says if I'm ejected, then at least let me come throw my head on the ground in studio and stomp out. Jasper, you're ejected. You can't say anything else the remainder of the show. Can't do it. I haven't heard that song in 20 years. Oh, he's talking about a different song. He's talking about The Flies. Got you where I want you. All right, so ESPN has the Astros as the 13th ranked offense in baseball. Do you think they'll finish higher or lower? Let's just go runs here. Will they finish higher or lower than 13th in the league in runs?
I'm gonna go higher.
Homer.
I think they're pretty fairly.
Hank the Homer
rated
over here.
To be honest with you, there's only a couple teams in front of them that I think they could pass.
Okay. Who are you having passing?
I'm not totally sold on Baltimore.
Never mind. Okay. They do have like young pieces that are fun.
And Jackson Holiday is going to miss a good chunk of the season with a hammock bone already. You got Pete Alonso, should be good still. Adley Rushman, up and down. Taylor Ward feels like a nice acquisition. But they got guys like Colton Cowser who like put up big numbers at times. I'm not totally sold on Baltimore's lineup.
Cy Ranch, I think. Colton Cowser.
Sounds right.
Played at Sam Houston.
Arizona is another one too where I'm just not sure that like Ketel Marte is on their team for the whole season.
That park helps them though.
And Corbin Carroll's hurt, isn't he? Didn't he get hurt?
Yeah, I think he had something with his hand too.
Because he's not.
He had a broken bone.
I think he's a hammock bone too.
Yeah, it might be hamate.
So,
which those don't take forever to recover from.
No, unless you're running Alvarez.
Well, that wasn't a hamate. I hate when
Supposedly.
people say that. No, you would know. What do you mean supposedly? You think the Astros would hide that he had a hamate?
At this point, yes.
Why would they hide that he had a hamate?
I don't know.
That gives you reason. It gets them off the hook, which is funny because it's kind of a hook bone.
It is.
kind of looks like a hook.
That's
Yeah.
good. You should have just rolled with it.
I'm the most hilarious, unintentional person that I know.
Not sure about that. But I think they could finish in the top 11.
Last year they were 21.
They were that low last year.
Yeah, but I mean they averaged less than 4.25.
Yeah.
But I mean you didn't have Jordan for most of the year.
Yeah, I'm definitely banking on Jordan being healthy.
Walker's first half was terrible. Yiner didn't have what you would anticipate Yiner to have. I actually think they're going to be ahead of this. I think they'll finish with a top 12 offense.
Yeah,
so
it is interesting.
I called you Homer and Hank. I'm also Homer and Hank here. I think they will be better than that.
Did you notice that in the ESPN base lineup, what's missing?
Yeah, you suck.
Yeah.
But it is.
They don't have them factored in. They have Loperfido.
Every opening day lineup that I've seen with the Astros does not have Isak Paredes in.
Yeah.
And you know what the Astros are going to do to troll these people? They're going to have Jordan play left field on opening day, and they're going to have Isak Paredes DH.
Yeah.
And I'm going to laugh you already have it planned out. I'm like Brian with his jokes that he has in the chamber ready to go, and he thinks out weeks in advance. It's what he does at night. You know what I'm going to do on opening day? If the Astros don't make a trade, Joe, if there's not any injuries, Joe, they're going to have the Astros opening day lineup. And I'm going to quote tweet the lineup, or I might screen grab it. I'll probably screen grab it because they're always so slow to post the lineup for some reason. And I'll say, what's wrong with Espada's lineup? And then underneath that tweet, that's going to have Isak Paredes as your DH. Going to have Jordan in left field. I'm going to put hashtag untenable.
Yep. I like it.
That's what I'm going to do.
They also have
Cam Smith.
Cam Smith not in the lineup.
Really?
They
have Zach Cole.
This lists Joey Loperfido in right field.
That's dumb.
Exactly.
That's a dumb
Like,
lineup.
you're making a lineup projection of what the Astros are going to do this year, and you have Loperfido in it?
Yeah, it's dumb.
Like, if you think Loperfido and Cole are going to be your corner outfielders as your base lineup.
I didn't even read their lineup.
Yeah.
I didn't even read their lineup.
Yeah. That's why I'm shocked they're as high as 13 if that's their outfield next year. That's not 13.
No. That's dumb.
So you think they'll be top 12?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm being a Homer and Hank here. Brian's our resident Astro hater. Maybe he can talk some sense into us. Brian, do you think the Astros will be higher or lower than 13th in baseball in runs?
I'm actually with you guys. I don't think it's drastically higher. I think they're like 11th or 12th.
Yeah, I think it'll be hard to crack the top 10.
But on the technicality, I think they're above this.
Interesting. All right, we're all Homer and Hanks today. Junkie, I think they're around a 9 or 10. I don't think 13. I think 13 is too far. If they stay healthy this year, they're going to have a good offensive team. That's obviously the big if, because the Astros have had trouble staying healthy. Astros are going to be 5th because 6 is afraid of 7 because 7, 8, 9. See ya. Gone.
You are
If we're going to do cheesy jokes on the show, you got to leave it to us. If you're going to do terrible, corny jokes, leave it to the town. All right? Remember when you read this song?
I do.
That was fun.
2 weeks ago.
That was a good time.
It was a good time.
You're making Jose Jorge's returning
next Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, you're doing it
next
on Wednesday.
Tuesday.
You're going to do it Tuesday?
You're not going to be here Wednesday.
Pero mi hago el momento
I'm not
de perder.
I'm not doing this with Michael Connor.
Why not?
Because it's not as funny. Well, it could be funny.
Does he speak a Sankalun language?
No. Ginger's not a language.
He doesn't speak baseball?
He does speak baseball.
Okay, should we do it, keep it on Thursday? We push it back to the next Thursday we work together, or should we do it on a Tuesday? I don't really think it resonates outside of a Thursday.
Okay, then just the next Thursday we're all here, which could be in April.
So first Thursday of the month that we're all here together.
Okay, so in April.
Really?
Well, I'm out the next 2 Thursdays, and then March Madness starts, to where unless the Cougs are playing here in Houston, we won't see you for the last 2 weeks of March.
Yeah, but I could do the show.
Well, yeah, but we like it when you're in studio. I can't see your face I can't see you laughing at me.
That's something I've never heard.
Yeah.
People want to see my face, which you can right now. YouTube, ESPN Houston. Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. All right, how about this Astros front office? How much pressure does this Astros front office have on it? And where does it stack up against the rest of baseball? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Your jokers are wrong. See your gambling records. I was plus EV in football. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I did great this year.
There you go. We're right more than we're
probably
wrong.
talking about the fix.
I was terrible at the fix.
I was great at the fix.
You know what? Actually, I had a losing record this year gambling, but I had a week where I hit, what was it, a 16 parlay?
I think that's what you said, yeah.
And that's what made me profitable. But that's the second year in a row I've been profitable. Don't call it a hot streak. So what are you talking about, jabroni?
Wrong.
You're wrong. Junkie, they will be 6'7". Okay, we don't do that anymore. Go out of here.
You are
don't do the
out
6'7".
of here.
It's done.
I mean, as you're doing the motion.
It's over. But I was mocking. 6'7" is not a thing we do on this show.
It's not.
6'7". How stupid is it? Why was that ever a thing?
I don't know.
We are anti 6'7" on this show. So anytime you say it, well, now they're going to say it, so they get auto ejection. So we'll have to read the room. But you, sir, gone. Another junkie, haven't listened to ESPN in a while. What happened to the Wheelhouse? 2 question marks. Thought they were on during this time. They were on during this time. That's been a long time, though, the Wheelhouse. I mean, it's probably 2 years ago?
Clearly a dedicated listener.
No.
No, they got run in
They
summer
got
of
run.
23.
Two of them quit.
Well, okay. The show ended, I think, summer of 23.
Yeah, something like that.
Who was Brad asked me for tickets to the basketball game Saturday.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, he texted me the other day.
Oh, that's right. He's a Kansas fan.
Yeah. Well, he didn't text me to the Kansas game. He texted me for I
Arizona.
couldn't give him tickets to the Allen Fieldhouse, Brian. What do you think I am?
He's a Kansas fan?
Yeah. Yeah, he lived in like one of the rich areas in Kansas City, I think. Overland
yeah,
Park,
he's got
maybe?
a weird like
Overland
dual
Park.
fanship.
Yeah, it's weird. He's a Kansas basketball fan and a Texas football fan.
Interesting.
It's the biggest homerism ever. But he did go to Texas. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like, but once you go to Texas, you have to be aligned with Texas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you're all in on the football
Right,
team.
exactly.
You have to be all in on all the teams.
Yeah. He's doing good things in Austin, though. He got syndicated.
Yeah, he's back on the radio now.
Syndicated,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
they picked him up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Good for Brad. He's happy there in Austin. Texted me the other day.
Part of the Austin media.
He's part of the Austin media.
Stootsy's doing well.
Stootsy's doing his thing, HOU football.
Yeah.
I saw he went on with Jake Asman, actually, a little Wheelhouse reunion there at
Wow.
the Combine. They were talking about who the Jets should pick. Yeah. I like the Wheelhouse. They're good people.
Yeah, I like those guys.
They're good.
They're fine with me.
Sometimes people feel differently about Jake.
I like Jake.
I had no issue with Jake.
I like Jake.
Former co-host didn't like him much.
I had no issues with Jake.
Yeah. Yeah, Jake and I got along well.
But a lot of people don't like Jake. There's a healthy consensus.
Yeah, that's fair.
That doesn't love the Red Rocket. You know.
Yeah.
I have no issues with Jake. Are y'all doing a funny bracket this year? I suggested doing the most punchable face in Houston sports radio bracket one year. YouTube, Keith. That sounds pretty funny.
Was that last year when we did the
I think it was like 2 years
Houston
ago.
Fight Club?
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
We didn't do anything
Yeah.
last year.
I don't think you guys did.
Most punchable face in Houston sports radio is pretty good.
Man.
I think we should expand it to Houston sports media.
I
Feels
wonder
like
who's
it's-
going to be the 1 seed and run away with the bracket.
Chandler Rome?
Yeah.
Well, it's not Branham's personal
It's
bracket.
going to be voted on.
It doesn't matter. It's
Can we
going to
do
be
this?
a runaway.
Can we do this from the station account?
Probably not.
Why? Joe's New Year's resolution. He wants to ruffle some feathers. Can we do most punchable face bracket? Absolutely not.
Soft, Joe. Softer than Chandler Rome.
That's Brian who said that.
I mean, I'll do it from my account. I don't care.
We can probably do it.
Do you want to do so? I mean, y'all can just retweet it. I have no problem tweeting. I can get cheap engagement. I can buy a sandwich for the family.
Yeah.
Just throw this
Chef
crap
doesn't
out
need
there
his
to get
personality.
clicks.
Everything is clickbait. The sooner y'all realize that, the happier you all will be.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how deep in this bag do we want to go?
Most punchable faces in Houston sports media. I don't know. 64 would be hard.
64 would be hard.
I mean, I think we did 16 last time.
Yeah, so could we get to 32? Is that too much?
Probably.
I mean, 32 we could include pretty much everyone.
With the new Twitter option, you can screen grab people's faces.
Yeah, you can.
It's gonna be fun. No, I think we should do that. I think we should do that.
All right, let's do it.
30. We'll figure out the days.
Okay, 32.
And maybe we'll workshop this tomorrow. We can workshop which people make the list. I'll count out the days from the start of March Madness to the end of March Madness. Figure out how many we need.
Okay.
And this is not like a weekend thing. This will be like a weekday thing.
Yeah.
Most punchable faces of Houston Sports Radio. Or it should be media or just radio.
So radio, we have to do 16, and even 16 might be tough to fill these days.
I think we should do media. Mostly because I want to put Chandelier Rome on it.
I know you do. I know you do.
So
and if we go media, there's other people we could put on there.
Let's go media, and then we'll workshop who makes we'll be the selection committee tomorrow.
Yeah. Trying to think of who my 1 seats are going to be.
Just call Lenardi, get some advice. Well, I don't know if we have to seed tomorrow. Maybe we just narrow it down to the field.
Okay. Tomorrow.
We'll narrow it down. Do producers count?
I think we can.
I guess we'll see.
To help us, if we need to get to 32, we could do producers last.
Okay.
Except for Brian. Brian has to be on the list.
Okay, let's see.
We all have to be on the list.
Punchable faces, Houston Sports Media, and we'll figure out the days. Figure out the days, which figures out how many people will be on there.
Yeah. Ending with before the Final Four.
Maybe Championship Monday is our Championship Monday.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
See if we have enough time.
Yeah, I'll do the math on it. I'm not letting you do the math.
We have enough time because it's in April, the championship game.
Right, but I'm going to try to figure out how many days.
Shows. I was thinking weekends. You're probably right.
Like how many days we have. Because how many days you have is how many
spots you'll
have.
Do.
Because if you have 32, you need 31
days.
Fights.
Shows. Yeah.
You need 31 fights.
Yeah.
Which I think they should be fine. It goes over 3 weeks, 15. Maybe we can do 2 a day.
Yeah, we could do that.
So 5, 10, 15. 5, 10, 15, 16. Oh, it's 16 days.
Yeah.
We probably need that to be a standalone game. I think we can get to 32. We'll select the committee tomorrow. BMAC needs to be ejected for the BK media reference.
We can't. We'd be lost without him.
I loved when Stoots did the JP France laugh. Did he do it intentionally?
I don't remember that.
What are your favorite Wheelhouse moments? 713-780-3776.
When it ended.
Paul G versus John G. That would be your final? Paul G versus John G?
No
You think
way.
they have punchable faces? They have handsome faces.
I don't think that's it.
Paul Gallant still has the most punchable face. Would it be inappropriate, though, to put Paul Gallant in our field?
See, that's what I'm thinking. That's why it might be hard to put 32.
I don't think it'd be hard to be 32. I don't think if that's fair to put Paul in.
We could text Paul.
Paul, do you want to be in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be like his conference championship game. Like if he says yes, he won his conference championship game. If he says no, he lost his conference championship game and he's not in the field. If we're most likely in Houston Sports Media to win a limbo contest, y'all win hands down. And prior host, Brad Kellner for his mispronounced one. I don't know if he was prior host. Does punchable faces count the same? No, it's different. Does Rome even like the Astros? He's so sarcastic, condescending in his reporting. No, he's not a fan. I'll stick up for him there. Like he doesn't have a fan's lens when he's reporting on the Astros. Now, does he go a little bit too far with this condescending nature? I don't know. That's up to you. Different folks, different strokes for different folks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of up to you to decide on that. I think for somebody who is very critical of people in baseball and critical of the Houston Astros, whether it's ownership, GM-ship, managership, player performance, that he can't handle a little criticism.
Mm-hmm.
He can't handle the heat.
He cannot.
He likes to dish.
No.
Can't receive. I find that to be a little soft, but that is what it is. Granado versus Wheelhouse was my favorite part.
That was a good time.
That was really only like one day.
It was a couple days. Because we did a fake suspension and everything.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so it lasted a couple days. The people.
Stoots would say, Han, JP Fuantz. I do remember that now that you said that. When Jake called out John for the money he makes, that was dumb.
Bad call.
I liked how for literally no provocation, Jake Asmon said John Granado should be fired for financial reasons. Yeah, not a really good thing to do. Really, really dumb, actually. Paul sounds like Jerry Seinfeld.
I don't think so.
Favorite Wheelhouse moments, Jake not being able to read BK-isms, such as get 2 birds stoned at once. BK was low-key funny.
I agree.
It was pretty funny. All right, Astros front office, third most pressure in baseball, according to The Athletic. They had a bunch of different, hey, where's the most pressure? They had a little committee that put together who has the most pressure on them in baseball this year.
Yeah.
Bryce Harper, Phillies core group at the very top. David Stearns, Carlos Mendoza, and the Mets. Which, by the way, like if this is Dana's final year and David Stearns gets ran out of New York,
call him.
And I think they would.
It'd be the no-brainer hire.
Yeah, like I'm kind of rooting against the Mets, so he's available.
Yeah. If the Mets don't make the playoffs this year, he's gonna be available.
And then, yeah, I'm down for that. And then the Dana Brown, Joe Espada, and the Astros, third on the list.
So they came in third on the list, but I think by now we have to move them up to second on the list for when this poll was put together, because AJ Preller got a contract extension with the Padres. So I think that kind of de facto removes them from this list, right? Like it just removes all the pressure. Now they put teams / front offices and managers. So, there was some Fernando Tatis Jr. rumors this offseason that they were going to unload salary. So maybe the Padres as a whole still feel it. But I think the Astros are perfectly fine at 3 because the Mets are number 1. With how much money they spend and the lack of success that they've had, they have to have the most pressure on them in baseball. Steve Cohen's going to be quick to make changes.
Sure.
Now, the Astros are not with contracts, so it's very fair to have them there second, in my opinion. The Orioles would be the only other team that I would look at and say that could fight for the Astros with Mike Elias running that. Right? Mike Elias running that team?
He's with Baltimore.
Yeah. So, because they've fallen short with what their prospect capital was. Like people have expected Baltimore to be very good for the last couple of years. They haven't really done it. Now you go get Pete Alonso, you go get Ward, you add your pitching staff. Like there are high expectations in Baltimore for them to have success this season. But I think the Astros are number 2 on this list.
Yeah, I think it's totally from an office point of views for sure.
Yeah.
And they're lame duck contracts.
And really, I'd say collectively as a whole. Because on this list, they went through and had just the roster core group. The Astros only got 1 vote. But if this team falls short this season of the playoffs again, you have major roster questions you have to answer. Like, what is the future of, are you trading Jeremy Pena? Are you trading Hunter Brown this next offseason? As you look to the future of this team and say, hey, 2 years in a row, the Astros have missed the playoffs. Can you really run it back for a third straight season with marginal additions to this team and expect a different result?
I would trade in.
I would too.
I would rebuild. If you don't make the playoffs this year, I'm fire selling.
Yeah. So I think the roster itself has to be much higher on this list.
Like a fire sale, with the pieces you have, I actually think that you can have a pretty quick turnaround.
Yeah.
You can have a really quick rebuild because Pena if Pena has a similar season this year than he had last year, he's going to command you a pretty penny. Hunter Brown's going to command you a lot. Do you want to put Yordan Alvarez in the mix here? And if Yordan has like a healthy season, he would bring back a lot because he still has multi-years left on his deal at a very friendly contract. So I think that a rebuild could be very quick with this. Carlos Correa would have trade value because the Astros are only paying a portion of his contract.
You trade Paredes, obviously.
Paredes going into the final year of his deal. Yeah.
I mean, the only guy probably not traded is Altuve.
Yeah, I think
not tradable.
It would be the rebuild that the Astros had in the early 2000s when they traded everybody. They traded too late though. They traded everybody way too late. And then they just kept Craig Biggio around and signed. To me, you don't sign the Carlos Lees of the world. You don't sign the Miguel Tejadas of the world. You just rebuild. You have 2 really bad years, get a high draft pick. You couple that with the prospects that you're getting in all these trade packages, and I think you can rebuild it really quick.
Yeah.
The problem is if the Astros don't commit to it quickly, then you wait too long, and then it's going to be more difficult and a longer rebuild. If you don't, if you miss the playoffs this year and don't rebuild next offseason, well, then Jeremy Pena is leaving in free agency. Sure, you can get a qualifying offer, but that's not going to be as good as the trade package. Hunter Brown, do you wait on that? I don't know. Yordan Alvarez, the danger here is that you wait too long in a rebuild. Mm-hmm. And I think that the time is next offseason if the Astros miss the playoffs. If you make the playoffs, different story.
Do you have to do anything in the playoffs? What if you're 2-0 again?
Context matters there. Like if you sneak into the final wild card spot and you're 85 and 77 and you're 2-Q and you're clearly not even close to being one of the best teams in the league, yeah, I'm fine with a rebuild there too.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to make a substantial run to keep it together for one more year.
No.
But you have to have a very clear path forward that going into the last year of Hunter Brown and 2 more years of Pena? Or do I have that flipped?
I think it'll be 2 more years.
I think it is, yeah. And that
this was his first arbitration year.
That you can add a substantial piece in the offseason, which will be a fascinating offseason, potentially with a lockout surrounding it.
Yeah.
But that you can add to that team and say, okay, we're going to go make a run now. We have the pieces still intact for a final push. Because even next year, like, if this year goes great, you're still going to have major roster questions. If Imai is the guy you think he's going to be, he won't be here next year.
Yeah, it's okay, though, because you can slap a qualifying offer on him and get a draft pick.
He's got opt-outs. Imai?
Right. But if he opts out, he becomes a free agent that you could slap a qualifying offer
Even
on.
with the opt-out, you can slap qualifying offer?
Absolutely.
Okay. I thought that was only for guys with exiting arbitration. Okay.
No, you can do that on any free agent that hasn't been slapped a qualifying offer. If you have been slapped a qualifying offer, you can't do it again. But you can absolutely have a qualifying offer on a guy that has an opt-out.
Interesting. I thought maybe the players that came over
he's
would be
opting out of
different,
his contract and becoming a free agent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's maybe because they came like him coming over from Japan would put him in a different category. But that's interesting.
No, he could be a qualifying offer guy.
But yeah, I mean, it's just you're going to have a lot of questions potentially in the offseason. So if they don't make the playoffs this year, I'm totally open to a rebuild. Frankly, if they didn't do a rebuild, I think it would be a very bad decision.
I'll make that take. Like yesterday I made a take that I said if this happens, this will be my stance. I can't remember what it was. Do you remember what it was?
No.
I don't remember what it was. I remember I made a take yesterday said that if this happens, this will be my take. If the Astros miss the playoffs this year, my take after the regular season will be that the Astros need to have a rebuild, and if they don't, that they're failing the city. They are failing the organization.
No, I don't remember what it was. It's annoying me. I feel like it was Texans related.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was either.
Maybe it was Astros.
If y'all remember what I said,
not Rockets.
Let me know. 713-780.
So we're down to 2 teams at least.
Junkie says rebuild talk is crazy. Revamp, not rebuild. Casual. Oh, throw out the C word. Eek.
What are you revamping?
How did the Astros get good this year? Like, how did the Astros golden era start?
They had to rebuild. They tore it down.
No, you tear it down to the studs and you completely rebuild. Like, you're keeping Pena around for a losing team for 1 more year and only getting a qualifying offer?
Yeah.
You're keeping Hunter Brown for 2 more years whenever you're going to be mediocre and only get a qualifying offer? You're on Alvarez. You're not going to trade him after a healthy season? Like, come on. You're the casual, my friend. Thinking to revamp a team that's mediocre? You just want – you know what you live in, 6'7"? You live in the days of Miguel Tejada, Carlos Lee, Pudge Rodriguez, Houston Astros. That's what you were a fan of. You were a fan of the what do they call it? The brick and mortar? They didn't call it that. What were the Astros colors when they moved to Minute Maid?
Weren't they the brick red?
It's like red. It was like clay red brick, and then something else. I can't remember. There was a name for it. 713-780-ESPN. Favorite Wheelhouse moments: T-Mac punking Stoots. I don't remember that.
That was before my time.
Wheelhouse athletic displays, BK first pitch, Stoots swing. Oh, I struck Stoots out with the ball.
I've seen that video.
Asman, I forgot about that. Asman kicking the soccer ball. Yeah, they were pretty unathletic. Stoots saying he would take a picture of the damage he caused if he were to commit a hit and run and make sure they don't accuse him of doing more damage than he actually did. I don't remember that at all. Don't forget Wandy Rodriguez. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Pete, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. Astros, you know, this whole rebuild, do we not? I think they need to really start thinking about it this year, especially if things aren't going their way right around the time midseason rolls around and the trading deadline. I kind of feel like they're one injury or two away again from going off the rails. No pun intended, but I think they need to start looking at the future. The farm system doesn't really conjure up a lot of confidence. And if they can move a guy or two with some, spunk like Jeremy Pena or, Yordan Alvarez, I mean, I hate to even say it, even Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Anything that could get us some, riches in return to help replenish the farm system and look forward to the future. I mean, I would love to see them make a final playoff push this year, but I think they just kind of lost a little bit too much, and it's finally catching up, and they need to seriously look at what do we need to do if they're not in contention by the time the trade deadline rolls around. Anyway, that's my thought. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
I like the idea, Pete. The hard part now is with the expanded playoffs. I struggle to think that the Astros won't be in some kind of striking distance.
Yeah.
No matter what.
I agree with that.
Unless Hunter Brown got hurt. Like for you to not be in striking distance, I think you would also lead to those players that you need to trade would be probably unavailable.
Also, I mean, I'm uncomfortable having this conversation because I don't think the Astros are going to be bad. I think they are going to make the playoffs. So I think we're having a conversation that is ultimately not going to be a real talking point. I think it's going to be a moot point. Certainly hope it's a moot point. And also, but the scenario that Pete laid out, like part of the excitement that I would have for a rebuild, and again, if they miss the playoffs, I think it's 100% the right thing to do. But I wouldn't want a lame dunk general manager starting to conduct that rebuild at the deadline.
100%.
So, like, that would be my pushback. Like, if you're out of the playoff race, sure, you trade your rentals. Like, I mean, the guys who are in the final year of their deal. Like, Brian Abreu's in the final year of his contract. If the Astros are not a playoff contender by the All-Star, by the trade deadline, then you're trading Brian Abreu. You should trade Brian Abreu. All the people that are in the final year. Maybe Imai. If Imai's good, and you're at the deadline and you're out of the playoff race, maybe you trade Imai and you get a huge package for Imai because he's about to leave you because he has the opt-outs and he's going to make more money on the open market the second year. Lockout pending, kind of a sidebar conversation. But the full scale of the tear it down to the foundation, I would want that to be in the hands of the new general manager.
100%. I don't see it making sense to allow Dana Brown to, even the other way, like to unload prospects. That's why I don't like the lame duck for Dana Brown. It makes me hesitant to think that he should be allowed to do much at all with this team because I also don't want him to think, okay, we're up in the division by a handful of games, we can make a push. I'm going to now be reckless at the deadline. Like there are players in the organization that we like a lot for the long-term future. Walker Yannick, for example. We like long-term, they have a high evaluation of him, but Dana Brown's like, well, I might not be here next year.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move him now to make this team better to try to secure my job when we know for a fact you can win a World Series and not get brought back.
Well, that's where ownership has to stand in.
Yeah,
I think that Crane would. I think he would stand in. But also Crane is not a guy who's like a prospect hugger either, though. Like he's been pretty well known to like, hey, trade the prospects for the player.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure that he would stand in Dana Brown's way, but Crane has to, in a lame duck year, be ready to step in if he feels like it's in the wrong interest of the organization, which I think he would. Like I don't think he has an issue with meddling, right?
No, not at all.
Famously has meddled. Jose Abreu, Rafael Montero, Michael Brantley come to mind. Telling James Click, no, you can't trade Jose Urquidy for Wilson Contreras, which in hindsight would have been a lot better than trading Wilyer Abreu for Christian Vasquez.
Yeah.
Like that's one that stings, and that one was Crane meddling.
Well, that was kind of Dusty, right?
That's the story.
Yeah.
That's the story is that he didn't want Contreras. He wanted to keep Urquidy. He was big for the clubhouse.
Yeah, and Dusty had heard very bad things from Chicago.
And look, maybe Wilson. He was right about that, but it would have saved you trading Wilyer Abreu for
it would have
Christian Vasquez.
It would have, yeah.
Jay tweets in the Astros colors in that time: brick red, sand, and black. I was halfway there. My wife let me choose them as our wedding colors because they made the World Series the first year we were season ticket holders. That's awesome. That's a cool story.
Very nice.
Hope you and your hope you and your wife are doing. Hope you are still together. And if you are still together, hope you are doing great. Hope you are doing wonderful. Junkie, this is a 95-win team. We need to be ready to strike with adding someone. Okay, if they are, then yes. Dana Brown bad. He's the best GM we've had since Click. I see what you did there. Stutz asked T-Mac about his collaboration with Adidas, not realizing T-Mac and Adidas soured, and T-Mac was publicly bashing Adidas. T-Mac responded to Stutz, it was pretty cool. Next question. And then he awkwardly entered the interview. I don't remember that.
That's a tough spot to be in, though. You got T-Mac in the studio, and he walks out.
He was in the studio?
Oh, no, maybe it was on the phone.
I thought he was over phone. I think T-Mac follows me.
Really?
Yeah, but I think it was one of those, like, mass follows.
Oh, yeah.
Where, like, he followed everybody because he was trying to get followers. I don't see him on the TikTok.
What do you think the Astros' odds are to make the playoffs right now?
John Cena follows me. Plus 120.
Wrong.
All right, what is it?
Minus 155.
To make the playoffs?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're the last team with a minus in front of them as a favorite. Baltimore is the next team at plus 100. But it's, Yankees, Mariners, Blue Jays, Red Sox, Tigers minus 185, Astros minus 155.
Wow.
To make the playoffs this year.
I'd take it.
I would too. I don't know. I don't really know who else. Like Baltimore, maybe. Texas, the Rangers at plus 115. The rotation could be good.
So that's interesting to me that you said they're minus
155.
It's interesting. And their win total is what?
86.5.
That doesn't add up to me. Like, how are they minus 155 to make the playoffs and their win total is 86.5? Certainly, you'd have to win more than 86.5 games to make the playoffs, and Vegas is telling you they were a minus 155 favorite to make the playoffs.
Yeah, Baltimore's win total is 85.5. So that doesn't really match up at why Baltimore's at plus 100 and is only a win less projection than the Astros. But it's same sports book. It surprises me.
Like last year, all the teams that made the playoffs won at least 87 games in the AL.
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati in the NL did win 83.
Yeah, I think they're expecting a down year from the American League. From the like who's going to be 7 and below. Because even Boston, they're at 87.5, they're also a big minus to be in the playoff. They're minus 195 to make the playoffs this year. So they think like 88 games or less is going to get multiple teams into the playoffs in the wild card for the American League this year.
Yeah. Junior Broncos says Astros should move. Oh, whatever. He says that. What did he say? Oh, yeah. He said, what happens when we lead the West by 4 games at the deadline?
You add players.
Yeah, you add players.
That's what you do when you're good.
We're just playing out the scenario. We're not projecting the Astros to be out of the playoff race in July. I think they're a playoff team. I think they're going to hit the over. Like, we're just playing out the scenario that was presented. Junior says Asman getting slapped by Jim Gray on Radio Row is number 1. He didn't really get slapped.
See, I don't know that story either.
Obvious that Wheelhouse were Houston casuals and didn't know ball. Going from blitz to Wheelhouse was a tough transition. At least y'all care and know sports. I care.
We care.
I don't know how much I know. I care. Don't know if I know. 713-780-ESPN. Y'all want to do Will of Bits or making mock drafts great again? Should we let the people decide?
Brian, you got a feel
Cyber
on this?
Tuesday?
How long are we pushing this? Because I'll have to get music ready either way.
Can I let you know 2 minutes into the break?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, y'all decide. Y'all do nothing for the listener. Yeah, we do. We're letting you pick our next segment. Do you want Will of Bits or do you want making mocks great again? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9, HD2. Who knows what's coming up next?
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has been in business, and they opened their doors with one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. 50 years later, that mission has not changed. But the reason that people come to D&M has only grown. They're tired of negative equity, tired of wasting weekends at dealerships, and tired of paying too much for too little. D&M will design a lease around your life. And with the Easy Lease, you'll have no payments for the first 60 days. So if your payments are too high, you're stuck in negative equity, or you just want a smarter way to upgrade, call D&M at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. And when you go to dmautoleasing.com today and you sign up for a vehicle and you get ready to get that new or used 2026 vehicle, there'll be a little spot there you can put Joe. You never know what's going to happen. Even I might bring you your new vehicle. So check them out right now, dmautoleasing.com today, and tell them that I sent you by.
Oh, that's the Willabits we get. I wouldn't have asked the audience if I knew that. The audience said Willabits.
Fine with me.
Almost unanimous.
What they want, they get sometimes.
Yeah, most of the time they get it. They're letting us know they don't want to make mock drafts great again yet.
It is time almost.
We might force it in later. We'll see. We've been trying to force it in for the last couple weeks. Haven't been able to.
Yeah.
First food debate here. This story on Channel 11 ranks the top grocery stores in the world, Joe. And I'm just gonna lead with the take. This list is booty. Number 1 on their list. You know what I really like though? Booty. See how you get taken out of context?
You said it.
This
You
is
said
no
it was booty. Does that mean you like it or you don't like it?
No way to treat the one chair in radio.
I think it's the
no
perfect
way.
I treat Joe fine.
Trader
It is
Joe's.
Joe and Jeremy.
Trader Joe's is number 1 on this list.
A name I've been called many times. By
Yeah,
Brian.
we spelled Trader
Yeah,
differently.
we spelled
though.
Trader differently.
Yeah.
Trader Joe. How do you feel about Trader Joe's?
I've only gone a couple times.
Yeah, my wife goes there occasionally. It's
My
all right.
wife loves it.
It's all right.
Didn't they just open one out by you guys?
They did. There's one on Kingwood Drive.
And
in
there's like a
Kingwood.
huge
old
line.
Randall's,
like
right?
the first
Yeah,
one.
the old Randall's on near Loop 494.
Trader Joe's is fine.
It's actually it's a really. I was surprised I went into it. It's really small inside. It's fine.
It's not like a great grocery store.
Yeah,
You know,
like
with-
the stuff we got there, we liked. It was reasonably priced, but I'm not gonna go out of my way.
You know what Trader Joe's does better than anybody?
What's that?
They make us believe that their processed food is healthier than other people's processed
Yeah.
food.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, well, we're healthy. No, you're really not.
But
You just put a different name on it.
Yeah.
You put lipstick on a pig. Look, we're healthier. No, it's kind of the same junk.
That's why I think it's ranked number 1. It's because people think it's genuinely healthier.
Yeah.
And for the most part, it's not really.
Yeah.
And if it is, it's marginal.
Yeah. So they have that number 1. I think it's overrated. Number 2, they have Publix.
Never been to a Publix.
I've been inside of one.
Good crab legs.
That's the lame joke. He's been on that one for 18 years.
Yeah, he's been waiting for that one. For
He's like
this moment.
He's like, Jameis Winston stole crab legs. Next time Publix brings brought up, I'm going to talk about how the crab legs are good.
What do you think I'm doing when I'm filling in for Michael? I'm just thinking of these moments. Make sure I'm ready.
Publix is, I don't think Publix is that great. I think it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. Number 3 is where it should be number 1. This is where the list begins.
Agreed.
HEB is number 3.
Yeah.
They should be number 1.
Even though I will say, I guess this is the streaming services that I'm using right now. I'm exhausted by this butter tortilla commercial.
Have
you guys seen it?
No.
I guess it's because like I've been watching a show on Paramount Plus.
Oh.
And it's in the rotation. It's a baby talking about eating butter tortillas.
I think I have seen
It's Sheldon is the voiceover.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've seen it so many times
From
now.
Houston, went to U of H. Go
Yeah,
Cougs.
it's exhausting. But HEB should be number 1 on this list.
Yeah, number 1 on this list.
They're the
I think
best.
it should be. My streaming services give me Spanish commercials.
What?
I don't know why they do that.
And I'm Mexican.
That's why.
I don't get
it's
it.
because you say you're half Mexican all the time.
So me saying that, like my phone picks it up and now it gives me those commercials.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
are they?
It's
you
always
think
listening
so?
to you.
They're spying on you.
It's
Like the
always
clo-
listening
like-
to you.
Yeah, if you're like, I'm white.
Like I have Selena on my Pandora. Maybe
That
that's
also
why.
might be why.
But like, it's so weird. It's so weird they give me Spanish commercials.
Yeah.
Like I don't watch telenovelas. Like I'm watching regular American speaking television.
Well, they know you're half.
It's
So you get,
so like it's so weird to me.
What's the percentage?
Probably 50-50.
and then it's because you're
That
half.
fits, right?
It's weird.
They're like, he's half, so we got to get half English, half in Spanish.
It's so like they'll just like all of a sudden pop in talking like full blown Spanish. I'm
I
like,
mean,
what in
you're
the world?
you're being profiled by your television.
And I want to say that my Pandora is 100% Spanish commercials.
Yeah, you're being profiled.
It's weird. Number 4, they have Sam's Club, which fine. I
That's
like
fine.
to buy stuff in bulk too.
Yeah,
I
it's-
prefer Costco. I think over Sam's Club, which Costco's 6, Sam's Club's 4.
I also
but they're kind of the same thing.
Yeah, they're very similar. I prefer Costco too. I will say either one. I do feel like intimidated.
I like going there. Like
When
where
I
else
walk
can
in.
you? Where else can you buy like 1,000 trash bags?
Yeah, but also whenever I go, I'm like, do I need all this?
Where else can you buy 8 dozen rolls of toilet paper in one
Yeah.
container thing?
I don't
Plastic
understand
wrapper.
the people that want to buy that much at
Oh,
one time.
what do you mean? It's financially prudent.
Sure, just like maybe other people have more storage room than I do, but the closet I would put like the toilet paper pack in. It's like there's not room for
that's
36 packs.
This is a hard argument here.
No, see, I'm with Brian. Like the house that we're renting right now, like the The storage space.
You guys
is
are
not,
costing yourself money.
It's not ideal.
You're costing yourself money for your feng
I guess we
shui.
just leave it in the garage.
Yeah, where am I leaving it?
Your garage. Well, I don't know your house. I don't know the feng shui of your house. It sounds like you have terrible space management.
No, that's. I mean, maybe that's part of it. Or space
be
management
possible.
is
Things
below
I buy
average.
in bulk: toilet paper,
Okay.
hairspray, paper towels, trash bags,
Okay.
dishwasher pods,
Yep.
laundry detergent,
Yep.
static sheets.
You go pods or
We do pods.
for the laundry?
Yeah, we do
Same.
pods.
Easier.
What's up, pods? What else do we buy in bulk?
I have a follow-up question to this.
Yeah.
So you bulk buy hairspray?
I was kind of kidding.
Oh, okay.
Kinda.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. Like,
I've
how
done it
much-
before, but not routinely. Normally, I just get it at Walmart.
Okay. How long does it take you to go through like a bottle?
A long time.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't use hairspray that often.
Okay.
I like to wear a hat.
Yeah, I was just curious.
So I try. I mean, there's like during the summer, I never use hairspray.
Well, yeah.
Because I never have to like get ready for anything. I just come here.
Is
wear
that
a
just
hat.
game days?
Usually, game day shows, not these shows, the important shows.
Makes sense.
We knew.
You don't
We
like
knew what your priority was.
You get it.
Like, there's other things we buy in bulk though. I'm blanking on them at the moment. Yeah, but it's the way to go. Toothpaste in bulk.
Really?
Mouthwash in bulk.
I get mouthwash.
Mouthwash in bulk, and then I even have the travel size and a medium size that I'll pour bulk mouthwash into to
Good
refill
call.
them.
That's a good call.
Maybe soap on occasion. No, I buy it. And if you're not buying in bulk, guys, you're costing yourself money.
Maybe.
No,
but
there's no maybe about it.
I guess I have to budget it out and see how it goes.
Feels like this last 3 minutes has been a spot for
I
Costco.
know.
Number 5 is Aldi. You ever
It's
go?
fine.
Oh, I like Aldi.
Yeah, we've got one in the neighborhood. It's I like it. It's
Yeah.
all
I
right.
like Aldi. You can get stuff much cheaper at Aldi.
You can.
It is kind of weird that they charge you a quarter to rent their shopping cart.
Yeah.
but it's
Well,
fine. It's
you
not
get,
a huge
you get the
deal.
quarter back.
Yeah, you get the quarter back. I mean, it's fine.
You ever
It's just
go on
kinda
and
weird.
realize you don't have a quarter though?
Yes.
Because I use cash so little, I barely even have change in my car.
Last year on a baseball trip, I went to Aldi on my way to the hotel, and I don't have a quarter on me. I'm in a rental car, and I just try to get everything and hold it.
You're just like walking around like this,
And I dropped one thing on the way out. It was kind
and you're just like,
of embarrassing.
that's just gone now.
It
Or
was
do you
something-
drop? Or do
no.
you run to your car and then go back and get it?
No, I think I just picked it up.
Oh.
I had to rearrange. I think it was like a gallon of water. It didn't bust, but it was just still kind of embarrassing because I was trying to I'm
Looked
too
like a
cool for
casual.
cart.
Yeah.
I did. I look like an Aldi casual, but you can buy cheap options there, protein, all of that. And then the last one they have here, Whole Foods at number 7.
I mean, I like Whole Foods, but I think it's probably properly ranked on this list.
Yeah, I think so. Whole Foods, it's fine.
It's
I don't.
pricier,
I don't do
isn't
much
it?
shopping at Whole Foods.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
it's a little
pricier
pricey.
for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely pricier.
Have either of you been to Sprouts? There's one opening up in Kingwood.
No.
I
I've
think
I've
so.
heard good things, but I've never been there.
Yeah, you know what I think I kind of got, profiled here a little bit that should be on here? Fiesta.
Never been.
Are there still Fiestas open?
Yeah, there's a few Fiestas.
I haven't seen one in a long
I
time.
haven't been to Fiesta since I was a kid. My grandparents would shop at Fiesta. I remember Fiesta would have food trucks before food trucks were cool, and they
Okay.
would do the elote. They would have elote in the food trucks, and you
Nice.
could put the crema on it, and all of that stuff. I don't know if they still do that at Fiesta though. Fiesta should be on here, I think.
Did you eat when you go to Costco?
The samples?
Or do you get the food?
I have, but not often.
Yeah. You don't get a chicken bake because of our guys?
Oh no, I don't like chicken bakes.
Never tried one.
I mean, we'll do we'll do a rotisserie chicken. You can get a rotisserie chicken at
Oh.
$2.99.
That's a go-to.
I mean, it's full of anabolic
Whatever.
steroids, but that's fine.
What do you want to do for dinner tonight? I don't know. Do you want to cook? No. All right, get a chicken on the way home.
Yeah,
Easy call.
$2.99.
Yeah, easy call.
I saw some people on TikTok they'll have the bag and then they'll debone the chicken in the bag and then put other stuff in the bag and shake it up.
Huh.
It's pretty gross, actually.
That sounds kind of gross.
Yeah, it is pretty gross. You see weird stuff on TikTok. Ryan asked this the other day on Twitter. I didn't answer on purpose because I was like, hey, we can save this for a bit. He says, nacho talk.
Okay.
Do you prefer a huge, messy pile of nachos or neatly composed individual nachos? He says he prefers the composed nachos with they're so well mannered, these nachos.
Yeah.
They're composed with a pile of sour cream and pico de gallo
They
and
say please and thank
guacamole
you.
that you can dip them in one scoop or scoop onto them.
I don't like this.
So my answer
I'm
to
a
this,
messy pile.
My answer to this is yes. I don't care which. Both are fantastic.
I'll be honest, I don't know if I've ever ordered nachos that have come like this.
Most places at Mexican restaurants, they'll do nachos like this.
Okay, see, I've never really, when I go to a Mexican restaurant, that's not my go-to.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why. But I like the messy pile.
Okay.
You get some stragglers in there that don't have anything on it, but you can fix that.
That's why I go the composed ones, because you always get down to that last 20%, and it's like naked chips.
I like both. The thing with the pile on is I feel like I'm getting more food. So that's
agree.
what makes me lean there. But if we're talking about just like what is the best bite, then I would agree that the composed nachos, the ones that are well mannered, are the better bite.
Yeah. Now I saw this as well, and I think I'm going to try it now, so I can give a better answer.
There's a little Tex-Mex place I go up to on Rayford. They do their nachos are fun.
So you've never had composed nachos?
No.
That's crazy.
I know Lupe does that. Free plug.
Brian.
Never been to a Lupe.
Joe likes his nachos naughty.
Like him naughty.
Ill-mannered.
The dirtier, the better. He's a little inappropriate with his nachos.
Me? Inappropriate?
With your nachos.
I'm the inappropriate one, Brian. Come on.
I mean,
I want to see wieners.
You are inappropriate.
Don't want to. I'm totally appropriate.
Publix is overpriced. Went to one in Florida. Trader Joe's processed food is constantly being recalled due to glass being in it. I missed that. That's tough. Is this list U.S. or world? I think it's just U.S. Top 2 are national. For HEB to be number 3 and only in Texas seems fair. All my ads on your app are Spanish. Huh. Dude wipes says wheat straw. Why are you saying dude wipes?
Maybe
also,
he thinks you buy it in bulk.
Yeah, buy in bulk.
Oh.
That's a good call.
Dude wipes is cleanlier.
Yeah.
For sure. Not reading that, 7308. You like that stuff like Joe likes his nachos. What does Aldi and the NFL draft have in common? You get the quarterback. That's a stern warning. That's a stern warning. La Michoacana. I think Lopez used to do live reads for La Michoacana.
Really?
Yeah, I think he did. I haven't been to one in a while.
I don't know what it is.
Their marinated fajitas are good though. It's just like a little Mexican, kind of like a difference between carnecita.
Okay.
I don't know how to say the word. Carnecita?
You'll hear it on the next commercial you watch.
Yeah. What place on Rayford? Roberto? No, it's not Roberto. It's Julio's. Roberto's good, though. Roberto's food truck that's in the front yard of his house is pretty good. Kind of weird, but pretty good. Julio's is the nacho place. It's not a nacho place. It's a Mexican place, but I like their nachos. All right, 713-780-3776. Junkie of the day. What is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. What's your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Not Jasper with a fake mustache disguise text in. I was just ranting about the garage truck leaving ruts in our new driveway. My 13-year-old son asked, did you buy asphalt or gravel? I said, I'm cheap, so gravel. Straight-faced, he said, sounds like it's your own asphalt. So bad. But it's Jasper's son, so he comes by it honestly. Poor kid.
Never had a chance.
Never had a chance.
Never.
Apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Also, Uncle Barney butt dialed me during that break.
My brother called me at like 5 o'clock.
Really?
I texted him like 4 days ago. Just texted me back. I'm like, I'm on the radio, buddy.
Uncle Barney, he texted me during that last segment. Saw your grandparents in HEB not too long ago. And then he butt dialed me.
Fascinating.
What'd you say?
Fascinating.
Don't make fun of my family. Keep my family's name out of your mouth.
People at a grocery store.
What does Aldi and Publix have in common? You get your quarterback. What are we doing here? Thanks, guys. All I want is nachos and to scoop the leftover parts that fall off into a butter tortilla. That's funny. Don't forget, by the way, speaking of food, Eat Drink HTX is back for its 5th year, February 15th to the 28th. You can enjoy great food, and just like for Houston Restaurant Week, a portion of each meal is donated to the Houston Food Bank. Restaurants participating have brunch or lunch for just $15, dinner for $25. Find all the participating restaurants and their menus at eatdrinkhtx.com. You know, you would think a producer would be like, hey, don't forget about the read. Don't forget about the liner today.
I didn't know I needed to hold your hand on it.
You're a producer. We're talent. That's what you do. That is your job, is to hold our hands, to make sure that we're good. We tell you we're thirsty. You go get us water.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Junkie of the day. Who's your
I would say we have
junkie of
interns for that, but they're not here today.
True.
the day? Aggie basketball at 7:30. Could play their way into the tournament. Bucky ball in year one. Pretty good. Pretty good. And then Destination 2026, our dear friend Glenn Davis at the top of the hour. All right, Joe, what's your junkie of the day?
I'll have to nominate Micah Shrewsbury.
Oh, yeah,
Notre Dame head coach of Notre Dame. Yesterday, at the half, they were nearly outscored by Cam Boozer himself. It was Cam Boozer 20, Notre Dame 22.
Yeah.
Duke had 54 points overall. But really, the junkie of the day is the fact that
They lost by 40, I think.
they lost by 40. They lost 100 to 56. But the worst loss at home since 1898. He also hurt his Achilles and had to wear a boot in the second half, and it's going to be a boot for the next 4 months.
Really?
So he got so mad he hurt his Achilles.
I was reading an article on The Athletic today that think he's safe for another year.
How? He had a mental breakdown this year on the court, yelling at fans and officials. Remember that?
I remember the officials.
I
I
guess it was just officials.
It was a bad call, too.
Yeah, but he was like going at him.
I mean, coaches tend to argue with officials.
You don't have to usually get held back by your entire staff.
Pretty bad call.
It was a bad call.
I remember that play. It cost them the game.
Yeah, but you can't be suffering an Achilles injury mid-game and be losing by 44. Worst loss since 1898.
That's bad. Ryan says, junkie of the day, messy nachos. My junkie of the day is to fearmongers on the internet. H-Town Willhouse with this. Our friend H-Town Willhouse. This is beneath him. I was surprised when I saw H-Town Willhouse be a fearmonger. But his tweet today, why hasn't Paredes played yet? Too early? Is he healthy? Is he soon to be moved? Astro fans want to know. What if he's traded? Are his days numbered? What do you think? I'd like to know. Going to discuss on his podcast tonight. None of the regulars have played, with the exception of Jeremy Pena, who's getting ready for the WBC.
Yeah.
Altuve's not played. Correa's not played. Christian Walker's not played.
It's very fearmonger.
Jordan has not played.
Yeah.
It's a fearmonger tweet. I called him out for it too. I said in his comments, fearmonger. Because if I'm not consistent, I'm nothing.
And you're consistent.
Yeah, you're being a fearmonger, H-Town Willhouse. Come on now.
That comment really showed him.
It did. He got a little sensitive about it.
He did. Oh, really?
You said clearly you missed the too early at the top of the list. I should respond. Rage baiter. Ha ha ha. I said I'm not sure why you didn't stop there. Brian, what do you got? Junkie of the day.
Dirty nachos. So, I mean, I think it was composed nachos was the other one, but I'll go Joe likes his nachos dirty.
Like them dirty.
I don't know why this is a junkie of the day, though. Like, this is good food.
Just the idea of dirty nachos was the junkie of the day. And then also, we don't have time for the clip, but all the condescending answers from Nick Caserio at the NFL Combine.
Oh, you're going to throw Nick Caserio into the junkie.
Yeah.
Good call.
Very condescending and arrogant,
Are you in
as
or
always.
out on Caserio? Are you in or out on Caserio?
In as a general manager, out on as a person we have to talk to.
Yeah, I kind of enjoy it now, though, just for the entertainment aspect of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Brian.
I am too.
I'm in on the GM. Kind of a jerk.
But I kind of like it. I don't think he's a jerk. I think he's a nice guy. He just comes off condescending in press conferences. I've heard he's a really nice guy. Actually, sincerely, I've heard that. All right.
Comes off as a jerk.
In his press conferences, he absolutely does. All right, what's winning?
Dirty Nachos?
No.
That's too good.
Condescending Casario?
I think so.
What about Fearmongers?
I like Wheelhouse.
We bashed them a lot.
You don't like them?
No, I like Wheelhouse.
Oh, you like them. I think you didn't like them. Okay, fair. Condescending Casario, you are our winner. That does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the outstanding work on his first day working in 3 weeks. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Houston, Glenn Davis, Destination 2026 right now on ESPN 97.5.
A near supernatural goal from Lionel Messi.
Ronaldinho takes, and David Seaman's call off his line, and Brazil take the lead. Oh, how about that? Shaqiri, here is Shaqiri. Is this the moment for Shaqiri? Yes, it is.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Quanta, Reliant, Rice University, and Visit Sugarland.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.